Life and Teaching of the Masters of the Far East by Baird T. Spalding Volume 3 published 1935. Forward. Dear reader, you are not only a reader but a friend whom I have met face to face and conversed with. Just as you have met and conversed with each of the characters in this book, I am certain they surround you with the full glory of the divine light of life, love, and wisdom, and by surrounding you thus, they aid you in your understanding. They enfold you in the ever-present divine light of life, love and wisdom, which is theirs to send out and to give. They see you always enfolded in this omnipresent divine presence. They see you seated on your own throne as a true king or queen, ruling through and by this divine presence. They envisage you knowing and accomplishing your divine mission, always alive, always peaceful and happy, always the divine you. They see not only you but the whole human family, divine and pure, and every created thing or form as divine, created in the image and likeness of the divine, not one nor one sect nor one creed but all and that all inclusive. None can appreciate these great people save those who have been admitted to the quiet of their sacred places and thoughts. A live truth, which is a part of the universe itself. Life is really traceable back into the misty past, which bears to us the accomplishments of hundreds of thousands of past centuries. To us, life is bound about by every limitation and convention. To them, life is boundless, ceaseless, unending bliss and happiness. The longer the span of life, the greater the joy and the more worthwhile the living. None that understand and love these people can doubt their teachings, neither can he doubt their true sincerity when he has partaken of their hospitality. The Western world looks to the outer, thereby touching the hem of the garment. The Eastern puts on the robe but not as a garment that may be laid aside. The West polish the vessel of the lamp. The East fan the flame that it may give forth a more intense light. The West look to the outer with longing eyes, back of which is the glow of spiritual vision, the seeking of true knowledge. The East know that flesh must be illumined by the light of the flame that is first kindled from within, then allowed to shine forth to the without as the full blaze of the noonday sun. The West name themselves material, the East live truly in the outness of spirit. They behold each and every one living by compelling, impelling, sustaining spirit. It matters not what the location, be it in the great snows of Alti Himalaya, the busy modern city, or the most secluded monastery. That which to the Western world seems miraculous and unbelievable is to the poised Hindu thought the natural outcome of the acceptance and the bringing forth of spirit. That which is set forth as God in manifest form. They that are fully alive know full well that there is far more than that which comes under their personal recognizance. In fact, there is much more than ever has been dreamed of in any philosophy. Therefore, there are no apologies offered for this book or for those which have preceded it. When you look longingly with a clear vision toward an accomplishment, it is your divine heritage to command that you place yourself in such a receptive attitude that the ability is already yours to bring forth your ideal. God speaks through the God-man today just as God has spoken down the long ages. The knowledge which the people in this book convey is by no means new. Although the presentation brings a new light to the Western world, the main object of their lives is to give knowledge and enlightenment to humanity through pure knowledge, aflame with love. Their great mission is to pave the way toward peace and harmony through man's great power to accomplish. They are the greatest friends of true science, religion, and philosophy, and they proclaim these as well as all men, brothers, as truth is one. Thus science becomes the golden thread upon which the pearls are strung. The day is here in which a large portion of humanity has already outgrown the old concept of divinity. They have lost their faith in teachings based upon faith alone. They have learned that to be good in order to gain a heavenly reward after death is a fallacy, a very low ideal. This idea of being good for the reward's sake and the special privilege of playing harps and singing psalms forever. They have realized that this is an expression of self-interest only and completely foreign to the teachings of the Christ of God, the God-man fully alive. The idea of death is foreign to, in fact, it is a direct contradiction of the divine purpose and is not in accord with the law of the cosmos or its vibrant radiations. Neither is it in accord with the teachings of Jesus. The church and the graveyard are often in the same field. This alone is a direct acknowledgement that Christian teachings have not been even comprehended. The Christ man has spoken and the listening ear has heard. If a man believes in me, he shall never die. The God-man knows that the one who is in sin or lives with sinful vibrations surrounding him dies, and unto him the wages of sin is death. But the gift of God to the God-man and the kingdom of God here on earth, the human body perfect in the flesh, when man lives true to the God vibration and wholly in that vibratory thought. The people in this book have taken God out of the realm of the supernatural and of superstition and have placed him wholly in vibratory frequency, knowing that as they keep their bodies in the divine vibration, they never grow old and never die. When the vibrations of their bodies are lowered or allowed to slow down, death ensues. In fact, these people know that when the mistake of death is accomplished, the body is vibrating at such a low rate that the emanating life vibrations are actually crowded out of the body temple, and that those vibrating life emanations still hold together and maintain the same form which the body had when they were crowded out. Those emanations have intelligence and still revolve around a central nuclear source on which attracts and holds them together. These emanating particles are surrounded by an intelligent emanation that assists them to keep their form, and from which they again draw substance to erect another temple. This is in direct accord and works in complete harmony with the intelligence that has been built around the body during their life cycle. If that intelligence vibrates at a low frequency, or, in other words, is weak, it loses contact with the emanations of life and energy that have been forced out of the body or form of clay after the life emanations have left it, and the emanations finally disperse and return to the source. Then complete death is accomplished. But, if the intelligence is strong, vibrant, and active, it takes full charge immediately and a new body is instantly assembled. A resurrection has taken place, and through that resurrection man is perfected in the flesh. Not all can hear or accept such a revelation. He that hath ears to hear, let him hear. Mark 4:9. He whose understanding is developed sufficiently, is able to comprehend. Thus, large portions of humanity are developing a science through which they are again discovering that God has always lived in man and with humanity, yet they for a time have not known God. They have only lost sight of the God-man. To those of whom I have written I dedicate this book, as well as the books that have been published. At the feet of these near and dear ones I lay my deepest respect and gratitude, and in no way do I feel that I am conferring upon them the honor due them. We went doubting. We left with the greatest regrets, loving them everyone, feeling that we had gained a truer and deeper insight into the science of life and true living. Signed, Baird T. Spalding. Chapter I. After those assembled had departed, my associates and I stayed on, loath to leave the place where we had witnessed such a transformation. No words can describe our feelings and the tremendous uplift of those last hours. The words, all for one, and one for all, blazed forth as vividly as when they first appeared. We did not talk, we could not say a word, although we were in the same general position until daylight. We had no sense of being confined in a room. Our bodies seemed to emit a brilliant light, and, wherever we walked, we had no sense of limiting walls. Although just previous to the experience we were in a room hewed from solid rock, there did not seem to be a floor under our feet, yet we moved freely in any direction. Words absolutely fail to describe our thoughts and sensations. We even walked beyond the confines of the room and the cliff, yet we had no feeling of being hampered. Our garments and everything about us seemed to radiate a pure white light. Even after sunrise this light seemed brighter than that of the sun. We seemed to be in a great sphere of light, and we could look through this crystal ray and see the sun as it appeared far away, shrouded in a haze. It actually seemed cold and uninviting compared with the place where we stood. Although the thermometer registered 45 degrees below zero and the country was covered with snow that sparkled in the morning sunlight, in the place where we were there was a consciousness of warmth, peace, and beauty that surpasses expression. It was one occasion in which thoughts could not be put into words. Here we stayed for 3 more days and nights with no thought of rest or refreshment. There was not a sign of fatigue or weariness, and, as we looked back upon the time, it seemed as if it passed in an instant. Yet we were conscious of each other's presence and of the passing of the hours. There was no sunrise or sunset, just a continuous glorious day, not a vague dream but every moment an actual reality. And what a vista of the future opened before us. The horizon seemed to be pushed back into eternity, or, as our chief expressed it, it seemed to be expanding into a boundless and eternal sea of throbbing, pulsating life. And the great beauty of it all was that it was for all to see and know, not for just a few, but for all. On the 4th day, our chief suggested that we go below to the room of the records in order to again take up our work of translation. Upon making the move to proceed, we found ourselves standing all together in the room. I can but let the reader picture our astonishment and joy. We had moved 2 stories down and accomplished 2 flights of stairs without the least physical exertion on our part and without the least knowledge of the accomplishment. Yet there we were in the room among the records where we had been working. It was all aglow with light. The place was warm and cheerful, and we could move anywhere we wished without the least effort. When we took up one of the tablets and placed it in a convenient place for study, its context and meaning were translated to us perfectly. When we began writing these translated conclusions, suddenly a whole page of manuscript would be filled with the text in our own handwriting. All we need do was to place the pages together in manuscript form. In this way we finished manuscript after manuscript of these translations. By 2 o'clock that afternoon we had finished and filed 12 manuscripts of over 400 pages each, and we experienced not the least fatigue from this pleasant occupation. We were so engrossed that we were unconscious of the presence of others in the room until our chief stepped forward with a greeting. We all looked up to see Jesus, Emil, our hostess, and Chanda Sen, the man of the records, whom we had at first called the old man of the records but whom we now knew as the young man. There were also Bagat Ireland and a stranger to whom we were introduced as Ramchandra. We later learnt his familiar name to be Bhadra. The table was cleared and prepared for a meal. We sat down, and after a few moments of silence, Jesus spoke. Almighty and all-pervading Father Principle, which shines forth ever triumphant from within us out to all the world and is the light, love, and beauty which we are experiencing this day and which we always experience if we only will. We bow before this altar on which burns the undying fire of perfect love, harmony, true wisdom, unending devotion and pure humility. This sacred light shines steadily on, undimmed, from within the souls of those who are now gathered at this, the altar of true fatherhood, sonship, and devoted brotherhood. This divine light does shine forth from these near and dear ones, out and out to the most remote places of all the world, that all may see its great light and may experience its undimmed and unquenchable love. The rays of this all-pervading light, beauty, and purity shine through the receptive souls and hearts of those who are gathered at this, your altar. We are now conscious of these all-consuming and embracing rays of love, and we send them forth, and they transmute, blend, and harmonize all mankind. It is the true and the pure Christ of God, standing forth from each and all, that we salute and stand face to face with, equal to, one with God. Again we salute God, our Father, right within and standing forth. After Jesus ceased speaking, we all arose upon the suggestion that we return to the room where our former experience had taken place. As we started toward the door, we realized that we are already there. This time we were conscious of moving but not conscious of the cause of locomotion. As soon as we expressed the desire, we were actually in the upper room. Although the shadows of evening were well advanced, our way was perfectly lighted, and we found all aglow with the rich beauty and effulgence that had been there when we departed. The reader will recall it was in the room we had just left that Chanda Sen returned to us after being brought back from what we looked upon as death. To us that room was a shrine, and it seemed aglow with all possibilities, a sanctified place where we ourselves had been able to step forth to a greater accomplishment than, as mortals, we had previously known. From that time until the 15th of April, the day of our departure, not a day or night passed that we did not all meet together for at least 1 hour. During this time the room never again assumed the appearance of solid rock. It seemed as though we could always see through those walls into infinite space. It was in that room that the bonds limiting consciousness were removed. It was there that a great vista of the future opened to us. We all sat down at the table and Jesus resumed the conversation. It takes a true motivating thought, focused on a central absorbing point or ideal to bring forth or accomplish, and you, as well as all mankind, can become that motivating center. Not one thing comes forth unless man first expresses the ideal. At one time man was fully conscious that he was this motivating center and lived fully conscious of his inheritance and dominion. He lived consciously in a condition that you term heaven. All but a few have let go of this divine gift, and today the great majority are absolutely unconscious of this divine quality which is mankind's true inheritance. What man has done once, he can accomplish again. This is the principle back of the endless array of life and manifestation that you see all around you and includes your own life, together with that of every existing thing, as every existing thing has life. Ere long science will give you ample grounds for saying that things are not material, as science will soon see that all things can be reduced to one primal element containing innumerable particles universally distributed, responding to vibratory influences, and all in perfect and absolute equilibrium or balance. Hence, it follows on mathematical grounds alone that it took some definite movement, some initial action, to draw together the infinite particles of this all-pervading universal natural substance, in order to bring them into form as selective objects. This power did not originate wholly within a particle, but is a power greater, yet at one with the particle, and you, through your thought and definite action, cooperating with the vibration, give selectivity to these particles. Thus will physical science be compelled to understand through necessary deductions, so that scientists will recognize the presence of a power, which, at this time, is not understood because it is inactive, and which is inactive only because it is not recognized, but, when recognized and communed with by man and brought into actual expression, it is fully capable of separating certain specific areas for the specific display of this universal cosmic energy. Then there is built up what you look upon as a material universe, with all its different manifestations, by an orderly process of evolution. If orderly, then each stage must lay the foundation perfectly for the greater development of the stage that is to follow. If you can accomplish progress in perfect order and harmony of thought and action, you are in actual accord with power, and this power brings forth, on an unlimited scale, the faculty of selecting the means to an end. You distribute life and energy under a recognized order of cosmic progression. Then there is built up what you look upon as a material universe, with all its different manifestations, by an orderly process of evolution. If orderly, then each stage must lay the foundation perfectly for the greater development of the stage that is to follow. If you can accomplish progress in perfect order and harmony of thought and action, you are in actual accord with power, and this power brings forth, on an unlimited scale, the faculty of selecting the means to an end. You distribute life and energy under a recognized order of cosmic progression. This, then, is not a material universe as you have thought. That is only your definition of it. It came forth from spirit and it is spiritual, if you will define it as such. This is orderly, true, basic. If orderly, it is scientific. If scientific, it is intelligent. It is life united with intelligent life. Life coupled to and guided by intelligence, becomes volition, and, through volition, it becomes vocation. Spirit is the primary, vibrating, originating power, and you may enter into spirit and use its power by the simple acceptance or knowing that it does exist. Then let it come forth, and the whole of spirit is at your command. To you it becomes an ever-potent spring of perpetual and original life right within yourself. This does not take long years of study, nor need you go through training or hardships or deprivation. Know and accept that this vibration does exist, then let it flow through you. You are one with great creative mind substance. Thus, you know that all things do exist, if you will but see that divine principle, great principle, good principle, God principle is all there is, that it fills all space, is all, then you are that principle, and, as you stand forth in your Christ dominion and give out this principle, you, by your very thought, word, and act give this principle greater activity. Thus, one more has found his dominion and is using God power and sending it out. As you give out this power, it flows to you. As you give, more is pressed upon you to give, and you will find you cannot deplete the supply. This does not mean going into a closet and hiding yourself. This is getting quiet right where you are, even in the busy so-called turmoil of life, under the most trying circumstances. Then life is not turmoil, it is quiet, contemplative, and compulsive. The outer activity is as nothing compared with the greater activity that you now realize and are one with. This is getting quiet right where you are, seeing God standing forth from you, closer than breathing, nearer than hands and feet, with your whole thought action centered on God. Who is God? Where is the God that your whole thought action is centered or focused upon? God is not a great being outside of you, that you are going to bring within and then present to the world. God is that power which is generated and exhilarated by your own thought action. It is true that this power is within and all about you, but it is inactive until you think of it and know that it does exist. Then you see it flowing forth from you in limitless measure. You present it to the world and the world is benefited by your presentation. You, yourself, must present the accomplishment by putting forth the driving force of all good, God your Father, the power to accomplish, behind every thought and act. Now you are God fulfilling or filling full the accomplishment. This is God, the true and only God, standing forth from you. You are then God the Father, the husbandman, the amplifier and the projector, the definite and positive accomplisher. It is then that legions fly to do your bidding, the moment you say wholeheartedly, with reverence and deep meaning, that God is in his holy temple, and know that this temple is your pure body, just as you present it and as you truly stand today, that you, the true Christ, live one with God right within this temple, and that your exalted body is a holy abiding place, a whole and all-inclusive abode. You are an energizer, an all-including and outpouring vessel for this true and divine principle to flow through. Then you pour out more and more of the God which you are and which you love. You worship, you praise, and with your ever-expanding love, you pour out to all mankind that they may see the Christ, the God-man standing forth triumphant. Now you say with the keenest joy, whosoever will, let him come and drink deeply of the waters of pure life. Those who do this will never thirst again. This power you are using and sending forth is God. The Son accomplishes readily what the Father accomplishes. This is also being humble to and bowing before this great power. This is true humility, stepping forth in humble mien, one with your own driving force and power, by constantly contemplating, praising, blessing and giving thanks to this power you increase its flow, and, as you do this, it becomes potent and more readily accessible to you. Thus, I say, pray without ceasing. Your daily life is true prayer, by first knowing that this power does exist, then using it with absolute confidence. You soon become wholly conscious of it. You soon know that it is all inclusive in and through you. If you will but let it flow, it will rush to you in every instance. It flows to you as you let it flow from you. Stand forth as God and give it out. This is God your Father in you and your Father are one. Not servants but sons. Sons of first primal cause. All that I am has, is yours, for you are I am. It is not I who do the work. It is I am in the Father, and the Father in me brings forth the great accomplishment. As you know that you work, one with the Father, there are no limitations, no boundaries. You know it is your divine right to accomplish all things. Then follow me only as I follow the Christ, the true Son, the only begotten of the Father, and, as I bring forth and present God, I do bring forth God from within. Then will it be said, all are God. The greatest sermon ever given is Behold God. This means seeing God standing forth in all glory right within and from you and from all others also. When you behold God and nothing else but God, you love and worship God and God alone. You truly behold God. You are the Lord, the lawgiver, the dispenser of the law. When you pray, enter your closet, the secret chamber of your own soul. There, pray to your Father within, and your Father, who hears, does reward you openly. Pray and give thanks that you are able to give forth more of God to the whole world. Does this not give you a higher and more lofty outlook, a broader perspective, a nobler ideal? Here the talk ended. We all arose from the table and our friends bade us good night and departed. We stayed on for a time and talked over the experiences, then decided to return to our lodgings in the village. As we arose, the thought immediately presented itself. How are we to proceed without a light? And all except the chief voiced this thought. Then he said, you can see how definitely habit fixes itself upon us and how desperately we cling to old ideas. Here we are, completely immersed in light. It has not dimmed because of the absence of those we have grown to love so dearly. Is this not an occasion where we can step forth and show our own self-reliance, our own ability to begin to accomplish the things that we have experienced? Let us at least extend this to ourselves and have the courage to take the step toward the accomplishment. We are leaning so hard upon our wonderful friends that it actually hurts to have them leave us for a moment. I can see, as they already know, that if we do not become self-reliant in these small things, we will never accomplish the larger things, and I do not doubt for an instant that they have left in order to give us the opportunity of proving the accomplishment. Let us rise to the emergency and be above it. As we started, one of the party suggested that we meditate on the method of procedure, but the chief in a firm voice said, no, if we go now. After what we have seen and experienced, we must act and make these acts definite or we do not deserve any consideration. Whereupon we proceeded down the stairs, through the different rooms, through the tunnel, and down the ladder to the village. As we walked along, our way was completely lighted, our bodies seemed without weight and we moved with the utmost ease. We arrived at our lodgings overjoyed by the accomplishment. From that time on until we left the village we traveled where we pleased without artificial light. Our lodgings lighted up as we entered the rooms and the warmth and beauty surpassed any power of description. We retired almost immediately. Needless to say we did not awake until late the next morning. Chapter 2. The next morning we had our breakfast at the lodge, then went directly to the upper room of the temple. There was no visible concept of the confines of a room, nor any evidence of limitation, and so we moved freely with no thought of exertion. When we were ready to go below to the room of the records, we were there. As we had accomplished this without the presence of our friends, we realized the reason for their withdrawal and were very much elated over our attainment. The 1st of April was fast approaching. We had finished the records in the temple rooms and had taken up the work of making measured drawings of the numerous characters and many carvings cut in the rocks outside. This work was going along very nicely because of our all-absorbing interest. One afternoon a messenger came to the village. We met our hostess and were informed that the messenger had brought the information that a party of bandits was at large in the valley below. This caused considerable uneasiness among the inhabitants, as this village had been the focal point of attempted raids for many years. The report had gone far and wide that the Tau Cross Temple was the hiding place for vast treasure. The many attempts to rob the village had failed. The bands had in a great measure attributed former failures to the resistance of the people who lived in the valley below. A number of the bands had now concentrated their combined forces, and a band of about 4,000 well-mounted and armed men were preying upon and devastating the valley. In order to discourage the resistance of the inhabitants in closer proximity to the little village of the Tau Cross, they hoped by this method that the raid would be more successful. The messenger also appealed for protection for the remaining inhabitants, as a great many had already been destroyed and they had reached the limit of their resistance. He was told that there was no one in the village who could be sent, but our hostess assured him that he could return to his home and that no harm would come to his people. We went on with our work, noting the uneasiness of the villagers, and that uneasiness was communicated to us. The next morning we again resumed our work as we were very anxious to complete the references for our records. We were certain they would give a complete and accurate history and, also, references as to where other records could be found. Thus we could trace the history of this older and extremely enlightened civilization that occupied this vast and now most remote portion of the world. We were disturbed by the possibility of losing this collection by reason of the bandit raids. As the results of our work, this collection was all assembled in the rooms of the records, where they had hitherto withstood a number of similar raids from the same source. That evening we talked to our hostess about the possibility of the formulation of some plan to aid the villagers and voiced our surprise and wonder at the absence of our friends. We were told that, as an appeal for aid had been made by the messenger, the bandits would be obliged to stop their raids or they would destroy themselves. We retired that evening fully assured that we had been over-solicitous of our own safety. We arose early and were preparing to resume work, when the same messenger appeared with the news that the raids had ceased upon the inhabitants and that the band had concentrated their entire force about 20 miles down the valley for an apparent concerted last drive on our little village. As our hostess and little party stood talking to the messenger, who was surrounded by a group of the villagers, a horseman rode into the village and came toward us. In coming toward us, as he passed smaller groups of congregated people, he was apparently recognized. They immediately dispersed and fled in terror. As he neared our group, the messenger called out the horseman's name and then, the messenger as well as the others took refuge in flight, evidently fearing that the horseman was being followed by the band. Our hostess and ourselves were the only ones left as we awaited the nearer approach of the horseman. He reined in his horse and with much gusto addressing our chief, began to speak, saying that the bandits were fully aware we were strangers and that they were acquainted with our mission. He spoke in a tongue that none of us understood. He saw our bewilderment and asked if there were not someone that could interpret. Our hostess turned and faced the man as he sat upon his horse and asked if she could be of service. At first he looked as though he had received a severe electric shock. He, however, sufficiently recovered his composure to fairly spring from his horse. He rushed toward her with outstretched hand, exclaiming, "You hear in the language that we understood." Then he placed his hands to his forehead and prostrated himself before her, begging her pardon. Our hostess directed him to arise and deliver his message. We could see her form stiffen and, for a moment, her features almost blazed with anger. So intense was her display of emotion that, for an instant, We, as well as the man himself, were absolutely startled out of our composure. The works coward, murderer, step forth and deliver your message almost leapt from her lips. The man again went to his knees. Again the words blazed forth. Stand up. Are you so debased that you dare not stand? We did not wonder at the man's abject terror, for we, as well as he, were absolutely rooted to the spot, unable to move. I am certain had it been humanly possible for the man to have done so, he would have fled from the scene. For the moment he, as well as ourselves, had lost all power of speech and action. He crumpled to the ground, limp and apparently lifeless, his eyes staring and his mouth agape. This was the first and only time in our experience with these people of superior powers that we had seen one of them give expression in any way to violent emotion. We were as terrified as the bandit. The vibrations hit us just as distinctly as the force of a tremendous explosion, accompanied by an electric shock that not only paralyzed speech but our muscles as well. That is the only way I can describe the sensation, coming from that slight and unassuming fragile form. Do you wonder that these vibrations paralyzed us into inaction? Although this situation lasted only a moment, it seemed hours before the tension relaxed. We were as transfixed as statues, yet there flooded over us in that instant a great pity for the bandit and we found ourselves longing to go to his assistance. This was the reaction of all, yet we only stood and stared at our hostess. Almost at once the condition changed. At first a startled look came over her face. Then it changed to the same kindly expression that we were accustomed to, and there swept over us such a wave of compassion that we rushed to the prostrate form on the ground. Our hostess was bending over him, her hand clasping his. Again we were mystified and could only say, will wonders never cease? The man soon regained consciousness, was helped to his feet, and was made as comfortable as possible on a bench nearby. He absolutely refused to enter any of the houses. Our hostess then apologized for the vehemence which she had expressed, noting the effect it had upon us. Our flesh was quivering and it required some time for us to regain our composure. She explained that this man was the leader of one of the most notorious bands that infested that portion of the Gobi. His name, if mentioned at all, was spoken with awe, as he was the most fearless and ruthless of characters. His familiar title literally translated meant, consummate black devil released from hell. His features portrayed in mask were kept in many villages and worn by those participating in the ritual of driving the evil spirit from the village and its inhabitants. Our hostess had contacted this man on 2 former occasions when attempted raids had failed, and each time he had evidenced the deepest hatred for her and our friends in general, going out of his way to harass them and sending violent messages from time to time, which they ignored completely. His sudden appearance alone had brought the past indignities so forcibly before her that she, for the time being, had lost control of her emotions. Having fully regained her composure, she walked over to the man. At her approach, he made a futile attempt to rise, but was only able to draw himself together and sit more erect. The picture of abject fear, hatred was delineated in every movement of his body, which was trembling as though stricken with palsy. Our hostess, now cool and collected, with no trace of fear or emotion, her face, features, and body as wonderfully cut as the most delicate cameo, presented an amazing contrast. We wanted to remove the man at once and, although this thought was not expressed, our hostess raised her hand commanding silence. Our chief realized that she was in charge of the situation and that anything we would attempt to do would only place us in a ludicrous position. We withdrew out of hearing while our hostess talked in low and quiet tones for quite some time before the man answered a word. As he spoke, the leader motioned us to approach. We sat on the ground before them, glad to make any move that would relieve the tension of suspense. The bandit explained that he had prevailed upon his superior leaders to allow him to come as a peace emissary to treat with the people for the surrender of the supposed treasure that was concealed in the Tau Cross Temple. If the inhabitants would surrender the treasure, the bandits would agree not to molest them further, would agree to release all their prisoners, of which they claimed there were over 3,000, and would immediately leave the country and never again molest the inhabitants of the valley. Our hostess told him there was no treasure that would be of any value to them. A thorough explanation of the fact was gone into, with an offer to conduct him through all the rooms of the temple or any place he wished to go. He flatly refused this proposition, saying that he feared they would hold him as hostage, and no assurance upon our part could break down this fear. Our hostess reassured him of our sincerity and he suddenly became convinced that we were honest in our statements. Then a situation difficult and alarming for him arose. He told us that he was the instigator of this plot and had fired the imaginations of the other bandits with the zeal for possessing the treasure, and that he had painted a lurid picture of the fabulous wealth that would be theirs should he succeed. In fact, he and his father had held their band together with promises of the possession of this treasure. He was the chief of the band that had consolidated with 5 other bands to carry out this raid. The crux of this situation was that if he should return to his band with the information that there was no treasure, he would immediately be branded as a traitor and, as such, would be dealt with accordingly. He could not deter the band from the contemplated attack, as they would not believe him on account of his zeal in pressing the situation up to this point. It was decidedly an embarrassing position for him. To our great surprise, our hostess offered to accompany him to the camp. Our protests were quietly overruled and she prepared to leave immediately. She assured us that she was in no danger, but that if we went along, our presence would instill suspicion in the minds of the bandits, so that all would incur great danger. We meekly submitted. There was nothing else we could do. The man mounted his horse and we assisted her to mount to the seat that was prepared behind him. As they rode from the village, they presented a never-to-be-forgotten picture, one that will live in our memories for all eternity. The bandit with doubt written all over his features and our hostess smiling back at us with the warm assurance that she would return by nightfall. We lost all interest in our work for the rest of the day and wandered aimlessly about the village until sunset. We returned to the lodge to await the return of our hostess and, upon entering, we found the table loaded with good things to eat. You can imagine our astonishment to see her seated at the head of the table and greeting us with that radiant smile of hers. We were speechless. Words failed us entirely. She assumed an air of mock hauteur and tried to say sternly, "Gentlemen, a greeting is an order," whereupon we bowed and extended our salutations. Then she continued, "I failed utterly to convince them, but they did agree to give me an answer within the next 3 days. I know that the answer will be an attempted attack, but I did save the life of that poor creature for the time being. At least, we shall be obliged to prepare ourselves to withstand the siege. Nothing will deter them from making the attempt. I think that nearly all of us saw our fondest dreams and the results go a-glimmering, as the familiar saying has it." Our hostess read our inmost thoughts and repeated this poem. "When you come to the Red Sea place in your life, when, in spite of all you can do, there is no way round, there is no way back, there is no other way but through, then know God with the soul serene, and the dark and the storm are gone. God stills the wind, God stills the waves. God says to your soul, go on, go on, go on, go on." Chapter 3. After the meal was finished, we arose from the table, our hostess leading us into the garden. To our great surprise we found Jesus, Emil, Just and Budra, seated. We joined the group and sat down. We could sense the inaudible sigh of relief and realized how much we had grown to rely upon these people. It was as though we had fastened ourselves to them with bands of steel. Somehow I saw that this we must not do. It was necessary for us to play our definite part in this great scheme of life. In order that we might not become mere puppets, we must stand wholly upon our own feet and rely wholly upon ourselves, or they would be obliged to sever the bands entirely. Our chief talked freely upon this subject later. The evening was still young and the soft glow of the fading sunset colors suffused everything with a luxuriance and beauty that one must see to appreciate it. There was not a breath of air stirring, not even a sound to disturb the tranquility that seemed to engulf us. The bandit situation that we believed had weighed so heavily upon us but a moment before, had disappeared entirely. It was calm and peaceful. There was that beautiful feeling of complete relaxation which again must be experienced to be understood. It was that beautiful feeling of complete relaxation which again must be experienced to be understood. It was as though we were in a great stream of slowly moving light. We became suddenly aware that we heard the voice of Jesus but not in words. My only explanation is that it was a pure rhythmic, flowing, vibratory influence that came to us in thought instead of words. The effect was much more pronounced than that of words. The rhythm and cadence were beyond description. Thoughts seemed to flood in and lodge. This was an entirely new experience. As these thoughts or ideas came, we translated them into stenographic characters, then transposed them into words and sentences, later submitting them to these people for approval. When I say, "Behold, a Christ of God is here," I behold the God-man standing forth. I see this body as the true temple of God, the perfect instrument or channel through which the great creative principle flows and comes forth freely. Then this creation is unadulterated in image, form, and likeness. I am God. In this attitude I stand forth, the master of every situation, the Christ of God triumphant. It is this ideal that I worship, and that which I worship, I bring forth. I can in no way bring forth God if I am does not present God to all humanity. In this attitude man stands forth, the master of every situation. The Christ is triumphant, conquering. God and man are walking hand in hand. 1. There is but one principle, one man. One of our party thought for a moment and then asked, how can we bring forth this light and make practical use of it? The answer came, let your body become a generator through which this great creative radiating principle flows. See this principle as the emanation of all power. Know that it is the principle of all power. Then, like an electric generator, your body will collect and magnify this energy until you send it out as a stream of pure white light that nothing can resist and anything directed toward you cannot harm you. You can also send such intense impulses of electrical energy over these light beams that the body of the one attempting to harm you will be destroyed. Any resistance to this energy immediately magnifies its volume and therefore its velocity. The ones setting up resistance against it or attempting to set up their personal will only harm themselves. If they do not set up any resistance to this light, it will pour its healing balm through them as well as it does through you. It is the pure God beam and power, which blends with that of another at all times. If there is no resistance to its free flow, it vibrates with the highest vibration. Consequently, all are vibrating in perfect harmony and accord, and no harm can possibly come to them, as they are in unison with the God vibration. There is absolutely nothing that can harm another unless that one resists the God vibration. Vibration is life. Do you not see how you stand one with God at all times? In this attitude would there be a possibility of separation? The only separation is the resistance that causes the inharmony. Nothing can come near you when you stand in the holy mount, one with God. This is not a special privilege for a few. This is for all. I am the great absolute cause or source in which every child stands one with God. Thus all live under the law, the highest vibratory thought action. There is not an inharmonious vibration that can enter this sphere, this throne, where all belong and are at home. This is your divine kingdom. You can also use this power to return false and harmful thoughts or desires that are directed toward you. You can, if you so desire, step up this white God light beam, endow it with God power, magnify and transform the energy the sender has given the thing or condition that was intended for you. Then place it into your reflector and send it back to the sender with the velocity of light. When you return it in this way, it is a beam of pure white light, instead of merely lowered vibrations, as it was sent out to you. When it reaches the sender, the impulses are so potent that it can destroy the body of the one who first put in motion the lower vibration. It matters not whether you know the sender or the location from which it came. The vibration will return to its source unerringly. The judgment or day of retribution has arrived. As you give, so you receive good measure, God measure, pressed down and running over. You can transform God power and send it out with such force that it is irresistible. These are the beams or rays of light that you see emanating from my body. These rays are emanating from your body, although they are not yet as potent. But as you go on and use this power, allied with law and principle, you will add potency to the light and can consciously direct it to accomplish any good desire. When the artist portrayed me at Gethsemane, the rays of light went out from my body instead of coming out from heaven to me. The light is the God power generated from within my body, then sent out by the reflector. These beams go out from every body when that person stands forth as God in his divine heritage, the Christ of God all one. This is and can be made the definite motto of all humanity. Can there be discord between brothers if they become this all-absorbing one? Now, step up this white beam which is the God beam upon which you send out God power, endow it with God power transformed, 10,000 or 10 million times greater than that which has been sent out to you and which you are returning. This is as you decree. Then let it flow back upon the same path that the vibrations of the thing traveled to you. When the person receives this ray and accepts it as coming from God, the attempted harm is all erased, forgiven, forgotten, and no harm can come to you or the sender of that harmful thought. You are both eye to eye, one with God. Instead of inharmony, there is perfect harmony. You are again one. If the sender of the harmful thought does not accept the white ray which you have sent out in all its potency, his body will be destroyed. This pure white ray will completely erase every vibration of harm or discord if allowed to complete its perfect work. If resisted, there is nothing but a perfect erasure for the one who holds determinedly to the resistance. His resistance draws to him the whole creative principle. Adversely, as to the square of the resistance set up, the square means multiplying the resistance 4 times. Thus you see that, as you send out good or evil, it will return to you fourfold. You are standing forth as the Lord or giving forth good or God for evil, but, even in this attitude, be truly humble, judge not, place every bit of love you possess upon this pure white ray and see well to it that it is the pure love of God that you are generating and sending forth. As you accomplish this, legions are at your command. You are still meek and humble, willing to follow on with the light. It is the pure light of God that you follow, and that light is life, love, purity and beauty, eternal and profound. There are 7 centers in your body that can be used as reflectors. You can cause these central points to glow with a radiance far greater than any artificial light, and, when you wish to send out this light, it glows with a greater potency and will reach farther than any electrical beam that can be projected. By setting all these centers aglow at the same time, you are completely surrounded by an armor that nothing can penetrate. You can send out the pure white ray of God, so energized that your body actually glows with a brilliancy far greater than that of the noonday sun. You stand forth Lord of creation, the Lord of hosts. You stand forth true and triumphant yet peaceful, loving, God enthroned in your body, and that body beautiful, spiritual, and divine. As these vibrations came to us, the light emanating from the bodies of Jesus and his group was most difficult to behold, yet there was that vibrant brilliancy shining through, which resembled liquid gold. To our vision there seemed to be an indefiniteness, while to all of the other senses there was the solidity of rock. Again the vibrations came. In this way you can make your body completely invisible to mortal sight by focusing your entire thought fully and definitely upon the pure white God ray and letting it go forth from the 7 centers as reflectors, in unison. Then, again you can step right out on either of these rays and present any picture that you wish to those that would do you harm. You can follow on this beam with the exact speed of light, and go where you will, instantly. Your body is invisible to those who do not see through and beyond the mortal. They are aware that there is something they do not understand. Thus, they are susceptible to any picture you wish to present to them. That which they do not understand is mysterious or supernatural, and the faculty which is developed through suspicion or superstition is easily misled. Thus you send out love to those that would do you harm, and the energy they release reflects back to them. The picture of harm they have sent out depicts the lower man of each one fighting that which they believe to be their enemy, when in reality they are fighting the picture of their own lower selves. These pictures change the closest friends into enemies and array brother against brother. Should this band still persist in their threat and attack and raid, they will destroy each other. They now have the opportunity of leaving the district and its inhabitants unmolested, or they will turn and destroy themselves. Man cannot attempt to destroy his brother without meeting the same fate for himself. We send only the pure white ray of God love to them, and if they resist that love with hate, malice, or revenge, they, of their own free will, turn that ray into a flame that will consume them. You need have no fear. We offer only love and have no power to compel them to accept. If the bandits come with love, there will be no conflict. Our cause is already won. At this juncture a call came that there was a messenger approaching the village. We went out to meet him. He told us that the bandits had discontinued their raids and were peacefully encamped about 20 miles from the Tau cross and had not harmed any of the inhabitants or their possessions since the appeal for help, but that they were holding the prisoners as hostages against further resistance. He also said there was a persistent rumor that the band would attack our village within the next day or two if the treasure was not delivered the following day. The messenger brought greetings from the captive people. Every man had offered his life for the protection of the village. The messenger was told that this sacrifice would not be necessary and that he could return with the thanks and deepest appreciation of the villagers for the prophet's service. Chapter IV. We resumed our work next morning with renewed zest, having banished all fear from our thoughts. On the morning of the second day we were working on some of the figures carved in the rock of the canyon wall. Suddenly our attention was drawn to the village sentry, whose position was across the canyon at a greater elevation, affording a much wider outlook. Through our field glasses we saw him signal the village. Soon the villagers were hurrying to and fro, evidently seeking protection in the great gorges deeper in the mountain fastness. All the inhabitants were deeply agitated. As we listened, we could hear the low thundering roar of the advancing horde. One of our party climbed to a higher position which gave a broader view of the situation. He called back, stating that he could see the cloud of dust raised by the horsemen as they advanced toward the entrance of the canyon. We secreted our equipment in a nearby crevasse, joined our associate and found shelter in the surrounding crags and rocks where we could observe the movements of the band. As they entered the canyon, the band halted. 50 horsemen rode forward as an advance guard. Then the whole band moved up the canyon, spurring and lashing their horses into a wild gallop. The clatter and roar of the hoofs over the rocky floor, coupled with shouts of defiance, caused an indescribable din. Had it not been so tragic at the time, it would have been awe-inspiring to witness this great body of horsemen sweeping forward. Our position was very advantageous, as the canyon walls were nearly precipitous so that we could look directly down upon the bandit horde as they swept on with the seemingly irresistible force of a great tidal wave. The advance band of intruders had swept past our position and those in the lead of the main band were fast approaching. We had turned our field glasses on the little village for the moment and observed that it was panic-stricken. One member of our party working on the ledge stopped work and was watching the advancing band. We saw him turn and look through the door leading to the entrance of the center room of the temple. Our field glasses were all centered upon the figure of Jesus as he advanced through the door and stepped upon the ledge, walking directly to the brink and standing for a moment with body magnificently poised. This ledge was about 800 feet above where we were concealed and nearly 3 miles distant. Instantly we realized that he was speaking, and, in another moment, the words came to us clear and distinct. Our associate on the ledge sat down and began taking notes in shorthand, which I did also. Later comparison showed that we heard his words distinctly above the din of the advancing hordes. We were told that he did not raise his voice above his natural well-modulated tones. As Jesus began speaking, a perfect calm came over the entire village and its inhabitants. These are his words, translated into English by Jesus himself. My most fervent prayer will always be that I shall never forget them, though I live to be 10,000 years. The light as I stand alone in your great silence. God my Father, in the midst of me there blazes a pure light and it fills every atom of my whole being with its great radiance. Life, love, strength, purity, beauty, perfection, stand forth in all dominion within me. As I gaze into the very heart of this light, I see another light, liquid, soft, golden white and radiantly luminous, absorbing, mothering and giving forth the caressing fire of the greater light. Now I know that I am God and one with God's whole universe. I whisper to God my Father and I am undisturbed. Still in the silence, yet in this complete silence there exists God's greatest activity. Again, I am undisturbed and complete silence is all about me. Now the radiance of this light spreads to God's vast universe and everywhere I know there is God's conscious life. Again, I say fearlessly, I am God. I am silent and unafraid. I lift the Christ high within me and sing God's praise. In the tones of my music inspiration hums. Louder and louder within me the great mother sings of new life. Louder and clearer with each new day. Inspiration is lifting my conscious thought until it is attuned to God's rhythm. Again, I lift the Christ high and give close ear that I may hear the glad music. My keynote is harmony and the theme of my song is God and God seals my song as truth. Behold I am born anew. A Christ is here, I am free with the great light of your spirit. God my Father, your seal is placed upon my forehead. I accept. I hold your light high. God my Father. Again, I accept. As Jesus ceased speaking, a dazzling ray of pure white light shot out from the center of the solar part of his body. This beam of light extended down the canyon some distance to where the gorge made an abrupt left turn, just ahead of the place where the advance group of horsemen were riding. At the point where the slight beam terminated, a great barrier like a stone wall seemed to rise instantly, and great darts that appeared like flaming arrows shot out from this barrier. The advancing horses stopped so suddenly in their mad forward dash that they unseated a number of their riders. Many of them paused for a moment with their heads and forefeet in the air, then turned and bolted down the canyon completely out of control. When they reached the advance ranks of the main band, those riders that had not been unseated attempted to control their horses but to no avail. These, as well as the riderless horses, plunged on and into the front ranks of the moving band. Here the movements of the front ranks were checked, while the ranks in the rear, not realizing their danger, came on and surged over those in advance, until the canyon below us was a seething mass of men and horses. For an instant all was a dead calm save for the wild screams of frightened men and mad horses, where the wild stampede of the advance riders had clashed with the forward columns of the main band. There, a terrific scene was taking place. The riderless horses, entirely free from restraining hands, had plunged headlong into and over the advanced ranks, unseating many more men, and they with their ungoverned mounts, added to the confusion. The horses began rearing, plunging and screaming, as only dumb animals can, in a moment of uncontrolled and violent fright. This mad melee was communicated through the massed horde in the canyon below us. Suddenly we saw men draw their short swords and slash wildly in every direction. Others drew their firearms and began shooting at men and horses in an attempt to clear the way for an escape. It soon developed into a battle of the survival of the fit. It ended in a mad dash for liberty by those who were fortunate enough to escape the shambles. Leaving the gorge cluttered with great heaps of dead and wounded men and horses, we hurried down to give what aid we could to the wounded. All of the inhabitants and our friends joined us. Messengers were sent out far and wide for assistance. We worked feverishly through the night until after sunup the next morning. As rapidly as we were able to extricate the wounded ones from the terrible debris, Jesus and our friends would take them in hand. When the last man was cared for, we returned to the lodge for breakfast. Much to our surprise, as we entered, we found the black bandit talking to Emil. It was the first time that any of us were conscious that Emil had been present. He saw our look of wonderment and said, "That will keep until later." After the meal was finished, we walked outside with the chief and he told us that Emil and himself had come upon the man seriously wounded and unable to move, as he was held down by his fallen horse. They had freed him and carried him to the temporary shelter where he was made as comfortable as possible. Then they had called our hostess and turned him over to her care. After his wounds were dressed, he asked if she would ask her God to show him what to do to be like her. He also asked her to teach him how to pray. She asked him if he wished to be whole and well and he replied, "Yes, wholly like you." She answered, "Now that you have asked for wholeness, your prayer is answered. You are completely whole now." The man lapsed into a deep slumber. At midnight when our chief made his rounds, he found that the wounds had completely closed and there was not a scar left. The man arose, dressed and volunteered to assist in the rescue work. We also saw a great number that we thought were just slipping into the great shadow, restored completely. Some would cringe in terror at the approach of our friends, so much so, that it became necessary to separate them from the others. After the rescue work was finished, the Black One, as we called him, went about among his wounded associates, doing all he could to alleviate their fears. Many seemed like animals caught in a trap, fearing that a terrible death by torture awaited them, as that was the sentence meted out to them through the law of that land, should a bandit be captured. So definitely had this belief become fixed in their minds that they never responded to the kindness bestowed upon them. They feared they were being nurtured back to health so that the torture would be of greater duration. All were finally healed of their wounds, although a few lingered for months, evidently thinking they were delaying the day of torture. The Black One later organized all of the wounded who would join him into a protective unit against further raids and also induced many of the inhabitants to join this unit. From that time on, we were later informed, the bandit groups never again attempted to raid that district. Later two of our expeditions passed through that territory on their way to the Gobi. This man with his followers conducted them safely through his own district and the adjoining district, a distance of over 400 miles, and neither he nor his followers would accept any compensation for that service. We have been told many times that he has become a great power for good throughout the district, giving his entire life freely to the people without remuneration. Chapter V. By noon of the second day, the wounded had all been cared for and we made a last survey to make sure that there were no more wounded alive among the debris. On our way to the lodge for lunch and much needed rest, one of the party voiced the thought which had been uppermost for hours in all our minds. Why this terrible holocaust, this destruction of life? We were tired to the very marrow of our bones and were completely floored by the shock. The brunt of the rescue work, especially in the early hours, had fallen to our lot, as the inhabitants had stood in such mortal terror of these bandits that it was very difficult to persuade them to lend assistance even after we had freed many from the entangled horses. The villagers could see no reason why they should assist in saving the lives of those who were attempting to take their lives. Many of them have a deep aversion to touching any dead thing. Had it not been for our friends, the inhabitants would have left the scene immediately, never to have returned. As it was, we were weary and heartsick, having undergone the most terrible experience of our whole lives. We arrived at the lodge, refreshed ourselves and sat down at the table completely unnerved. Shortly the food began to appear. We were all alone, our chief having accompanied one or two of our friends and Linchu, the black one, on a trip down the valley. After the meal we retired to our rooms to rest and none of the party awoke till late the next afternoon. While we were dressing, it was suggested that we go directly to our sanctuary, as we called the upper room of the temple. We left the lodge and started to walk to the temple as had been the custom on previous occasions. We had proceeded to the ladder that led to the entrance of the tunnel, when the one who was in advance stopped, with one foot on the first rung, and said, "What has come over us? Just a day or two ago we were in the seventh heaven of delight, going from place to place at will and accomplishing things in 3 months that we had expected would take years to finish. Our food appears on the table, and all of this without the least exertion on our part. Now, suddenly, we have slumped back into our old habits. I want to know why this sudden slump. I can see only one thing. Every one of us has taken upon himself the condition of the experience through which we have passed. This is what is now hampering us, and I for one am through with that thing. It is no part of me whatsoever. It is not mine only as I worship it and hold to it and do not let it go. I step forth out of this condition into a higher and better condition and let go. I am entirely through with it." As we stood and stared at him, we realized he was gone. He had disappeared. We were nonplussed for the moment as we saw this man attain, yet none of us would let go of that which was holding us back, though knowing full well that we were still holding on to a condition that did not concern us in the least. Consequently, we were obliged to climb the ladder, go through the tunnel, then up through the different rooms to reach our objective. When we arrived, we found our associate already there. As we were talking of the accomplishment, Jesus, the other friends, and our chief appeared. They walked into the room through the door that opened onto the ledge. We sat down and Jesus began by saying, "There are so many declaring that they are the sons of God and that they have all that the Father has. They do have all the Father has, but this statement has not been made a fact until they have the courage to take the next step and see themselves as God, one with all that God is. Then they do accomplish. When the one in mortal limited thought sees the Christ stand forth, that finer individuality does radiate light. That one that is projecting the Christ does see with a finer, clearer, and more extended vision. That one sees the higher body of himself vibrating at a higher rate than does his limited body that he also sees. He thinks that these are two bodies. He also thinks that that body is the Christ of another. These which appear to are only in appearance, because he does not believe that he is the Christ. Let this one declare himself the Christ and actually accept it as a fact. That instant, these two merge and that one has brought forth the Christ. Then the Christ stands forth triumphant. Now let him go one step further and declare that the Christ of God stands forth, and that instant he is the Christ of God. Now the Son of God is one with God the Father and he does go directly to the Father. That one must go one more step. This is the greatest and takes the greatest determination, as every fear of mortal thought and limitation must be erased. He must step forth, go forth direct to God the Source, or the Father, and declare definitely and no positively without fear of precedent or superstition, or man-made belief, that he is God, that he is merged wholly or amalgamated with God, that he is this love, wisdom, understanding, that he is substance, that he is every attribute of God the Father, the Source, the Principle. He must accept this in all humility, such as one does show forth God. Through such a one, every one of the God attributes does flow out to the whole world. To that one, nothing is impossible. It is only through such a one that God can express. When you amalgamate yourself with God, nothing is impossible to you. You not only have all the Father has, but you are all that the Father is. You are the Trinity. You are man Christ, Christ of God, God, all three in one. The Holy Spirit abides with you. The Holy Spirit in creative action abides with you. When you accept this, then you, as well as all others, will sing all hail the power of the Christ name, not the name of Jesus the personal but the Christ. Let angels prostrate fall, Bring forth the royal diadem and crown Christ Lord of all. You do not crown the personal Jesus, you crown Christ. The Christ deserves the most magnificent of all royal diadems in the Christly crown. There are no diadems too great or divine for the crown of the triumphant Christ. You see that whosoever will, may come forth and become the triumphant Christ. Whosoever will, let them come. When you say, God, see yourself as God. See God standing forth as you stand forth. God cannot be a bigot or a boaster or an egotist, neither can the Christ, the God-man, the image and likeness of God, be any of these things. You can be just God and so is God-man. I am is in the Father and the Father is in me, are true words. I am and my Father are one in all meekness and almighty greatness. God and all mankind united are almighty, the almightiness of God. That which was born in your so-called iniquitous thought is raised in glory because the thought of iniquity is erased. That which has borne the image of the earthly must and does bear the divine image when you raise up that ideal image. I say to you that now, this instant, is the great opportunity for you to step forth, out of this outer turmoil, into the great peace and blessings of God, and clothe yourself with the light of God, in all meekness. Place the crown of Christ upon your head and, unless you yourself do this, no other can place it there for you. Step up to and be a part of the great white throne, the source. Become one with those that have made the great accomplishment in like manner. Be not only one with God but be God, actually God. Then you can and do present the divine attributes to the whole world. How can God energy get into expression except through man? There is not another organism upon the whole earth that can vibrate at the same rate or frequency, and in consequence, it is so highly organized that it does perceive, then generate and transform this supreme energy, which enables man to express God to the whole world. How can this be done except through the highly organized and perfected body which are when you are in full control of that body? That control means full and complete mastership, messiahship, discipleship. You are only in control of and in perfect harmony with this body when you stand forth in perfect dominion and mastery in all the attributes of the Holy Trinity, the I Am man, the Christ of God. Then combining these three with the highest, God, you are God. This is you, the man of today, all humanity, extending your vision and perceiving the truth about yourselves, that there is a higher and better life for you than the round of mundane experiences. This you perceive as you follow the right used, righteous, path, in harmony and true accord, with the highest ideals you can present, or look forward to or set forth in love, reverence, and worship. The first step, you, man, become the Christ man, the only begotten Son of God. The next step, you become the Christ of God by seeing the Christ man, the Christ of God. You have joined the Christ man to the Christ of God. Then, in order to go direct to the source, you must take these one, God the Father. You have now brought together the I Am man into the Christ man. Then you have transformed this Christ man into the Christ of God, or the Lord God. Then, through your next step, you have transformed the Christ of God into the ever-living God. These which seem to have become one God, God, the Father of all. There is not one thing that will be impossible to you if you do not deviate from this path of righteousness. In this you must be absolutely fearless and true, regardless of what the whole world may think. In standing forth and acknowledging your dominion and at one ment, you are at one with the Father, the outpouring and ever-present supreme principle of all things. With this light does not your Bible present a great allegorical depiction of man's spiritual development and attainment when rightly understood or righteously used? The shaft of light that is pictured as coming to me from heaven, is projected outwardly from my body. It is true that this light is from heaven, as heaven is all about us and is light vibration. The actual focal center or starting point of heaven must be right within my body. Therefore, this heavenly light must come forth from me. The I Am of me must allow this light essence to come in. Then I must generate and transform this light energy so that it can be sent out with any density that God, the I Am, desires. When this is done, nothing can resist the power of this pure light. These are the beams or rays of light that you see emanating from my body when the artist portrayed me at Gethsemane. The beams of light went out from my body instead of coming out of heaven to me. Just so can you transform God power and send it out with such force that it is irresistible. It is the God power, which is recognized all about you, allowed to come in, be generated and transformed within your body. then sent out through the reflector. These things are readily accomplished by all when they stand forth as God, their divine heritage, the Christ of God, all one. This is the divine and definite motto for all humanity. The closer humanity draws to this great healing ray, the earlier will discord and inharmony be erased. If you lie freely in this light vibration, which is the light of the whole world, and all draw near to it, the closer you will draw to man's true abiding place. Thus you find that I am is the light of the whole world. Behold God, the table is spread. Lift up this mighty one of God, this I am. Lift this body to God, and you and all are crowned Lord of all. You do place the crown upon your own head. None can do this for you. Chapter VI. My only apology for dwelling in detail upon the experiences of these few days in regard to the bandits is to portray as conclusively as possible the power of one man clothed completely in his divine right of dominion and mastery, to turn the energy and zeal exerted and sent out by a great lawless horde to the complete protection of himself and the whole district. This protection was not only afforded, but the energy and zeal released by the horde was so great that when it was magnified, energized, and returned, it caused those that were destroyed to turn upon and destroy themselves. It also afforded complete protection to the whole countryside for many miles around, although the inhabitants were outnumbered by the bandits at least 3 to 1 and they had no visible weapons of defense. As soon as the excitement and the shock of the previous days had abated, we returned to our work with renewed interest. The Easter season was fast approaching and we wished to complete our work in this locality in order to return to India. From this time on our work drew rapidly to a close. The last details preparatory to the return were completed the day before Easter. We looked forward to Easter Sunday as a day of complete rest and relaxation. On our way to the temple, long before dawn, we found Chanda Sen seated in the garden. He arose to accompany us, saying that our chief would meet us in the sanctuary. He suggested that we return to India by way of Lhasa, thence to Muktanath through the Trans-Himalaya Pass to Kandanath, thence to Darjeeling. As we reached the foot of the ladder which led to the temple entrance, we halted for a moment to view the approaching dawn. Chanda Sen placed one hand upon the ladder and stood as though about to ascend to the tunnel entrance. In this attitude he began talking. Light does not comprehend darkness, as it shines through darkness. When Jesus saw that he was to be betrayed by Judas, he said, "Now is the Son of Man glorified, and God is glorified in him." The mastermind did not say, "Judas betrayed me." He did not refer to Judas at all. He understood and held only to the allness of the glorified Christ of God flowing through himself. Thus we see that perfect mutual action works out all in harmony in its own way. Now you can say, Christ, stand forth more and more definitely, so definite that you are myself. In fact, now are we one body, one mind, one spirit, one whole, complete principle. You are I am. Together we are God. The moment he ceased speaking we were in our sanctuary, the center room of the Tau Cross Temple. We had scarcely composed ourselves when Jesus and a number of others, including our chief, entered the door that communicated with the ledge. As they entered, a great burst of light filled the room. Greetings were exchanged and we were introduced to the stranger who entered with them. He appeared to be an elderly man, yet very vital. We were told that he was one of the munis who had charge of the caves near Hastinapur. He was returning to that district and would accompany us. He had known the great Rishi Vegas and also had met Rishi Agastya, whose hermitage is located in that most lovely yet secluded spot. We were overjoyed at our good fortune. We formed a circle and, placing both hands, palms down, upon the table, stood in deep silence for a few moments. Although there was not a word uttered, the room was completely filled with a strange, pulsing, vibrating emanation. It was an entirely different sensation from anything we had ever experienced and at first seemed to overwhelm us. The rocks pulsated and vibrated with a resonant musical tone. This lasted only a few moments. When the stillness was broken we were told that this morning we would see the creation of the universe in pictures. These pictures would be a representation of that which happened when our universe came into existence. We stepped through the door, out upon the ledge, and walked to the edge. It was still an hour before sunrise. The dead calm of the absolute silence enshrouded us. The time was propitious for the unfolding of another birth. We were looking out and out into infinite space, our souls eager and expectant. The Muni began by saying, "There are but two events in the world, That which was in existence before consciousness began to assert itself, is now, and ever shall be, and the things that humanity has thought and will think about, that which was before consciousness began, is eternal. That which humanity thinks is changeable and inconstant, that which was, before consciousness began, is truth. That which humanity thinks is truth to them. When the law of truth comes to consciousness, it will erase all that humanity has ever thought erroneously. As the centuries roll on and push back the material veil by the process of evolution, thoughts come through the mind of humanity that revert back to truth, or, as we call it, the original cosmic fact. And these thoughts that fill the memory of the past, faced with the facts of the present and overshadowed by prophecies of the future, stand out definitely upon the path of the whole evolving race consciousness. Thus the race is called back again and again to the original existing principle. By this return and repetition, humanity has shown that creation is eternal, the same with all mankind. But mankind's creatures are always changing, and they are under a manifestation of law called action and reaction. When human beings have gone far enough in their creation of creatures, the great absolute law of truth takes a hand in bringing them face to face with the original plan. Thus we see that cosmic law never allows life to run too far in a tangent. This law is always polarized in equalization, balance, and harmony. In spite of idols or creeds, it will crowd mankind on into complete union with absolute realities. All things that are not in perfect accord and union with actual, existing cosmic fact, must erase themselves when the absolute law of truth holds sway in the human consciousness. The thoughts of humanity are always so formed as to release their imperfect creations, that are only born of half-truths. When truth arrives, cosmic absolute law must be fully satisfied. Thinking, speaking, or acting the law of reality is bound eventually to lead humanity into law or reality itself. The ancients tell us that every tree that the Heavenly Father has not planted within you, will be uprooted. Let them alone, blind leaders of the blind. If the blind always led the blind, shall they not fall into the same ditch? The cycle is fast closing, in which the blind of the whole race have led the blind into a welter of ignorance, superstition, and delusion created by those who believe as human beings think, rather than that which is true and real. The civilization that has risen on the delusions and superstitions of the closing centuries is submerging itself in the welter. Through the pain and tragedy of their misappropriated creations, a new race consciousness has been conceived and is fast evolving. In fact, the door is opening wide for its new birth. There is no other course than to go on from one plane of consciousness to a higher and more advanced step in the actual cosmic path. The only condition forbidden in the vibration of the great cosmos is that quality of thought which allows the human race to become so solidly fixed in what it believes that, if it clings desperately to its old delusions and will not let go, it can in no way come into the greater expanse of universal thought. Those thus absorbed in personal consciousness must go on through natural exhaustion of beliefs and experiences until they fail to go forward. Then, of its own accord, absolute law wields a progressive hand through disease, pain, and loss, until the human is satisfied and turns to find the curse of a false idea within the idea itself. If a race or nation refuses to let go of things created by a portion of human thought instead of that which really exists, the law takes a hand in its progress by allowing the accumulated vibrations sent out by such a condition to reflect back upon itself through the light ray. Then with war, strife, discord, and death on every hand, that race or nation is wiped out, in order that it may be placed again in a new uplift of creation. Thus it can begin over again in a new contact with that which was before the beginning of human consciousness. Civilization today is fast approaching a great reconstructive moment. All things that seem so stable and well-founded now will soon be immersed in a state of inversion. Every tree that has not been planted by truth will be uprooted. There is approaching a complete cosmic overthrow of the present social, political, financial, and religious institutions that will make room for the placing of the new era in order that humanity may come in closer touch with that which is and was established before the present human consciousness submerged and set it aside. Truth waits on with attentive, loving, and radiant beneficence until man will see that he can embrace and become the consciousness of that which has always existed. Humanity is taking a forward step from the cradle stories of the former generation, and their creations are no longer of any avail to the arisen individuality and spiritual discernment of the consciousness of the generation that is fast approaching. Delusions, traditions, and superstitions are nearing the end. It is also true of the civilization which they established. The old idols are good enough for the infantile consciousness that is nearing an impasse. Their delusion has caused their undoing, as they are proved to be only cradle stories woven by a mastercraft of priesthood and preceptor to lull into false sleep the crying infants of an evolving race. Those who saw further afield did not cry and thus were not lulled to sleep. Most of them saw that the cradle stories were not true, and many stepped boldly forth to erase the untruth, as they saw directly through to the absolute, that which has always existed and which has always been seen and known, the contacted directly by a portion of mankind. From this portion there will arise a new and more vitalizing consciousness, fully awake and ready to erase the idols that man has set up for his fellow man to follow, and make room for the new ideals which are as old as creation's dawn. These will demand of those who teach, lead, or inspire the race consciousness, that they shall do it from a plane of actual living contact, so high that there can be no mistake or contradiction, and on a plane of interpretation that is so simple that it cannot be misunderstood. The awakening tiger of higher intelligence and spirituality will refuse to sleep again, as it is already ravaged with the fragments of the past and disappointed with the torture of misplaced confidence. It will demand a stronger and more vital thought with instruction based upon truth itself. The multitudes are now listening, over the heads of past centuries with their creed-bound traditions, to the old message that to the newly born is working its unfoldment into the hearts and lives of mankind. This new old message is the clarion call that is heard above the changing voices of creed-bound priesthood. It is louder than the voice of battle. It is louder and clearer than the muffled contradictions of financial, industrial, political, and religious lies. In spite of the creed-bound thoughts of a portion of humanity, their traditional and idolized ideas of God, of Christ and man, of self, of life and death, all must go, and in the absolute freedom from these preconceived ideas there must pass and thus be erased all that was built upon them. There is looming upon the horizon of this new approach a redemption that has an entirely new meaning. This new multitude, coming out of this clearer vision and more definite perception, is redeemed through deeper revelation emanating out of all races and all people. That emanation is the one life that is in all and through all. In spite of the delusion-bound multitude, their clinging hands and cringing attitude, a greater and more noble vista of the expanding horizon of God, the Christ of man, the Christ of God, of self, and death itself, is looming, and another cycle of spirit is dawning for the whole world. Another age of the crystal race is coming up out of the maelstrom. Whenever a people or nation think of God as absolute, that people or nation is God, for God is established unto them, as they love, worship, and reverence that ideal, they do become God. In the fullness of time they have reached their heritage, that which was first and is established in spirit. Whenever an individual thinks of God, he is God. God is established unto him. Breathe life into humanity. It means the same. God. In this greater understanding of cosmic revelation, men find God the same as God was before human consciousness began to manifest, the same yesterday, today, and forever. There is slowly rising from the ashes of orthodoxy the actual temple not made by hands, eternal in heaven, in man. A great new race of thinkers is coming to the fore with Herculean strides. Soon the tides will surge over the earth to sweep away the debris of delusion which has been strewn over the paths of those who are struggling along under the load of evolution. The work is already accomplished. Hundreds of millions are re-released with their heart, soul, body, and instinct free. They are the throbbing pulse of an unborn race that is again heir to the ages. I see them stepping across the ages, walking hand in hand with God. Great waves of wisdom flood toward them from the eternal shores of the infinite. They dare to step forth and declare themselves a part of eternal God, eternal Christ, God and man one eternally with eternal life. They dare to step forth and declare to heaven that much that is written by man is a lie and in terrible blindness wrought. This new pulse consciousness is the crest of the wave that rests on the new race consciousness. This new race sees man, himself, the highest expression on this planet, and one with God through the medium of his life, and it sees that his whole supply flows through that life itself. This race knows that man can live consciously in a perfect universe with perfect people and in perfect accord with perfect situations and conditions, with absolute assurance that there is not an error in the great spiritual plan of the cosmos. Man sees God as cosmic spirit pervading everything. Then, with the subtleties of mind through his thought, He does not hesitate to review the fundamentals that have placed him where he is and made him that which he is. Thus he is again one with his sources. He knows that this source is the ever-silent side of his God mind linked consciously in thought and amalgamated with infinite mind. This new race understands that, through sun and shadow, without the bitterness, the soul's true quest for love and true peace is the truth of God and man. This race does not hesitate to strip the swaddling clothes of delusion from the whole human race. The gaunt spectre which for ages has bound the feet of the weak and doubting ego man, through his own ignorance, will be completely erased. He finds he has erased his ever-limitation through his true selfhood, completely arisen. He has raised himself from man, to God. Chapter B. After a short period of rest, as the first rays of the sun came over the distant horizon, the Muni stood up and said, "With me are those who have learned many things which the Father sees for humanity. They see with the comprehension of that which penetrates spirit. Thus the whole wide world comes under their vision. They see that which humanity feels. Thus they are able to assist humanity in fulfilling its desires. They also hear thousands of sounds usually inaudible, like the song of the hummingbird, the sounds made by the newly hatched robin, the notes of the field cricket, some of which sing at 15,000 vibrations a second, and many other musical sounds far above the range of the human ear. They are also able to feel, control, and send out inaudible sounds that are capable of producing types of emotional feelings such as love, peace, harmony, and perfection that benefit the whole world. The vibrations of the feelings of abundance and great joy can also be amplified and sent out by them so that they surround and interpenetrate all humanity to such an extent that, if he will, each unit of the human family may have them. When this condition is acknowledged to exist, each human unit cooperates by amplifying and sending out these vibrations. Then, the very thing that humanity is in need of is crystallized into form around or among its units, or people. Their desires are accomplished. When the necessary vibrations are set into activity, the units of humanity cannot escape the actual presence of these. In this way, all of humanity's perfect desires are crystallized into actual form. The vast sea of God's creative, unlimited, moving space is crystal clear, yet it is completely full of vibrating, emanating energy, and that emanating energy is known as aqueous substance, in which all substance or elements are in soluble form or suspended in harmonious relation, ready to respond to the call of the vibratory rate that will allow them to coalesce into form. When the proper vibratory influence is set up through the thoughts of the human unit, cooperating with the whole, the elements, having no other course, rush in and fill the mold set by the desire. This is absolute law and none can stay its true course. Listen, an organ is playing in very low bass notes. Now let us first lower these notes so that they are no longer audible to us. The feeling or emotion of the sound we have experienced still lingers, does it not? The vibration is going on just the same, although it is inaudible. Now let us carry these notes up and up through the scale until they are so high that they are again inaudible. The feeling or emotion still lingers, the high vibration is going on just the same. We know that neither of the influences ever ceases although out of range of our physical ear. This is what we designate as spirit. When the physical loses control, spirit takes control, and that control is much more definite, as it has a much wider range of vibration than the mere physical and is much more susceptible to the control of thought influences or vibrations. Since thought is much closer allied to and coordinated with spirit, the physical is limited to the body and does not extend from or away from it. The physical is limited, too, entirely to the actions of the body but not to its reactions. When it comes to body reactions we are spirit, if we define it as spirit. Thus you can see how the physical body is limited. Spirit not only penetrates every atom of the so-called physical, it also interpenetrates the minutest part of all substance, whether it be solid or gaseous. In fact, it is the force in which the mold is wrought that substance takes its various patterns from. In no other way can substance take its various forms. Man is the only projector and coordinator of these various patterns that substance assumes. Allow me to digress for a brief moment of explanation. You see the great central sun of our universe blazing forth in all its magnificent splendor, and, as the horizon gradually withdraws and exposes to our view a new day, a new epoch, a new Easter is born. This so-called universe of ours that rotates around that central sun is but one of 91 such universes that rotate around a central sun. This sun is 91,000 times larger than the whole or combined mass of all the 91 universes. This central sun is so colossal that each of the 91 universes, rotating around it in perfect order and sequence, is as small in comparison as the minute particles that spin around the central sun or nucleus of an atom, as you call it. It takes this universe over 26,800 years to accomplish one turn of its orbit around this great central sun. It moves in exact order with one complete precession of Polaris or the North Star. Do you doubt there is a great positive divine power controlling all? Let us return to our observations. Look closely. A picture is forming and on the film is the white globular disk of the sun. A spot of red is forming on the white disk. Now look more closely and you will see that a tiny point of pure white light has flashed out from the red disk. This is not a beam of light. It is a running point of pure light, the spark of life, emitted and included with that which is to be born. It is but a tiny point of light to you, yet it is huge to those who can view it at close range. How strange it seems to you. In a very short space of time, you will be looking through an instrument that assists your eye to see all these things. This will also reveal to humanity many more wonders. For millions of ages the great central sun has drawn to itself the throbbing, pulsating, yet harmonious emanations of energy which must give forth of itself or burst asunder. Observe that a great nebulous gaseous mass has burst forth from the sun. You have observed in pictures the birth of the planet Neptune, which is now a great mass of macrocosmic particles or atoms that have been ejected from the parent sun with great force and power. While it is nebulous and indistinct, the point of light that appeared before the final expulsion took place is the central sun that has the power to attract to itself and hold together even the minutest particles as well as those of larger dimensions that have been given forth from the parent sun. Your first thought is that an explosion has taken place and that particles of the sun have been shot into space. Stop a moment and observe what has really happened. Why do the particles and gases cling close together and form a definite circular pattern? It is because of the intelligent law back of and guiding it, in perfect order and harmony. This is proof that it is no accident but is in perfect order and sequence governed by law that never fails. This point of light or central nucleus is the central spark or sun, the Christ of humanity around which all humanity revolves. This is determined spirit force. This law prevails throughout all units of humanity. The central spark is a point of pure white light, the Christ which penetrated the first cell. Then it expands, divides, and gives off that light to another cell, which is born of its division but held together by a coexisting and cohesive force which is called love. These particles are nourished and held together just as the mother holds and nourishes the child. It is in reality a child of the sun, which contains within itself the nucleus of central sun. That nucleus is the image and likeness of the parent that has just given it forth. As soon as it has come forth from the parent, this central sun has the same power to draw to itself, consolidate, and hold the vibrant emanating energy that surrounds it and which is necessary for its life and growth. It does finally consolidate the most extended orbit of our universe. When Neptune first came forth and the central sun began to draw energy to itself, mostly from its parent, the sun, the atom began to consolidate into its form. That is, it began to shape itself into the pattern that was projected for it before its birth. It occupied what is known as the cradle orbit, the orbit within the orbit, which Mercury occupies today. In this orbit, the child is able to draw its substance from the parent more successfully, as it is much nearer to the parent. As it drew substance from its parent, it began to consolidate into form. Instead of remaining mere gaseous vapors in the nebulous state, the chemical elements began to segregate and consolidate. The resultant solids from chemical action began to consolidate and rock structure began to form under intense heat and pressure. As this semi-liquid substance became more consolidated, it began to cool on the surface and a crust formed. This crust became heavier and more dense, both by the cooling process and by the assimilation of particles upon and adding them to the outside of the crust. When this crust became strong enough to hold the revolving mass together, this mass became the primary rock structure of the planet, with a semi-liquid molten mass at its center. Then, from the resultant gases and vapor, water began to appear as the product of the union of these gases. The nebula then became worthy of the name planet. It was now fast evolving toward a condition where it could sustain life, yet it must go on for eons of time, adding to its structure, particle by particle. From the outside, the continued cooling of the central mass brought it nearer and nearer to perfection. Before its atmospheric, chemical conditions and surface were ready to bring forth life organisms and maintain those life organisms. At this juncture the parent sun began to give birth to another atom. As this expulsion was completed, Uranus was born. The extra force emitted with the expulsion threw Neptune out of its cradle or smaller orbit into a more extended one. It was compelled to take the orbit now occupied by Mercury, to make room in the cradle orbit for the newborn child, Uranus, in order that it might receive its nourishment from the parent until its nebulous structure became a planet. Again conditions settle down and go well for a long period of time. Neptune, the first child, is growing up and coming nearer to the conditions where it can support life. In fact, amoebic forms are appearing in its clouded, brackish water, or inland seas. Then another atom is ready to come forth and Saturn is born. The extra force given out at the time of this expulsion sends Uranus out of the cradle orbit, and it also sends Neptune out of the orbit now occupied by the planet Venus. Neptune was now sufficiently cooled and its surface developed to a stage where it was able to support life. It was upon this planet, as it occupied this orbit, that the conditions for the support and nourishment of human life, which the Earth enjoys today, were brought to the stage where the human life element could attach itself to the select amoeba necessary for the support and manifestation of the human form. Thus came into existence the first human race, not the animal amoeba, but the human amoeba, the amoeba of selective type and character, with intelligence that could and did shorten the process of evolution. Upon this planet conditions were perfect for selective human development, and this development came on at a rapid pace. There were no lower animal organisms, thus animal life did not develop. The planet was occupied by superior human beings who rapidly developed into a perfect human race who were all able to supply and support themselves directly from cosmic or aqueous substance. Thus they would have been termed gods upon this earth. Many of the legends and myths of today have their inception in and are built around this great people. They were exactly like the principle that brought them into existence. This race, through their ability to express beauty and perfection, began to surround themselves with perfect and beautiful conditions. In fact, they built the planet into a paradise of beauty and perfection. It was intended that this race should forever maintain this perfect condition which they had accomplished by absolute control of all the elements. Thus, when they put forth a desire, it was fulfilled instantly. As time moved on, some began to evidence inactivity and selfishness in attempting to outdo their fellow man. This condition brought on divisions, and divisions brought on selfishness and greed, which caused dissensions. The time that should have been spent in creating for service and advancement was dissipated in strife and contention. Instead of holding closely to their source, they were differing and separating widely, until all but a few lost that which was high and noble. All but the few let go of their security and protection. This caused a vortex to gather around the planet, instead of holding to the perfect patterns of the divine, whereby they could have accomplished a complete universe of divine attributes upon divine planets. They gave way to such an extent that when the next outburst occurred, it was so enormous that when the nebula was consolidated, the resulting planet was larger in mass than all of those which had previously come forth. Thus the great planet Jupiter came forth. The excess energy given out was so gigantic that it swept Saturn out of the cradle orbit into the orbit now occupied by Mercury. The outburst was so tremendous and the solar system so filled that great quantities of asteroids formed, arrayed, and aligned themselves around Saturn. Being of a different polarity, they could not coalesce with Saturn. Thus they were independent, and their only alternative was to align themselves around the planet of Saturn as bands of asteroids. As such they are commonly called the rings of Saturn. Some of these asteroids are as large as planets. The force swept Neptune, the great and beautiful, out into the orbit now occupied by the Earth. All of its magnificence, with its great inhabitants, save a few, were swept away. Those who were preserved had never let go of their divine heritage, and they had so constituted their bodies that they could seek safety in the emanations of the spirit sphere, which is all around and interpenetrates the 91 universe is now in existence. In this condition they have been able to preserve their identity and knowledge and give it out, so that it will never pass out of existence. It is through and by these ideals that we live today. We claim kinship with these great ones. They compose the root race of humanity. By them the ideals of humanity have been preserved and the godhead of man has been maintained. Then followed many millions of eons of time needed for the nebula of Jupiter to take form as a planet. So enormous is its size that it has cooled but little even today. Time again passes on with swift wings and the sun is ready to give birth to the fifth nebula. And Mars, the blood-red planet, is brought into existence. As this expulsion is complete, we see the phenomenon happening in mighty Jupiter. A huge red spot has suddenly developed on her side and she is expelling a great portion of herself. She has given birth to a satellite which is called a moon. There is such an excess of force set up as the two expulsions take place that the giant Jupiter is thrown out of the cradle orbit and room is made for the planet Mars. As the giant Jupiter occupies its new orbit, the whirling nebulous form is in no way able to gather to itself the great mass of particles that were expelled at the time of its birth. These particles were so far flung that they came within the influence of Neptune, Uranus, Saturn, and Mars, but, being of a different polarity, they could not be assimilated by those planets. They became separate asteroids without planetary polarity, thus they cannot take their place as planets and rotate in order and unison around the central sun. Consequently, they fly into space as vast swarms of meteors, with no rhythm of movement, speeding with fearful velocity, to collide with and embed themselves in the surface of other planets or to be torn to pieces through the impact of collision. Also, in their mad rush through space, minute particles are carried away until they will gradually return to the aqueous mass, where they can be again taken up and assimilated by the great central sun, to be given off again as nebulae at the birth of other planets or atoms. Now comes the outburst that gives birth to the nebula that finally forms our Earth. Mars is thrown out of the cradle orbit and our Earth takes its place. Thus all of the planets are sent out into another orbit, to give space for the new child. Then Venus is born. In like manner the Earth and all other planets or atoms are thrown into ever-expanding orbits in order to make room in the cradle for the newborn planet or atom. Then Mercury is born, throwing the other planets or atoms into another widened orbit, making up the full complement of planets that are visible through astronomy today. 8 in all. There are really 9, as the cradle orbit is not occupied by Mercury, it is occupied by the last nebula, or child, but that nebula has not consolidated into form so that it can be seen. It is there, nevertheless, and its influence is felt. Thus the universe that our Earth is a part of contains 9 planets or atoms with their 9 orbits, which they follow in mathematical precision around the central sun or nucleus. You have been shown pictures of this creation as it came into being through orderly sequence. Something is happening to Neptune, the farthest removed planet from the sun, with the greatest orbit. It has reached maturity and also its limit in velocity. It has received its full light charge and is ready to come forth as a sun. It is going into decline as the new nebula begins to take form and the sun is ready to give birth to the 10th nebula. Before this expulsion takes place, Neptune has reached its limiting velocity in its spin around the central sun. It flies into space and explodes, then returns again to the aqueous. There it can again be taken up by the central sun, to add more energy to that sun, in order that more planets or atoms may come forth. In the universe of which our Earth is a part, there can be but 9 planets or particles spinning around the central sun at one time. Thus it is a constant round of birth, consolidation, then expansion, reaching the limiting velocity, flying off into space, exploding, disintegrating, then reassimilating by the sun in order to give forth new birth. Thus the sun is reassembling from the aqueous, that which it sends out to again become aqueous. It is a continuous renewal through regeneration into new birth. Were it not for this process, the great central sun of the 91 universes, as well as the central suns of the different universes, would have been consumed long ago and all would have returned to the infinite in which all substances exist. A wise intelligence that pervades all emanations and space calls the universes into form and starts them on their onward march. The sun or central nucleus never grows old nor dies. It accepts, absorbs, holds and consolidates, then gives birth to the atom. Yet it never diminishes, as it is forever receiving and absorbing into itself that which it is giving out. Thus regeneration and rebirth are going on all the time. Universes are being formed, expanding, and returning that which they have received. There is one round of progression from a low to a higher, then on to higher attainment. The galaxy of 91 universes that our Earth and its galaxy of planets or atoms are one part of, is but one galaxy in a still wider flung universe of 91 galaxies that revolve around a still greater central nucleus or sun that has a mass 91,000 times greater than the first galaxy mentioned. This condition goes on and repeats itself by 91, almost indefinitely, the whole making up the great and infinite cosmos, the galaxies that comprise the Milky Way, as you call it. This cosmos is often called the atomic heat ray, the source of the sun's heat. This is not a cloud of stars in which your sun belongs. It is a nebula born or expelled from the great cosmic central sun or nucleus just mentioned. The sun, as you see it located in this nebula, is but a portion of the light rays from the sun. These particular rays are bent at an angle as they enter mass, then are reflected, until these bent and distorted rays make up the image of the sun and place it in a false position. These rays are reflected back so distinctly that you think you are actually looking at the sun. In like manner, many other planets or atoms are distorted by this phenomenon. Where there seem many, there are few in comparison, yet the total number of the actual is calculated in many millions. By looking at the picture closely, you will see that these nebulae or their suns are not disks but globular and round, flattened at the poles just as our Earth is flattened. In looking at them, you are only observing the great flattened polar area. The stupendous mass of the great cosmic sun exerts so profound an effect upon light rays that they are reflected completely around the cosmos. They are also definitely affected and reflected by coming in contact with the atomic or cosmic rays, and their particles are thrown out of place to such an extent that thousands of images of planets and stars are reflected from one collection. Thus thousands of planets and stars appear to be misplaced and many more thousands of the images are again reflected. When we look through the universe, the images show both sides and we see the light that was released hundreds of millions of years before, which has made the complete round of the cosmos. Thus we get two images instead of one. One image is of the planet as it was hundreds of thousands of years ago, while the other is as it was hundreds of millions of years ago. This follows through the whole great cosmic order. In many instances we are actually looking at the great past, and we can also see into the future by the same means. There is an invisible connection, like the thought or heart impulse amplified billions of cycles through which spiritual orders go forth, that controls all of the universes. These great throbbing impulses or heart throbs go out through the intelligence which pervades the aqueous that surrounds the cosmos, which is its spiritual counterpart. It is these gigantic heart throbs that send the life currents into every atom of the complete cosmos, and keep them moving in perfect order and rhythm. In this infinite cosmos vastness, there can be no sick or discordant cells, as one sick or discordant cell would throw all out of unison. Then for a time chaos would result. This also pertains to the human organism when disturbed by discordant thought. It was from this central control that the term Godhead was evolved. The heartbeat of the human unit corresponds to this heart throb. Although in miniature, man is from and is a counterpart of the intelligence which has control of the whole aqueous source. He is coexistent with the source and draws all direct from that great aqueous reservoir, just as the great central sun draws from that source, but in greater degree because of his union with the greater intelligence which is directing the source. Man, the unit of humanity, is a well-organized divine universe, though infinitesimal compared with the great whole of the universes. Yet man, as the unit of humanity, when he assumes and takes actual charge of his divinity, is most necessary, as he is of the great intelligence that is before and in control of the whole divine plan of all the universes. Thus, should all the universes be destroyed, man, in complete cooperation with primal intelligence which interpenetrates and pervades all emanations in the aqueous as well as down to the lowliest physical forms, starting with light emanation, could rebuild all the universes. Should such a catastrophe occur, man not only has the power but is the power that does resolve himself back into primal intelligence wherein there is no destruction. When quiet again reigns and harmony is restored, it matters not to man, when he is back into primal intelligence, how many billions of ages pass to bring about primal perfection in order that the whole process may be started over again. Here man maintains oneness with infinity and can afford to wait until the time is ripe for the bringing forth of the universes. Then with the preserved consciousness of former experiences, he is better equipped to assist in the bringing forth of a more perfect and lasting condition. In this, man can never fail, as he is more definite than any form, and failure is not written in his horizon or in his consciousness. the infinitesimal becomes the infinite of all forms. When the wise sage says, I am deathless, ageless, eternal, there is not a thing in life or light that I am not. He is looking into and sees this vista. This is true divinity. The ascension is truly his. Chapter VI. When the speaker closed, we realized that the sun was well past the meridian. We sat there, not spellbound, but enraptured, as we were actually enclosed in the vista that had been set before us. Where had the horizon gone? We had dropped it entirely. We were in and of infinity. The infinite was ours for the reaching out and acceptance of it. Do you wonder? Could we grasp the magnitude of who we were, where we were, and the importance of our place in the great plan of the cosmos? Not yet, dear friends, not yet. Would the world accept it? We did not know. We had looked into the long, long past. What the future portends we know not until we have proved it by actually living the present. What the past has been for millions of years we have seen. We were aware that the sun was shining, but there was such a crystal brightness back of the sunlight that the sun seemed to darken. We collected our notes and moved toward the entrance of our sanctuary. As we projected the impulse to take the step, we were traveling on beams of light rays. Thus we entered the room, yet there were no limiting walls. The cosmos still enraptured and enthralled us. Could it be that we were an intricate part of this giganticity? The gigantic lies prostrate before the grandeur of the surroundings. We sat down and allowed the silence completely to immerse us. Not a word was spoken. We were not even conscious of the passing of time until someone announced that the table was spread. The meal was of keen momentary pleasure, but the keynote of our whole lives was the hours that had just passed. The sun had again reached the horizon and was fast disappearing as we arose from the table and walked out upon the ledge. What a vista lay before us. It was not sunset. It was eternity. Just a brief chapter being enacted for us. And here were our dear friends living with it chapter by chapter. Do you wonder that their lives are immortal? Do you wonder that we called them masters? Yet not a hint of this ever passed their lips. We asked, may we call you masters? Their answer was, sons, we are but yourselves. Oh, the beauty, the simplicity. Why can we not be as beautifully humble? As we were preparing to leave the ledge, instead of going down the stairs as we anticipated, we walked to the brink. No sooner had we reached the edge than we were all in the garden of the lodge. Not one of our party was conscious of what had taken place. We were not cognizant of going through the air or of any movement at all. By this time we were so accustomed to surprises that we simply accepted the situation. From the garden we walked to the village and found that all was in readiness for an early start, and that a number of the villagers had left a break trail through the snow that still blanketed the mountain past a depth of 10 or 12 feet. This pass was about 50 miles from the village at an elevation of 12,000 feet above sea level. A large portion of the country is rugged and very difficult to travel over. It is accustomed to pack the trail through the snow the day previous to its use so that the packed snow will freeze, thus supporting men and animals. We arose long before dawn to find that every detail had been attended to. Just and the Muni were to accompany us. The entire village had assembled to bid us Godspeed. We all regretted the necessity of leaving this village where we had spent 2 winters. We had formed a deep attachment for every one of the people there and knew that this feeling was reciprocated. They were simple, kindly folks. In order to show their appreciation, many went with us 5 or 6 miles. We exchanged our last farewells and were again on our way to India. Before we were actually to look down upon the southern slopes of the Himalayas, months would have elapsed. As we walked along with the main body of the caravan, we became conscious that we were walking without effort. At times we seemed to see some point on the trail ahead, like a vision. The instant the point became definite, we were there, sometimes miles ahead of the main caravan. At the noon hour, we found fires going and a meal prepared by 3 of the villagers who had stopped for this purpose. After lunch they returned to the village. We were told that the others had preceded us so that the trail through the snow over the summit would be easy to walk upon. Our camp was also ready for occupancy. All was prepared for us until we had crossed the pass and came down into the valley of Jamanuchu River. There we overtook the advance party of villagers. They had gone to all this trouble in order that we might be assured safe conduct through the rugged mountainous country. They left us here, as travel was easy through the valley. I am purposely introducing this brief description to show, in a general way, the hospitality of these simple, kindly people throughout the whole trip to Lhasa. Seldom did we meet the cruel, austere native of Tibet that so many travelers love to write about. We followed down the valley of the Jamanuchu, then up a tributary of that stream to the great Tonjnajung Pass, then down the tributary of that Sanpu or Brahmaputra to Lhasa, where a welcome awaited us. When we came within sight of the city, we felt we were nearing a Taos Pueblo. One could imagine oneself standing before such a pueblo as we looked around on all sides. The palace of the great Dalai Lama or overlord of all Tibet stands out as the one great jewel of the whole city. While this city is the temporal head of Tibet, the deeper spiritual head is the living Buddha. He is supposed to rule spiritually through the mysterious hidden city or center called Shambhala, the celestial. To visit this sacred place was one of our fondest hopes. It is supposed to be buried deep under the sands of the Gobi. We entered the city, accompanied by our escort, and were conducted to our lodgings where our comfort had been provided for. A great crowd stood around outside for hours to get a look at us. As white people had seldom visited the city, we were invited to go to the monastery the next morning at 10 and were told that we must make our every wish known, as all would deem it a special pleasure to serve us. We had an escort wherever we went and a guard was stationed at our door to keep out the curious, as the inhabitants of Lhasa are accustomed to walk into each other's homes unannounced. We were the only diversion in their lives and could not blame them for their expressions of curiosity. If one of us went out alone they would crowd around with the evident intention of finding out whether or not we were ill, and sometimes this inspection proved rather disconcerting for the recipient of the inspection. The next morning we were up early, completely refreshed and prepared to go to the monastery to meet the high priest who had preceded us only 2 days. As we left the city with our guard, it looked as if all of the inhabitants had turned out to do us honor. As we approached the monastery, the high priest came out to meet us and, to our surprise, Emil and his mother were with him. It was a wonderful meeting. The priest seemed like a boy again, saying that he had wanted to see Emil or someone of our friends. He felt that he had failed in many things and wanted to talk to them in order to get a more complete understanding. He also gave us our first news of the little home that had been erected in the village where he had charge. We found him speaking English fluently and very anxious to learn. We went to the lamasery where all were made comfortable. Turning to Emil's mother, the priest said, "Power is the demonstration of the active principle of God. My father, it is always the constructive activity. There is never too much or too little of God's perfect activity and manifestation, and God never fails, is never inactive. God principle is always working constructively. I command that I do stand forth and that I am in perfect harmony with the active God principle, and that alone." Here Emil's mother took up the thought, "You can go on still further and say just as definitely, I pour this divine flame through you, my physical body, and you are transmuted into that pure substance, which only God principle sees. Now it becomes necessary for you to accept and expand your consciousness to the God consciousness, and you, yourself, revel in God. You do actually become God, one with the Most High. Man belongs in this higher state. Here man is one with the essence of all things. He is truly God. Here no division can exist. Do you not see that man himself can become God or demon? Can you not see that man's true vibratory sphere is the whole vibratory sphere of God if he lives in that sphere? This is the only scientific sphere, the only place for man, and the only place where he can bring forth God and be one with God. Such a man is certainly more than the human concept of man. Do you not see then, that you belong to and are of God's kingdom and not that of any demon which is created by man's own imaging faculty? Then, is it not a perfectly scientific and logical fact that man is and can be God, or that he may image himself out of the God kingdom and, therefore, create for himself a demoniacal realm which may seem real to him? I leave you to be the judge. This is the only issue upon which humanity stands or falls. There is but one choice, one purpose, one truth, and one science, and this makes you free. You become God or servants, as you choose. Stop for a moment and just think of the allness of God or primal cause, with no beginning or end, with universal scope, and surround yourself in this. As you become faithful and worship this, and this alone, one God, one almighty presence, you will find that the vibrations of your body will change from the human to the God or primal vibration. As you think, live, move, and become one with this vibration, you do worship, and what you worship, you idealize, you become. It is thus within for all humanity. There is but one God, one Christ, one union, one man, one general household, all brothers and sisters, all one. God cannot be brought forth as a person or a personal image but as an all-inclusive universality, interpenetrating all things. The moment you personalize, you idolize, then you have the empty idol, you have lost the ideal. This ideal is not a dead savior or a dead God. To make God alive and vital to you, you must think and know that you are God. This is more living and vital to you than anything. This is the divine science of your being. Then you, the Christ, your Redeemer, becomes alive and one with you. You are that very thing. This becomes the motivating force of your whole life. You are redeeming yourself, the true you. You are one with God, truly God. By reverencing, loving, and worshipping this, it becomes ideal to you. God right within and active. Here the talk drifted to the possibility of going to Shambhala. The priest asked whether it would be possible for him to go. He was told that if he could lay aside the body and reassemble it again, he could go without difficulty and that the party would go that evening. It was arranged that they should meet at our lodge early in the evening and that our chief should go with them. The party assembled shortly after our return. After a short talk, they left by the door and we did not see them again for a number of days. During this time we were occupied in making measure drawings in the monastery. One day we were rummaging in one of the basements of the old lamasery. After moving considerable debris, we came upon an old marble tablet. This we had carried out of doors and cleaned. When the cleansing was finished, the beauty of the carving and the exactness of the execution of detail surprised everyone. It even surprised the lamas themselves. An old lama told us that when he was a very young boy he became a keeler of one of the grand lamas who was in charge of the very old lamasery at the time this tablet reposed in a niche in the wall and that his master insisted they visit this tablet the first Monday in each month at the hour of 9 in the morning. He told us that as soon as they arrived at the niche where the tablet was placed and stood quiet for 3 or 4 minutes, a voice would sing the history of this tablet and the great things that the carvings portrayed. The song claimed that the tablet was one of two that were carved to commemorate a great white civilization that had existed and flourished on a large portion of what is known as the American continent, hundreds of thousands of years ago. The duplicate, or sister tablet, the song claimed, was in existence and could be found in the motherland of its creation, thus proving that such a land did exist. We took the data as interpreted by the song. After a lapse of several years, we were working in the district described and found the twin or made tablet embedded in a great wall at the location claimed in the song. The walls proved to have been the walls of an old temple in Central America now in ruins. Thus it is seen how, through legend and song, direct truths are brought to light. The interest we showed in the tablet and the legend repeated in the song gave us access to other records and data that were of invaluable assistance in our research work later. This incident was also the contributing factor that opened the doors to records that are in the palace of the Dalai Lama, the living Buddha, as well as those in the monastery which have been guarded for hundreds of centuries. Many of these records and their importance were wholly unknown to those that guarded them. It was through legend and song that we were attracted to them, although with the exception of these tablets, they proved to be copies. These copies were carefully done and they pointed the way to the originals later on. We were so completely engrossed in this work that we were unaware our friends and chief had extended their stay. This we thought very little of, as unforeseen conditions can arise in this remote country to cause delays beyond our control. During this time the inhabitants had, in a measure, become accustomed to us and we had adjusted ourselves to their ways and means. Curiosity had given way to friendliness on both sides and we were going about freely. The morning of the 12th day, as we were preparing to go to the monastery, we heard a commotion outside and, stepping out to investigate, we found that our friends had returned. Their trip had been successful and such a place as Shambhala did exist. We were told that much of the beauty and grandeur of its art and culture were still preserved in its original beauty and that its magnificence was beyond comparison. Chapter IX. At noon of the next day, word was sent that the great Dalai Lama would receive us at the palace. The high priest came to our lodge that evening to instruct us in regard to the ceremonies. He was overjoyed that the audience had been granted without the usual delays. He told us that this privilege had been granted immediately upon the arrival of a messenger from Shambhala who had informed His Highness of the visit that had just been completed. He had also been informed of our experiences in the village where the little house had been erected. We were anxious to make as good an impression as possible, as we were asking for concessions to carry on our work in the whole country. We were also told that the Bagodo Lama or governor of the province would arrive before noon and had sent word by messenger that he would assist us all he could. This was a surprise indeed. It was quite evident that the next day would be an eventful one for our little party. We were up early and out with the reception party to meet the governor. He was very much pleased at this gesture and invited us to return with him as his guests. We accepted the invitation, and when we arrived with the governor, we were escorted to the guest chambers of the palace. From there we went directly to the place where the first ceremonies were to be conducted preparatory to our being received at the palace. When we arrived, 3 lamas sat enthroned on high carpeted chairs while others, of lesser rank, sat in the posture of samadhi, upon the floor. 2 lamas in red plaited cloaks stood on high stools and led the incantations. Our friends, the high priest or abbot, sat on a throne shaded by a ceremonial umbrella, awaiting the governor. The great courtyard in the Lamassery Yaman was most beautifully decorated for the occasion. The decorations represented scenes that took place in 1417. In these scenes Tsongkhapa appeared on the stone altar of his monastery. After addressing the multitude on the greatness of man's accomplishments, he became transfigured and disappeared with his body. He then returned and founded the Yellow Order, or Reformed Established Church of Tibet, of which Lhasa is the central hub. In a few moments the governor entered with his escort and advanced directly to the throne from which the abbot had descended. They stood together to receive and conduct us to the audience chamber of the Dalai Lama. The great hall was decorated with gorgeous silk applique tapestries and yellow lacquered furniture. Led by our escort, we knelt before His Highness for a moment, then arose and were conducted to seats. The abbot, acting as spokesman, stated the object of our visit. His Highness arose and beckoned us to approach. An assistant conducted us to our respective places before the throne. The abbot and the high priest took their places at each end of the line. His Highness then descending from the throne and standing before us, he received a scepter from the hands of one of the attendants and, walking before us, touched each one lightly on the forehead with the wand. With the high priest acting as interpreter, he bade us welcome to Tibet, saying he was honored that we were his guests while in the city and that we should consider ourselves the honored guests of his country and people as long as we might remain, and at any time when we should return to the country. We asked many questions and were told that we should have his answer the next day. We were invited to inspect the records and tablets in the vaults of the palace. He called an attendant and gave several orders which were not translated for us, but we were informed that we were to have the liberty of the palace without restraint. His Highness gave us his blessing and, after a hearty handshake all around, we were conducted to our quarters, accompanied by the abbot and the high priest. They asked if they might come in, as they had many things to talk over. The priest began by saying, "We have had many remarkable things happen to us since you were with us in the little village. We have been looking over some of the tablets that are in our monastery and find they all refer to the older civilization that inhabited the Gobi. It is our thought that all civilizations and religious belief came from one source, and, while we do not know the origin or date of the records, we are well satisfied that they are the thoughts of a people which lived many thousands of years ago. We have here a short synopsis of a translation that was made for us by a wandering lama of the Kisu Abu, and, with your permission, I will read it. We are fully aware of the fact that our religious thoughts of today originated about 5,000 years ago, that they are only an admixture, so to speak, of the thoughts and beliefs of men who lived at that time. Some are myths, others are legends, and some are purely inspirational in character, yet none of them point to the highest possible attainment outlined, of the Christ of God being a part of the individual attainment, and the possibilities of attaining that goal through living a life that presents that ideal. How has it been possible for us to have escaped these things when they have been so long in our midst? I can readily see now that Buddha and all of the great and illumined ones taught thus, but how have we escaped the true import of their teachings for so long? Living so near to them, we know that our beloved Tsongkhapa attained to this degree by the life he lived. I know that others and the dear one you met today have gone far toward this accomplishment. I have seen him go and come at will, yet the people are priest-ridden, downtrodden, and miserable. Why is it that these things are submerged? Why are the people not taught to operate the great and only law, standing forth as that law? I can see that in this earlier civilization, each individual did actually know, abide by, and live, one with this law. this perfect condition. Any other manifestation depends wholly upon man and is the result of the ignorance of the law of perfection. It cannot be that this law is not thoroughly enough consolidated to be given to the whole human family. If this were true, it would not be law but a division of law which puts it back into nothing but a manifestation of law. Anything that is only a portion of a whole is but a manifestation of the whole, taken away from and consolidated into itself, until it becomes an isolated atom with no polarity or connection with its source. Yet it flies around in space with a seeming orbit, only seeking, as it has no constituted orbit of its own. It only assumes the orbit of its source but never becomes one with a source. There are thousands of examples of this phenomenon today in our solar system, especially in regions between Jupiter and Mars. In this region, thousands of smaller bodies exist that seem to be related to the Sun. As they follow a seeming path around the Sun, they are only following the orbit of their parent Jupiter because of its attraction for them and their lack of polarity to the Sun, their real source. They were expelled when Jupiter was expelled. They were never consolidated with Jupiter. Still, they fly on and on with Jupiter, ignoring completely the Sun, their real source. This we know conclusively is because of the lack of central polarization within themselves to the Sun, their true source. Is Jupiter at fault in this case? Is the Sun, the true parent, at fault? Or is each tiny atom at fault? Is it not the same with humanity? Is the Father at fault? Is the fault with those who have the greater understanding, or is the fault with those who have the lesser units of understanding? The fault must lie wholly within the lesser, as they refuse to become one with the greater. Then turning to Emil, he said, I can see since meeting you that it was wholly my fault that I clung to the lesser when the greater enveloped me wholly. But let us turn to the translation, as it is through this that I came to the vital turning point in my life. The great cause, or directive principle, saw his Son the Christ, the perfect man. He said, this is the Lord God, the law of my being, to whom I have given dominion over heaven and earth and all that in them is, and this perfect one need not be in bondage to any mortal concept, as my perfect ideal is raised above any bondage and has the same power and dominion that I have. This, I speak through the Lord God of my being. It is not any command that I give unto you, except if you cooperate with me in the divine creative will. You will have no need for any other, and you will set up no graven image before me or yourself. This, you will not call images gods, but you will know that you are God in whom I am well pleased, and you have the same dominion that I have. Now come close up to me, my Son, amalgamate with me and I am yourself, and together we are God. Your body is the God body which is idealized and which is in existence and was in existence before the human race was ever projected into form. This is humanity's being, God creation. All humanity have this perfect form and image if they will but accept this true image. This is the temple of God that belongs to man and is complete for man. You will not make any graven image or any likeness that is in heaven or earth or in the waters of the earth. You will not make any substance into any image or idol. For all creative substance is yours to use, pressed out to you in fullest measure. You will not bow down to any created things, nor will you serve them, and thus there will not be any jealous thing, nor will there be any sin or any iniquity that may be visited upon any of your children and to any generation. For you will stand steadfast with your eyes always fixed upon the cause, and, therefore, your ideal of that cause cannot diminish. Thus you will show forth the same love that I manifest for you. You will honor this cause or directive principle, knowing that it is your father and mother, and your days will be greater than the grains of sand upon the seashore which are without number. You will not commit adultery, as whatever you will have done unto these you will have done unto your father, your mother, your brother, your sister, or your loved one, for they are loved of the cause as the cause loves you. You will not steal, for you but steal from the cause, and if you steal from the cause, you but steal from yourself. You will not bear false witness against any creation, for in so doing, you bear false witness against the cause which is yourself. You will not covet anything, for in so doing, you but covet the cause which is yourself. By holding yourself one with the cause you have that which is perfect and is truly yours. Thus you will not make images of silver or gold to worship as gods, but, seeing yourself as one with all things pure, you are always pure. Then you will not fear, for no God, save yourself, will come to prove you, as you will know that the cause, not personal but impersonal, is for all and fully envelops all. Then you will erect an altar, and on that altar you will build and always keep burning the undying fire. not of gods, but of the directive principle which is God. You behold yourself, the Christ, the perfect, the only begotten of the true principle or cause. Knowing this fully, you may speak forth the word, God, and that word becomes visible. You are the creative and the creator, around, above, below, within, one with the divine directive principle cause, God. The heavens obey God's voice, the silent voice of God speaking through man. God speaks, man speaks, God always speaks through man. Thus when man speaks, God speaks. The priest resumed. In connection with this I have worked out the following, which has given me a more definite outlook. This has also shown me that I must be definite in every thought, word, and deed, and that I must live one with this definite principle. First, picturing, in thought, word, and deed, I find I am actually that very thing. I have taken the form of the ideal I have expressed. During the darkest hour I know that God is. During the times that I am afraid, I trust more definitely in God, my Father, right within. I rest quietly in this assurance, knowing fully that all is well and that my perfection is complete and finished now. I recognize God as the all-inclusive mind, my Father, and I know fully that man is the Christ of God, the image and likeness of God, my Father, the source, and I are one. Slowly but surely the day of absolute spiritual vision approaches. It is here the moment I recognize it. It is here now, full and complete. I praise and bless the absolute spiritual vision. I thank you, Father, that it is fulfilling my highest ideal now. In working, I must always be conscious that I am working in accord with God's conscious and never failing law. I now understand the words, my peace I give unto you, my love I give unto you, not as the world giveth, give I unto you. I also know the meaning of build me a temple within, that I am made well therein among you, then I am as your God and you are as I am. This does not refer to any church or church organization. It is the true temple of peace within man, where God, the source of all things, actually dwells. Mankind built a tabernacle in which they could come together to worship the true ideal, the I am, within, this inner temple, which God and man hold for all. The tabernacle was soon worshipped, the empty idol created, the church as it exists today. When I hold to the true ideal, I hear my own inner God voice, and the revelation of that voice supplies comfort, inspiration, and guidance in my work in life. Even when 2 or 3 are gathered together in my name, there I am is always in the midst of them. How true are these words? For I am is always within man. I wish to progress, I must work and stick to it, never falter nor be cast down. I am the Christ, the ideal of God, in whom the Father is well pleased, the only begotten of God, the Father. I am the only one who knows, sees, and cooperates with the Father, the only offspring that God knows, and God knows all, for all can claim. It is finished. Chapter X. The next morning, as we were waiting for the abbot, a messenger announced that we were expected to appear before the Dalai Lama at 2 o'clock that afternoon. Thereupon we went in search of the abbot and located him as he was leaving the audience chamber. His face was beaming, as he held in his hand our commission to enter the country at will. After reading the order which the messenger had brought us, he said, "This is not an order, it is only a request. The audience is called to confer upon you this commission." As we were all together, it was suggested that we go immediately to see the records. We proceeded thence in a group. Upon our arrival, a great surprise awaited us. There were thousands of clay tablets and records on copper and bronze plates, also beautifully carved tablets on thin white marble. As this was our first opportunity to contact this class of record, we decided to look them over at once. The abbot told us he was not familiar with the tablets but had been told that they were of Persian origin and that he would attempt to find a lama who was familiar with them. Thereupon he departed and we began to look them over. The characters were not familiar to any of our party. The tablets were made of 2 slabs of pure white marble about 1/4 of an inch thick, put together like veneer with a cement that we could not identify. The edges were beautifully beveled and around each tablet was a margin of 2 inches with carved raised figures. Many of these figures were of pure gold inlay, while all the titles were of pure gold inlay but not raised. The tablets were carefully numbered by sets and a serial number given to each set. The dates were represented by wreaths of flowers intertwined with vines and leaves. If we were to record a date like the 1st of January, 1894, The first month of the year would be represented by the stem of a flower not yet come into bud, inlaid with pure jade. The first day of the month would be represented by the stem just coming into bud, inlaid with gold. The one of 18 would be represented by the stem with the bud just opened enough to disclose a pistil of the flower. The petals of the flower are lapis lazuli inlay, the pistil being gold inlay with a small diamond set in gold. The 8 is the flower in full bloom with 8 stamens showing, each stamen an inlay of gold around the pistil, with a smaller diamond set in the gold inlay. The 9 is represented by a rose with 9 petals in full bloom, 1 petal an inlay of lapis lazuli, 1 of jade, and 1 of chalcedony. This order repeated 3 times. This shows that the last or the end of the digits was reached. Thus they used from 0 to 9, then repeated. The 4 is a lily in the process of opening, with the pistil and 3 stamens showing. The bowl of the lily is an inlay of pale jade. The stamens are fire opal set with 4 small diamonds, and the pistil is of lapis lazuli inlay, set with 4 small diamonds. The space given over to the text is outlined with a thread-like vine, inlaid with gold, the leaves being inlays of green jade, and everything being worked out in perfect detail. Every tablet is a perfect jewel in itself. The type of tablet and the method of dating would indicate early Atlantean. Each tablet would be worth a king's ransom. Were they offered for sale? As we were musing, the abbot and priest came up, accompanied by the old lama who had charge of the records. We became so engrossed with his recital of the history that it was necessary for the abbot to call our attention to the fact that the time for our appearance before the Dalai Lama was fast approaching and that we should be in robes ere this. When we arrived at our quarters, we found robes laid out for each of us, but how to put them on was a face to us. The time was passing so swiftly that we decided to make a bold quick try and put them on helter-skelter. It developed later on that some of them were inside out and others backside foremost, while a few had the robes on as they should be. Upon arriving at the audience chamber, we beheld the Dalai Lama crossing the hall with his guard, to enter the chamber by the great doors. We were certain we saw a broad smile flit across his face. We composed ourselves at attention to await the opening of the side door, which was our cue to enter the chamber. Soon the door opened and we were ushered in, amidst the most gorgeous decorations that it had been our lot to witness. The ceiling of the room terminated in a great dome in the center. In this dome were 3 large openings through which great beams of sunlight flooded, lighting up the room with a brilliance and splendor too magnificent for description. The walls were completely covered with gold thread tapestries, interlaced with figures made of silver threads. In the center of the room, on a raised dais covered with a cloth of spun gold, sat the Dalai Lama, dressed in a robe of spun gold trimmed with purple and spun silver cloth. We were conducted before the Dalai Lama by the abbot and the high priest and, as before, they stood at either end of the line. After a word of greeting, the Dalai Lama stepped down from the dais and stood before us. He raised his hands. We knelt and received his blessing. As we arose, he stepped to our chief and, placing a brooch upon his breast, spoke through the interpreter. This will allow you and your associates the freedom of this land. You may come and go at will, and with it I bestow upon you this commission, which entitles you to the rank of a citizen of Tibet. I confer upon you the title of Lord of the Great Gobi. He then walked down the whole line, placed a smaller but similar brooch upon the breast of each one of the company. Wear this as a token of my esteem. It will admit you to the whole land of Tibet. It is your password wherever you go. He took the scroll containing the commission from the hand of the abbot and handed it to our chief. The brooches were beautifully made of gold, wrought in filigree with a most lifelike likeness of the Dalai Lama carved in relief on jade, set like a cameo in the center. To us, it was a jewel which we prize very highly. The Dalai Lama and all were graciousness itself. All we could say was, thank you. The old Lama who had charge of the records was ushered in and we were informed that we would share the evening meal with the Dalai Lama. After the meal was finished, the conversation drifted to the remarkable tablets. The Dalai Lama, as well as the old Lama, speaking through an interpreter, gave us a detailed account of the history of the tablets, all of which we carefully noted. It seems that these tablets were discovered by a wandering Buddhist priest in the vaults under the ruins of an old temple in Persia. This priest stated that he was led to them by the sweet song he heard emanating from the ruins as he sat in samadhi. The songs were so sweet and the voice so clear that he finally became interested, following in the direction from whence they came, and found himself within the ruined vault. The voice seemed to come from below, After a thorough inspection, he could find no evidence of an opening, so he determined to locate the source of the voice. Securing crude tools, he began digging in the debris and discovered a flagstone that seemed to be only a portion of the floor of the ruined vault. His heart sank in despair, as he thought for a time that he had been led from the right path by the whistling through the old ruins. Before leaving the place, he sat in meditation for a few moments and, as he sat thus, the voice became more clear and distinct, ending with the injunction to proceed. With almost superhuman effort he succeeded in removing the large flagstone. This disclosed an opening leading downward. As soon as he stepped through the opening into the passage, it was lighted up as by an unseen force. Ahead of him gleamed a bright light. He followed the light, which led him to the opening of a large vault, closed by huge stone doors. As he stood for a moment before these doors, the hinges began to creak and the great stone slab swung slowly, revealing an opening through which he passed. As he crossed the threshold, the voice rang out clear and sweet as though the owner occupied the interior. The light that seemed stationary at the door moved to the center of the great vault, lighting it fully. There in niches, in the walls of this vault, covered with dust and the accumulation of ages, were the tablets. He inspected a few, realizing their beauty and value, then decided to wait until he could communicate with 2 or 3 of his trusted associates, and confer with them regarding the removal of the tablets to a place of safety. He left the vault, replaced the slab and covered it over again with the debris, then started on a quest for associates who would believe his story and who had the fortitude and means to carry out his plan. The quest lasted for over 3 years. Nearly all those to whom he related his story thought he had gone stark mad. Finally, one day while on a pilgrimage, he came across 3 priests whom he had known while on a similar pilgrimage and he told them the story. At first, they were very skeptical, but one evening at exactly 9, as they were sitting around the campfire, the voice began to sing of these records. The next day the 4 of them dropped out of the company and started the journey to the ruins. From that time on, at 9 o'clock in the evening, the voice would sing. If they were weary and downcast, the voice would sing all the sweeter. At the journey's end, as they were approaching the ruins, an hour before midday, a slight boyish form appeared before them and began singing, leading the way to the ruins. When they arrived, the flagstone was lifted and they went immediately to the vault. As they approached, the doors swung open and they entered. A short examination convinced the priests of the value and truth of the discovery. Indeed, so enraptured were they that they did not sleep for 3 days. They made all haste to a village about 70 miles distant to secure camels and supplies which would enable them to move the tablets to a place of greater safety. They finally secured 12 camels, loaded them, and returned. The tablets were packed in such a manner that they would not be injured. Securing 3 more camels, they started the long journey through Persia and Afghanistan to Peshawar. Near Peshawar they secreted their burdens in a secluded cave, where they remained for 5 years. One of the priests always sat in samadhi before the cave all the time, to protect the tablets. From Peshawar they were removed to Landa in Punjabi. Here they reposed for 10 years. Then by slow stages, they were brought here and deposited in the palace of the Grand Lama. This took more than 40 years to accomplish. From this palace, they were to be taken to Shambhala. In other words, we had found them in transit. At this time in the narrative, an attendant brought 4 of the tablets into the room and placed them carefully on the raised place that answered as a table around which we sat, so that we faced them. Just as the hands of the clock pointed to the hour of 9, a voice came forth in lilting tones, infinitely sweet, yet of a highly pitched immature boyish treble. These are the words translated into English as faithfully as we are able to present them: that there is an all-wise, intelligent spirit, that this intelligence is divine and infinite and permeates all things, cannot be contradicted. Because this intelligence does permeate all things, it is infinite and is the source of all. It is divine and its divinity brought into thinkable or visible form, the fact or truth of all things. You can name this all-wise, intelligent spirit, God or good, or what you will, as man must have a name for everything. Once he has named a thing, he has power to bring it into existence. If man names anything through true reverence, worship, and praise, he can and does become that which he names. Thus you can see that man by choice can become God or animal. He becomes the ideal which he presents for himself to follow. With this line of thinking, it is simple to see that man is the only begotten Son of God. or the only begotten son of the animal. Thus, by choice, man can become evil or devil if his eye beholds evil, or he becomes God, if his eye beholds God. In the formless state, the all-wise, intelligent spirit was silent and contemplative, yet the intelligence was there and saw itself as the producer as well as the spectator of all animate and inanimate things. In this silent state, the all-wise, intelligent spirit saw there was no modification, and resolving to emanate or bring forth the universe, this intelligence formed a picture of what the universe should be, having naught but the perfect picture or divine plan to follow. The universe willingly took the form directed by the intelligence. The divine ideal picture was expanded until it came into perfect visibility. This is the universe that we see today, that is going on with the perfect plan held forth for it to assume. This intelligence is and always has been the perceiver and director of its perfect, divine ideal plan. This intelligence knew that it was necessary to bring forth animate form and endow it with all potentialities, through which it could express fully. This is what is known as immortal man. This divine ideal, which differentiates itself in all phases and directions, is the immortal of each man today, as this man was created in the divine ideal of all-wise intelligence, spirit. He was set forth as the son of the principle, with dominion over every attribute and every condition. Son means union with, not a servant of. It was necessary that this son be wholly free to choose and in no way become a slave or a puppet. This immortal ideal must always include a portion or spark of the central fire of that which brought or projected it into existence. This projection was the first cell that finally became man's body and is the spark of life that always endures and never dies. This cell is, in name, the Christ. This cell, although divided and repeated many millions of times, retains the image of the divine spirit projected and implanted in it and cannot be perverted by man's thinking. Thus man is always divine. This cell projects its divinity into every cell created by the multiplication of itself, unless perverted by man's thinking. The collection of these cells finally assumes unto itself a container or cover, which is called the human body. The spirit or essence, still in unmodified form, has the intelligence to see all changes going on around it, by always standing in his high dominion. Man is spirit and spirit is God. This higher self must be thought of, pondered over, worshipped, and blessed as being right within man. First, there must be faith that it is there. This brings forth the knowing that it does exist in man. Then the blessings and thanksgiving bring it into visibility. Man is that very thing itself. This is the way to the attainment of all knowledge. The brain at first seems to be the perceiver, because it is the aggregation of the more delicate cells, and these cells first accept the vibrations and amplify them so that they may be perceived by man. Then they are selected and sent to all the other organs, and each, if held in divine order, goes to the very organ to which it belongs. Each organ and nerve center is the seat or special amplifying center for centralizing the real man. When they are harmonized and coordinated, man stands forth in all dominion and power. He has brought forth the Holy Ghost, the whole of the all-wise, intelligent spirit in creative action. This is soul and body brought to one focal center. No man ever accomplishes anything unless he consciously or unconsciously brings every faculty to this one center. This is the place of power, the Christ within man, the place where man stands supreme. Then how can man suffer discord, inharmony, sin, or sickness unless he idealizes them and brings them into existence? If he stands forth always and at all times, as the all-wise, intelligent spirit and knows no other, he cannot be conscious of anything less. With this highest ideal always held in the clear waters of man's intelligent thinking, he becomes God. He is certain to be answered by this inner voice at all times. Back of will, stands desire. Will, in its true estate, is a pure colorless force and is moved into action by desire. If there is no color or direction given to will, it is inactive. Place the desire in harmony with the will force and it will spring into action immediately and call legions to carry out its commands. The only requirement being that the commands are in divine order. There are myriads of worlds. There is but one thought out of which they grew. Its law is order which cannot swerve. Its creatures are free to choose. Only they can create disorder, which in itself is pain and woe, hate, and fear. These, they alone can bring forth. The great principle stands forth as a golden light. It is not remote. It is right within yourself. Hold yourself within its glow and you will behold all things clearly. First, with all your being, know one thing. that your own thought when you stand, is one with that thought which brought forth the worlds, out of the blackness of disorder and its outpouring of human misery, there must arise the order which is peace. When man learns that he is one with a thought which is of itself all beauty, all power, and all repose, he will know that his brother cannot rob him of his heart's desire. He will stand in the light and draw unto himself his own. Let pass through your mind, my son, only the image you desire, which is truth. Meditate only upon the true desire of your heart, knowing that it does not wrong any man and is most noble. Now it takes earthly form and is yours. This is the law through which you bring forth your heart's desire. Let him who puts forth his hand to draw the lightning to his brother recall that through his own soul and body will pass the bolt. With further research, these tablets may prove to be copies of former accords made to preserve the originals. If copies, they must have been made during the early Indo-Aryan age. As far as is known, there is nothing like them in existence today. From what source but the one did they spring? Thus they could be repeated in song and verse many thousands of times. O man, where is your crown? From eternity it passes on. Where is your soul? But from the infinite it grew forever and forever is it but select to you. Here were the 4 tablets set before us, each one worth a king's ransom. Chapter 11. I trust my readers will pardon the liberties I have taken in digressing from the main text. This has seemed necessary in order to get before you, in as concise a way as possible, a few of the numerous and widespread places where accords have been found that refer directly to the older civilizations, their arts and culture, as well as the determining thoughts and motives which have maintained civilizations in very high accomplishments. A few groups still achieve these higher accomplishments. These groups do in a measure, through the presentation of these achievements, become a guiding beacon for the human race as it again marches on to another high point in civilization's progress. It is still to be determined whether the mistakes of a few, accepted by the majority, can again overwhelm and carry the great bulk into oblivion for a great cycle of time. It is our vision that the present holds all the future. Nothing save the accomplishments of the present give form to the future. Thus humanity has but one road. If the present be made perfect, the future must be perfect. It is not the present perfection delayed to some future perfection. It is the conscious present perfection that brings forth the consciousness of the perfect future. Wherever we go, we find a people that had, at one time, lived wholly in the present. The whole future was in complete accord with the attainments of the present, so the future could take no other direction. Thus the injunction, take no heed for the future. All their precepts were, life true in the present and the future must be what the present has been. Their folklore, their songs, their prayers, even those written on wheels, portray this thought. The devil dance, in which the Tibetan participated so freely, was originated to frighten away the evil one who had destroyed their race concept or consciousness. Through use, it has degenerated into a mere ceremony to frighten away evil spirits. The people have become so engrossed in spirits that they have forgotten the all-inclusive spiritual. This is not confined to just one race or one creed but to all races and creeds. The first dance portrayed beauty and purity so thoroughly enthroned that not even a suggestion of evil could dethrone it. We also investigated the goblin tales from the Sea of Sand, as the Gobi is called in China. In many places one hears strange voices. Many times we have heard our own names called. We have heard the din made by great throngs of people which seemed to be close by. Often we heard a variety of musical instruments accompanying sweet voices in song. We have seen many mirages and heard the noises of shifting sands. We are certain that the air strata at some distance above the desert are so clarified that, at certain times, when all conditions are in harmonious accord, they act as sounding boards which reflect the vibrations that have at one time gone out. In this way we believe medieval happenings are reproduced through the vibrations that were sent out. Thus the air strata become the sounding boards that pick up and reflect the vibrations just as they pick up and send out the vibrations of mirage. We became so engrossed in our work that time seemed to have wings. Working under the direction of the old Lama, we made copies and measured drawings of many of the tablets as well as of other records. The morning of our departure dawned bright and clear. We had paid our respects to all in the palace of the Dalai Lama, yet the streets were jammed with people, so anxious were they to wish us Godspeed. Everywhere hands were waving farewell or offering prayers for our safe conduct. A delegation preceded us for miles with prayer wheels on long poles, turning out prayers, 50 accompanied us to Shagats on the upper reaches of the Brahmaputra River. As we neared this, the second city in Tibet, the Great Tashi Lungpo Lamasery, located a mile from the city, came into view. A delegation from this lamasery met us 3 miles out and invited us to be the guests of the lamasery during our stay. We were accorded a cordial welcome on every hand. As we entered the lamasery, we felt the calm and peace which pervaded its halls, as of a great presence. It was indeed an ideal place in which to rest before resuming our trek to Lake Dolma and Sansroa. We were also anxious to inspect the records of this monastery. From there we wished to go on as rapidly as possible, as arrangements had been made to meet the Master Bhagavanji at the temple Puratat Sangha. After the evening meal with the lamas, we talked of the many beautiful temples. The conversation then drifted to the difference in religious beliefs. One very old lama said, the same beliefs are not shared by lamas and yogis. The yogi cannot believe that the teaching of any one man can be final. He sees that every human being has access to all knowledge right within himself, while lamas are adherents of Buddha alone. In all probability, each human being will unfold and realize his mightiness. A Christian will reach the Christ consciousness, a Buddhist will reach the Buddha attainment, and so on. All have their gods, and on every hand one can hear that God made man in his image. All nations and all peoples have their different gods. Some have their god of fire, others the god of harvest, and so on. Each has a better god than his brother. How am I to understand that God made man in his image, unless from the many gods set up? I would say that each man has made God in his man's own image. We found 6 lamas at the head of a group that were known as the Wandering Lamas, who go hither and yon without purse or scrip. They never beg, ask alms, or accept food or money from anyone. They are always in touch with each other and with the 6 that are at the monastery. Of this order, there are 3 branches, with 1 at the head of each branch, making 9 that are in charge. The 3 heads of the branches may be located in 3 different countries. Each of those who go out keeps in direct touch with the head of the branch he is working under. The head of the branch keeps in touch with the 6. The method which they use for communication we call thought transference, for want of a better name, but we know it to be a force far more subtle and much more definite. They call it Atma, soul conversing with soul, using no other medium. We met 6 of these lamas and had lunch with them the next day. The old lama informed us that he would accompany us to the Puratat Sangha temple when our work was finished. We accepted his offer, as he was a friend of the Muni who was acting as our guide and interpreter. They both assisted us in every way with the records. During a conversation, the old lama casually remarked, 2 of your associates who left you last summer will arrive in Calcutta at 1:30 today, and, if you wish to communicate with them, you can do so. Our chief wrote a message instructing them to go directly to Darjeeling and look after a business matter which needed attention, and to await our arrival on the 24th of August. He dated the note, and made a copy of it, and handed the original to the lama. The lama read the note, folded the paper carefully, and put it away. Our associates did meet us in Darjeeling on the 24th of August. They showed us a written message which was placed in their hands not 20 minutes after their arrival in Calcutta. They supposed the man was a messenger who had been sent ahead with the message. Now we had physical proof of the ability of some of these lamas. If this ability could be extended in one direction, why not in all directions? We were anxious to press on toward Puratat Sangha, as many would gather at the temple this season, a very favorable time for such a visit. We went by way of Giants and were told that we would find a very fine keeler who was known to all as the Laughing Keeler. His laughter and song carried him and his associates over many difficult places, healing many as he sang. As we entered the courtyard of the lamasery, a very fine upstanding fellow approached us with a hearty welcome, stating that they expected us to make the lamasery our home during our stay in the village. We told him we were anxious to push onto the ferry pass in the morning. Yes, he replied, we understand that you are on your way to Puratat Sangha. I return there in the morning and shall be pleased to go with you if it is your wish. We accepted and, with a hearty laugh, he conducted us to our quarters in the great hall of the lamasery. After making us comfortable, he bade us good night and took his departure, saying he would meet us in the early morning. As he walked away he sang in a well-modulated voice. This was the Laughing Keeler. We were awakened in the morning at an early hour by his singing announcement that our morning meal was ready. We bade the lamas goodbye, received their blessing, and found all in readiness for our departure on the journey to Ferry Pass. This led us past the mountain peaks of Ferry and Kangla. In all, it was an arduous climb, but at the rough places the keeler went ahead with laughter and song. At the more difficult places, his voice would ring out and it seemed as though it lifted us over them without an effort. We arrived at the top of the pass at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. To our surprise, instead of rugged mountains, we found a beautiful valley stretching out before us. This valley is called Chubi, although it is 16,000 feet above sea level. Either side of the valley is skirted by fine forests whose heavy leafy trees were very luxuriant. Ahead of us we saw villages with beautiful temples. We did not go through the valley but took the shorter trail by way of Tachi Chojong, then on to Poratat Sangha. Even this trail proved good. We had proceeded but a short distance when we entered a beautiful forest with small streams on every hand. Here we saw an abundance of songbirds and wildfowl. We had not encountered a predatory wild animal on the entire trip. This probably accounted for the abundance of wildlife. Our next stopping place was at Mamuni. Its fortress-like temple intrigued us, and here, as always, we received a hearty welcome. Those in charge told us that it would be useless to ask us to remain longer, as the Master Puriji had preceded us to the temple Poratat Sangha where many yogis, sadhus, and gurus were gathering, and that we would have a goodly company on our last day's journey. Early the next morning, the pilgrims were assembled, anxious to be on their way to keep their tryst with the great Master Puriji. All were eager to get the first glimpse of Poratat Sangha, as they expressed it, a jewel set in a rocklage, the most lofty of any temple in the world. Would we stay at Mamuni when this great prize loomed just ahead of us? Sang the laughing keeler. O number, fare thee well, Mamuni, we love you and shall return to your tender embraces. To journey to Poratat Sangha is irresistible, so the cavalcade moved on. The great Everest was before us, standing out in the light of approaching dawn. Stark and white in its robe of pure crystal, it seemed to beckon us to take just a few steps more, reach out our hands, and touch the hem of its garment. Yet when we had taken the few steps, its mass still eluded us. Chamolhari, its near neighbor, 24,000 feet high, which we had passed, now seemed a pygmy compared with the monster just before us. We thought the trail on its flanks stony and perilous, but now we labored over a trail much of the distance on hands and knees. Still, the song and laughter of the keeler bore us onward as though on wings. In our enthusiasm, we forgot the dangers. It seemed that we accomplished these places instantly. The sun, while it dispelled the illusion of touching mighty Everest in another stride, revealed grandeurs of which description in words would only become a travesty. There were towers and great temples of nature crowned with crystal on every hand. But Everest, great Everest, lay before us. We saw it in the moonlight, with the first light of budding dawn, as the first rays of sunrise kissed its fair brow, then with the full rays of the noonday sun streaming down upon it, and again as the sun gradually faded and bade it good night, with the last rays bathing it in glory, the afterglow raising an answering glow toward heaven upon its great crest. Can you, dear reader, not see why the trail that day was not long and arduous? It all passed in an instant. The vibrations of strength, peace, power, and harmony that are always sent forth from the temples but serve to urge travelers onto these peaks. Do you wonder that the Himalayas engender no fear in man? Do you wonder that poets never tire of singing their grandeur? Finally, at nightfall the trails were all conquered and we stood gasping on a flat table-like rock of considerable extent. In the distance before us were many temples, but the jewel Poratat Sangha stood out 2,000 feet above us, bathed in dazzling light. It seemed like a great arc lamp sitting in a crevice in the perpendicular rock wall, its light lighting up the rocks and temples all about us. Here, in the amphitheater on the rock where we stood, was a great concourse of men and women. To our surprise we found that women were not barred from this pilgrimage. All who would, could come. Here great rishis have lived. Along this trail the Rishinari had passed. Thrice, the 5 brothers had passed over this trail, once alone, once with their great mother, and again with the great and good Darupati, the pride and grandeur of all womanhood. Here now sits Yogi Santi, the great, the pure, but the humble one in deep samadhi. Where can all these great ones find shelter and food? We suggested. Do not worry about food or shelter, sang the laughing keeler. There is an abundance here of food, shelter, and clothing for all. Sit down, everyone. came in sweetest tones through the voice of the Keeler. No sooner were all seated than great bowls of nourishing hot food appeared. The Yogi Santi arose and began passing the food around, assisted by the Keeler and others. When their hunger was appeased, all arose and were conducted in groups to the neighboring temples, there to pass the night. The temple to which we were conducted by the Keeler was upon a perpendicular, table-like ledge, about 75 feet above where we and the others were standing. As we approached, we noticed a long pole with its base resting upon the rock where we stood, its top resting on the shelf-like rock above, as it seemed to be the only means of communication. We gathered at its base and looked up. As we stood thus, other groups joined us. There were a number of other temples built in the niches formed by other ledges just above the first shelf. For a moment our only hope of shelter for the night seemed to depend upon our ability to negotiate this pole. Then the Keeler said, "Don't hurry." Through his voice came a great burst of song. "Oh loved one, through you we look for shelter this blessed night." Instantly everyone around stood silent for a moment, as with one voice, they spoke forth these words with dynamic power, such is the God power. Aum. Instantly all were standing on the rock ledge and we, with the rest, proceeded to our respective temples. When we arrived at the temples assigned to us, every trace of fatigue had left. We slept like babes that night. The emanations of power sent out by that group would have leveled mountains had it been so directed. Chapter Z. The next morning at 4 we were awakened by the voice of the Keeler, ringing out loud and clear. Nature is waking, so should the children of nature awake. The morn of a new day is just dawning. The freedom of the day awaits you. Aum. We went to the ledge where the top of the pole had rested the evening before and found to our surprise that the pole had been replaced by a well-built stairway. As we walked down, we wondered if we had been dreaming the night before. The Keeler met us at the foot of the stairway and said, "No, you have not been dreaming. The stairs were dreamed there last night. The Master Puriji placed them there for the convenience of all. So you see they are a dream which came true." During our stay of 2 weeks in that region, we were served with hot nourishing food. In no instance did we see food being prepared, yet we were bountifully served. The Keeler and one other started to climb to the Puratat Sangha. The first approach was by means of crude steps cut in the rocks. Then there were planks across fissures which made yawning canyons below. Part of the ascent was accomplished with the aid of ropes made fast in crevasses above. Although the two men climbed for 2 hours they made no headway beyond the second ledge which was about 500 feet from their starting point. They decided they would be obliged to give it up. When they hesitated, Yogi Santi, knowing their plight, called to them. "Why don't you come down?" The Keeler replied, "We are making the attempt, but the rocks are holding us fast." They were having the experience of many, that it is easier to climb a sheer rock wall than to come down. "Well, why not stay there?" jested the Yogi. "We will return tomorrow with food. Perhaps by then you can climb to the top." He then admonished them to keep perfectly calm, as he realized the difficult situation they were in. After 3 hours of careful direction they were with us again. With a sigh the Yogi murmured, "Thus wanes the enthusiasm of youth." The youths looked longingly upward. "If Master Puriji stays there, it will probably be our bad luck to stay here. That trail is too troublesome for us." "Don't worry," said the Yogi. "A higher one than yourself will take care of that. Now rest. You made an excellent start." Many asked when we would be able to see the great master. The Yogi answered, "This evening." We wondered how a temple could have been built in the position Puratat Sangha occupied. The Master Puriji came and talked with us during the evening meal. The failure of the attempt to climb to the temple was mentioned. The master said that they had succeeded because they had made the second attempt. At 4 the next evening, we all gathered below the temple. The Yogi Santi sat in samadhi. 3 of the company walked a large flat stone and seated themselves as though in prayer. In a very few moments, the stone began to rise and all were carried to the temple on the stone. Then Yogi Santi said to the Keeler and to others, "Are you ready?" "Yes." They all answered eagerly and sat down on the rock beside him. Instantly the rock began to move gently and together they were transported to the temple roof. Then our turn came. We were asked to stand in a group. Then all arose to their feet and those at the temple came forward on the roof and began to chant Aum. In less time than it takes to relate, we were standing on the roof of the temple. Within the space of a few moments, all were gathered at the highest temple in the world. When we were seated, the Master Puriji began speaking. There are a number among you who have never witnessed body levitation and they wonder. Let me say there is no wonder about it. It is a power which belongs to man. We look upon it as knowledge of ancient yoga. Many people have used it in the past and it was not looked upon as miraculous. Gautama Buddha visited many distant places through the levitation of his physical body. Thousands of people have I seen that have made the accomplishment, and there are much greater evidences of power than this that you will see. Evidences of a great irresistible force that can be used to move mountains when brought under complete control. You praise and sing of liberty and freedom from bondage and fear, but unless you have forgotten bondage and forgiven it, you have remembered bondage too well and have forgotten liberty. A system of pure yoga is a message of complete freedom to the whole world. Let me give you an explanation of the AUM. In English the brief form OM is used. The right use in Hindustani is AUM. Therefore, we will consider it in this light. A is a guttural sound. As you pronounce it, you will note it starts in the throat. To pronounce U, the lips must be thrust forward. M, you will note, is formed by pressing the lips together, causing a resonant tone like the humming of a bee. Thus you will see that the sacred word of Om is basic, comprehensive, all-inclusive, infinite. Its universe includes all names and forms. We know that form is perishable, but the concrete or real, before form was expressed, that which is named spirit, is imperishable. For this reason we denote that imperishable reality. AUM. The sadhu instructs his students thus. Tatu Manuasi. When the students realize, through deep meditation and absolute truth, they reply only Suham. The teacher says to the student, Thou art God, and the students reply, That I am, Suham. Let us look closer into the statement and the answers which the student gives when he realizes his Godhead. Suham. It contains 2 consonants and 3 vowels. The 2 consonants S and H, the 3 vowels A, U, and M, which is a medial syllabic. The consonants cannot be pronounced unless joined to vowels. Thus in the domain of sound, the consonants represent the perishable, the vowels the imperishable. Therefore S and H are relegated to the perishable. AUM remains, and form Om the eternal. O inquirer after truth, Om is the great God. Wise men attain their objective sustained by Om. He who contemplates A, the first part of Om, contemplates God in the wakeful phase. He who meditates upon U, the second part of Om, the intermediate phase, obtains glimpses of the interior world and is of spirit. He who meditates upon M, the third part of Om, sees God as himself, becomes illumined and is free immediately. Meditation upon Om, the highest self, includes all. I am looking far out into the great white cosmos of light. There stands one with a simple gown of purest light drawn closely around him, the benevolence of pure light beaming from his countenance. From all around him comes a voice, and through that voice the words, You are forever and forever. He comes nearer and nearer. The voice again speaks, This day and hour are given unto you, the priesthood of all humankind, that has no beginning and no end. It is the focal point of the emanations of pure light, brought together to show all humanity their origin and divinity. This is not the symbol of an order or brotherhood. It is the symbol of humanity in its pristine purity before a brotherhood began. The pristine condition has not yet spoken. This is long before the earth moved in its great nebula. Long before this earth claimed its orbit and attracted that which belongs to it. This is the projection of the first human form that must stand forth in complete command of all force that starts to bind the atoms of the earth's nebula into form. Listen, the voice around him is speaking. The command is, Let there be light. The dazzling white rays shoot forth. The form brings them to a focal point. The earth's nebula is bursting forth, and that focal point is the central sun of the nebula. As the central nucleus draws its atoms together, they take on more light. There is conscious direction back of this form that projects light rays to the focal point. Now the form is speaking and we hear the words. They are formed by letters of pure gold light. I can read them. I come from the great cosmos of light to watch you, O earth. Draw your particles to you. Into every particle project light, which is eternal life. Light which is of the great principle of life, the Father, the emanations of all life. And I declare unto you, I am. Now I see the form beckoning. Standing within are other forms, and from the midst, one speaks, who is the dearly beloved that stands forth from the Father, the light cosmos. The voice from around again speaks in low whispered words. This is myself brought into form to have dominion. As I have dominion, and through myself my dominion manifests. Lo, it is the Krishna, the Christos, the Christ, all three in one. The form again speaks and answers, I am, and all of you are that I am. The voice continues, look beyond me, the voice of God speaks through me, I am God and you are God, every soul in its pristine purity is God. The silent watchers sitting, hear the voice speaking through that form, saying, behold, man is God. Again, the Christ of God comes from out the great cosmos. This is not emotion nor infatuation, this is a clear, calm vision of man, standing forth from God, in full dominion and mastership. This is the mastership of all humanity, not anyone is excluded. Back of the form is pure crystal, dazzling white light emanations. It has come forth from pure white light, it is formed of pure white light, therefore, man is pure white light. Pure white light is God life. Through man only do the pure rays of God life emanate or manifest. As we fix and focalize our ideal through contemplation, the vision takes life, stands forth, comes closer and closer, until our vision and the form are united and stand forth as ourselves, and become one with us. Then we become that. Thus we say to all mankind, I am yourself expressing God. When the true mother sees this at the time of conception, the immaculate conception takes place, then there is no rebirth. This is womanhood, manhood. Womanhood is God, the true Godhead of all humanity. This is Atma, the inclusion of soul in man and woman. Woman's true dominion is coexistent, coordinate with the image. The one is the ideal male and female. Together they are the Rupati, the pride of motherhood, the ideal of womanhood, the eternal of humanity brought forth as helper and helpmate. Men at times destined to stand alone in perspective, but together in the whole of the cosmos plan. In woman's true dominion, she offers her body on the altar of birth to be used to nurture and present the Christ child to the world. This is the true conception of the Immaculate, and, when presented in true thought, word, and deed, the child is not conceived in sin and born into iniquity but is pure, sacred, and holy, conceived of God, born of God, the image or Christ of God. Such a child need never go through a rebirth. It is only through thoughts of the physical that the child is born into the physical and thereby allowed to assume the physical thoughts of sin and discord of the elders or parents. This alone makes rebirth necessary. When woman allows the Christ to stand forth from within, she is not only the Christ but the child is the Christ and is like Jesus. She then sees the Christ of God face to face. When woman, that which has wedded or brought together the male and female, sends forth her true call, her immaculate body is ready for that immaculate thing, the conception of the Christ child, to be presented to the world. This body was prepared and projected forth for woman long before the world was projected into form. Master Puriji ceased speaking. He invited us to accompany him to a great cave where sat many yogis in samadhi. We lived at the temple and in this cave for 9 days. Many of the yogis have lived here for years, and, when they come out of this seclusion, they do wonderful work among their people. We were told that, after the assembly was over, a number would be returning to India by way of Lakes Ansrora and Muktanath. Then from Muktanath we would go to Darjeeling very comfortably. This was good news and we were greatly elated at the prospect of traveling with these great ones. We went from cave to cave and talked to many of the yogis and sadhus, and, to our surprise, found that many of them were there summer and winter. When asked if they were troubled with snow, they replied that no snow fell in the vicinity and that there were no storms or fogs. Time passed on swift wings and the eve of our departure was upon us. Chapter Z, i.e. the morning of our departure. The community was awakened at 3 o'clock by the voice of the Keela chanting. We were aware that something unusual was happening, as he was inviting all to come forth for a moment. As we stepped out from the temple, the light from Pura Tatsanga blazed forth so brightly that the whole section was aglow. The Keela stood on the corner of the temple and asked for silent contemplation. We could see hundreds of forms standing with their arms upraised. The silence was broken by the words, "Hail, hail, hail." The Master Puriji chants. Thousands of voices joined in. The echo gave the effect of many more thousands. In the stillness of the morning, every word could be heard. These were his words. Could there be a God of the Hindu, a God of the Mongol, a God of the Jew, and a God of the Christian? There is a true universal principle, director, primal, infinite and divine. The central light of that principle is called God. God must enfold all. God does enfold all are God. This surely does not mean a God of just one and not for all. When we speak of God, we speak of one and all, for all, in all, through all, and of all. Should the Hindu name his God and say there is no other, his thought is divided. Should the Mongol name his God and say there is no other, his thought is divided. Should the Jew name his God and say there is no other, his thought is divided. Should the Christian name his God and say there is no other, his thought is divided. A house divided into itself is shattered and must fall. United it does maintain forever. Choose you whom you will serve. Division is failure and death. Unity in the father-mother principle is eternal progress, honor, and dominion. Aum, aum, aum. It seemed as though this reverberated around the whole world. We could hear the echoes of the reverberations for at least 10 minutes, as though a temple gong had sounded. At times it seemed as though the rocks themselves were giving forth the As these reverberations gradually ceased, all gathered in the great rock amphitheater below us and we joined the assembly. When we were seated with our group, Yogi Santi raised his arms above his head and, in unison, all chanted the as before. Again the rocks seemed to send forth the vibrations. This lasted till the meal was finished. As we arose, all stood silent for a moment, then sang the Kila. We shall bid you farewell, and our greatest blessing we leave, as we depart from your most gracious presence. May we ask the honor of a return welcome. We hesitate to depart and know that we with longing hearts and eyes shall look forward to our return. We bid you farewell. May the richest blessings of all that is holy be bestowed upon you. The reply came as though with one voice. Loved ones, we are never parted, though you may think space separates us. Not so. Distance has no power to separate, for God and yourself permeate all space. We need not even say farewell, for we see you at all times, face to face. You do not go, you do not come, you are always here. There is no time, no parting, no passing. The present is here, hence the future also. Where can we be except we are all together in God? Do not go hence but come hither and you are always here. As the last words floated out to us, we were well on the trail. While our steps were retreating, we were still there. There was no parting and we have never felt that we actually left that sacred place. All day long the Kila laughed and sang. Again his laughter and song lifted us bodily, as it were, over the most difficult places. We arrived again at Marmuni, the Silent One, at 2 o'clock that afternoon. Instead of stopping for the night, we pushed on and, though we traveled for 16 hours and covered over 70 miles that day, we were not fatigued. Thus we traveled to Sansrua. Here we were conducted to a beautiful temple near the lake, where we rested for 2 days before pushing on through the Trans-Himalaya Pass. This is a near paradise. The lake rests like a jewel in a great mountain setting. Birds sang from the trees all about. Here, the greater portion of the party lived. We would go on to Muktinath with Yogi Santi, the laughing Kila accompanying our party. We had often heard of the difficulties of this pass but, although we were many days on the trail, we encountered very few difficulties and reached Muktinath in due time. There we were again greeted by Emil and a number of our friends. No words can convey the pleasure we experienced at this reunion. We had traveled far and had been accorded the greatest hospitality and kindness, yet here we experienced the thrill of a true homecoming. While we were relating some of our experiences that evening, Emil said, "Now you know why the Tibetans, at altitudes of 21,000 feet, are apparently undisturbed with heavy loads upon their backs. Now you know how they climb Mount Everest as they claim. They go to the crest of the god of mountains, as they call Mount Everest. They overcome, or come up over, the god of the mountain just as they overcome the god of any burden. In other words, they let go the burden. Then the burden does not exist. You cannot put a burden upon the shoulders, much less upon the form, of the true God-man. Now you may see the truth in Jesus' statement, 'Come unto me, all ye that are weary and heavy laden and I will give you rest.' The true statement was, I am does give you rest. When you rest in the I am, you change from the God of burden, to God that is rest and peace. You have come up over the God of burden to the Father of rest. Therein you carry no burdens. God the Father is man's power to think rightly and directly through any condition. Man, as the poor worm of the dust, is not in God consciousness. This is man expressing in the worm consciousness. Only, if you are shooting at a target and you wish to hit the mark, you must focus your whole thought upon the center of the target. Then, with your will in complete focus, you must see nothing but the mark. When you have hit the mark, you have brought forth or accomplished God in a degree. God is your divine ideal, the focal point upon which every thought and act is centered. It is in this way that you bring forth the divine spiritual man, the Christ of God, the Word made flesh. The flesh is God, as well as God is around the flesh. Make your subjective one objective, a willing and all-wise worker with God. Principle. Head straight for your objective. Make that objective the divine spiritual life that God within you is, and God sees for all. No one ever accomplished anything unless, with all his will in complete focus, he held his objective, God, directly before the pure mirror of his thought force. That thought force is himself acting as God, demanding of himself that his attention be so thoroughly focused upon his objective, God, that it, God, is brought forth instantly. The instant God is objectified, present the mold or pattern you desire, and it is filled full. If this were not an absolute fact, you would not, nor could you, have thought of your desire. When your desire is set forth in this way, it is divine. With your divinity always projected, your desire is conceived in divine order. It is wholly within your power to say when it shall come forth. You are always in command. You have all power to speak the word of authority. To all outer things your command is complete silence. Now you can say definitely and knowingly, there is no greater power than the Christ within me. I now send forth my Christ endowed word. It does accomplish all things instantly. There is no greater driving force than my Christ endowed word. I praise, bless, and send it forth with abundance, harmony, and perfection. You have first spoken the word, God, which represents your true desire. Never go back again to the asking. This attitude engenders doubt, but go on. Recall what you have done. You have put forth your Christ word. You are in command. The thing is finished and complete. It is in divine order. I thank you, God, for life and light abundant, full and free, for perfect, boundless, wealth and power, unhampered liberty. Recall that if any two unite their spiritual force, they can conquer the world. Even though singly they can do nothing. These two are God and you, united in one purpose. If others will unite with you with the same sincerity of purpose, your power becomes greater as the square of the number of persons. Thus, every person standing forth one with God and united with you becomes the power that is increasing fourfold. If two of you shall unite with God as touching any one thing they shall ask, it is done for them of my Father. My God becomes your God and we are together. Together with God, man conquers that which is not godlike. Go into your closet, your God self, shut the door to all else, close the outer eyes, see singly your true God self. You have quietly put yourself into a spiritually receptive mood. God principle is the one point. I am one with universal life energy. It is flowing through me now. I know it. I feel it. I thank God my Father that I have the ability to accomplish all things. When you pray to God, with I am in direct contact with all universal life energy, you are using it in limitless measure. God is the name you give to the all-wise, intelligent spirit, and this spirit is within as well as without every human being. It is necessary for you to let God stand forth through you into outer expression. Therefore, it is not necessary to seek knowledge and help from outside sources. When you know that the source of all knowledge, the spirit of all knowledge, the understanding truth is latent within you, why seek knowledge from without, as God the universal spirit is within? Through this understanding, you call upon this principle when you accomplish any one thing. You know that the God within is the greatest of teachers. You realize that all the power you possess is first drawn to you, then generated within your body and sent forth to accomplish whatever you direct it to bring forth. This is God emanating through you, not a personal God, but an all-inclusive God within you. When you let God stand forth from within, you are connected with God, as God interpenetrates all conditions. By worshipping God within and seeing God standing forth from you, you are worshipping God, the deity in the whole human family. To worship an outside deity is to bring forth idolatry. To worship God within and to see God standing forth, from within out to all the world, is to bring forth and be in conscious contact with the emanations of God life and light everywhere. There cannot be a deity outside of your body that is not within your body, as all is vibrating or emanating energy. Thus, these vibrations flow through your body as well as around it, and the vibrations of deity include every atom of your whole body as well as the whole mass of the universe. Thus, You put God everywhere, before all, within all, around all, enveloping all, and enfolding all. There is not an atom of space that does not have the emanating energy of light and life flowing through it. Having finished this discourse, Emil stated that they would meet us in Hardwar and bade us good night. Chapters of As we neared Hardwar, about a day's journey from the city, we stopped at the home of an American whom we called Weldon. He gave us a hearty welcome and insisted upon our remaining with him for a few days. Weldon, a well-known writer, who had lived in India for many years, was in sympathy with and deeply interested in our work. He had asked several times to join our party, but circumstances had been such that we could not include him. As we sat in his garden next day, relating our experiences, Weldon suddenly remarked that he had never fully accepted the authenticity of the history of life of the man called Jesus of Nazareth. He had studied available records carefully, but they had all seemed vague and lacking in conclusion. Finally, he had given up in despair, as there were very grave doubts in his mind that such a character existed. Our chief asked him if he were brought face to face with this man, did he think he would know him, and how would he recognize him? Weldon replied, "You have touched upon a subject that has been the greatest motivating ideal of my whole life. You will never know the absorbing interest with which I have looked forward to some sign of actual truth of the man's existence in bodily form upon this earth. Each year my doubts have grown stronger until I have despaired of ever finding a trace that I can place full confidence in. However, there has always been something away back somewhere that I might define as a vague thought or ray of hope that sometime, somewhere, if I could meet this man face to face without a suggestion from any outside source, I would know him positively. Instinctively this thing wells up before me, and I say this to you, I have never before voiced it. I know I would know him. This is the most sincere feeling I have ever experienced, and, if you will pardon me for the repetition, I will say again, I know I would know him." That evening as we were preparing to retire, our chief came to us and said, "You all heard the conversation regarding the man Jesus this afternoon. You recognize the sincerity of our friend. Shall we invite him to go with us? We do not know, nor have we any way of determining whether this man that is known as Jesus of Nazareth will be at our destination. We cannot check his movements. In fact, we only know that he has been there. If we invite Weldon to go and the man is not there, will it not result in further disappointment and serve no good purpose? Weldon seems anxious to go with us. Since none of us knows that this man Jesus will be there, there will be no suggestion from any of us in any way. In this, I think the time is auspicious." We all agreed. The next morning our chief invited Weldon to accompany us. Instantly his face lighted up with anticipation. After a moment's reflection, he said he had an assignment for the following Wednesday and would be obliged to return by that time. As this was Thursday, he would have 6 days. Our chief thought the time sufficient, so we decided to leave that afternoon. We went well and we reached our destination before noon of the second day. As we arrived, we noticed a group of 12 people sitting together in the garden of the lodge we were to occupy. As we approached they all arose and the owner of the lodge came forward to greet us. In the group we saw the man Jesus standing. Before anyone could say a word or make a suggestion, Weldon had stepped from our midst, with both hands extended, and with a joyous exclamation rushed forward, clasping Jesus' hands in his, saying, "Oh, I knew you, I knew you." This is the most divine moment of my whole life. When we realized what had taken place, there was something akin to divine joy that swept through us as we beheld the rapture of our friend. We stepped forward and exchanged greetings as Weldon was introduced to the group. After lunch, while sitting in the garden, Weldon said to Jesus, "Won't you talk to us? I have been waiting a lifetime for this moment." There was silence for a few moments. Then Jesus began, "In the silence of the hour, I would have you know that the Father to whom I speak and who dwells within me, is the same loving Father who dwells in all and to whom all can speak and know just as intimately as I do." A breath of wondrous glory sweeps across the chords that vibrate with a life pure and divine. It is so pure that the waiting silence stops, and intently listens. The fingers of the great and knowing one of yourself, touches your hand with lingering softness, and the voice as always is telling you of the Father's great and glorious love. Your voice is saying to you, "I know you are with me, and together you and I are God." Now the Christ of God stands forth. Won't you erase every limitation and stand with me in spirit? Greater thoughts have not been given than these I give unto you. It does not matter that men say it cannot be. You, each one of you, are standing forth the Divine Master, conquering and in full dominion, just as you have seen me conquer. The time is here. The fulfilling pure thought that you have sent out to the Divine Master has come to fruition in your own body, and the soul has taken complete command. With me you soar to heights celestial. We lift these bodies up until their shining radiance becomes a blaze of pure, white light, and together we have returned to the Father from whence all have come forth. God our Father is pure light emanation, and from this vibrating light all come forth. In this vibration all stand together with God. In these vibrating emanations of light all material consciousness is erased, and we see creations projected forth from the formless into form. All things renewed every instant. In the primal cosmos, aqueous or God substance, all things exist, and, because of that existence, the vibrations are so high that none perceive them, unless one stands forth in spirit as we do. It is necessary to raise the vibrations of the body to spirit vibrations. Now we can see creation going on all the time, as creation is caused by the radiation of cosmic light vibrations generated in the great cosmos. And this radiation is the great universal life or light energy that sustains all and is called the Father of radiation or vibration. It is the Father of radiation because its radiation will shatter any other radiation or vibration. In reality it only sets them aside in order that other forms may take their place. When our body vibrates in tune with spirit vibrations, we are light vibrations, the greatest of all vibrations, God the Father of all vibrations. It will soon be proved that these cosmic rays constitute such a terrific bombardment that they are destructive to so-called matter. These rays are from the source of all energy, the Father of all elements, the source from which all elements come. This is not destruction. This is transmutation from so-called matter to spirit form. It will soon be known that these cosmic rays have such tremendous penetrating power that they penetrate through all mass, shattering as it were, the very heart or nucleus of a so-called atom, transmuting it into atoms of other substance and thereby creating other elements of higher order, and in this way, creation advances into a higher emanation of pure light or life itself. These radiations, which have such tremendous penetrating power, are readily distinguished from all radiations coming from the Earth or Sun galaxy and have complete control over all these radiations or vibrations. It will soon be known that these radiations come from a universal source, unseen, and that the Earth is continuously subjected to a terrific bombardment of these rays that are so potent they change or transmute atoms of one element into the infinite particles of another element. It will also be found that when this cosmic ray strikes the nucleus of an atom, it does shatter it. It separates this atom into the minute particles of another substance, causing transmutation from a lower to a higher element. Thus, these radiations do not destroy matter, they transmute it from a lower to a higher element. From the material to spiritual, this higher element is as man dictates. It is higher as he names and uses it for a higher purpose. When man stands forth in spiritual vibrations, he can fully determine and regulate these rays and their mode of action. Thus to man, standing in spiritual vibrations, transmutation is going on all the time all about him. Transmutation is but creation in the higher sense. Thus all are created where they stand. Creation never ceases. It is continuous, never-ending. The emanations of radiation from the cosmos are made up of light and are composed of so-called light bullets that burst forth from the cosmos. This greater universe is around and encloses and surrounds all universes, to the extent that the suns absorb and bring into its central sun, conserve, concentrate and build up, all the energy that is dissipated from the universes. This central sun becomes so full of vibrating, pulsing energy, and this energy becomes so condensed that the so-called light bullets are shot out with such radiating force that, when they collide with the nucleus of another atom, that atom is shattered but not destroyed. Its particles are transmuted into particles of other elements which are finally assimilated into the element to which they belong. Then that element comes to life. Life is the energy that is released by this so-called bombardment of light bullets. And that portion absorbed by the particles released is called the life of the particle, or of the whole element, while the portion of the energy released but not absorbed as life, is returned or drawn back to the cosmos as it were. It is again concentrated and condensed until it can be again shot forth to collide with and shatter other atoms, thus creating the particles that go to create the atom of another element. Thus creation is continuous, everlasting, expanding and concentrating. then through reduced vibrations, condensing into form. This intelligent, emanating energy is God, controlling the universe around us, as well as controlling the universe of our bodies, which are spiritual and not material. This transmutation is not disintegration. The intelligence so directs that only a few of these light bullets strike the nuclei of other atoms, at a time ratio and in complete conformity to law, so that no manifestation is overbalanced. Man, one with this supreme intelligence, can in an orderly way, step up this impingement, so that his needs are fulfilled instantly. In this way, man hastens the slow process of nature. He does not interfere with nature. He works with nature in a higher rate of vibration than that in which nature works in the lower order of concept. Lift up your eyes and look on the fields, for they are white or ready to harvest. Saint John 4:35. All is vibration and corresponds to the plane or field upon which vibration acts. The planes or fields spoken of have no reference to the concentric bands or shells that surround the Earth. These concentric shells or layers are ionization bands which enclose the Earth and reflect back vibrations originating on the Earth, but they do not impede or shut out cosmic light rays. It is through them that transmutation or creation is going on all the time. Even our bodies are transmuted from a lower to a higher condition, and we become the conscious directors of this change by keeping the thoughts and, therefore, the body attuned consciously to the higher vibrations. Thus we attune the body consciously to a higher vibratory rate and we become that vibration. In this condition the master waits. As you stand now, you are master, you are ruler over all conditions. Now you know that the glory and the consciousness of the divine creation is far above any material thought. The first step is fully and completely to control all outer activities of thought, mind, and body, with the thought always uppermost that you are cultivating the habit of perfection, the God habit. The Christ of God habit. Do this wherever you are, every time it comes to you during your working or resting hours. See this perfect presence within you. Get into the habit of seeing this perfect presence as your real self, this Christ of God presence. Then go a little further. See a divine white light, dazzling in purity and brilliance emanating forth from the very center of your being. See it shining forth with such brilliance and glory that it emanates from every cell, fiber, tissue, muscle, and organ of your whole body. Now see the true Christ of God standing forth, triumphant, pure, perfect, and eternal. Not the Christ of me, but your own true Christ of God, the only begotten of your Father God, the only true Son of God, the triumphant and all-conquering Godhead. Step forth and claim this as your divine right, and it is yours. Every time you say, God, know fully that you are presenting God. And you will do the world a greater service by so doing than by presenting me as the Christ of God. It is far greater and nobler to see yourself as the Christ of God. You yourself presenting God to the world and beholding God as yourself. You sit back and pray to me to intercede for you. It is wonderful that you do present me to the world as the Christ of God and recognize the God qualities presented through me. Just so long as you do not make an idol or image of me and then pray to that idol. The moment you make a graven image of me and pray to that image, you debauch me and yourselves. It is well to see the ideal that I or anyone else presents, then make that ideal your very own. Then we are not apart or separate from God. As such, man conquers the world. Do you not see the greater thing to be accomplished by standing forth one with us in God? If you cultivate this with love, reverence, devotion, and worship, it becomes a habit and soon it is all of you. Your daily life and existence. In a short time you have brought forth divinity. You are once more the divine Christ, the firstborn of God. You are one with primal spirit, energy. Actually feel, see, and take hold of this great light. Accept, declare, and know positively that it is yours, and in a short time, your body will actually send forth this light, in every age and every condition, all through the great immensity. This supreme light has existed. It is everywhere. This light is life. When anything is made plain, we are in light and regarding it, the light shines forth into our conscious concept. Soon the light of life will shine forth to your watching eye, as it has to all great ones. Many of these great ones are portrayed standing forth in a great blaze of light. Although you may not see it, this light is real and is life, radiating from your body here. Weldon asked if we might talk over some of the Bible teachings, and Jesus readily assented. We arose and walked out of the garden together. Weldon exclaimed, "Just think, Here you have contacted these people and I have lived in the same neighborhood and never recognized them. This day has indeed been a revelation to me. A new world, a new light, a new life stands revealed. We asked him how he recognized the man Jesus. He answered, "You marvel that I recognize the man for what he is. I do not know how I know. I know and nothing can shake that knowing." We suggested that if he kept his assignment, it would be necessary for him to leave the following Monday and that 2 of our party would leave for Darjeeling on that day and would accompany him. "Leave," he replied. "I have already dispatched a messenger asking another person to take my assignment. I am staying here. You just try to send me away." Chapter XV. After a most interesting day going about the countryside, visiting many places of interest, we returned to the lodge at 8 o'clock and found our friends assembled in the garden. After a short talk on general subjects, Jesus spoke, saying they realized that Weldon was mystified. He went on to say, "I shall talk to you just as I wish you to talk to yourself. If you will make these statements true or make them a part of yourself, you will need no other. These statements are in no wise to be used as formulas. Students can use them to bring their thoughts in accord with divine principle or, as many say, to train their thoughts to the one point. We use the word God as often as possible, repeating it many times. It is a well-known fact that the oftener you say or use the word God, knowing it to be the highest principle indwelling and flowing through you, the greater benefit you will derive from it. Allow me to repeat, our thought is, you cannot say God or use the name too much. See God as creative principle flowing through you. Concentrate and energize that principle, and send it out with more dynamic influence. Because of the fact that it always flows through you as well as around you, you are able to give it a greater impetus by sending it out with the whole force of your being, impelling it outward. Man's body is the medium through which this force is transformed and added impetus is given it, in order to do a greater work and be sent forth in greater form. Thus, there is far greater force added to this principle through the fact that millions are magnifying its radiations and sending them out. Yet one man standing forth in full dominion can conquer the world. Thus, you see what millions could accomplish. The more you use this name, knowing that it is the indwelling God principle that you are establishing within you, the higher the rate of vibration of your body. These vibrations become correlated and respond to the divine vibrations which the word God means and gives forth. Should you say God once, meaningly, your body will never return to the same vibratory rate that it was giving off at the time you use the word God. With this thought in mind, make these statements your very own. Put them in your own language if you so desire. They are from you and not from any outside source. Just try for a time and see what it will do for you. Recall that every time you think God, you are God's divine plan. These are not my words. They are your words coming from the Christ of God, yourself. Bear in mind that Jesus, the man, became the Christ as he expressed light, which is pure life or God. God, my Father, the divine principle flowing through me, is all, and all that God is. I am the Christ of God, God-man. All that God my Father is for God-man to use. Thus I am is entitled to use all substance. In fact, God my Father is pressing out all substance to God-man in unlimited measure. God principle is my Father. I am the Christ of God, both in whole and complete union. All that God has, the Christ of God is. Let us take the word God. Why is it that this word has so much power? It is because of the vibrations that are released when the word is spoken. They are of the very highest. They are the cosmos, the most effective vibration. They come in on the cosmic ray and set up the highest field of radiation. This field is all inclusive, all penetrating, all existing, and rules all mass. They are the ruling elements of all energy, and this vibration is the vehicle that carries light and life. The ruling intelligence back of this radiation is what we term God, and through its radiation, the intelligence pervades everything. From this radiation field both light and life emanate. When man accepts these, he unites them in his body. They are one. This body responds immediately to the light vibration and he is God vibration. His body radiates light. Thus, one standing forth as God is often invisible to one functioning in a lower vibratory field. This is the reason that the word God is so powerful. Because of this sustaining word God, your Bible has maintained such influence and longevity. Think of the number of times the word is written and thus spoken in that great book. See the different lines of radiation of light, and therefore, life and energy that go out from each word either written or spoken. Each word carries its vibrations to the very soul of all who speak, hear, or see the word God, and as the soul responds to that vibration, the book from which the radiations come forth is lifted and exalted correspondingly as the soul is exalted by the vibrations. Thus, the book is given life, power, and immortality. It is in reality the word God that has accomplished this. Thus, you can say that the book is the word of God in the spiritual sense and not in the literal sense of the word. Too many take the Bible literally, instead of giving attention to its true spiritual value. This lack of consciousness matters little, as the spiritual vibrations set aside those set up by this attitude of thought. When they think or say God once, those vibrations far outweigh their lack of understanding. It is the survival of the Bible that has proved such a stumbling block to the scoffer and critic. The atheist fails utterly to explain why the word God supersedes and has complete dominion over the word evil. Repeat God thoughtfully for a time, then try to set up a vibration in your body with the word evil. If you have not already experienced this, it will be a revelation to you. Many scientists proclaim that the theistic hypothesis is impossible. Do not mind them, for the things which they pronounced impossible yesterday are being accomplished today. Do you not know that it is high time to go within your house, put it in order, and find out what the word God will do for you? Think attentively for a moment. Try it and see if it will not cause you to drop all differences and bickerings. Speak God with your whole soul and feel the exhilaration that causes you to treat your brother more kindly and deal with him more justly. Place God before you and the mist of the long forgotten ages will be dispelled as a wisp of smoke. The intellect may frown upon this. Don't mind the intellect. It has had many times. Stand forth with the word God dominant within you and a whole world of strife and confusion cannot touch you. When you know positively that God or supreme vibration does exist and that it is all power, you can use it to accomplish all things. With it you can transport yourself from place to place. If you are in one place and the need is for you to be elsewhere, recall it as the self that is holding you stationary, not God. You are using God power in limitation if you remain where you are. Let go of self, erase limitation, put forth the command that you are the Christ of God, one with the God vibration and power. The instant you make it definite that you are God vibration, you will be at your destination. Just thinking a thing does not accomplish that thing. You must know and do, then love and worship the source or principle enough to do it. Faith shows the way through thought, but it takes the actual command of the Christ of God, that you are that vibration. The instant you allow that vibration to take full command, you get up and do it. The knowing through love and worship becomes the accomplishment. That you are unconscious of their radiations does not set aside the fact of their existence. Through faith in their existence, then knowing that they do exist, you become conscious of their existence, then you can use them. When you express a vibration and are in tune with that vibratory field, you are invisible to things that express in a lower vibratory field. Thus, if your body vibrates with the speed of light, you are invisible to those that cannot see light. Light is life. Thus, if you live wholly in the vibrations of light, your body is pure life. Light, and life, is God. Thus all are God when they live in the God vibration. The sun shall be no more thy light by day, neither for brightness shall the moon give light unto thee, but the Lord shall be unto thee an everlasting light and thy God, thy glory. Isa 60:19. The Lord Christ of God has no more need of light when his body vibrations are in unison with God vibrations. His body is light, purer than that of the noonday sun. The Lord, all of God, expressing pure life, light, through Jesus or man, becomes the Christ upon earth. Each man becomes the Christ when the Lord, all of God is understood and actually lived. I am the light of the world. He that followeth me shall not walk in darkness but shall have the light of life. The Pharisees therefore said unto him, Thou bearest record of thyself, thy record is not true. Jesus answered and said unto them, Though I bear record of myself, yet my record is true. For I know whence I came and whither I go, but ye cannot tell whence I come, and whither I go. Ye judge after the flesh. I judge no man, and yet, if I judge, my judgment is true. For I am not alone but I and the Father that sent me. It is also written in your law that the testimony of two men is true. I am one that bears witness of myself, and the Father that sent me beareth witness of me. Then said they unto him, Where is thy Father? Jesus answered, Ye neither know me, nor my Father. If ye had known me, ye should have known my Father also. 8:12-19. How can you walk in darkness if you walk hand in hand with God? If you let God triumph, your works and accomplishments are eternal. You came forth with this vibration, and as long as you live true to this light, you will never perish or change. These vibrations go on forever. Men have lived noble lives and accomplished noble deeds, all accomplished through God vibrations. Thus they have the power to create by lowering these vibrations and allowing the aqueous substance to consolidate into form. Aqueous substance is that substance which contains all elements. Scientists will discover that all elements can be resolved into this aqueous or vaporous condition. In this state, all substance vibrates or radiates at the same rate of vibration. Thus, by lowering the vibrations to the rate at which the particles of the element will coalesce or come together, you may produce the element desired. Here the cosmic radiations play an important part. Here the transmutation takes place. Many great souls have lived and their works have passed with them, because they were unconscious of the power that sustained them. They, as well as others, were unconscious of their works and thus were forgotten. Had they recognized this power and then, through definite thought and action, consolidated these deeds, their accomplishments would have stood forth as a mountain that could not be forgotten, the same as the great mountains of accomplishments that stand forth before humanity today, as, for example, the Great Pyramid of Egypt. Is it not much greater to live the Christ life? Is it not worthwhile to make this your ideal? Does this not completely erase the petty things of life? Do you not see the accomplishments of the ones that dared to step forth and live the Christ life? As you accomplish this, you stand on the Mount of Transfiguration. Man's law and prophecy disappear and the triumphant Christ stands alone, but not lonely. You can do this. All can do it, if they but will. Now you know that you and the Father are one. This is the testimony of two standing together as one law, and this testimony is true. Thus, if you judge, your judgment is true. If you bear record of this origin, your record is true. As you know your origin with the Father, you never pass on. You always know the Father. If they had known one, that is my Father, they would have known me, for our vibrations would have been in perfect accord. Then cried Jesus in the temple as he taught, saying, Ye both know me, and ye know whence I am, and I am not come of myself, but he that sent me is true, whom ye know not, but I know him, for I am from him, and he hath sent me. Then they sought to take him, but no man laid hands on him, because his hour had not yet come. And many of the people believed in him and said, When Christ cometh, will he do more miracles than these which this man hath done? Then said Jesus unto them, Yet a little while am I with you, and then I go unto him that sent me. Ye shall seek me, and shall not find me, and where I am, thither you cannot come. John 7:28-34. You know that the spiritual and material is merged within the Christ. Spirit knows, I come not of myself, I am of the Father. The temple body must become a pure channel through which the Christ shines forth. When the Christ is risen in the individual, then will he do greater miracles than these which I have done. As you seek, you will find the Christ in me and the Christ in you. Brothers one and all, your hour shall come when the Christ appears to each one of you as an individual. Then will you be lifted up into the Christ consciousness and glorify the Father as I have glorified him. It is written, in Matthew 27:46. That my last words on the cross were, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? This is a complete mistranslation. The words actually were, my God, thou hast never forsaken me or any of thy children, for thy children can come to thee as I have come. They can see my life as I have lived my life. Thus, by living that life, they do incorporate the Christ and become one with you. God my Father, there was never a thought of desertion or separation. The Christ of God stood forth definitely, long before that hour. Had they burned my body, I could have reassembled it from the same particles that were released in the seeming destruction. Had they divided every particle of the body, it could have been reassembled instantly. There would have been no change. Man is so constituted that when he stands forth with the understanding of the Christ of God, he releases enough intelligent energy, and that energy and intelligence so completely envelop him that, should the body be disintegrated and the life element become separated from the particles, this intelligent life principle could reassemble and consolidate those same particles in the same form in which it had expressed itself. The mold or pattern is there, it is built of, and in, the substance which cannot be destroyed. It would only be necessary to reassemble the substance and fill the mold, interpenetrated with the same life element, and you would have the perfect pattern or image as before. Thus, you can see that the crucifixion did not harm me, it harmed only those who attempted to harm the Christ principle. It was an example of the fulfilling law of the great principle, a pathway which all humanity may follow. Thus following, they become the Christ of God, their ideal consolidated into imperishable form. Not even this body was destroyed. Its vibrations were so high that the mere act of fastening it to and raising it upon the cross was but a symbol that those who crucified me had finished all limitation which the mortal could put upon the body. The necessity for the completion of the fulfillment of mortal limitation was to place the body in the tomb and roll a great stone thereon and completely seal the tomb. Thus the cry, "It is finished." When the mortal is finished, immortality is complete. Thus it is impossible to confine the immortal body of man even in a rock-hewn tomb. The rock could have been dissolved to release such a body, had such a necessity arisen. Thus you see that the whole scene was a symbol of man's heritage. Chapters v. These gatherings continued for a number of days. It was decided that Gordon Weldon and I would stay with these people, while the chief and the others would return to Darjeeling where the party would establish headquarters, in order to assemble and tabulate the data which we had secured. After they had departed we established our camp more permanently, as this would be our headquarters until our chief returned in December. Our location was at the crest of a ridge extending into the valley from a spur of the main mountain mass, at an elevation of about 500 feet above the valley floor. The location and setting were most advantageous for a main camp, as it was readily accessible to many different places which we wished to visit. The camp was in the midst of a great grove of tall, stately trees. The ground sloped gradually from the main ridge toward our camp, giving it the appearance of nestling in the center of the crescent-shaped amphitheater, with the valley as a great mural enclosing the other segment. Beyond and over the mural, the sun went down in a sea of liquid gold. Every evening this color was reflected upon the upward sloping surface of the ridge that served as the background of our amphitheater, bathing the crest of the ridge in a sea of throbbing, pulsing color, like unto a gigantic halo. As one stood in silence, just as the last rays of the sun were shut off by the horizon, one could imagine a great being with arms outstretched at the level of the shoulders, a robe of pure gold draped in most artistic folds, drawn closely around, with an aura of pure white light blazing out for miles. One evening, as we sat near our campfire just before sunset, the sun seemed to be blazing forth with the most magnificent brilliance. So evident was the unusual phenomenon that every member of our party was entranced. One remarked to a sannyasi, who had arrived a few moments before, that the sun was attempting to outdo itself before bidding us good night. "An auspicious event portends," replied the sannyasi, "a meller of great souls, accompanying a most high one, gathers here shortly. Quiet please." Instantly a hush as though from outer space seemed to settle over the scene. Suddenly a heavenly voice burst through the stillness in most melodious and heavenly cadence. Then thousands of the kokila chimed in with a thrilling high-pitched treble that blended with the voice and song so harmoniously that one could but believe that the cantata was heaven-born. Could you, dear reader, have witnessed the scene and heard the song, I know you would pardon the superlatives. In a moment the treble of the birds was silent, but the song floated on more majestically than ever. Then, on the slope of the ridge, there appeared two angelic female figures, robed in shimmering silvery folds, which gave it an outline of mystically beautiful forms. So beautiful were the features, that one can only say, why outrage them with mere words? We, as well as the sannyasi, sat enthralled, forgetting to breathe for a moment. Suddenly thousands of voices joined in the chorus, then forms began to assemble and circle about the two central figures. The song ceased as suddenly as it began and the figures disappeared. Absolute silence reigned supreme and a great form appeared as before but in a greater array of brilliant color. As the sun's rays faded, the form gradually diminished until, standing before us was a well-shaped manly form, with a perfect, symmetrical figure and flowing hair of matchless color. His body was clad in a shimmering white robe, which fell from his shoulders in layer upon layer of artistic folds. Clasped around the waist was a loose silver white girdle, the hem of his robe just brushing the grass as he advanced toward us with stately strides. A Greek god could not have looked more majestic. As he came close, he paused and said, "We do not need to be introduced. We need not be formal. I salute you as true brothers. I extend my hand and clasp that of myself. Do I hesitate to embrace myself? Not so, for I love you as myself. Together with God principle, we love the whole world. I am as you are, nameless, ageless, eternal. Together, in true humility, we stand in the Godhead. He stood silent for a moment. Instantly his raiment was changed. He stood before us clothed as we were, and at his side was a great Rajputana tiger. It was a beautiful beast, whose coat appeared like silken floss in the afterglow. A momentary fear swept over us. So engrossed had we been with the occurrence that we had been unconscious of the tiger's presence. Suddenly the animal crouched. A command from our guest, and the tiger arose to its feet, walked forward and placed his muzzle in the man's outstretched hands. The wave of fear had swept over, leaving us calm. Our guest sat down before the campfire. While we drew close about him, the tiger walked a short distance away and stretched full length upon the ground. Our guest said, I have come to partake of your hospitality for a time, and, if I am not intruding, I shall abide with you until the great Miller. We all attempted to clasp his hand at once, so eager were we to extend a welcome. He thanked us and began by saying, you need not fear any animal. If you do not fear them, they will not harm you in any way. You have seen a body inactive on the ground before a village, for the protection of the inhabitants. That is only a physical sign to the people. The body is exposed, inactive, and at the mercy of the beast. Though inactive, it remains unharmed, and the people note that fact. Thus they lose all fear of the animal. The moment they have lost their fear vibrations are not projected, and the animal, failing to pick up any fear vibrations, does not see the people as something to feed upon any more than he sees a tree, grass, or huts about him. As they project no vibrations of fear, the animal may pass directly through the same village where formerly he had selected the one he would feed upon, as that one was emanating the greatest fear. You have observed this. You have even observed the same animal stride directly over the prostrate form on the ground, walking directly through the village, looking for that which fears him. You observe the same animal walking directly between two small children less than 20 feet apart and attacking an older person that fears him. The children were not old enough to know fear, therefore, the animal did not see them. Memories of these experiences came flooding back, and we realized that we had not thought deeply enough upon the subject of fear to register its deeper meaning. He then went on to say, love an animal and it must reciprocate with love. If it resists love, it will destroy itself before it can harm you. The animal is far more conscious of this condition than the human. Glancing toward the tiger, he said, let us present love to our brother here and note the response. We responded as best we could. Immediately the tiger rolled over, bounded to its feet and walked toward us, evidencing the greatest joy in every movement. The rishi then resumed, approach the animal as your enemy and you have an enemy to contend with. Approach him as a brother and you have a friend and protector. The Muni who had accompanied us from the Tau Cross Temple, in Tibet, arose, announcing that he would leave us as he must return to Hardwar to serve the pilgrims that would be gathering for the Mela. With an exchange of salutations, he left us. Although he had been very silent, we had enjoyed his comradeship beyond expression. There are many like him in this great land. They need not speak a word, yet you feel their greatness. After the Muni had departed we sat down but had scarcely composed ourselves, when into the camp walked Emil, Jast, and Chanda Senator. After an exchange of greetings we sat down and arranged an itinerary to tour a large portion of this country. When this was concluded, Emil related many of the interesting legends intimate with the places we would visit. Of these I shall record but one, as it relates to the district in which we were camped and had a most interesting and close association with the Markumba Mela that is held in this district every 12 years. To that Mela and the shrines of this district there assemble more pilgrims annually than to any other district. Here assemble as many as 500,000 people at one Mela. As this season's event would be of vast import, it was expected that this number would be augmented by hundreds of thousands. The auspiciousness of the event already pervaded the air. Here food is provided for all pilgrims free during the Mela. Hardwar is known as the Great Holy Place. At Brindavan Sri Krishna lived and in this valley he grew to manhood. The district is a near paradise. This is the home of the sweet-songed bird, Kokila. In this district stand the jeweled landmarks that came into existence where fell the drops of everlasting nectar as they were spilled from the jar of Amri. nectar which was cast up from the sea after the battle of Devatas, god, and Ashura, demon, in other words, of spirituality and gross materiality. This designates the time when India awakened to the vast import of spiritual life. This jar of nectar was so precious that a second battle was waged for its possession. Such was the haste of the god to outdistance the demon that drops were spilled from the jar, and where they fell these jeweled landmarks were erected. This is a legend that veils a deeper spiritual meaning. That the meanings of these legends are permanent, everlasting, and far-reaching will be evidenced later. Here in this district we wandered, visiting many temples, accompanying the great Rishi. In December our chief met us and we travelled south to Mount Abu. From there we returned to Brindavan and Hardwar and again visited many temples where we were accorded the most intimate and cordial associations with these people's lives. These intimate associations, teachings, and occasions cannot be published. The only restriction placed upon us was the request that, should we wish to give these out, we would do so personally to groups. In fact, the request was that they should not be written but should be given orally only to those who requested them. The assembling of this great multitude of holy men and devotees is a never to be forgotten experience. Here there is no hurry, confusion, or crowding among this vast throng, all traveling a direct route to one point for one purpose. One sees benevolence and kindness on every hand and hears the name of the Most High, or the Almighty, on every lip, most reverently. It is a spiritual echo down the long corridor of what the Western world calls time. This has no import in the vastness of the East. One can only imagine a great concourse of 400,000 or 500,000 people. There is no way of counting them. As we were sitting before our campfire on the evening of the day preceding that of the great Mela, the Rishi explained to us the purpose of this great event. Nearly all these gatherings in India have a far deeper meaning than appears on the surface or than the repetition of the legend would imply. Chapters vi the Rishi resumed, but it is written, I hath not seen nor ear heard, neither hath entered into the heart of man the things which God hath prepared for them that love him. I quoted 29. This should have read, for them which love and bring forth the Christ of God. Few understand life's principle or the purpose of life. The understanding principle is that which stands under all things and is the principal thing. Therefore, it is a true proverb, with all thy getting, get understanding. Understanding conscious purpose underlies everything. It was this that brought forth so proficiently for Solomon. He asked that the foundation of understanding be given to him and that an understanding heart be his. This opened to him such a fount of wisdom and led him to such a position of power, that there were bestowed upon him such riches and honor that he was known as the king of 1,000 magnificent accomplishments. This has been symbolically spoken of as Solomon's 1,000 wives. In Solomon's time, a wife was the symbol of a great accomplishment, an omniscient understanding which foresaw the whole history of the universe and its definite connection with humanity and each of its units. When Solomon gave out these accomplishments to his people and used them for their benefit, there were added to his store 3,000 more and his songs were 1,005. And God gave Solomon wisdom and understanding exceeding much, and largeness of heart, even as the sand that is on the seashore. I Kings 4:29-32. Solomon was not a king in the literal or temporal sense of the word. He was a king over himself and his own household. This kingship he did hold. From that throne he dispensed love, understanding, wisdom, justice, and abundance to all that asked for wise counsel. At that time all humanity was asking and, in response, he received love, understanding, wisdom, justice, and abundance 1,000-fold. Although Solomon ruled them with a rod that standeth upright like iron, it was the symbol of law that never fails. When that which he had sent out was magnified 1,000 times 10,000 and returned with the same power, the kingdom that Solomon held, though it were the whole earth, could not contain the richness of the reward of the law or Lord that knew the treasure of the Christ of God. When he obeyed the command that the self must come forth and obey God, principle, give with no thought of receiving and you cannot compass the reward. First give love to God, then to all the earth. When that love returns it has encompassed the whole earth and is magnified 1,000 times 10,000, as it has passed through the thoughts of millions of people and each has increased it 1,000 times 10,000-fold. When it returns, is there room on earth for the fullness thereof? This alone has released earth and heaven is the result. Harmony reigns supreme. Solomon commanded of himself that he do this with understanding, wisdom, justice, abundance, and great joy. What happened? The earth could not hold the abundance. It was earth no more. It was heaven. Do you wonder that those of Solomon's day called him a great king, a god? They fell down and worshipped Solomon, thinking that he could furnish them with every needed thing. This is where they erred. They did not realize that Solomon was the example that they should follow. God said unto Solomon, "There shall be none like you in all the earth." There could be none like him on earth, for he had released the earthly estate. The heavenly estate was his, and therein reigned his people as kingly as Solomon reigned. He set forth God, the heritage of man, which they must follow. Could such a king condemn one of his kings to death, when by doing so he condemned himself to the same death, multiplied 1,000 times 10,000? Such a king ruled justly, not over other kings, but with kings, and there need be no pomp or glory of outer display. He need not even display his crown. All humanity knows of the crown. Such a king is a true ruler, not of the few, but with every human unit. They rule with him. This is man and God reigning supreme. This is the house of Israel. When the house becomes the tree, the root, the branch, the twig, the leaf, the flower, and the perfume that the flower emits, the very spirit of all races. Such a race did inhabit this earth, and such a race will again inhabit this earth. I say unto you, you need not falter. Heaven is here, if each human unit will but make it so. As men refuse to heed the call, they will go out and return through birth into life, with its trials and tribulations, then through death again and again, until the lesson is finally learned, that upon the rock of absolute spiritual perception the whole human family is built. To such a race death does not exist, nor can it again exist. Therefore, karma does not exist. Karma is but retribution for bringing into manifestation discord and inharmony. Substitute renunciation for retribution and you correct the cause for karma, as it exists only in the thoughts of those determined to manifest karma. Remove the cause or substitute it by a higher condition and the lower condition is erased. You have elevated the vibrations of your body above those which allowed karma to exist. Death in no way removes karma, neither does it destroy or erase it. Death adds to and magnifies karma manifold, thus heaping it in great billows upon each human unit. The instant you let go of death and rebirth, you are free from death and karma. Both are erased. If erased, they are forgotten. If forgotten, they are forgiven. If at this stage, the absolute permanency of life cannot be perceived, thus conceived and brought into being, then there is an ultimate remedy for the mistake of death, named reincarnation. Reincarnation is but a guiding light on the blind trail of death. When this light leads, death may be overcome through round after round of earthly experiences. Then, through the lessons which those experiences teach, we arrive at the accomplishment of letting go of man-made conditions of creed or dogma that have been imposed upon us. Then we may again step forth into the full glory of God, into the light that is shining just as brightly, which has only seemed dim because we have wandered farther from the Father's house, the house of our own true self unalloyed by man, made creed and superstition. As we again approach the house, the light shines forth brighter with each advancing step, and, as we enter, we find it aglow with light and with the same warmth and beauty which only seemed dim through our outlook. There again we shall find quiet, peace, and rest, and in these we may feast at will. The same would have been ours had we entered the house before we wandered, creed and superstition bound. At the end of the trail all is forgotten and forgiven as it could have been before the beginning. Stand ye still and see the salvation of the Lord within you. Stand completely still in the physical and see the complete salvation that the Lord Christ of God, standing forth as your true self, can give you. This, I perceived and stated the law that Abraham made use of so long ago. It is just as true this day as it was at that time. Manifestations take form as they are conceived in thought, word, or action, according to your belief. If the thought is not good, the remedy is, change your thought, call those things that be not, as though they were. There are many mistakes in translation from the original texts to the context of your Bible, as well as many false prophecies. Many of these were brought about through lack of understanding of the characters and symbols with which the translators were dealing. These are excusable, as the translators were conscientious and their conclusions were presented as ably as they were able to comprehend them. The greater majority, however, were base falsehoods, perpetrated deliberately to mystify, to mislead, and to subvert the original gospel of the house of Israel. The first name was Israel, meaning the crystal or pure white race. the first race that ever inhabited the world, the original or root race from which all other races sprang. This race was also designated as a peerlite race, in many instances, meaning ray or beam. From this race sprang the Aryan race. The greater portion of this subversion of the Bible came about or began in the 1st and 2nd centuries AD, and this onslaught was directed in particular against the books of Daniel, Ezra, and Nehemiah. These misrepresentations were extended to the early works of Josephus and other books. They show conclusively that they were purposely perpetrated to hide well-known data that existed at that time and instances that happened before that period. These falsifications were also instituted to destroy the definite chronological system and history preserved by the Israelites from the time consciousness began. Thousands of false histories of true events were written and substituted for originals, and large portions of true historical data were distorted and effaced. The Aryan race, a direct branch of this race, used this same chronological system, and it has been preserved by them in its purity. Through this system, these forgeries and substitutions can be readily traced. Thus, we are in possession of true and complete Hebrew chronology. We know these falsehoods were extended to Solomon and to his household of wives, as well as to many others of the 10-tribe house of Israel, its leaders, teachers, and counselors. After the division of this 10-tribe house into two, the root kingdom was known as the house or kingdom of Israel. The other was known as the tribe of Judah. While this tribe was of Israel, they were by no means all Israel. To hear Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob referred to as Jews is not only common error, but subversion, as only the descendants of Judah and those that came after could be called after his name Jews. The term Jew was never applied to the 10-tribe house of Israel nor to the 12 tribes of Israel. The Israelites were not Jews, but the Jews were a tribe of the Israelitish nation. When the tribe of Judah left Palestine and went into captivity, the name Jew was applied to their tribe. Those that are known to us today as Jews are the remnant of the tribe of Judah that returned to Palestine after they were released from captivity. Many of them had mixed their blood with the surrounding nations. Those that call themselves Jews today are less than 1/3 blood of the real tribe of Judah. Wherever the Jews have lived and mingled with the Israelites or Aryans, they have flourished, and it is to these nations that they owe their hardihood. As time goes on, the Jews will see that it is to these nations that they will be obliged to turn for protection and succor, and it behoves them to keep their house in order. That part of the tribe of Judah which joined the Israelites in their migrations through Europe are not a part of the race that are now known as the Jews. That portion can in no way be distinguished from the other Israelites that settled in the British Isles and elsewhere and along the shores of the Mediterranean Sea, as through intermarriage and environment they have all lost their tribal characteristics. I was of this race, therefore, I know, the Jews are with us. We can trace their history step by step, down the ages, from the house of Judah to the tribe of Judah, and down to the present day. They are one of the standing signs of the great race that has assisted in preserving the God ideal, until all races are restored into one race, with the Christ of God the controlling factor in each unit of that race, as it was before the great race began to disseminate and divide. It is not difficult to trace the migration of Israel from Jerusalem. The trails of those who settled in the British Isles are readily distinguishable, likewise, that of the tribe of Dan, their name and history, also the places where they settled, identify them. The Danube River, named from the tribe, is an open roadstead today, through which, after disseminating into tribes, divisions of these tribes came to Britain later as Danes, Jutes, Picts, and under other names as well. Thus, they went into Scandinavia, Ireland, Scotland, and other countries, and, under these various names, they came to Britain and thence to America. As they reached America, they are in their former homeland. In this land of their origin, they are fast losing their tribal identities and are changing their language into the one language, and that language will be the one which they spoke when they departed. They have wandered from home for a long time, but they are back again to their homeland, and that land extends to South America, Australia, New Zealand and the South Sea Islands, and is as far-flung as Japan and China. The Japanese and Chinese have migrated but little. They are divisions of a vital race that migrated from the motherland of Mu long before the disturbance that caused the mother continent to sink. They were called Uyghur or wandering tribes and are the progenitors of the great Mongolian races. It is in this homeland that the white race achieved the highest civilization. They used emanating and radiating energy and released the energy of the atom to do useful work. They also developed levitation, thus they transported themselves from place to place. Their philosophy was entirely free from pagan worship, creed, dogma, and superstition. They worshipped true principle as flowing through all humanity, man as divine as God. Israel Arya is the symbol of the single and wise kingship and culture. From this race came the Bible, and to this race its highest precepts were addressed. The Christ in man was their ideal. This was the torch that bore the light which was always aflame, the head of the scepter, to fan this flame and keep it glowing ever brighter, that man may never forget its precepts. Those precepts were not only recorded in one Bible but in 12 Bibles. To guard against destruction or subversion, people built 12 corresponding Bibles in stone and located them throughout the motherland, in order to bring them together under one head, thus making the precepts everlasting. They built the Great Pyramid, thus proving that the Christ, the foundation of civilization, was solidly established on earth among men and could not be defaced or erased. It would last forever, not only as a beacon that would hold high the light, but as a reflector for that light. It not only reflected the light but gave forth the oft-repeated command, if humanity has lost the light, go within. There you will find recorded the precepts that will renew the light so that it may shine forth from you. The lost sheep that are wandering bereft of light, with God, all that wander without the light, life, are sheep that have strayed from the fold. The fold is always there to behold and return to. The Christ, the shepherd, awaits with the lighted torch upheld for those that will enter therein. Although it has been hidden through the ages, it is always there for those that come, seeking the light. It is the first expression from the cosmos. The voice, the word of God, comes forth. Here is light, let there be light. The vibration flashed forth. With those vibrations came life. That life is never separate from God, is witnessed by the fact that this great pyramid, with its foundation well established on earth, rears its head, uncrowned, to the skies. When man accepts his true heritage, Christ, and the fact that the Christ of God is his true self in full dominion, the crown or capstone will be placed. Then will it stand as an everlasting witness to the fact that man will never again wander from the fold. The Great Pyramid is a Bible in stone, an indestructible bibliographical record portraying events of attainments and wanderings of God's chosen peoples. This does not mean just one people but all people who accept the Christ light. Neither does it give those people license to act and be less than Christ-like. It stands as a witness, lest humanity or its units wander away and forget, and dim this true light, that from their midst would come forth one who had the determination fully to portray the Christ, and with torch held high, aflame with light, would lead as the Christ within should lead. For ages, civilization has been going downward. In fact, so long has the great race trod the dark path, it appeared that this great race would lose its identity and revert to savagery and barbarism entirely. It was recognized that only a few were holding fast to the pure concepts that belonged to humanity, and that these few must withdraw into seclusion, in order that they could more readily come together, concentrate, and send out the light for the protection of humanity as a whole. Through this group, teachings were promulgated that the world needed a savior, a God-man, who could and would step forth and, through thought, word, or deed, teach and show humanity first through its units, then en masse, that the Christ still lived in them and was just as vital as ever, although inactive. The Christ light had been submerged by them because of their ignorance and refusal to live a Christ-like life. Through the spoken word, prophecy, and the heralding of groups and individuals, the proclamation was sent out to humanity that the Most High had appointed a savior, who would again live true to humanity's highest concepts, and that a savior would come forth at an appointed time. This was an edict of the Most High which the Godhead poured out through a group of human units. Those units saw that, in order to attract men to the savior who would come among them, it would be necessary to set an appointed time for his advent, and that all should be instructed as to the method and purpose of his coming, even fixing the exact date of the crucifixion. This was not only necessary in order to give his teachings greater weight and vitality, but it was necessary to bring humanity's thoughts back to a focal or central point. As the majority were wandering entirely after strange gods, humanity had gone so far afield that spiritual death was imminent. Thus, it was proclaimed that the body of this Messiah or Savior would be slain, and that his body would be placed in a rock-hewn tomb, and a complete resurrection would follow. Thus, humanity would again be shown that they could turn from being the sons of men and become the sons of God, the Christ of God, always dwelling one with God. Thus, by living the God life, man would never go back into the welter. Peace and goodwill would reign on earth. It was also written that this condition did exist and was before all things, and that he would teach them man's true heritage. Thus he did exist and was the hidden one of the ages, and through the precepts that he taught, flowed the fountain of God's providence and the full fruits of the earth that were for man's free use. Their prophecies had become paganized and subverted before the advent of Jesus, and this subversion has extended to this day, leading men to believe that the basic elements of Christianity had been borrowed from previous religions, instead of knowing that it has always stood forth and accomplished humanity's highest ideal, the body of the mother, the one who would bring forth and nourish this Christ child, and the body of the father who would stand as a physical protector, were also prepared for this immaculate birth, each complete yet united as one, to watch over this child who would grow into maturity among those he would teach. The mother was Mary and the father was Joseph, both representing the descendants of David, the true light bearer, from the seed of Abraham, meaning Abraham, the bearer of the complete light from the great cosmos. The sons of man had reverted so low in the scale that the vibrations of their bodies were below those of the animal. By stepping forth and presenting the long-forgotten Christ, he knew full well they would attempt to ravage his body in a greater degree than the animal would. Unless human perceptions are guided by the Christ light, they will sink lower than the animal. He knew he must be so definitely at one with the Christ in his dominion that they could not touch him unless he chose. Thus, he was fearless in choosing the role. Such an one choosing this role must be humble, knowing fully that such is the role that all have followed through their Christ life. This gathering consolidates this idea more definitely. You can observe the silent influence wielded through the thousands of humble souls gathered here. You can calculate this fully by taking for the basis of your deductions the fact that one man, standing forth in his Godhead, giving forth in fullest measure, conquers the world and death is no more. Add to this the influence of one more who is as powerful. The influence of the two is fourfold greater than the one. Then multiply this by the numbers gathered here and you can realize the power that is radiating forth to the whole world from this multitude. With such a power center in full radiation, the world is reborn, revitalized, and renewed instantly, whether the units of humanity realize it or not. Such an assembly has gathered in stated locations throughout the world every 12 years, far down the ages, long before Neptune threw off her mantle of God. Their numbers were less in the earlier days, but the radiations going out from the groups have attracted others without an audible word being spoken. The first small group grew into a multitude, then one from that multitude formed another group, and so on, until 12 groups were formed, and this is the 12th or last group, making 13 in all. This group has assembled to consolidate and unite the 12 with the first group, making 13 united into one complete group, yet meeting as the original groups have met, in different places, to facilitate the accessibility of the assembling places. There is no attempt at definite organization, neither are there any hard and fast rules adhered to. It is only organized as each individual is organized within and, through that organization, is drawn to one of the groups. The location of the assemblies has never been revealed to people in general, which proves that there has been no attempt at organization. The assembly which will gather at 12 o'clock tomorrow will fully consolidate all the groups under the first group, the 12 building a pyramid symbolizing the completion of the Christ ideal in man, the 13th constituting the capstone or crown. All the 13 groups will assemble as separate groups in the same location as before, yet the assembling of one or all of the groups will be the same as though all were meeting with the head group, which will be accomplished tomorrow. Aside from just assembling for consolidation of the 13 groups into one group, 12 from each of the 12 groups will go out to assist in forming 12 more groups. Multiply this by 12, which will be 144 groups. When these groups are augmented by other units of humanity, they will again branch out into groups of 12. Thus a pyramid formed of groups in the order of 12 will be erected until it encompasses the earth. The only requisite necessary to become one or a part of these groups is first to present the Christ ideal to yourself, then give forth Christ to the world in thought, word and deed. You are then one with this whole great group, and where you meet God, they must meet with you, in your home, your own sanctuary, be it in the most remote part of the world, on the mountain peak, or in the busy marts of trade. one with God as the determining factor always. The instant you left your thought to the Christ, your body responds to the Christ vibration. Then you respond to the same vibratory influence that is emanating from this vast throng, and the multiplied energy of its numbers picks up your Christ ideal and spreads it broadcast to the whole world. And your influence is carried on and on with the combined whole in a great tidal wave of thought. Thus, instead of remaining in the former seclusion, these precepts will become worldwide. To such a group there need be no head, save the great Godhead of the whole human race. No form, no sect, no creed is necessary. Declare you are the Christ and command the self to life true to this ideal concept in thought, word and deed. Thus you do conceive and bring forth the Christ. These vibrations once established are never diminished, though the unit or individual be unconscious of their existence. But if you keep on and on, you will become conscious of these vibrations, which is a far greater experience than any other could be. Thus, the focal point which is established is true and can never be erased, and to this point every human unit must eventually come. To such the whole wide vista of the universe is opened, and there are no restrictions added to or imposed upon the individual. The vista imposed by the human vision may be outside these vibrations, but it may be brought within the range of vibratory vision. There may not appear to be an individual here within the vibratory ray which the human vision imposes, but each is here and we recognize him. You, who have walked or ridden all the way, have at times glimpsed this fact, or you would not be here. With such a united humanity, can the battle of Gog and Magog or Armageddon be fought? Can man-made manifestations of law bring forth a force that will trample over God law, which is ruling above and coexisting with all force? Here but one God man need say, no, and it will be accomplished, as all are in unison and respond in unison. No force need be exerted. The force to harm that those in the lower vibrations are sending out can be concentrated and returned to them with true love and blessing. If they resist, they will but destroy themselves, and those who are returning the love force need not so much as lift a hand. These groups stand as the Great Pyramid has stood, indestructible down through the ages, as a witness, in stone, to humanity that the Christ in man was fully established long before man's advent, and that man as the Christ has never been separated from the Godhead. That this Great Pyramid is such a witness is fully established by its age and purity of form, construction, and intellectual value. It has been preserved and mentioned as the Great Pyramid throughout millennia. All the scientific information that is embedded in the huge mass was not placed there for the advancement of science, as men must be well versed in science in order to interpret its knowledge. Its great antiquity and wonderful structure have set it aside as a mystery to mankind. Within its mass is exposed the secret of the universe. Each delineation is in precise terms and methods of exact science. This was preordained and is working toward the harmonious consummation of man standing forth as the Christ of God, completely amalgamated with God. The culmination of this accomplishment will place the capstone upon the Great Pyramid. Chapters VI. As the Rishi finished, a number of people walked toward our camp and Jesus was in the group. We had noted that they had gathered on the slope of the ridge a short distance from the camp, but had supposed that they were gathering for a private conference, as these gatherings were in evidence all about the countryside. As they approached, Weldon arose, stepped forward, and clasped both of Jesus' hands. There was no need for an introduction, as they were all close friends of the Rishi and Jesus. As for ourselves, we felt like little atoms ready to take root in any niche where soil presented itself. All gathered around our campfire. Weldon asked Jesus if he would talk to us of the Bible. This met with the most hearty approval from all, and Jesus began, "Let us consider David's prayer in the 23rd Psalm. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." You will note this was not a prayer of supplication. Do you not see that the real meaning implies that the one great principle is leading us into the way we should go, or great principle goes before on our pathway, and thus we make the crooked places straight? This principle prepares our pathway as a shepherd does for his trusting independent sheep. Thus we can say, "Where our Father leads I am unafraid." The good shepherd knows where everything is located that is good for his sheep. Thus we can say, "I shall not want." With David we can say, "I cannot want, for I am is guarded against every ill. Every want of our physical nature is supplied. Not only shall we be well fed in the green pastures, but there will be an abundance to spare." We rest in complete assurance that every desire is already fulfilled and provided for. We can let go of every weary sense and say, with David, He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside still waters. The blue of their quiet depths gives great peace to our minds, and our troubled consciousness is stilled. With body and mind at rest, the heavenly inspiration of the Most High Principle floods our souls with the pure light of life and power. The light within us glows with the glory of my Lord, the law wherein we are all one. This radiant light of spirit renews our understanding. We stand revealed to our true selves, so that we know ourselves as one with the infinite, and each is sent from this principle to manifest the perfection of the Father Principle. In the quiet calm of our souls, we are restored to our pure selves and know that we are whole. Thus, He restoreth my soul. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. In the fullness of the bounty of this God Principle, what can we fear? Here we rest our physical natures. God quiets our minds. God rests our souls. God illumines us for service. Therefore, with this perfect preparation from within, what outer tests could cause us to fear that any evil thing could harm us? God is in the midst of every one of us. To each He is an ever-present help in time of trouble. In Him we live and move and have our being. We say with one voice, all is well. Now each can say, God love leads me directly into the fold. I am shown the right path and corrected when I stray from this fold. The power of God love attracts me to my good. Thus all that would harm is shut from me. Now, with David, each can say, for thou art with me, thy rod and thy staff they comfort me. In first taking up this work and perceiving the truths or the fundamental scientific facts underlying all life and the way of attaining thereto, you take the first step. And the exhilaration and enlightenment are so far beyond anything you have hitherto experienced that you decide to go on in the work. Then doubts, fears, and discouragements are allowed to creep in, and your ongoing seems to be retarded. You struggle first one way, then another, and you seem to be losing ground. The struggle seems to be too great for human beings to accomplish, and you begin to look at the failures all about you. You say God's children are dying on every hand, and none within your generation has accomplished the ideal of everlasting and eternal life, peace, harmony, and perfection which I idealize. You say that accomplishment must come after death. So you let go and find for a time that it is much easier to drift on and on with the human tide on the downward trend. Again, the race consciousness has had another setback. Another who had a great spiritual enlightenment and understanding and could have succeeded, has failed, and the race consciousness has another binding hold upon humanity. Generation after generation gives it a still greater and tenacious grip. Is it any wonder that human nature becomes weak and frail, and each in turn follows on and on, in the same eternal treadmill, the blind following the blind, on and on into eternal oblivion, and into the great vortex, where not only the body is forced into dissolution and decay, but the soul is ground between the never-relenting millstones of human perception and mistakes. If you would realize, as I did and as so many have done, that it is far easier to work out your own problem in one earthly experience than it is to go on and accumulate a race consciousness of good and evil that soon becomes an encrusted shell, that has been added to, layer by layer, upon an incrustation by each succeeding experience, until it takes superhuman force and sledgehammer blows to break the shell and release your true self. Until you do break the shell and release your true self, you will continue to be ground in the same vortex. You can work until you have released yourself sufficiently to get a glimpse of the horizon's grander view. Here again you cease to struggle. Your mental vision is cleared, but your body is still encased in the shell. Realize that the newborn chick, when its head is free from its shell, must still go on with the struggle. It must be entirely free from its old shell or environment before it can grow into the new, which it has sensed and perceived as soon as it has broken a hole through the shell once encasing the egg from which it grew. You fail utterly to see that I, as a boy working at the carpenter's bench with my father, perceived that there was a higher life for the God-born so-called human being than to be born into a human existence for a short time and, during that short existence, be ground between the millstones of man-made laws, superstitions, and conventions, and thus struggle on through that existence for perhaps 70 years and 10, then pass on to a heaven and a glorious reward of harps and psalm singing that could have no logical existence except in the gullible minds of those preyed upon by the priesthood of my day. You fail utterly to see that, after this great awakening or realization within myself, it took long days and nights of struggle in seclusion and silence, all alone, right within myself and with myself. Then, When the self was conquered, it took the far greater and more bitter experiences of personal contact with those I loved dearly and to whom I wished to show the light that I had perceived, knowing it was the light that burns so brightly, lighting the path of every child of God that is created or that comes into the world. You fail utterly to see the great temptation that beset me to go on and be the carpenter I might have been and enslave the short span of life allotted to man by hierarchy and orthodoxy, instead of taking up a life which perception had only given me a glimpse of, thus allowing me to see through the murk and mire of superstition, discord, and disbelief. You fail utterly to follow the bodily anguish, the ignominious insults that were heaped upon me by my own kin alone. Aside from those to whom I strove to show the light I had perceived, you failed to see that this took a will stronger than my own, which sustained me through these trials. How little you can know of the trials and struggles, temptations, and defeats that beset me. How, at times, I struggled on and on with clenched fists and set teeth, seeing and knowing that the light was there, although there seemed to be but one last flickering ray and, at times, it seemed that that last ray had gone out and a shadow was cast in its place. Even then, something within me was ever strong and dominant, that, back of the shadow, the light was as bright as ever. I went on and cast aside the shadow and found the light burning even brighter because of the temporary dimming, even when the shadow proved to be the cross and I could see beyond. The final awakening of a triumphant morn that passed beyond the understanding of mortal man, still immersed in fear, doubts, and superstitions. It was the very urge of this perception that sent me on, determined to drink the cup to the fullest draught, that I might know by actual experience and contact whereof I spoke, that man by the free will of God, coupled with his own free thought and pure motive, could prove for himself alone that God is divine, and that man, his true son, born in his image and likeness, is as truly divine as the Father is divine, and that this divinity is the true Christ that every man sees and perceives, is in himself and in all of God's children. This true Christ is the light that lights every child that comes into the world. It is the Christ of God our Father, in, through, and by whom we all have everlasting life, light, love, and true brotherhood, the true fatherhood, the true sonship, of God and man. In the light of this true understanding or truth, you do not need a king, a queen, a crown, a pope or a priest. You, in the true perception, are the king, the queen, the pope, the priest, and none but yourself and God stand alone. You expand this true perception to take in the whole universe of form and shape, and with your God-given creative ability, you surround them with the perfection that God sees and surrounds them with. Addendum: the word Arya means cultured, refined, noble. Aryabhata was the land wherein the people gave great heed to race culture. Aryabhava was the ancient name for the highest virtue. Aryamarga was the path to noble life. These precepts had been handed down through eons of time. In ancient India, culture was most human in its outlook, the thought being great men for a great country. Hence we find a great people, complete brotherhood, true love and reverence for each human unit, truly humble souls knowing that all are God. This could in no way become another name for strife and contention. It must become the dominant factor in its essential relationship toward the building of true world consciousness. The Aryans dreamed and philosophized, yet their dreams were most real. They not only dreamed of God, they knew that God was actually enthroned in the hearts and lives of all mankind, as the true and beautiful in every human unit. Is there an intelligent man that does not have such a philosophy, a viewpoint or attitude toward that world? What better attitude could there be than viewing the world through the eyes of the God-man? Is it not through this attitude that all humanity lives richer and more harmonious lives? The Aryan messages: build up your manhood and womanhood and you build up all humanity. By so doing, you avoid the so-called sins against the body. Through the accomplishment of this ideal, you realize the supreme opportunity of Earth's pilgrimage and, with the right sense of proportion, the rich powers of youth are laid as an offering at the Mother's shrine. Thus, you find the key to the kingdom of heaven right within your own soul, just as you did 1,000 or 1,000,000 years back and will do in the years to come. This can be accomplished here and now, or you can go on and plow through materiality on its network of roads and through its network of thoughts, until you eventually reach the same central white light which is again spirit, the Christ in every one, the truth made manifest unto you. This is the ultimate for all races, all creeds, all religions, the fatherhood and motherhood of God. Once self-mastery is attained, the master leads on and on, ever on. The Aryan manhood guarded Aryan culture. The Aryan womanhood has been the greatest guardian of this culture. All through the ages, she has nourished the moral, social, and political life. Her intuitions and mysticism of sympathy have always stood as the great bulwark of the Aryan ideal. Aristotle asked that an Indian teacher, versed in the ancient teachings and culture of India, be brought to him, a teacher that in the noblest sense could be called a true man, physically strong, intellectually and morally refined. It is God's promise that prayer is always answered. I say unto you, ask and it is given unto you, seek and ye shall find, knock and it is opened unto you. For everyone that asketh, receiveth, and he that seeketh findeth, and to him that knocketh, it shall be opened. In other words, the Christ admonishes us, when principle says, yes, refuse to take, no. No does not have its origin in God but in our own failure to believe in God's promise. The God promise to man never fails, but how few can stand the test of knowing, how few can meet every trial by knowing God, until the Christ of God is released within them. What an invitation to constantly know God. What an appeal for definiteness and persistency. God principle always bears with its own, those ready to receive the highest understanding, as they cry out for deliverance from their adversaries. They know it is only for their future purification and enlightenment. Thus, they realize that the adversary is a friend, as the adversary compels their unceasing search for God principle. The promise is, principle cannot break its own law. We ask for strength to erase the evil thought that law can be broken or that there is a power that can oppose God power. As God is all power, God must answer prayer. God is the only word. It cannot fail. B.T.S. Life and Teaching of the Masters of the Far East by Baird T. Spalding Volume 4. Published 1948. Chapter I Great White Brotherhood and World Peace 1. Before going further in the study of certain underlying laws and facts regarding the teachings of the Masters, it is well to consider the scope their vision covers. One must enlarge his mind and outlook upon life to that in which the Masters work in order to fully understand the full purport of their teachings. At this time we will deal chiefly with the field to be taken into consideration and the general trends of mankind in order that we may fully adapt ourselves to the work that is before us. It is necessary to know the nature and scope of a field of work before selecting the tools and laying down a plan for tending the field. We must know to what the field is adapted, what crops are to be raised, and to what end the cultivation is to be directed. There must be a purpose back of all work, and it is far beyond the reaches of what we commonly call our own individual nature. Each man's nature in one way and another is vitally associated with the life and well-being of every other individual in the world, and what affects one must in some degree affect the rest of humanity too. I rather feel that this discussion of peace should be very general because everyone is interested. The fact is that the world is becoming peace-minded and that people are saying that we have had enough of war. People are beginning to understand that war is not a natural condition and to understand that all those who assume the role of providence by setting themselves up as the embodiment of perfect justice, the creators of happiness, are only deceivers. Peace and happiness, the heart's desire of all humanity, is not a gift to be bestowed upon mankind, but has to be earned by honest effort. There is not such a thing as political miracles. Man has to realize that he alone has the power to work out his destiny with his own intelligence. 3. This sweeping tide of human interest in that which will promote and guarantee peace is the inevitable working out of the universal law which always moves to promote the common good. God is no respecter of persons, and this awakening of men along peace lines is their response to the movement of the spirit of peace which is fostered by the Masters. Only as the individual identifies himself with universal law can he expect to find his individual good, for it is inseparably united with the common good. For this reason, true progress is slow and suffering is great, for there is a great brotherhood throughout the world who have been working for peace for thousands of years. They are back of every movement for world peace and are becoming stronger and stronger all the time. There are now about 216 groups throughout the world. There is always one central unit as a first or centralizing body and 12 units which surround that unit, giving it more force and power. They are working also for the enlightenment of the whole world. 5. These groups are really composed of human beings who are actuated by the high thought of the White Brotherhood. All of these groups work together. There is a very strong thought coming to the whole world for peace and enlightenment as well. 6. There are many misconceptions regarding the White Brotherhood. It must first be understood that they never make themselves known as such, nor are they exclusively back of any outer organization or organizations. They are universal in their function and purpose. They definitely work with the universal law to universal ends, and any individual or group working toward the same ends without selfish or group motives may receive their full support. This support may be known on the part of the man, but it is more likely to come in the form of an unknown stimulus. That is, the help is not likely to assume the form of that coming from any definite place or person. Those receiving this support are conscious only of the help or influence. 7. The League of Nations originally was an instrument of the White Brotherhood, but it was misused in many ways by certain nations and individuals. It will, however, come back under the guidance of the Brotherhood sometime in the future. 8. The birth of a new order is in process. We are witnessing right now the destruction of an old civilization. The White Brotherhood will assert itself positively on the most important issues when the time is propitious. 9. The time has come when there can be no halfway ground in this purification of the race. Whether or not individuals or groups array themselves against the common good in this day, the mills of God grind swiftly at times and also finely. Only from the siftings shall the selfish and aggressively grasping rear a new life structure. It were far better to unify oneself with purely creative motives that contribute to universal good, for thereby shall good come to the individual. 10. Often the influences working in universal ideas come into being without much notice. It is something that seems to germinate and move forward as a contagion, while the minds of many are still so engrossed in other things that they do not notice the change. Then, all of a sudden, each individual seems to realize that it has come into being and that it is in exact accord with his own secret thoughts. Thus, he very often slips into the new order rather unknowingly. The point is to be alert to these secretly developing forces within oneself and in the race. And here one will find the key to his most rapid progress and most vital service in the universal cause. 11. India has maintained peace by using methods identical to those used by these 216 groups about which I have spoken. It was brought about originally by 12 groups which have expanded and are still expanding. The influence of these bodies has been very great, entering into the whole fabric of Indian thought. Their work from the outer point of view has been largely educational. They release information orally which is acted upon under their direction. Results prove the efficacy of this method. 12. Gandhi studied the situation of non-violence for 20 years before he began his work, becoming a very deep student of it. The principle has been in existence in India for 600 years. Because of the untouchables, it was made operative through Gandhi in this generation. Gandhi went among the untouchables, teaching non-violence, making it an effective force. The younger generation took it up immediately. They recognized the great effect of it and it spread throughout all India. The younger generation now have brought it before the people stronger than ever. This will eventually result in the dissolution of the caste system. The untouchables became quite an issue there as they numbered some 65 million and guidance was necessary because they had such powerful influence. Gandhi has been almost entirely responsible for their present emancipation. 13. Those in the groups mentioned that are working for world peace are persons of a very high spiritual understanding. One man of each group is always prominent as one of spiritual attainment. 14. There are some 60 in the United States who definitely belong to this association. They are very quiet concerning their connection with it. They do not give out the place of their group meetings or any information concerning their activities. 15. This is why many people are more or less incredulous concerning the great work being done by the illumined. They are so accustomed to outer show and display that they cannot imagine any great work being done in such a quiet, simple manner. But if one will stop to think for just a moment, he will realize that all the motivating forces of the universe are silent, and those who work consciously with these forces move according to motives. There will come a time, however, when they will work more openly, but that will be when there are enough illumined people to know and understand just what they are doing. Study your own experiences. Are you not aware that silent influences working underneath the surface of your own being are those forces which control your life more than the outwardly manifest things which you express in words? However, just as these silent broodings of your own inner nature eventually find their outer expression when you are in an environment which harmonizes with them, you do not hesitate to express them. Study yourself and you will find everything working in you just as it is in the race. What the Father sees in secret, He will reward you openly is not an idle statement, but it reveals the manner in which all things come into being in the outer world. To understand this fact will not only be to better understand yourself but also the manner of the universal spiritual work that is going on underneath the surface all the time. It is only through adapting oneself to this sort of conscious procedure that he will be able to clearly trace the workings of the secret brotherhood. Their activities are hidden only to those who do not discern the mode of accomplishment. We are accustomed to noise and display in the quiet, yet most powerful forces in ourselves and the world about us go unnoticed. We follow the noisy people into bypaths and lose the path of life that moves in stillness through our own individual being. 16. This brotherhood is not properly an organization, as anyone can belong who will work constructively either openly or silently for peace. It is rather an association of kindred spirits. They cooperate, in fact, with any association or organization that is for the benefit of mankind or the advancement of humanity. 17. The group in India works silently, but it is its influence that brings these bodies together and company coordinates their activities. It was the activity of this very group that brought the Nobel Peace Prize before the world. 18. Tolstoy was a great factor in making this principle practically effective, but it has always been presented through the 9 rulers of India. Tolstoy was an advanced soul. He was working with a great central group all the time. 19. While no one knows its exact location, that 13th group has always been a very dominant factor in world education. That group of 12 are working in every educational center in the world. 20. These groups are not an organization here or anywhere that makes propaganda for world peace. It was seen that the spoken word, or the silent word, when sent out to the world, was of far greater influence than the written word. The written word can be garbled. The spoken word is an ever expanding and ever increasing influence. 21. Here again is the wisdom of the wise, which has always been in evidence. So long as constructive forces work in secret, they grow unnoticed by those who would destroy their effect. The world does not realize the advance of the constructive force until it has already undermined the sordid structures of the selfish and self-seeking, and then it is too late. At the time of such helpless disintegration, and only then, are the activities of the brotherhood likely to come out into the open to strengthen the truth in the minds of all the people. This is not done through fear of attack but through knowledge of the most powerful way to bring about any great constructive movement for world betterment. The selfish have no access to it. 22. In a sense, all those who are working for India's freedom or for the freedom and peace of the world are avatars. As the Western world looks at the avatars, many of the great ones have been disseminating this teaching for thousands of years. Jesus has been and is working definitely for the betterment of the whole world. 23. The reason many people in the Western world do not recognize the work of avatars is that they can conceive of them only as working on the surface, saying and doing spectacular and miraculous things in public. They do not know that the true miracles are always worked out in silence. Verse 24. Regarding arbitration as an instrument for world peace, this movement was started in the Punjab of India. It is a powerful instrument of world peace. It has completely outlawed aggression. India never did use an aggressive attitude, never did encourage open warfare in that territory at all, and the Punjab was the greatest influence back of this whole movement. It has been maintained throughout India for about 3,000 years. Non-aggression and arbitration have been proved practical. 25. W.J. Bryan, consciously or unconsciously actuated by the silent influence, succeeded in getting peace treaties with all but 4 nations. So far no national character has since dared to take up his work. It will be taken up again someday in the future with the forming of a board of men, unknown to the outer world, that will have complete authority from the peace societies and groups working unselfishly for world peace. 26. If all the financial world were to get behind this movement for unity, it would be the greatest influence for peace. There could then be no finances for war. It could be impossible to finance war, and hence there could be no war. If the cooperative system should be adopted universally, there could be no booms and no more depressions. It would also be of great influence in the abolition of war. As a matter of fact, cooperation is coming into existence. The people who do not cooperate and align themselves with the new order will be outlawed completely. 27. Following this spreading tendency to outlaw war, people will have their eyes open to the causes of war, which are in the sole promotion of group or national advantages. The practice of non-cooperation will also be outlawed as a contributing cause of war. This brings the whole thing right down to the individual, and each one must outlaw his own selfishness and self-seeking at the expense of others. He as an individual will find that the best way to promote his own interest is to promote the common interest, and the only way to preserve his own good is to preserve the good of the whole. This silent tendency is now being awakened on a broad scale, but each individual must find its beginning in himself, and one who will earnestly search his own soul will find the embryo of this movement increasing in his own nature every day. Spreading from individual to individual, it will grow into a mighty world movement and will be the ultimate motive in all human activities. Just as the individual who does not obey this eternal trend of his inner nature is destroyed, so will such groups, institutions, religious organizations, races and nations be disintegrated, leaving the world for those who love the law of God and live that law in relationship to every other man and nation. 28. In all modern movements it is clearly revealed that the changes must be first in the individual, for, unless his own nature is properly correlated with a movement back of outer conduct, he becomes a disintegrating factor in any movement that might otherwise accomplish untold good. One can scarcely do anything in the way of accomplishing universal peace until he has found peace within his own nature, and he cannot find peace in his own nature until he has been long enough truly in touch with the unseen forces which move toward the common good. 29. There is no question but that the individual first must be at peace. Not only that, but he must realize what it means to the individual as well as to the nation. If he is centralized in that idea of peace, he projects that influence and he becomes one of the great moving factors of the spiritual development of the age. The peace movement is one of the most definite factors towards spiritual enlightenment as well. 30. Politics will be broken down completely with this new system that is coming, but, so long as the present political setup endures, no really effective program can be launched and carried to a successful conclusion. Everyone who keeps in step with the trend of the times is receiving all the help he is capable of receiving from these higher forces. Some of them receive this help consciously, some unconsciously, but nevertheless the help is there. Some have gone so far that they know and acknowledge this help. 31. Political parties, in the working out of the underneath movement of constructive forces, will probably merge into one great party for greater simplicity of government. These changes must come through our party system, moving into single chamber legislation and not divided. A house divided against itself shall fall. That will eradicate a great many of our political evils. This will all originate within the states due to changes brought about there. It is coming as a national movement in the United States. 32. Peace is here. When we relate ourselves definitely to that principle, it makes us a working unit. For the teacher, paragraph 1. It should be clearly developed in the beginning of this study that the people generally need a new perspective in the matter of spiritual progress. We have for the most part been pursuing the whole subject as that of bearing entirely upon the body and the things which we imagine the body should have. In reality, all the body is and has depends upon something infinitely beyond these. Paragraph 2. Show by further illustration, if possible, how the general reaction of the people is in the direction of peace, and that back of this is the coming of the purpose of the universe, or God. Paragraph 3. Show your students how this peace movement which is springing up is identical with their own ideals, awakening them to the fact that they are inwardly actuated by universal movements that are the objectives of all the illumined. Paragraphs 4 to 12. Show how brotherhood comes into being through obedience to innermost impulses toward general betterment, and that the difference between one's relationship to another in a sense of unity and the relationship of the white brotherhood to the whole is, but the difference in the degree to which they are actuated by these deeper impulses. Paragraphs 13 and 14 doubtless will stand in your presentation much as they are, unless your knowledge includes much that is only referred to lightly in these paragraphs. Paragraph 15, 16. This should make clear why it is impossible for the average individual to understand why the masters do not appear in the open with their work. Whole volumes could profitably be written along this line. It is the very reason that you sometimes do not venture to express your opinions even within your own home. You know as long as you are silent you have no opposition, but once you have spoken the whole thing is open to controversy. Then again, you feel the right time comes to speak and it is all acceptable and everyone cooperates. What moves in the universe also moves within man. To know himself in some of these most simple things is his key to great understanding and power. Paragraphs 17 to 26. The motive is much the same and is but further emphasis upon the importance of silent cooperative work in the positive realization that the great creative spirit is working through all men in some degree. And the important thing so far as we are concerned is that we make it a more vital issue in our own lives. Paragraphs 27 to 32 afford additional opportunity for amplification along the foregoing lines and can become a vital factor in liberating the people to progress. Teach the people to expect and prepare for changes. Become sensitive to the changes now moving underneath the political and economical structure. The change that will liberate is not in any of these outer forms but is in the hearts of men. Chapter 2 The One Mind 1. We have evidence of the control of the one mind. In every field of action we will note the one mind control. Even upon this boat you will note that there is one head. Consequently there is one control, with many activities under that control, and all these lesser activities emanate from that centralized authority too. It is only through the centralization of power and authority that there is anything like harmony in the operations of any organized section of society or even within the individual. We all know what happens when there is a division of power or rather an attempt to divide authority without consideration of some central motivating source. The orders which go forth from two sources to the various centers of activity can result only in confusion and chaos. If power emanates from more than one central directive head, the authority is destroyed and the entire structure is broken down. 3. Where there is one controlling element which has dominion, power, or control of motivating action, we are brought directly to that one element and, thereby, brought to one pointed action which we have discussed before many times. It is through that action that we do accomplish, and that action brings us into a harmony with that central control, and that we do not scatter our forces but work with the one force, or power, which is complete control. 4. You always bring yourself into accord with that to which you have delegated power. That is, if you believe in the power of the world and its environment, you are seemingly receiving directive control from 1,000 different sources, and this is the source of your confusion. You do not know whether to obey the seeming demands made here, there, or some other place, and this division in the consciousness breaks down the entire structure of man's nature. He must know whom we have believed, and become persuaded that he is able to keep that which we have committed unto him against that day. 5. That one control does exist for every human being if he will but use it. Of course, the use of that control must be conscious. It must be consciously directed or used for the purpose which we decree or which we establish. It is through the establishment of that control that our thoughts are brought into that one power of action or one thought of expression. There they cannot help but express that which they send forth. In other words, the motivating principle we determine must come into existence. His servants are ye, to whom you yield yourselves servants to obey, and the manifest results must be determined by the outworking of that motivating force from which you receive your direction. The results can be no greater than is the power vested in the authority. 6. This central control of the universe is often called principle as well as mind. Principle does not bind it as closely perhaps as the one mind. Still, that principle controls and governs, and it knows what it is doing. It governs with intelligence, so it must be a mind principle. The Hindu always puts it as principle, or the Almighty, which means that man does become that mighty, controlling element. Man stands in his almightiness the moment he projects his thought to that one control, that one central directive authority. 7. It is also simple if one looks at the entire situation with an open-minded and sane approach to it. You say in your own mind that this person or that condition has power to make you sad. This is delegating authority to a definite location or form. Obeying the authority which you have thus assigned, you embody in yourself the mental and emotional state which you recognize as existing in the nature of that authority. You could not possibly think of embodying joy from a source that you decree has only the power to make you sad. Then, through your obedience to the authority, you embody the sadness which you have admitted it has power to manifest in you, and you say, I am sad. You become that which you embody. This is the whole secret power, but, to manifest that mighty power that is ours, we must obey that source and embody the characteristics which it possesses. Then we should not hesitate to proclaim I am that, as the Hindus put it. When that becomes the thing we have embodied, this will all become perfectly clear to anyone who will dwell on the matter for a time. 8. In this state, willpower is not a method of control. Willpower gives us the impetus for bringing that control into existence, but it is not the motivating factor back of the control. Will may differ entirely from control. Self-will never is able to project thoughts to one central point. Definite control or mind action is capable of carrying thoughts, feelings or actions to one central control. which is a definite attribute or element that man uses always and which he has dominion to work with, not over, but to work with. That is the very force which man brings into activity the moment he brings his thought to that focal point of principle which activates all conditions. 9. Let us take a very simple illustration. Man has power to bring his mind into subjection to the principle of mathematics, but he does not have the will to make the principle act. The principle acts of itself and is a single center of control within its sphere. Man may bring his will up to the point of the activity of the principle, but from then on the principle is the motivating force, and through this subjection of his will, to be more accurate, he finds the secret of his mathematical power. The principle of the human will is that it is to be brought into subjectivity to some higher authority, and thus man becomes the embodiment of it and is possessed of the power of this higher authority. Man's weakness is brought about through making himself subject to that which in reality has no power, and this should be proof to him of the immense power which is possible to him. He must now learn to apply this principle of his own will and recognize power as existing only in the one principle. 10. Our everyday life is a concrete application of this fact, in that our statements conform to the one principle or one mind. We vision or project an ideal. Let us say that that ideal is for perfection. We immediately come into direct accord with the one mind control or principle. We project an ideal for ourselves to accomplish. If it is a high ideal, that power immediately becomes active and brings that ideal into existence. The moment that ideal is projected and the force back of it becomes active through it, that ideal is complete. That is, the moment the ideal is released from the activity of our will and is projected into the activity of the one principle, it is a completed thing. 11. So long as there is any dual sense, it is difficult for anyone to see how this can be true on the manifest plane. The masters do not take into consideration any plane outside of the spiritual made manifest. If we do not take into consideration any plane outside of the spiritual, it must be in existence always after the statement is made. Even before the statement is made, we quite evidently withhold from ourselves the accomplishment of our ideal because we look to three planes upon which it may manifest. It is found very conclusively today that it manifests only on one plane. It manifests on the spiritual plane always. It is always fact. 12. Now if we hold to and remain within that spiritual plane, we would see it in its true expression. We would not need to look to the material at all, for when we do, we speak in terms of materializations, and materialization is not spiritually a fact. The actual thing is the fact always. That is the spiritual made manifest. 2 + 2 = 4 in the mathematical principle. It equals 4 in the mind, and likewise in manifestation. This is not three planes, but it is all the mathematical fact separated or differentiated at no point whatever. 13. After the manifestation, it is said that it does no harm to name it material or physical because you cannot harm the fact, but it is always elevated or exalted to the spiritual. That was Jesus' meaning when he said, "If ye exalt all things to spirit, they are in existence already." Evidently he had that very thing in mind when he gave the prayer, "Father, I thank you that you have heard me, and that you do hear me always." He knew fully that that which he saw as his ideal was already accomplished. To him it came forth instantly. Then he gave the statement that if you go forth into the vineyard, it is ready for harvest. 14. Now, if we take that definite position, there is no question but that we would be out of all of this difficulty completely. He immediately rose above every difficulty by the very attitude that he took. It was not a long, arduous process to him. It was instantaneous. He saw completely through the non-existence of them. That is not claiming that he denied them. It is quite evident that he never denied any condition. He always rose above it to the true spiritual condition, and then there was no need for denial or for paying any attention to anything but the true spiritual condition. He said, "I live always in spirit." 15. Our Bible says "I live always in a spirit," being an entirely wrong interpretation. The interpolation of a where it does not belong makes a lot of difference. That is where many mistakes were made in our understanding. 16. The Christian Bible says God is a spirit. The original was God is spirit, never confining him to one attribute, to one condition. One writer said, "It is like trying to crowd God into the quart measure of our intellect." Spirit and mind are synonymous. They are one and the same in vibratory influence. That which seems to make a difference is that we take our thoughts as indicating mind as consciousness. For mind and consciousness are inseparable. The element of consciousness is thought, and when conscious of spiritual fact there is no difference to us between mind and spirit. We are in a state of spiritual consciousness. 17. You are right in thinking of mind as consciousness in action, but so is spirit consciousness in action. They, too, are synonymous. Either may become quiescent or become submerged in the individual, but they are not submerged in the outer condition. If the outer is like the inner, mind is never submerged in the individual but is only quiescent. The individual only thinks that it is submerged into that person. It may become non-existent because he is not conscious of it. The consciousness is always there and springs into existence instantly if one projects consciousness toward that which always is. The spiritual fact. 18. The element of consciousness is the directive rather than the motivating agency of mind. Thus, it is indispensable in the sending forth of the emanations of mind, or, as we put it, in stepping up the emanations of mind to their true state. Providing the element of consciousness is true to the spiritual fact. 19. Today many scientists are approaching this same conclusion regarding the underlying cause of all things. They dissolve the whole structure of substance and resolve it all back to emanating energy identical with spirit. Spirit is all-pervading. It manifests in everything. It is found that all elements, including radium, are reduced to that one primal element, emanating energy. But this energy, in the last analysis, is not blind force but intelligent force. It knows what it is doing. Scientists even admit that there is a certain form of electricity that seems to know what it is doing. This all-pervading, creative energy back of all things is aware of itself, aware of what it is doing, aware of how to do it, and we therefore call it spirit or God. It is omnipresent, omnipotent, and omniscient as the Christian Bible puts it. 20. When man begins to assemble in his consciousness the activities of any principle, he begins to say I am that. This is the centralizing of the authority of the principle in himself. I am renders the mind dynamic instead of letting it rest in potentiality. It becomes dynamic the moment we focus thought upon I am. That focal point is the center always, and from it emanates the authoritative commands that control and determine the entire status of manifest man. The I am must be used to indicate man's true estate, that which he is in fact, and not what he has seemed to himself to be in manifest form. I am that I am, which is the embodiment of the motivating authority of the universe. Beside that I am there is no true existence but only delusion. 21. This name I am was God to Moses. It has come down through the ages as I am to the Hindus it is Om, which means the same. Likewise to the Aryans it is Om. The Chinese use it as Tau 22. The so-called blind spots in the ether common in our radio and scientific fields is in a sense symbolic of the blind spots in human consciousness. The radio beam crosses right through these non-magnetic fields as if they did not exist. Our layers of atmosphere, the concentric bands of atmospheric conditions, are in motion. In our Earth they are stationary. When a non-magnetic field moves over a magnetic field of our concentric bands, a vacuum-like condition is established. When a magnetic field passes over a non-magnetic field of the Earth's surface, it passes right through it and is lost. It is frequently more powerful at night than in the daytime. These non-magnetic fields are like the static states in human consciousness, more intense with greater darkness or ignorance. But the positive radiations of the spiritual I am, the declarations of that which man is in fact, penetrate through these static fields of his consciousness, and it is as though they do not exist. The persistent declaration of spiritual facts regarding man's nature and his place in the universe eventually will eliminate all these static fields in human consciousness as well as in his affairs. 23. The one mind is not constantly creating new ideas. It is manifesting ideas that have been created from the beginning. For the one mind is and always has been omniscient, all-knowing. It has never been nor will it ever be more or less than itself. It is all a process of reverberation. It is the same as our radio currents today. They are flooding back and forth or reverberating from one space to the other space. That is, from space to space, as you might say. 24. Thought is, of course, the most potent of any radiations because it has control over the vibratory field of electricity and radio. In fact, both the vibratory field of electricity and of radio will impinge and reflect from the vibratory field of thought always. Radio follows a track in the atmosphere regardless of the conductor. It follows a true track or trend. It operates through the ether. But thought in this sense does not travel, for thought is omnipresent. It is already there no matter to what point you refer. It is the impingement of thought upon the electrons that causes thought to appear to move. Mind is the motivating element. Thought moving concurrently with mind and in striking upon the electrons produces all movement in the plane of manifest substances. 25. That which we call space is in reality the one spiritual mind. That is the principle by which the human soul, which is the replica of the spiritual mind, can overcome time and space, for there is no such thing as time and space in spirit. In spirit all is complete, and in completeness there can be no such thing as time or space. This is what is meant by letting the same mind be in you which was also in Christ. It is a state of complete oneness existing in fact between the individual and the universal soul, and it must become a conscious fact to the individual. That is the complete mind, the controlling mind, functioning through the individual consciously. 26. Physical man or man conscious of himself only as a physical being that thinks he is apart from God, the one mind, and thinks in terms of moving from place to place, is only moving an illusion for himself and, hence, unhappiness. He really is in and of that one mind and lives and moves and has his being in it. In Jesus talks his greatest statement was peace be still. It is never said in a loud voice, projected of the will of man, but in unison with the calm, knowing power that comes from a sense of oneness. There is the greatest security and the greatest power. We have seen some of the greatest storms overcome by that simple statement. Likewise, the seeming brainstorms of human mind are stilled until one can feel the controlling power of the one mind. For the teacher paragraphs 1 and to give ample opportunity to conclusively point out to the individual that so long as his mind is divided he has, by that act of division, lost his sense of power and direction. Only from some definite premise can any structure be builded, and until one has arrived at this premise he cannot proceed to do anything. This must have been what Jesus meant when he said, "Thou shalt worship the Lord thy God, and him only shalt thou serve." Paragraph 3. This one underlying principle of life, God, is the controlling and ruling force of the universe, and man can find himself only in relationship to this principle. The only adjustment that will harmonize man's being is a realignment of his entire nature with the facts from which he came. Paragraph 4. Man himself has assigned power to the external world, for there is no power there originally, nor is power there even when he has seemed to delegate it. That power still remains within himself, and that which seems to be power in environment or anything outside of his own IAM, his central identity, is the perversion of this same power within himself. The power is always within man and it works according to the direction given it, but back of it all is the controlling force of the universe, and that which I am individually must be one with the IAM which is universal. Perfect accord must exist between cause and effect, for the movement of the cause is the life of the effect. Paragraphs 5, 6 and 7 can be further extended along this same line, and the lesson made of eternal benefit to every individual. Nothing else so completely tallies with the true message which Christ tried to give to the world as this. Greater things than these shall ye do was his estimate of man's potential capacity. Paragraphs 8 and 9. The most helpful lesson and liberating practice can be developed from these two paragraphs. The willful attempt to force thought into the place of manifestation is a hopeless task. It is destructive to the individual who practices it. The acceptance of universal power, a central executive emanation that produced heaven and earth as the already completed manifestation of itself in the self-existent fact back of every constructive idea of man, is the way to liberation. Paragraph 10 shows the method of procedure in so-called demonstration, which is, in the last analysis, stepping aside from our sense of incompleteness and imperfection to accept the facts. Paragraph 11 shows more accurately what happens in this matter of manifest results. A freeing of the mind from all duality is the solution to the whole matter. Paragraph 12 is a further extension of this same idea. Paragraphs 13, 14 and 15 can be made to strengthen foregoing. Paragraph 16. Can we not once and for all make clear that the different minds, as we call them, are but a difference in thought? Mind functioning as what we call mind is the same spiritual capacity, and man functioning in its lowest capacity through perverting it to lesser purposes. When man thinks the thoughts of God after him, his mind is then spiritualized or functioning in its true field with God thoughts, thinking as God thinks, or, more accurately, knowing as God knows. The human mind thinks, the God mind knows. Paragraphs 17, 18 and 19 give excellent opportunity to extend this idea further and to drive home the idea that man is not truly living until he consciously functions in harmony with his source. Paragraphs 20 and 21. The true use of the I am is to maintain man's original identity in and with his source, not allowing it to descend to include within his nature that which he is not. Man is not his experiences, he is what he is. Experiences with that which seems less than himself should never be admitted into his estimate of himself. I am always that which I am in spirit, not what I seem to be in experience or what I have experienced in the world. No matter what I have gone through or seem to be going through, I still remain what I am in the original sense, the image and likeness of God. Paragraph 22 shows the far-reaching influence of spiritual factors transcending all sense of limitation. Spirit takes no account of evil, of loss, lack, poverty, disease. These are but blind spots in human consciousness. To the mind that knows, there are no such things and it goes right on with that which it knows and is. Paragraph 23. The mind which is God is the same yesterday and forever. That which seems to be a new idea to us is but our discovery of what always was. Healing and so-called demonstrations are not bringing something into being but are an awakening to that state which has always prevailed in fact. Paragraph 24. Power of thought, so-called, is not the power of thought. Thought is only a conveyor of power. Power is in spirit and thought conveys or carries power only to the extent that it conforms to the standards and purposes moving in spirit. My words are spirit, said Jesus, meaning that his words accurately conform to the universal trend which he called the will of God. Paragraphs 25 and 26 present man as an integral part of infinite space and not an isolated being among isolated forms. By one spirit are we baptized into one body, finding our calm in this eternal unity of all things is our position of power where all contrary illusion is dissolved into the peace and tranquility of illumination. Chapter 3 Dual Mind 1. Many of the Western world look at duality instead of to the one mind or principle that scatters the forces, and one is not able to hold his mind in accord as when he sees but the one force or one principle and himself and all things as integral parts of the one too. Behold, our God is one, say the scriptures, and it is only in the preservation of this fundamental truth that man lives in harmony with his own nature. Man is not a separate being, projected away from his source, but is created within the image of God and like unto God. It is only in the sense of his isolation, which is the root of all unrighteousness, that he loses the beneficent influences of the creative cause, which are his by the natural order of things. In this sense of aloneness he has imagined all sorts of contrary actions to his well-being and is often inclined to blame the universal system for his misfortunes. In reality they are all of his own doings, for the universe does not isolate him nor is it accountable for the difficulties that arise because of his own isolation. Return unto me and I will return unto you, saith the Lord, is the offer of the one to him who will accept his rightful place in the divine order of the whole created scheme. 3. Duality is brought into existence through thought and action without regard to the whole, but, by reversing the dual thought or bringing the thoughts to one point of action, duality is eliminated completely. It is a well-known fact that we cannot accomplish with a dual purpose or even with a dual nature, for, in reality there is not duality in nature. There is the positive and negative, good and evil, hot and cold, all of the opposites, but the opposites, when related and brought together, bring the thought to one purpose, one action, one principle. In connection with the opposites it is not necessary to recognize them as opposite or opposed. The essential recognition is the single purpose. Jesus always said that his greatest accomplishments were with the single attitude or steadfast purpose. As he related it, that steadfastness does bring us into unity where principle exists always, that is where principle is always immanent. Then, instead of duality, there is that single I or single I am. 5. Many Hindus use the I, while many use the I am. It is thought by some that that was where duality began to manifest first, between the I and the I am. Many believing that this practice involved two attitudes or purposes, where in reality, it is but one correlation or subjugation of everything to the one purpose. There is no duality of principle but the union of principle in all things. They, the words I am, even pronounce the exact principle or truth. As they put it, the exaltation of the one principle allows it to work in that principle conclusively. We do not see, either, the duality of nature and thus we do not recognize it. As duality has no recognition it becomes harmonized. 6. Summer and winter are not two things but phases of one nature. Winter is as essential to the growth of vegetation as is summer and only depicts two phases of a single process. What we call evil contains the germ of good, and, when looked through to behold the good, the sense of evil disappears and there remains only the sense that all things are working together for good. The apparent evil surrounding conditions of poverty and pain that are shunned by human beings, if faced for the good within them, would vanish. Jesus taught that blindness was not an evil nor the result of evil but an opportunity to show forth the glory of God. A problem is not foreign to the principle of mathematics, nor is it an obstacle to one who wishes to become a mathematician. The problem is only a statement of certain conditions through which the principle may be applied to produce a desired result and is a means of growth to the individual who so faces it. Conditions in life that seem opposed to our highest good are but points of practice until we attain that strength of character to see and manifest only the perfection of the one. When life is seen in this way, all unpleasantness vanishes and everything becomes a sort of practice game in which we see, live, move, and have being that the existing good may show forth in our own character and in our world. Nature then is harmonious. All is harmony. All is working under the influence of the one purpose. 7. Just as the difference between a perfect chord and discord is apparent even to the novice, so is the individual able to know within himself that which is in harmony with the universal principle and that which is at variance with it. Any inharmonious condition in the nature of man is evidence that he is out of harmony with the natural order of things, and the secret of his perfect progress is to always approach every condition in such a manner as to preserve his sense of inward calm. This is impossible so long as there exists any sense of separation from the innate good that runs through all things. Man's nature is eternally attuned to the good, for he is the offspring of God, and God is good. When one is conscious that his good is eternally and unvaryingly seeking to manifest itself in all things and in his own nature, he is in harmony with himself and the principle of his being. By working to uncover the good contained in every experience, man is instantly in that state where that which to others seems evil becomes the source of his good. 8. Of course, with the relation of the opposites we find that we come to the same attitude. It is said that there may be many opposite manifestations, but they are not opposed unless the individual allows the opposition. The individual must harmonize the opposites in his attitude toward them, for, in reality, they are never out of harmony. When we come to that attitude where all is harmony, then we see the harmonious relation in all things as well as in ourselves. It becomes one simple attitude of complete harmony. Then there can be no discord. There can be no discord in life or in living. There can be no discord between the opposites, for they have their perfect relationship to each other in principle. 9. Many scientists, through their research today, are making the same statement. The only discord that exists is with the human or the individual, and that discord is brought about by discordant thoughts. It is said today that the American people are the most discordant in their thinking. It is quite evident that this fact is brought about by the many attitudes of thought held by the numerous nationalities which are brought together here. These nationalities have not yet been fully assimilated. It is found, however, that the great assimilating process is going on very rapidly now. 10. The mathematical axiom that only things that are equal to the same thing are equal to each other is, after all, the key to all harmony. It is only as the peoples of America become actuated by a common impulse that any semblance of harmony can be established. This is also true of the world generally, just as it is true of the individual. Only when all the forces involved in a single organism, or in many organisms, become animated by a single impulse and move in perfect unison toward a given objective is there complete harmony. 11. There is no question but that Jung in his work struck a very deep key in the attitude of harmony in relation to all things when he related his experience of going into a cave. In many portions of India the people retire to caves in order to become perfectly silent to work out a definite conclusion about certain determining factors. In every instance where these reports are available, it is found that when they go to the place where they are perfectly silent to conditions around them, they come into the greatest activity of life. They see further as they project their vision further. They see completely through the material or physical to what they say is that perfect condition wherein all activity is harmonious. Then that which they see as true universally is merely related to the world of things. It is not that the world is subjugated to the spiritual but merely related to its original state. And then the perfection of the spiritual world is immediately manifested. That activity, in harmonious accord, works perfectly under their guidance. 12. In reality this is the same procedure which all men follow in the application of any principle. it is first necessary to leave the outer forms, through which principle is expressed, alone until there is clear discernment of the movement of the principle involved. This movement of principle is then related to the outer form and we have harmony and rhythm and music, correct answers to problems, perfect architectural structures, perfect paintings, and perfect statues. All these manifestations are brought about because of the individual's ability to identify himself with underlying reality, and this reality is then brought forth through the form with the same beauty and harmony that is seen in Principle 13 now. These same people will tell you that it is not necessary for each individual to become as they are in order to get into that harmonious relation, but that it can be brought about in the ordinary walks of life. They purposely take that attitude to find out what happens, to come to a definite conclusion. After that conclusion is reached, they are able to teach others, but they do not teach others to do as they have done. They teach that it may be made practical, that it is not necessary to spend long years in meditation to bring this about because they have found a shorter method or an easier way, that the instant you become silent you are one with harmony or accord. Thus, from that very moment you begin to progress. The attitude of thought changes from turmoil to harmony. Strife is not evident. Consequently, you have raised your body's vibration to the vibration where strife does not exist. 14. If one is able to accomplish that condition, all can, but all need not take the long and arduous way. Once a fact is revealed, one needs but to accept that fact. The thought of the masters is, we have gone through the process of making the discovery. We know what the determining factors are, and the rest of mankind need not make the discovery for themselves but may accept what has been revealed. Consequently, it is not necessary for the master to sit in samadhi. They express it by stating that one who sits in samadhi is able to teach others what he has discovered. All may go through the practice of samadhi if they wish, although it is unnecessary for this reason. Through accepting the conditions which have been revealed, that acceptance brings about a certain leveling influence, a certain vitalizing condition wherein one sees more readily. By beginning with the revealed knowledge, one is more easily adjusted to the silence, or the harmonious conditions and facts about him. Therefore, by following the conclusions of those who have gone through the preliminary steps, he moves forward directly into the samadhic state. Those who have gone through to this state are the way showers or teachers. As they say, it is not necessary to follow the teacher step by step, because they have cleared the way. They have realized the condition which has then become general, and the projection has opened the way for all. 15. This is the truth back of the vicarious atonement of Jesus. He, as the way shower, explained that we are one with the Father even as he was one with the Father. We do not have to fight our way back to this state, for he revealed it as an established fact. Our work is but to assume as being true what he proved as true. We do not have to prove that the sum of all the angles of a triangle is equal to 2 right angles after it has once been proved. When it is a revealed fact, all we have to do is accept it. If that were not true, each one would have to prove for himself every movement of mathematics, mechanics, art, etc. But, when others have proved these things, we vicariously enter into their labors, begin where they left off, and proceed to the next condition under that principle. 16. The larger the group or the greater the number of persons in a group, the greater the influence. The greater the influence, the greater the impetus always. Therefore, it is said that if a group of 100 would sit in samadhi, or complete silence, that influence created would suffice for thousands. Therefore, thousands would be elevated to a greater enlightenment by that 117. This is where the yogis play a very vital part. They purposely give up a certain portion of their lives to putting out that influence, especially the influence for body perfection. And it is often said that it is not necessary for all people to go through the system of yoga to perfect the body, because they have gone through and made that perfection possible for all. That is what was expressed when Jesus gave his life upon the cross. They, as well as Jesus, knew that they were not giving up their lives. They were giving that certain portion to a higher expression that all might see and follow. They became the way showers or teachers. Therefore, the people who could progress would go further and in greater strides. 18. These are the reasons why it is said that it is not necessary to go through all the many stages of yoga or yoga. Many accomplish these steps in just a few hours because added impetus is given by those who have given greater time to service and greater impetus for that service. There are certain select groups who are working along that line all the time. That influence can be picked up, as it is radiated out from different groups and different centers all of the time. 19. This influence is picked up on the spiritual plane just as radio music is picked up on the electrical plane. But, as radio music picked up from the electrical plane is heard and felt on the material and mental planes, so are these spiritual influences manifest upon every plane below, for it is all inclusive. It is all a spiritual plane, one universal plane working in perfect unison with itself. When the individual awakens to see it as it truly is, the contact is made, not by seeking the masters or their influences, but by seeking the plane of harmonious thought and spiritual influence which permeates all time and space and in which they work. 20. A line may seemingly have two opposites, but bring these opposites together and you have a circle, and the opposites have thus disappeared. Extend the circle and you have a perfect sphere, which is complete, synchronized relationship of all elements. As Millikan says, the cosmic becomes the globe. Then you have completed the circle in every way and brought about perfect unity. The point becomes the line becomes the circle becomes the globe. This is true of every line of thought and through the continual process of relating all things to the one instead of separating everything, the point of unity or oneness is established. This is one-pointedness. 21. When the individual attains concentration in thought, he enters the samadhic condition, and that is where he begins to accomplish. When he reaches that one-pointedness. 22. It should be remembered, however, that this concentration or one-pointedness is an expanded state of mind and not a contracted state. It comes through the principle of relating all things rather than through the mistaken idea of excluding anything. Samadhi permits the individual to see directly through to the whole, the truth or principle. 23. This eliminates what the Western world teaches about the conscious and subconscious minds. In reality there is but one mind, and that, we could call the superconscious. That is where you bring the conscious and subconscious into accord. You are then conscious of the whole. It is complete consciousness. Then there is no division whatever, and if we make no division we are in complete conscious accord. 24. The division of the mind into conscious, subconscious and so forth was first put forth as an assistance in teaching. Now, however, the reverse is true. We can best understand mind and progress consciously in spiritual unfoldment by thinking and working in terms of one mind. The divisions were a part of the teaching of symbolism now past. It may have been a necessary classification in that period, but the race has now worked through symbolism completely. We are accepting the completeness of all symbols. When we become one with that one attitude of thought, there is where we begin to accomplish. 25. I have talked with men of great achievement and find that they for the most part work with the one mind, with the consciousness that everything is always here and always present. That has been their attitude. That very attitude is coming out so dominantly now that we will find it is going to change all of our economic system. If we could be wholly at one with that mind, there would be no cross purposes. Consumption of energy would be 90% less. That energy is rapidly and increasingly being used for higher and greater purposes instead of being dissipated in efforts to take away from the other fellow what he needs for himself. The truly great never have to go out and take away from the other fellow in order to produce. With them everything that is here belongs to them, and that which belongs to them they are free to use. For the teacher, paragraphs 1 and 2. Every principle with which we deal begins from a definite premise, and only through adherence to this basic premise is any structure possible. The reason man's life has seemingly gone into decay is that he has disregarded the basic fact of life. This basic fact of life is that the entire system of the universe is one single unit, and that man is an integral part of this system. He is in no sense separated from it, and it is only his notion that he is an isolated being that has lost for him his rightful place and authority. Paragraphs 3 and 4. In these paragraphs it can be clearly pointed out just how the sense of duality was developed, and, thereby, we may learn how it may be overcome. Paragraphs 5 and 6. I in the individual is the first movement of his nature, the central point of his identity. Am is that which embodies, or embraces within the I, individual identity, whatever it encircles. The I is a positive assertion and the am is the qualifying element. I is masculine and am is the feminine principle. The am brings forth into being whatever it embraces or conceives. The am must become immaculate in its embracing power if man is to bring forth that which is in spirit. I, which is my identity in spirit, am, that which embraces or embodies all that is in God, is the true use of these words. I am that I am, which is the embodiment of God. I can never in reality be anything but that which it is in spirit. I am that I am, and beside me there is no other. Paragraphs 7 and 8 afford a wonderful opportunity to show the necessity and advantage of completely harmonizing everything. It is impossible, of course, to harmonize everything with our own thought and notion, but we can at least recognize that since a thing has being at all, it must to some extent contain the elements of the whole. By seeing it in relationship to the whole and harmonizing it with the all, we at least escape the discord that arises in our own nature, and thereby preserve ourselves in our true relationship. God moves in a mysterious way, and even though we do not see just how all things are working in ultimate harmony with the universal purpose, it would not require a great stretch of the imagination to admit that it must be so because of the very nature of God. Paragraph 9. There is no discord in the natural order of the universe. All discord is our reaction to that which we imagine to be wrong or out of its rightful place. It is only to the degree that we are not in tune with things as they are in fact that there is discord in our own nature. Discord is not without, it is within our own nature. To prevent this discord we must harmonize with the spiritual reality back of all appearances. The mixed thought of America is only symbolic of the mixed thought of the individual American mind, and all will be harmonized as we progress toward a common goal. Paragraph 10. Illustrative of paragraph 9. Paragraphs 11 and 12 show clearly how harmony may be established. All who achieve let the world's thinking and doing alone and concern themselves with what ought to be done. Paragraphs 13, 14 and 15 point out clearly the shortcut to spiritual attainment and should be made clear enough to forever free the individual student from the idea that he must do a lot of overcoming before he can reach his spiritual estate. He must accept his spiritual estate as has been revealed by every illumined teacher since the beginning of time, and this illumined state is in itself the overcoming. Paragraphs 16 and 17 afford an excellent opportunity to point out the value of individual and group meditation upon spiritual things. This is the real groundwork of any center or class movement, and to neglect it is to lose sight of the most potent force in the building of a spiritual ministry and individual power for accomplishing the tasks of everyday life. Paragraphs 18 and 19 are illustrative of the same facts brought out in paragraphs 13, 14 and 15. Paragraphs 20 and 21 are illustrative of the principle of harmonization and can be exemplified profitably. Paragraph 22. This paragraph should forever free the student from the idea that concentration is a state of mental fixity or focusing the mind on thoughts, ideas, pictures, or objects. Concentration is that expanded state of mind to take in the oneness of all things rather than an attempt to exclude anything from the thought. It is a process of relating all things to the source. Paragraphs 23 and 24. The so-called subconscious mind is but a reactionary phase of mind to intellectual thought that has cut off a person from the natural activity of universal thought. There are no eddies in a stream unless the flow of direct current is impeded in some way, and there is no subconscious mind, so-called, when the stream of illuminating thought is uninterrupted. When one is in the stream of life as it is, there is only radiant consciousness of reality. Paragraph 25 is illustrative and may be enlarged upon according to the knowledge of the instructor. Chapter IV Basis of Coming Social Reorganization 1. In taking up this subject of social reorganization we will begin with Hawaii and the situation there. There is a great similarity in the thought of the Hawaiian people and our own, especially when brought about by experiences. You can take an Hawaiian anywhere in the ocean that you want and you cannot lose him. Never have they gone out in their canoes but that there was at least one man in each canoe who could tell where they were as though they had the best compass in the world in that canoe. It was the concern of the others to work the boat and his business to pilot it at all times. They have brought this capacity down through the ages with them too. At one time we took one of the Hawaiians out into the Atlantic Ocean where he had never been before and discovered that this sense of direction was bred in him. We put this man in a boat with sailors who knew nothing of navigation and he directed them to the Cape Verde Islands hundreds of miles away. The Hawaiians keep quiet and find a solution readily. They use this quality very definitely. 3. The great inventive capacity of the American mind is the functioning of this same sense. The difference lies chiefly in the field into which it is directed. Also we are all making use of it to a much larger extent than we realize. When we know how we naturally function and then proceed to consciously work in harmony with ourselves, we will make much greater progress in every direction. Did you ever note how you yourself very often function in certain ways through an inner sense, or hunch, or feeling, and then all the reasons develop afterwards which show the whys and wherefores. Many people try to think it all out first, then they never do anything but think, for there is no apparent solution for anything until after it has been done. The feeling that it can be done, or that it should be done, or it were better so and so is the first activity of this sense, and if one would be still, the rest of the information would come, completing his whole plan of action. Then the intellectual explanation or the thoughts defining the process would be readily formulated. The reasoning mind, as we commonly know it, only travels over the same grounds it has previously been over, but reason is never complete until this other sense is taken into account. The new social order will come just as the inventor's ideas come. It will be a flash of revelation, so to speak, and then the mind may put it together and carry it out. Man's description for this new order will be complete only as it is in operation. Reason is descriptive, but this other sense sees and goes beyond reason, opening the way for larger reason. For this is not a phase of the superconscious as many style it, nor is it a phase of the subconscious. It is the power to penetrate into either. With the Hawaiians it is a perfectly conscious thing. It is brought about by involution. It is presented to them and is worked out through them. When they used to go on foot around the islands, before they had transportation at all, they were drawn to places where they were needed. I have seen 40 or 50 of them go across the island to find that some of their people were in trouble there. Sometimes their friends across the island would come to them. They never missed in those things. They were in constant touch with each other all the time. I have inquired of them and they think nothing of it. They simply function that way because they have never been given the impression that it is anything but natural. 5. Where the interest of those on one side of the island centered wholly within themselves, they would not be concerned about the needs of those on the other side. They are unified through common interests and are concerned with the welfare of those about them, and it is this interest that makes them sensitive to needs outside their own circle or location. Where there is need among their fellows, they draw this sense of need into themselves through the bond of sympathy which makes them one, and the needs of one group become instantly known by another. Selfishness and self-interest separate us, isolate us from the rest of humanity, and this sense of separateness makes people immune to their needs, thus throwing the social structure out of balance. It is in this way that greater and greater needs develop in one group while greater and greater abundance develops in another, and the whole social structure is thrown out of balance. This is where war and strife develop. Can you imagine two groups going to war, each striving to meet the needs of the other? Nature abhors a vacuum, and just as violent storms occur because of extreme differences in atmospheric pressure, so do wars develop primarily from extremes in the human status. 6. This faculty of the Hawaiians is mostly memory going back to former generations. They have never been out of it. There are no barriers put up between them and their former lives. They say, it isn't that we have lived in this spot all the time. We see all of these places at all times from one point. We have never been separated from it. It is only necessary to become quiet and then we know where we want to go. 7. In a sense this is the same faculty of instinct which the animal uses, but just as the man is much higher form of being than the animal, so are all his faculties comparatively enlarged. In the animal it is instinct, but in man it is very much extended in its capacity. Call it intuition or spiritual discernment if you will. The animal has it only to an extent, but the human goes right through. He can see just what he is going to accomplish. The animal returns over the same ground it has traveled, but the human being can go to any position without going over the same ground. 8. It cannot be accurately determined to what extent this faculty lets the animal into new fields, but we do know that it is the primary function of this faculty that has paved the way for human advancement in every field of human progress. The only difference between men of great achievement and those who remain in mediocrity is that the great pay little attention to what has been done and what obstacles or apparent reasons may stand in the way of achievement, but devote themselves to contemplating what can or ought to be done. Those who allow their mental and emotional natures to recoil, refusing to let this sense reach out into the undiscovered, destroy their own capabilities, and this keeps them always in the prison house of limitation. But it should be noted that prison is only the recoil or reflex of their own nature. Genius is that which goes on through conditions and circumstances and keeps eternally in the process of expansion and extension of achieving power. 9. The ability to use this sense for unlimited progress applies to everyone. It is not for the select individual. It is for all to use. The Hawaiians are far more conscious than any others we know of, except the Polynesians. The latter will come to Hawaii on a visit from a distance of 3,000 miles. The true Polynesian and Hawaiian are true Caucasian. It seems that this faculty runs more definitely in the true Caucasian race. If they do not submerge it by doubting its existence or allowing it to stop with apparent limitations, it seems to be greater always 10. This is what Theodore Roosevelt encountered in Africa. It is evident also in Alaska and Siberia. When I went out in 1905 to take relief to Amundsen, there was no evidence of a trail at all, but when we were within 30 or 40 miles of that village, the villagers came out and met us, told us how many dogs and sleds we had and generally all about our party and its equipment. 11. One reason the Americans do not possess this faculty is because they have too many accommodations. We have just let it slip by and have not retained it consciously. Subconsciously or unconsciously, the American has this faculty to a great extent. Most Americans have had the experience of it but hesitate to use it generally or to say anything about it. 12. The average American thinks it a sign of being a bit off if something is suggested for which there is no apparent reason. Such a feeling is the result of ignorance regarding the true capacities of the individual and the most vital means he has for any degree of achievement. It is his doubt of himself and his ability that holds him back. If ye believe and doubt not, nothing shall be impossible to you, said Jesus. This faculty is the first requisite to sound reason, while the other processes of reason commonly relied upon as the only basis of intelligent reason are secondary. Great achievements have been accomplished from realms beyond reason and the reasons appeared after. Sound reason is brought about by first looking clear through the limitations, catching the vision of the unapparent, yet entirely possible, and then building the other processes of reason as these facts are worked out. To faith add knowledge, say the scriptures, but most of us attempt to attain faith by first knowing all about a thing objectively. 13. Then, 2. We let others do our thinking for us. We rely upon them to think everything out, to give it form, and then we rely upon the thing produced. The producer becomes more and more capable and the dependent one becomes more and more dependent. Emerson said as much when he referred to the fact that what we gain on one hand we lose on the other. We have watches but have lost the ability to tell the time of day ourselves. To neglect the development of self through dependence upon anything outside yourself is to weaken your own nature. 14. The Chaldean astronomers got their information on astronomy through the use of the intuitive faculty, or the power of the mind to penetrate through to fact. They would depend on this completely and then work out all theories. These ancient Chaldeans included the workings of this faculty in their history. It has always been in evidence. The influence is still in existence. If we want it, we must become one with it. That is all. 15. This is the eye of the soul about which the mystics wrote. Through it men have read and will continue to read the Akashic records. Through it we may perceive things happening at a distance or envision future events with the speed of light, 186,000 miles per second. It comes to us at times during an earthquake or other extremity. Coming events cast their shadows before them. Everything happens first on higher planes, then reflection occurs here. It functions in the Devachan period between consciousness and form. It is the two faces of the gargoyle at the temple gate. Looking one way it admits limitation of delusion into the temple, man's being. Looking into the realm of spirit it admits the freedom and power of illumination. 16. The Hawaiians possess a great natural insight into things and they prophesy and prognosticate. There is a certain group of Hawaiians who will get together and tune in impending influences. If they perceive an influence that is not of benefit, they turn it over to another group to work against it, and it never manifests. The Hindus say that one man can prophesy and another god man can stop fulfillment of the prophecy. 17. In our experience with the Hawaiians we never found an instance where they had failed to stop a negative event that had been prophesied. It is claimed that they have stopped many invasions. The ones performing that duty would lay down a certain line and the enemy could not cross it. Many times this has been included in their legends. At times the enemy could not even land on their shores. 18. The Carnegie Institute experimented some time ago with a group of Indians in Arizona. This group laid down a certain line and none could cross it except in love. Two men tried to force their way across the line and both men lost their lives. 19. The unillumined make the mistake of thinking that prophecy is inevitable, that if a thing is set to happen it must happen. Whether there be prophecies they shall fail, say the scriptures. Prophecy comes mostly from the established mental structure immediately surrounding the earth, being the projection of man's own limited thought. The faculty of perception directed into this field may sense the trend of this mental influence and what will likely be the outworking in the material plane. This belongs to the realm of false prophecy and it can all be set aside. The scriptures warn against false prophets who turn the attention of the people away from God. True prophecy is the result of keeping this sense directed to the plane of spirit until the individual catches the trend of the universal law. The law of the universe readily sets aside any accumulations to the contrary in the minds of individuals or races. It is accomplished as easily as shadows are dispelled by the light. The sun dispels the night. A single candle will banish darkness from a room. For light, whether small or great, has unlimited power over surrounding darkness whether it be large or small. Only a little illumination on the part of the individual can dispel any amount of negation, limitation, or false prophecy around him, for they are only vague shadows with no potency within them. Do not accept prophecies of destruction and calamity. Look into the realm of spirit and they vanish. 20. There was a group of persons in the Hawaiian Islands who came there from Japan, bringing black magic with them. They claimed they could pray a person to death, but that group no longer exists. Before one can practice black magic or become an antichrist, he must first become versed in the powers of the Christ consciousness. He gets the Christ power and uses it erroneously. The outcome of such practice is self-destruction and, with the destruction of individuals given to the practice of the black art, the art passes with them. 21. The most painful, if not the quickest, method of self-destruction is the misuse of spiritual knowledge. The individual tempted to use this spiritual knowledge to influence, control, or gain advantage over others should remember that every edict which goes forth from his own mind or mouth passes through his own being and becomes a fiat of power within his own nature, working upon himself exactly as he had intended it for another. That is what Christ meant when he said that the kingdom of heaven is within you. Your being is a kingdom, subject to the rulership of what you yourself decree. Whether his decree is accepted by another makes little difference to the individual sending it forth. It is received and acted upon within his own kingdom and he is sure of the most complete results in his own being. The kingdom within the individual will be heavenly only when he sends forth decrees that come from the heavenly realms, the spirit where all things move in harmony to promote the well-being and advancement of every individual on earth. The gift is to the giver and comes back to him, whether it be good or ill. As you give, so you receive. 22. One denomination of riches in India is able to perceive an event that is set to happen. If it be evil, another group immediately takes it up and it does not happen at all. That was true also of the Hebrew race in the past. They prevented many wars among their people in that way. 23. Many are using the same method in preventing accident. We worked with a group of over 700 people in the United States that worked definitely to prevent accidents, and in the 3.5 years we were with them there was never an accident in the group. That group has now been augmented until there are about 4,000 members today. They work quietly and are not publicly known. 24. Why should not man put all the forces of his being to work in some good purpose, by keeping his perceptive faculty, or whatever else you may wish to name it, working in the spiritual realm where everything moves in harmony toward the complete good of every being? There would be a corresponding action developed in the minds of all people, because they were all working in obedience to the power that works toward the good of all. They could not possibly say or do anything except that which was for the good of each other. In other words, through obedience to the great law there could be no conflict among individuals. There could be no war, no accidents, nor any of the other things that make for misery in the ranks of human nature. 25. This capacity can be put to varied uses. There is the case of the World War veteran, De Jong, who was treated in the Letterman Hospital at San Francisco and who, though blind, demonstrated that he had received a higher illumination by driving a car through the streets of San Francisco and Los Angeles. This particular young man had developed the faculty before and this was simply his sudden awakening. This often happens. 26. The point is that, if it can be awakened, as has been proved in so many cases, the faculty is there. If there, it can be understood, rightly directed, and awakened to proper function. We must give attention to these things and proceed intelligently to uncover the latent possibilities within our own natures. If we would arrive at the place of mastership, no one can do this for us but ourselves. 27. This involves complete emotional control more particularly than mental control. We must be brought to one-pointedness. When our forces are centered, it works positively. Jesus said one-pointedness is God. 28. The entire matter of our social reorganization centers around a deeper perception. People must learn how to develop this faculty. That will be the social reorganization, knowing how to do the right thing at the right time. It will help now to hold the thought of right action always. We will come to the point where we will know that everything we do is the right thing to do at the right time. This is the substance of social functioning in the future. For the teacher, this lesson deals with the motive from which will develop the new social order to come through these changing times, and which will be reverting to man's primal faculty of discerning the spiritual trend of affairs, rather than relying upon the intellectual standards and material values of the past. Our past experiences have dulled, in a sense, this spiritual faculty, and it must now be resurrected if we are to attune ourselves to the movement of universal laws. Paragraphs 1 and 2 show how the more primitive races, as we call them, have a sense superior in some ways to our own, and show how in some ways they fare better than we fare. Paragraph 3 shows in what field this faculty functions most clearly with us, but it must be expanded along spiritual lines if we would make the best of our own possibilities and opportunities. Paragraphs 4, 5. This faculty might be variously named, but in mystical science it is what is called the penetrative sense, or the ability to press or let the mind out into new fields. When directed to its highest purpose, it will lead us into spiritual values just as accurately as it has led us into the fields of inventive genius. Paragraphs 6, 7 and 8 are self-explanatory but can be developed further from the knowledge of the instructor. Paragraphs 9, 10 and 11 afford a good opportunity for showing clearly how the mind of man is clouded through too much concern with the realm of effects, and how it may be clarified by redirection back into the realm of causes. Paragraph 12 should be self-explanatory but affords plenty of opportunity for enlargement. Paragraph the 13th may be handled in the same manner. Paragraph 14 reverts to the same category as paragraphs 1 and 2. Paragraphs 15 and 16 bring out to some extent the possibilities of this faculty in the fields where it may normally function. More may be said upon what the faculty really is. In its simplest form, it is that phase of the mind that looks back to see what we may have done yesterday or what we hope to do tomorrow, the simple act of attention. If it is toward form, we discover only the complications thereof, but if into spirit, it expands in the realm of spiritual reality. Paragraph 17 brings out some of the possibilities arising from its use. This can be greatly enlarged upon and made of immense value to the student if he will heed the advice therein. Paragraph the 18th may be handled in this connection. Paragraph 19. The point to be clearly brought out in this paragraph is that prophecy is not accurate when based on the mental and physical plane. What is thoroughly organized on the mental plane may transpire in the physical unless set aside by a direct application of spiritual authority. True prophecy is proclaiming the constructive results which follow the authoritative application of discovered spiritual movements. Paragraph 20. The folly of misuse of spiritual power should be self-evident to anyone, but it should be clearly impressed upon the mind of every individual as a measure of self-preservation. The habit developing in many metaphysical circles of mentally influencing others to do the will of another is black magic in its embryonic form and can only lead to chaos. Paragraph 21 should be handled in connection with paragraph 20. Paragraphs 22 and the 23rd may be handled as paragraph 19 and may be developed further according to the leading of the instructor. Paragraph 24 is self-explanatory but affords practical opportunity for showing the basis of true cooperation in ushering in the new order of things. The true motive of the spiritual aspirant is in harmony with the universal motive which works alike for son and sinner, rich or poor, bond or free, and in a common motive there cannot be discord and strife, hence no war. Things equal to the same thing are equal to each other is the basis of universal unity. Paragraphs 25 and 26 give opportunity to impress upon each individual student the fact that no one ever has developed or expressed any so-called unusual powers, but that the same potential power is resident within him, and his business is to develop his own capacities if he would know the measure of his own soul. Paragraph 27. A whole volume might be given on the necessity of self-control. It is as essential to individual power and progress as the organization and application of energy is essential to mechanical power. Without it there is no practical power to constructive purposes in either field. Paragraph 28 can be amplified according to the ability of the instructor. Chapter V. Power of the Spoken Word 1. The spoken word has a great power, but there is one thing certain. We must select the words and then we must give them power. There is no power in a negative word unless we do select and give the word power. It does not of itself contain power. Power must be given to the word by the one who speaks it. Of course, as the Eastern philosophy goes, the thought which precedes the word is more important. Consequently, the thought can be the motivating force behind the spoken word, and in that way it adds power and, as the masters put it, that word must go forth and create too. Now, if a word is spoken idly or without force of thought, it does not accomplish. By the selection of that word, the power given to it through thought cannot help but accomplish that very thing for which it is sent. That is why they claim such selectivity for the spoken word, and that is why they say the spoken word is always selective. 3. That power which we put back of the word to accomplish must be the energy that we ourselves perceive, as they put it, not the energy which you give to the word, but the energy that you perceive for the accomplishment of that word is what matters. For Jesus said, "My words are spirit and they are life, and they do accomplish that whereunto they are sent." Spirit is the creative cause in the universe, and our words are potent only as this same spirit is seen as the operative force back of them. It is the activity of the force of nature that makes the seed grow, for no seed has power within itself. It is a container or vehicle of that force. So it is with words. The scriptures say, the word is a seed, and the power of spirit acts upon words as nature does upon the seed. Our consciousness or awareness of spirit is the focal point in this matter of the power of the word. Idle words are impotent and do not create, though they, in a sense, may add to the state of hypnosis. To fear negative words is to add to their hypnotic energies, and it thereby adds to the influence of the negative word. The power of ignorant or idle words is only that they may intensify the hypnotic state of man's mind, but they do not alter the creative cause in the least. The power of negative words is only the modernization of the old idea of the devil, and is a direct violation of the fact that there is only the power of God. There is no power opposed to the ultimate good in the universal trend. That which seems to be opposition is in our own minds, which often work contrary to the divine purpose. The creative trend of the universe or the will and purpose of God is to dissolve ignorance just as light dissolves darkness. 5. We have seen them. The used in this sense always refers to the masters. Put forth a word, and what the word represented would come into existence immediately. There was no time element at all. In fact, there is no way of placing a time element upon the spoken word if the energy, spirit, is in it, as they put it. A word spoken directly with the impetus of true thought behind it must create that very condition instantly. It is quite evident that the Western world looks upon a word as less potent. That is, a word may be spoken but, with no energy behind it, it loses its potency entirely. It is often said that this is why the Western world gets into such childish prattle. It fails to put the proper value upon its word. 6. Now, the thought which possesses the proper selectivity, or which possesses the force that belongs to it, should always be given to the word, not to drive that word through will or the force of the will, but to give that word the power which belongs to it. That of course is the power of the spirit, and this is included in our words only through highly selected thought. Thought which corresponds to the creative purposes of the universe. In that way the will, which has directive ability, sends the word forth, but it is not the will that gives power to the spoken word. The will selects or enters into the selection of thought and the speaking of the word, but the power is conceded or admitted through an enlarged consciousness of the presence and power of spirit. But, when a word is selected for its meaning or its use, it is always selected in the frequency where it belongs and is placed there. 7. This should eliminate the fear which men have of negative words, and at the same time should inspire the individual to a more intelligent selection of his words and how to put them to better use. To think the thoughts of God after him would be the essence of spiritual power, for back of such words would be the very power that created the heavens and the earth. Man's word should always be an outlet for his own innate spiritual nature and a means of establishing this spiritual nature in his outer being. To speak only in harmony with the highest and most constructive ideals would be to speak with the greatest power, and, in this way, that which seems the greatest improbability would become the most probable, in that such words have the greater power. In other words, the more godlike the thought, the realization, and the consciousness, the greater the power involved in the process. 8. As the Eastern philosophers express it, you could not be separated from principle 1 iota if you would use selective words. Therefore, every word that is put out can be selective. then you are not energizing a negative condition. You are only giving energy to that one conclusion. 9. The Hindu, or the Aryan always puts it, man is the creator of words. Therefore, man is the selector, or he has dominion over those words, and he selects or places words in existence which must operate or become potent. Now, in the measure that he uses this fact rightly, there is no way of connecting that power with negative words, as they put it. Consequently, negative words do not enter into or have any consideration from the individual who wishes to manifest forms. This thought of manifest form is always that condition brought into existence wherein man is able to create. That is where man has dominion over every word spoken. The Sanskrit language in one of its phases allows for that condition. There is in that the power to manifest. By that we mean that one position of the Sanskrit language allows only for positive words, or statements. That is, words that can be made into positive statements, and from these there is no deviation. 10. Naturally, everyone asks what those 4 positive words are. They are always words which mean the positive declaration of facts. Each one can select them. Of course, the most positive word is the first word, God. Going back to the principle, you would formulate your statement with that as a basis. You would formulate with that word whatever positive sentence you wished. Thereby is the power of the spoken word. Your keyword is always the highest, or God. Then you select the words which accompany that for your positive declaration. 11. Just as all mathematical calculation springs from the unit symbolized by the figure 1, so must all words emanate from a single derivative, or principle. God is and, because God is, I am, because God is life, I am life, because God is intelligence, I am intelligence, because God is power, I am power, because God is all substance, I am substance, etc. Father in Sanskrit means first mover, and the first movement of the mind of the individual must always emanate from the one source, and it must be sustained through the consciousness of the individual. To admit anything into the individual consciousness that does not originate in the facts of God is to adulterate the process of life in himself, and, to this extent, he becomes unaware of the fullness of his divinity. He must give himself to the underlying facts of life in their entirety. He must tarry at Jerusalem, his contact with the all, until the holy, or entire Spirit of God is the motivating energy of his every thought, word, and act. 12. Man cannot express a word or thought outside of his own field of competency with any manifesting power. He cannot go outside of that field because that very word which he expresses creates the field in which he acts. 13. The average person does not really know what a word is. It is merely a vehicle used in the processes of mind to convey or extend certain processes of the mind. The word cannot convey that which is not in the mind. Webster says that a name implies the essential nature of a thing. A word is only a name for certain states of consciousness, and that is something that rests with the individual himself. One person may say I am happy, and it would convey nothing to another individual hearing the word. If his consciousness is only a bit joyous, his words would convey but little authority. But if he were radiant with joy, his words would convey complete conviction. Idle words are empty words. Words which do not contain the consciousness and realization of spiritual facts. You see, a word as we use it is just what it contains, and the content of the word is determined by our consciousness, and our consciousness is determined by the degree of intelligent selection which we use. 14. It is not repetition that makes a word effective. Your first declaration, if it be true, is sufficient. There is nothing left to do but stand by your statement, abide in your word. Repetition, however, is often an effective means of bringing one into accord with the possibilities contained within a statement. One often repeats a sentence or rule over and over before the meaning is clearly revealed to his consciousness. Without this expansion of the mind toward the inner facts, repetition is only hypnotic. 15. If man repeats words and they do not become hypnotic to him, this repetition brings him into closer accord with the facts back of the words. It affects a higher realization. It is worthwhile to repeat up to a certain point, and then it is not worthwhile even to repeat because your word is established unto you. When you understand that your word is clearly established, repetition is of no more value whatever. In reality, we come to understand that our word is always established and we never repeat it. 16. If the manifestation of your word does not appear, that is no proof of its ineffectiveness. The better policy in such a case is to give thanks that the manifestation is there. You get out of doubt completely in that way. But, by going on and repeating your word, you may very quickly begin to engender doubt. Whereas, if you give thanks, you are more closely in harmony with your word and become more easily aware that your word does establish 17. The mere repetition of a word does not establish it any more firmly. It only brings you into harmony with that which is. It is very often possible to bring yourself into more harmonious relationship by giving thanks that it is here now and that it is established. 18. When one realizes that the whole problem of manifest results is more a matter of opening up the consciousness to see or include something which already exists in fact, instead of trying to bring something that is not out into manifest form, then the matter will be much simpler. It is the line "Thou sayest, that will I give unto thee as an inheritance," that contains all the mystery. It is a fact in spirit. It is a fact everywhere and on all so-called planes. For there is only one plane and that is spiritual. As the mind expands to see or grasp the spiritual fact, there can be no question whatever about the manifestation of that fact. If it is so in God, it is so everywhere, for God is all. It is all a matter of awareness upon our part, and our awareness must be expanded to include the reality and existence of the spiritual fact. 19. That was Jesus' method of working. Every word was established unto him. He exalted every word through his exalted consciousness, knowing that it was already in existence. The Hindu stands in the same position. He states his declaration and then he may say that it is finished. He takes the attitude that it is already finished. It is already in existence. It is his. And then he goes on. One accomplishes far more in that way than to go back to the repetition, and it seems to always make one stronger. 20. In the matter of treatment of so-called disease, the average metaphysician makes the mistake of dealing with the opposites, disease and health. Here are two conditions, the one to replace the other. In the East they do not work in this way any more than did Jesus. When you seek for perfection, know that it is established unto you. Exalt perfection. Perfection exists independent of both the opposites of health and disease. Perfection is an eternally established fact in principle, and it is complete within itself on every so-called plane. Both health and disease are delusions according to Eastern philosophy, for they are only human concepts. For instance, your own idea of health today would not suffice you in 5 years from now, for health is a relative idea in your own consciousness. There is nothing relative in being. All is complete. All is perfect. And the true practitioner identifies himself with reality and does not deal with delusion. Let go of the opposites altogether and put in their place the perfection. We find that Jesus did not in any instance treat with the opposites. He put into the place of both the opposites the true perfection. His great statement was perfection always, and that perfection was always established unto him. 21. If I place on the blackboard the figures 2 + 2 = 3 and then follow with 2 + 2 = 5, would you deal with the 3 and 5 and try to establish the right answer? No. You would go right through these figures, deal with the fact that 2 + 2 = 4, and both these extremes would vanish. That which is less or more than the correct answer has nothing to do with the fact in principle, and it is only by bringing the fact of principle to bear upon the situation that any correct answer is possible. Our ideas of health and disease are both less than the perfection which is established in the foundations of the universe, and never can that which is less than perfection be made into perfection. You are dealing with something and related to either of these extremes. Be ye perfect, even as your Father in heaven is perfect, is the correct standard of procedure here. 22. Most people fail in the so-called demonstration because they make a statement of perfection and then immediately begin to look back into the matter of the opposites. Only if thine eye be single shall thy body be filled with light. Lot's wife turned and saw double, and her body became stone or salt. Now, henceforth and forever, see only perfection, said Jesus. The moment that we establish perfection, the Christ stands forth dominant. Each works to establish the other, for the fact in spirit is the form of its manifestation. 23. The effect of true spiritual treatment is not dependent upon the degree of unfoldment or spiritual development of the person treated. We need not bother about his consciousness, for it is based upon the opposites, else he would not be ill. The spiritual fact is in the moment we stand in perfection, our consciousness is perfect as well. 24. Speaking the word is never hypnotic, for it is the essence of the true nature of all creation. Treatment, or speaking the word, is not projecting our ideas of health to offset disease. This latter is hypnotic. Speaking the word is only telling the truth, declaring that which always has been and always will be true of any individual, condition, or circumstance. In principle, hypnosis is a result of speaking from the human mind with its imperfect concepts. 25. It is not necessary that the sick or needy person ask for your help, nor that he be conscious that you are sending forth the word to him. If you send it forth on the Christ-right ray, you are merely presenting his own innate perfection to him. In this way you liberate both yourself and him, for you are not dealing with anything but fact. You are not working against the will of any individual when you work with perfection, for the innate will of everyone is for perfection. This rather frees his will from its entanglements in the realm of false habits and concepts. There is no so-called influence in this sort of facing the situation. It is merely calling forth that which has always existed until it arrests the attention of everyone involved and they merely see that it is so. 26. There is power in the spoken word always if we see it as spirit, for then it can be nothing but spirit. We are the determinator. We are both the power and the expressor of that power, and we are the sole determinator of what that word shall carry with it. There is power in medicine on exactly this same basis. It is but the conveyor or means by which the mind of the patient is expanded to admit the creative authority of the universe. God is in the doctor, the patient, or the pill. Any individual, regardless of his profession or status, need only project the perfection. Of course, if we always would work in that perfection and manifestation of perfection, we soon would get out of medicine completely. Our word would heal. 27. There is no harm in using an agency in an attempt to minister to the needs of suffering mankind. There are many steps and many methods, but only one power. If our ideal is perfection, we are going to arrive at a point where there are no agencies. The agency which an individual employs only indicates the progress he has made in his own mind as to the suitable and most efficient means of admitting perfection into his being. One thinks it must come through a pill. One thinks it will come through affirmations. But, through whatever it comes, it is the perfection of principle that manifests. Only the highest ideals are adequate to contain the full measure of power that exists in divine principle. For the larger the container, the more can be conveyed. When the container and the contained are one, perfection, then it is complete in every plane. 28. In treating at a distance, or what metaphysicians call absent treatment, thought is more rapid and potent than words. Thought does not know time and space, while a word or audible sound belongs on the material plane and must traverse space and endure in time in order to reach its destination. Notice how instantly your thought is at the sun, the center of the earth, or at any other place. Thought does not travel. It is already there. Every fact in spirit is already there, and, further, it is already in evidence. To see this fact is to lift yourself into this fact, and to see it for another is to lift him into it. If I be lifted up, if the perceptive faculty is lifted up to the plane of reality, it draws all things into this realm. This is the true approach. Rather than to try to lift anything or anybody into the perfect state, we might as well try to make energy out of earth by using the pick and shuffle. 29. We know a man in India who walks through a storm just by the presentation of perfection of that storm. He will walk through a storm and never get wet. We have seen him stop fires and storms. Man himself is the word of God if he abides in that word. If ye abide in my word and my word abides in you, then are you in me even as I am in you, is the truth of the whole thing. When Jesus sent his word and healed the centurion's daughter, he did not send anything as we measure it in the three-dimensional world. Jesus, or Christ, was the word himself, and there was not anything that was made but that which was made by the same word. Therefore, the word which he sent did not traverse space, for the word was there as the truth of the centurion's daughter, just as it was with him. He simply announced a universally true spiritual fact, and our two minds became awakened to this fact. 30. Our remedies often ourselves do lie which we ascribe to heaven. Shakespeare. For the teacher. Paragraph 1. Was not man given dominion over all things in the beginning? If that be the case, that same power is resident within man yet, and all the seeming power which anything has over man is the working out of power which he himself has assigned to that thing. But, even though the power seems to emanate from the thing or from a person, the power is really within the individual, for that is where its activity moves and is felt, to govern the action and reaction of his own nature. Therefore, would be one of man's primal secrets of power. To keep one's nature always working in perfect accord with the divine ideal of perfection would be to have all power in heaven and in earth. Paragraphs 2, 3 and 4. It should be clear to everyone, though it seems not to be, that the words we speak are no more power than cylinders in an automobile engine are power. They are vehicles of energy, and only the kind and degree of energy moving through them determines the power. When Jesus said, "My words are spirit, He meant to convey that he was conscious that the moving force of God was moving through what he said or thought, and it was this motivating energy which did the apparent healing. The assertion of fact is infinite in its potency in the face of that which is not fact. Follow this idea through with any illustration in the realm of truth and falsity, light and dark. Paragraph 5. The important point in this paragraph is to make the student realize what tremendous opportunity he is losing in idle talk. His words might as well be conveying an infinite energy that would free him from his mediocrity if he would only proceed intelligently. Paragraph 6 should be carefully considered, and we should differentiate between the natural impetus of an accepted fact and the imposition of our wills to force a condition which we imagine to be better than the one already existing. The acceptance of a thing given never involves what we call a forceful will. Receiving an offered gift is infinitely more effective than to attempt to force one to give you something that is not already within his mind to give. Accepting a fact that is universally true involves no supreme assertion of the individual will. Perfection does not come from projecting our own ideas but from awakening to the knowledge that it is already the established order of things. Paragraph 7. Clearly free the student from the notion that negative words have power. They are only a waste of time and add to the state of hypnosis. The higher the ideal, the more illumined is the idea, the more powerful it becomes. Your lightest word is your most illumined word. Paragraph 8. Use right discrimination in the selection of words so they convey or project into the manifest world only that which conforms to your highest ideals. Paragraph 9. Man's dominion is over himself. His being is supposed to be the kingdom of heaven. Only the law governing infinite space should govern his thoughts and feelings, his bodily and manifest conditions. His sphere of rulership is within himself, heavenly only when that rulership is exercised according to the facts of principle. Paragraph 10 and 11 show clearly the origin of all constructive thoughts and words, and that the entire field of thought and action should be developed from this manner of procedure. Paragraph 12 and 13 show what is in the word that gives it power, repetition versus realization. Paragraphs 14, 15 and 16. The function of words or the word is not to project something into being, but it is to expand the mind of man until he sees that which has always been from the beginning. Before Abraham was, I am, is just as true of every fact in spirit as it was of Christ. Paragraphs 17, 18 and 19 are a continuation of the same truth, training the mind to see through its veil of hypnotism, the veil in the temple, to see through to the other side where all things are already perfect and in evidence. It is all a matter of training the mind to see. Paragraphs 20 and 21 contain practical advice not only for the metaphysician but also for the individual who wishes to help some friend in distress. So much of mental practice is purely hypnotic and only substitutes a condition that may be somewhat better for the condition that was already there. Why substitute one human state or conception for another when the perfection of God himself is there waiting recognition? Paragraph 22. To stand by the fact regardless of the consequences is the procedure. There can be no loss but the loss of our illusion, and the gain is truth itself. So why should we hesitate? Paragraphs 23, 24, 25 and 26 are clearly enough defined and highly illuminating to everyone, but they may be enlarged upon out of the richness of the instructor's mind. Paragraph 27. The difference between the conveyor and the thing conveyed comprises all the difference with which we succeed in any kind of curative practice. It is the spirit that quickens, and the effectiveness of treatment is the amount of spirit admitted in the practice. Paragraphs 28 and 29 eliminate the idea that there is such a thing as absent treatment of disease, for in spirit there is no absence. Spirit is present at all times and in all places the same and needs only recognition. Chapter VI Consciousness 1. Consciousness is man's state of awareness. It is the capacity of the mind to know, and its knowing determines his capacities along all lines. Man may be aware of that which is true, or he may develop in his mind a sense of awareness that has the semblance of reality but which is entirely false. The truth or falsity of his estate is, therefore, dependent upon his state of awareness or his consciousness too. Consciousness must be that which represents the highest attributes. It must be related to all high attributes. We carry our consciousness to God consciousness, wherein we are aware of all things including ourselves in the highest state. That is the state where we see through all conditions and all circumstances. As the masters say, the veil is then completely removed. The veil that hitherto seemed to exist between the mortal or physical and spirit. There is no limitation here. The mortal and physical conceptions are abandoned completely for the true spiritual 3. This spiritual consciousness does not exclude sense activity. True sense activity is included in the highest consciousness always. Sense activity in its rightful function is true spiritual activity. The senses, so-called, act in a limited manner only when not under the right determining influence. When activated by the spiritual facts, the senses function properly and are then said to be opened for. The question is often asked, in what state of consciousness is the individual when in trance? Trance is only a partial expression of sense activity. We might just as well carry our consciousness to the true activity or completion always, and when this partial expression becomes one with true activity, we are never in trance and we are never under any destructive hypnotic condition. 5. This same fact applies to what we commonly classify as subdivisions of consciousness. One should not attempt to classify consciousness, for it cannot be subdivided. It is one consciousness, and in that state we cannot think in terms of divisions or separations. The subdivisions are illusions, the same as illusionary trance. They are so subtle that they can be very deceptive to one who is not using higher discrimination. It is so much easier to see it all as one. The subdivisions originated with man. Man saw the subdivisions as attributes when they are really not such at all. 6. The thought of most teachers is possibly for clarity in conveying the message, but it is better for them always to make it one thing. Simplicity in the end is always the greatest clarity. The trouble with subdivisions is that they are almost always considered as attributes. It is better to keep our eye fixed on one. We get into negative conditions through using the subdivisions. They are nearly always symbolic, and most of our symbols represent the subdivisions of consciousness. That is another reason why symbols no longer suffice. It is well known today that we have worked through symbolism. As the masters say, we are in the pure light of day in consciousness. It becomes far simpler to have that consciousness, the complete light, as our aim without any subdivisions whatever. 7. Take the matter of eating, digesting, assimilating, and the rebuilding of the body through the conversion of food into energy, muscle, bone, blood, teeth, hair, etc. Imagine that you worked out a theory that each one of these is a separate function to be dealt with individually, and that you had to determine with each meal just what portion of your food would be handled through each one of these particular functions and just when each would function in turn. How could you escape confusion? The fact is, you recognize it as one process with many phases, and each one of these phases is a self-operative process within a single system. In a normal physical state there is not a single phase of the entire system that functions independently, but every one of the various phases is but the working out of the single system. 8. The body is only a symbol of the soul or the man who lives within the body. That is, the body is a symbol of the workings of consciousness, to protect and determine that which enters into consciousness, which is through the control of one's attention. The entire system of consciousness is self-operative as a single system. There is not conscious, subconscious, superconscious, but just one radiant living consciousness of reality. This is the state of complete freedom from symbols and therefore from hypnosis. 9. Some people become so interested in the psychic sense or the lower phases of consciousness that a complete earth life is given over to it to the extent that the true consciousness cannot manifest. The best solution is to simply let go of it and become one with the whole. This is what Paul inferred when he said, "Reckon ye yourself to be dead unto sin, but alive unto God." The difference is in clear knowing and influence knowing. Clear vision is what clairvoyance intends to convey, but the commonly accepted meaning of clairvoyance is partial or clouded viewing, seeing only in part. 10. There can be certain relative phenomena brought into existence through clairvoyance and clairaudience, as practiced, or any of the 5 divisions of consciousness, but they can never be or led to the whole. You see, they may become false, and under a manifestation of these conditions we may get a false concept completely, which I usually refer to as a negative concept. When we stand one with the whole we cannot be either negative or false. It should be clear knowing of truth itself. We cannot reach that state of knowing or that one consciousness through mediumship or any other form of hypnosis. All are distinctly detrimental to spiritual unfoldment. 11. In that high sense all senses become one. They all become one in perfect coordination. Our senses coordinate absolutely, and every part and cell of our bodies coordinate and vibrate in unison. One great trouble with these other conditions is that we are likely to have one member of the body vibrating in the wrong field, and then the new cells do not attach themselves properly to the organ to which they belong. Each cell that is created represents the organ to which it will attach itself. If one cell gets out of the vibratory field in which it belongs, it may attach itself to the wrong organ, and then you have a discordant condition. 12. This discord is often extremely intensified by the various occult methods of concentration upon the physical centers or organs. This practice only superimposes a hypnotic state more definitely into the manifest form, and greater confusion results. In the first place, hypnosis is only a function of a partial consciousness, or a specialized consciousness in some particular form or direction. Therefore, the more diversified the field and departmental the consciousness, the more hypnotic it becomes, and to willfully work in subdivisions and phases of consciousness would be the most definitely hypnotic in influence. The attention should always be directed into the whole, into complete oneness, and then the distribution of vibratory energy is carried on through the mechanism of consciousness just as it is in the body. Then there is perfect synchronization or harmony throughout the entire organism. 13. The idea of an inner and an outer consciousness is also a phase of hypnosis, for the theory imposes a sense of separation or division. There is in reality not an inner and an outer consciousness, nor a personal consciousness and a universal one. When the self becomes conscious in the outer, it is only one attitude of consciousness, and it is complete in every way, and it is one in and with universal consciousness. I and my Father are one. 14. We are then not conscious of an inner, for the inner and outer are one. The whole is always evident. If we see and project our vision or our ideal, it is for that complete wholeness. The masters call that being of sound mind, or completely sounding consciousness. It is perfectly sound and whole. The body is perfectly sound and perfectly whole as well. The knower and the thing known become one. Paul included that in his writings, but it was never included in the translations. We can become the known as well as the knower if we will complete the two and bring them together. The trouble is that we make a separation when in reality none exists. 15. The practice of denial as an effective means of liberation into this perfect state should also be intelligently considered in this light. Denial is supposed to erase from the mind or blot out of consciousness, hence out of man's being, an experience or process that is not true or that is seemingly opposed to his perfect state of completion or oneness, but is the ordinary use of denial as practiced in our metaphysics an efficient means in bringing about this liberation. If the denial, as it is commonly used, produces the desired result, then well and good, but if not, let us find out what is back of it and what is the efficient practice involved. 16. Let us take a specific case of denial in its relationship to what is commonly considered the law of heredity. Denial is in no sense necessary. It has a tendency always to plunge one further into illusion, because the denial keeps the mind fixed upon the condition, and it is thereby more likely to intensify that condition. The mind naturally enlarges upon that condition toward which it is directed. The purpose is that the condition be eliminated entirely, and, in order for this to be brought about, it must be put out of consideration altogether. It is not to be countenanced. 17. In reality there is no law of heredity. It is only a manifestation. It is not necessary to deny something that does not exist. You will find it far better to put perfection in the place of denial. You will get quicker results. Usually a denial holds it closer to the individual, whereas, by putting perfection in the place of the denial, you realize that condition far more quickly, and it does not matter what the condition is. It has been shown by repeated experiments that it is far better to simply release the condition, free it entirely through non-attention, dismiss it. That was evidently Jesus' meaning when he said, "Loose him and let him go." 18. There is neither race nor family heredity, for the one presupposes the other. People may look alike, but this is always because of some former close relationship or similarity of past experience and environment. There is an apparent chromosomatic condition that shows processes of evolution running parallel, but these processes are not in reality parallel processes or parallel evolutionary conditions. They do, of course, run parallel with the human race as well as with the animal kingdom, but not with the same frequency by any means. It is a well-known fact today that every frequency of the human body is above that of the animal frequency. The transmission of the acquired characteristics can be influenced through the thought, but it can also be set aside through the reversal of thought. 19. It is a state of mind that causes the characteristics of form, and similarity in form is due to the similarity of mental and emotional experiences of individuals in a group. Two people, not much alike in the beginning, through long association with each other and enduring the same general mental and emotional reactions, ultimately develop similar characteristics. A man and a woman living together over a period of years, if they have sympathetic interests and mutual emotional reactions, begin to look alike. This is a reproduction of similar mental states. 20. Medical science today is quite reversing its former opinions regarding hereditary disease. When Jesus healed the epileptic, the disciples wanted to know whether the man or his parents had sinned. This was his direct answer: neither this man nor his parents have sinned, unless you see the sin. It was only sin because of the thought of the parents or those surrounding him. In reality, the only sin connected with the condition was the sin of erroneous thinking. 21. The so-called law of karma comes under the same category. It can be proved today that there is no debt of karma, that the soul does not bring any of this through. Spiritual understanding takes no account of karmic conditions or any imperfect condition. It is as foolish as to say that one must correct his mistakes in mathematics before he can study the rule. The fact is that the mistake is erased of itself when one applies himself to the rule. One's access to the rule is always direct no matter what his mistakes are, and once the rule is known and followed, there are no false results. 22. The leading and better universities in India and, particularly, Dr. Bose of Calcutta University are making the statement today that there would be no appearance of what we call heredity if people would drop it out of their thought completely. Even with the plant, heredity may be shown, but it can be corrected by the thought of the people surrounding that plant. 23. That which is commonly accepted as inherited insanity is only a condition fastened upon the victims by other people. They are in parallel groups. It is an attraction and not an inheritance. Instead of accepting this theory of heredity, Paul's idea that we have an inheritance from God that is immutable and cannot be changed should be substituted. This is the effective denial of race heredity, the substitution of the true for the false, leaving the false entirely outside the range of our consideration. God has nothing to do with things that obsess the human mind, and we, as sons of God, need not have. 24. Jesus said to call no man on earth your father, for one is your Father which is in heaven. This, then, is man's true line of inheritance, and to get out of his mind these intervening mental processes he has but to return to the foundation fact of his being. In the beginning God created, that is, the beginning of all creation is in God. That does not refer to time but to fact. With nothing in his thought between himself and his beginning, there could be no other line of inheritance, for nothing would have access to his being from any other source. Thought is always the determining factor, and by returning always to his beginning, God, man always inherits through his own mind that which is from his beginning. 25. In the second chapter of Genesis we have a wrong translation that has done much toward our erroneous idea of sin and the matter of inheritance. It does not mean that man sinned and thereby became mortal and this mortality was handed on down to the rest of us. It did not intend to convey that the sin reversed man's nature, but that the sin itself could have been reversed, that it could have been corrected. At that time it merely meant an error could be corrected. Jesus taught the remission of sin rather than its perpetuation with consequent results. Mistakes can be reversed is the teaching. 26. All the so-called human laws, or mental laws, belong in this category. They are all mistakes in that they do not define the true governing law of the universe and all things therein, but they can be set aside at any time. They are denied by merely rejecting them in favor of the truer law. Bose has proved that conclusively. He states that all so-called laws of heredity are only manifestations brought about by the thoughts of men and can be set completely aside at any time. 27. First, however, we must become one with the Christ self. It takes a Christ consciousness to set these laws aside, just as it takes true knowledge to set aside false beliefs. This Christ state must first be attained, or unfolded, and, once in this state, there is, of course, nothing else. 28. Hypnosis may spring from two conditions: a partial state of consciousness or a false state of consciousness. A partial state of consciousness admits of certain capabilities and one feels limited or unable to go beyond that which his consciousness indicates. Or restraint, or the sense of inability to accomplish, is only a state of partial hypnosis. The false state of consciousness is the notion that certain things are true which are not true at all. This is a state of complete ignorance or reality. It is a mental state built up of impressions that are entirely false. States of consciousness built up regarding something, if it can be so stated, that does not exist at all, or, on the other hand, a set of impressions that are entirely false regarding a thing that in itself is entirely true. 29. This might be illustrated with the notion once held by man that the earth is flat. The hypnotic result was that men were held with certain restricted zones of activity, fearing to go beyond these restricted areas lest they should fall off the edges of the earth. That idea seems completely silly now that we know the earth is round. It was round all the time, but the people were as limited in their activity as if the earth itself had actually been flat with a great chasm spreading beyond these edges. Adventurers who had another notion about the earth dared to venture beyond the limitations in which others lived, and they sailed out across the chasm without any difficulty so far as they were concerned. To them the chasm did not exist, nor did it exist in fact. However, the others knew they would fall into it. The manner in which the condition was met was not in overcoming the chasm, for there was no such thing. It was simply a matter of sailing out beyond the limitations of opinions, and it was found that no actual limitation existed at all. This is exactly the manner in which the masters meet every situation. What appears exists not at all, they say. They are not hypnotized by the opinions held by the race nor conditions as they appear to the race, for they know reality. Their determination is in the realm of facts, and they traverse time and space just as Columbus sailed across the edges of the earth. There were no edges to the earth, and there is no time or space to the master. They are all illusions, just as the flat earth with its edges was an illusion. 30. This is what Jesus meant when he said, "Get thee behind me, Satan," as it is translated. In reality he said, "Get thee behind me, limitation," for there is no such thing. He put it out of the range of his consideration and conduct, for in his illumined state there were no such things. He saw through the hypnotic spell, the veil in the temple, and lived wholly in reality. 31. In sleep the consciousness becomes completely universal. It becomes knowing, with all attributes alert. That is why we can often do in our sleep what we cannot do when awake. We submerge it because of our outer activities during the day. We go on in a great hurry during the day so that we become completely exhausted when night comes, and our consciousness immediately floods back to the all-knowing condition. Though we do not know it, we are not conscious of what is taking place. We should be just as conscious as in our so-called waking condition. Sleep allows that complete consciousness to come into function. 32. That is why psychoanalysis lays such stress on the dream state as being superior to the waking state when used rationally and in its right order. But the two, the sleeping and waking states, should be exactly the same. If we would turn our thoughts to this higher consciousness, we would be in that realm always. We would know. The dream is more of a clairvoyant state of a very low order unless we do turn our minds to a higher condition or knowing state. If we do this, our dreams are true always and are not something that has not actually happened to us at all. Dreams ordinarily are a mixture of the earthly and the higher experiences. If our thoughts were always of that higher condition, our dreams would correspond. Our days would be concluded the moment we went to sleep. 33. Sometimes when a man is up against a stone wall, so to speak, due to serious problems which he cannot seem to solve, his state of exhaustion appears to quiet the outer, and very often the solution comes through. He has merely carried on the false practices of living until he has contracted his being as far as he can. It is just the same as if he had gone to sleep. The cessation of activity through exhaustion causes his mind to let go of the condition, and then the solution came through. 34. The method of relaxation which the masters use is to let go completely of any outer condition and always project their thoughts to perfect activity. The physical, emotional, and mental must be stilled by directing the attention higher. 35. The difference between the ordinary dream and a nightmare is that in the nightmare you have the psychic phenomena in evidence becoming connected with an outer activity and always thus permitting anything to come in. The same as in psyche's a more mesmeric influence. I have seen people hypnotized and they were not themselves at all. They would act like monkeys or go about barking like dogs. This is quite similar to the nightmare. 36. When you are in the nightmare, it is possible to come out of it if you will think of what you would think if you were in the waking stage. A patient has been known to cure himself entirely of extreme cases of nightmare by thinking while experiencing the nightmare, "Just what would I do if I were in the waking state?" He would have accomplished the same result more quickly had he thought what he would do were he in a perfect state of spiritual consciousness, and would have raised himself nearer to that state. If he would ask himself what he would accomplish if he could see directly through to the spiritual, it would become much simpler and more beneficial because it would be permanent. The breaking up of a nightmare becomes automatic if just before you go to sleep you declare that you are one with perfection. It has no chance to enter when you are in this state. 37. This same practice can be applied equally to the so-called waking state. All negative conditions and difficult problems can be corrected and solved every time by this method. You will find it very practical to ask yourself, when faced with problems or apparent negative conditions, what you would do if you were in spiritual consciousness. Get rid of the complexities of earthly living in this way. It is really just as simple as that. 38. To be still and know that I am God covers the case perfectly, for that is the completion of it all. And that other phrase, God is in his holy temple, let all the earth keep silent before God and rejoice, is equally applicable. And again, in everlasting joy all things have their birth. 39. Joy is the very highest state. It is the exaltation of soul as physical pleasure is the exaltation of the body, but it is the true emotional state of man, born from his inner release into the truth of his being. It is only when we get out of that condition of joy and harmony that we begin to get separated from the highest. You are going to hear a great deal of that talk in the coming years in all theological schools. It is quite remarkable how that is now being brought about and how this change is manifesting even in the teaching of children to become harmonious and to let the turmoil around them go on as it pleases without becoming a part of it. 40. The moment you train children to react to constructive ideals and band together to promote harmony, developing the mass instinct in this way, you are destroying the very root of all unhappiness, misery, want, and war in the world. Our past method has been to develop the sense of strife. The moment that someone acted in a manner that aroused any resentment or resistance, everyone else began to take on the same attitude, and in this way we have been trained to develop the sense of strife. Only by reversing the process and getting back to the true state will we find our perfect social structure coming into the world. For the teacher, paragraphs 1 and 2. To grow from the present state of awareness of himself as a material being and into the consciousness that he is a spiritual being contains the full secret of man's attainment. It is a structural change in consciousness that is to be considered, for all the other changes which he has striven to effect are dependent upon it. It is merely a matter of being able to discern the difference between truth and falsity, between right knowledge and ignorance, to be aware of oneself as a spiritual being, offspring of an infinite spiritual system and one with all the powers and capacities within that spiritual system, is the very essence of attainment. Paragraph 3. An awakened state does not do away with the outer man nor his so-called sense activities. They are lifted up and become outlets for his illumination instead of inlets for limited or false information. Paragraph 4. Self-control and self-expression is the law of life and not the subjecting of oneself to control by outside forces or even by partial knowledge. Paragraphs 5, 6, 7, and 8. The consciousness becomes clouded always in partial actions of the mechanism of awareness. To be only partially aware in any so-called phase of the mind is not complete consciousness. The new psychology recognizes that the mind is and functions as a unit, that it is one process and not made up of many functions and processes. Consciousness is the function of the spiritual man, just as eating, digesting, assimilating are functions of his body, and the physical is but an outward replica of the spiritual. That is why the outer is always called the symbol. Paragraphs 9 and 10. Pure knowing and pure being are the result of clairvoyance or clear vision, vision which sees through to the spiritual fact as it exists in the divine principle, and he lifted his eyes into heaven is the practice that awakens pure vision or clear sight. What is commonly called clairvoyance is but the extension of the physical sense to see the movement of human ideas in the mental or psychic ethers. Only the radiance of truth itself is the object of clear vision. Paragraphs 11 and 12. To impose one idea upon the body in substitution for another, or to attempt with the mind to awaken bodily centers, is the most intense form of hypnosis, for it is the willful imposition of thought and becomes most binding. Did you ever notice how living sense of joy functions equally and automatically over your entire being? No part of your being had to be stimulated to that state of joy. Imagine how long it would take you to become joyous if you had to proceed to concentrate upon each part of your body to awaken it to the state of joy and then proceed with each body center in this way until you finally became happy. Mental processes do not produce spirituality nor do they awaken the physical centers. Spiritual awakening immediately pervades the entire being of man, and when the eye is lifted up the entire man is lifted up with it. Paragraphs 13 and the 14th of may be handled as above, with further development if desired. Paragraphs 15 and 16. Denial is not a matter of dealing directly with negation but is the practice of ignoring it. The first function of the mind is attention, and whatever occupies the attention develops through the mental process. Therefore, Denial is putting the thing out of the range of consciousness. Get thee behind me, Satan is putting all negation out of the realm of consideration. It is not even to be dealt with, for it is but a shadow. Light is that which dispels the shadow, and knowledge dispels ignorance. Paragraph 17, 18, 19, 20. All the so-called laws of the material world are only attempts to define the rule of behaviorism in the material system. But matter is not bound in obedience to any such laws, but is always escaping beyond the so-called bounds of these laws and obeying something superior. The ultimate governing principle of matter is spirit, for all the universe is a spiritual system. Heredity, so-called, is not the result of a law at all, but is the result of imposition of false states of mind into the process of life. Heredity, so-called, is not a law but the result of counteraction to law. The law of the spirit of life is the true governing principle. Paragraph 21. Karma is likewise the result of counteraction to the law of the spirit of life. The fruits of the law are deliverance, illumination, perfection. Only so long as this law is kept from the individual consciousness is there even a semblance of karma or the effect of some other influence. Overcoming karma is not a matter of mastering and overcoming the results of our mistakes, but correcting the mistakes. That is brought about through understanding and obeying the true law. Paragraphs 22, 23 and 24 establish man's heritage as coming from the one source, and not from the channels through which he passes. The stream is the flow of water descending from its source, and not the banks between which it flows. It gathers water from its source but only mud from its banks. Paragraphs 25, 26 and 27. The law of the spirit does not move to punish sin but to release man from the effects of his mistakes. The wrong procedure is to be corrected, not that man is supposed to endure the results of his error. Man's nature cannot be reversed, for he always remains a spiritual being. He can only reverse his notion of himself. Instead of doing this, he should reverse his mistaken idea that he is a material being and retain the truth that he is a spiritual being created in the image and likeness of God. Paragraphs 28 and 29. All consciousness that is limiting is hypnotic to that degree. Man is a free, omnipotent being, given power and dominion over all things from the beginning. The only limiting influence is the limitation of his own consciousness. To free the consciousness is to free the man. Paragraph 30 is the continuation of the same idea. The balance of the lesson is to emphasize that the important thing is to learn, whether when asleep or awake, to bridge this gap in consciousness wherein dwells all sense of human limitation. So long as we keep ourselves open at any point to anything less than the highest, our nature is circumscribed just to that extent. One may just as well receive pure consciousness direct from the source, as to receive partial knowledge from lesser planes. Why be always seeking the lesser when the greater is more easily available? Why not train ourselves and our children in the knowledge of realities and let the limitations and ignorance of the world alone? Chapter VI God 1. People generally are interested in the Master's idea of God and the location of God. We shall, therefore, consider this idea in the present chapter. However, it will be impossible to consider their idea without including man, for to them God and man are inseparable too. The Masters talk of God considerably, but they consider it as one attribute of being as one attribute, or a single entity comprising the entire universal system, visible and invisible. The mind of man got its idea of God through superstition about God. Man saw then nothing but the graven image. It was then necessary to bring him back to the realization that he is God, there being no separation between the individual and the universal, that man is an integral part of the whole and is identical in nature with the whole three. They teach that God is right within man always, just as Jesus Christ taught. That is always the attitude and thought of the illumined. Man is God. That statement, I am God, is one of the most definite statements that man can use. We have never known them to give instructions in writing, but they do give oral instructions or oral talks. They do not call their talks instructions. They are simply stating facts which are obvious, and they assume that the obvious should be known universally. Therefore, they do not teach, but merely confirm what all men instinctively know and which is universally true. For, as a guide in individual progress, they suggest reading the Mahabharata, the Vedas, the Upanishads and the Gita. This reading is suggested as preparation for one who desires to take the real inner work and for concentration. A few verses at a time are best. They never suggest reading a whole book through. They often read but one sentence in a whole day. The instructions given in the Gita are steps toward the accomplishment of individual perception of what God really is, and to really bring the individual into the consciousness of what it means. 5. No man will actually know God until he himself experiences the realization of God within himself. No man knoweth the things of God except the Spirit of God which is in him reveal them. The preparatory work prior to the discovery of the inner or secret doctrine, as it is sometimes called, as the result of training the mind to grasp that which is within the statements, for that is the inner work or inner doctrine. It is like studying to understand the meaning of a mathematical rule. The thought is that when one has trained himself to gain the knowledge of the inner meaning of the teachings of the Gita or the Bible or any other sacred book, he is then in position to make an inner search of himself to find the inner meaning of his own being. Man is not a physical organism, but that inner self living through a physical organism. The inner work is finding the self which is the God self. 6. There are so many orthodox conceptions today that hold to the theory that God is made in the image and likeness of man instead of the truth that man is made in the image and likeness of God. But they think of man as physical rather than that which is back of the physical, the inner self. Man is really the image and likeness of God. 7. If God is the sum of all things visible and invisible, the infinite one, the image of God embraces all time and space, for there is nothing but God. Man could only be created in or within his image, for there could be no outside where man could be created. He subsists within the very image of God, as your thoughts exist within and live as an integral part of your mind. Not only is man created within this image of God or contained within the allness of God, but he is made of the very essence of the God nature, like unto it. If the cause is God, the effect is God in manifestation. Cause and effect must be one. Can there be thought without mind, and can there be mind without thought? 8. The union of every condition brings man right back to God. He does not need to attain. He is God. That is wholeness of principle. The materiality of illusion is that which gets us into all kinds of difficulties and strife. In that complete unification of principle in man we rise out of objectification entirely, as we know objectification. There is a pure manifestation of God, but it is not a material or limited objectification. It is a state of consciousness expression of all that principle is, but there is not the slightest degree of separation or limitation. It is like a ray of light among innumerable rays of light, which all together make the light that is universal, but each ray is light. 9. The statement, I am God, accompanied by the realization of what is truly involved in it, will heal any condition instantly. If you realize it and see nothing but that truth, only that truth can manifest. In treating yourself or another you see and declare only the eternal unity with God. That light comes forth instantly, for it is the true light, and then we know that unity is in existence within ourselves and within everybody else. It is all accomplished. That is the Christ light, the Christ principle. 10. This eliminates the theory that it is necessary to do any specific work on the glands, on body centers, upon the body itself, or to treat disease. As you state it, the physical will fall into line as soon as we realize that fundamental unity. When this state is reached, the glands and all bodily functions are stimulated until they become harmonious. Every atom of the body is stimulated and aroused to action in perfect coordination with the spirit. It is the spirit that quickens. You cannot raise the bodily action into accord with spirit by the processes of mind, for the spirit is above the mind as the heavens are high above the earth. 11. The 10 Commandments are not the objectified law of God at all. In them Moses tried to lay down a law for mental and moral conduct, but there is no such conduct outside the law of the spirit, and the consciousness of the activity of spirit must be discerned as the only governing law. The statement, as you stand one with law, you will not do these things, was the original intent, but has been translated, thou shalt not. If you are within the law of harmony you will not produce discords, but to merely refrain from producing discords does not place you within the law of harmony. To refrain from discord merely involves doing nothing at all, and surely this never would produce a musician, nor would it express harmony. The active doing of the law produces effects commensurate with the law. Life is active, dynamic, and not static. It is doing truth, not merely refraining from that which is not truth. 12. If you are in obedience to the law itself, you will automatically refrain from doing certain things which are not included in the natural operations of the law. You do not do these things if you follow the law. But in omitting these things you may not fulfill the law at all, but only obey your own notions. Thou shalt not, was the Mosaic law as Moses gave it out. These were the emanations of the Sephiroth, or the tree of life. He veiled that fact and objectified it for the people but gave the priests the real meaning in the Talmud 13 when God spoke to Moses in a loud voice as it is given. It was not intended to convey the fact that he spoke with much noise. God is a sound voice, which brings light into expression. That was Moses' statement. A sound voice, not a voice of sound. There is an important difference. If we have a sound voice, that voice is one and will bring light into existence. It gives us that power. It may be out of noise completely or what we would designate as soundless, and that is what we are coming to today, the soundlessness of sound. Then it is beyond noise completely and you pay no attention to noise because you are in sound voice or definite principle 14. Soundness is wholeness, and when God spoke in a sound voice, he spoke in the completeness of himself. It is like we often say of a person, he put his whole self into what he said. It is only when the entire nature is aroused and operative that the voice is sound or that we speak with soundness. We do not speak partially or in any separateness but in complete oneness. When God said to Moses, I am that I am and beside me there is no other, he was speaking in a sound voice, for he excluded nothing from his proclamation but moved as a complete unit. This is particularly illuminating regarding the discarded psychological idea that the mind is a sectional or departmental thing made up of many operations. This is the hypnotism of unsoundness. The more differentiated, the more unsound becomes the mind. Study some of the people who are given to this departmental function of the mind, concentrating here and there and moving their minds about one section at a time. They are extremely unsound and are never safe within themselves, nor are they safe to follow, for they lead only into confusion. It may be a good way to build up a large following for a group of people who are unsound mentally or easily herded into organizations, but this ultimately becomes the greatest bondage, particularly to the one who thus deceives the people. Soundness is wholeness, oneness. I am God, spoken in the consciousness that you are one with the all and that the all is centered within you and that you move with and are included in the operations of the whole, is the only truly sound statement, for it is complete. No structure is stable unless it becomes a unit, and no man is stable until he is a complete unit in and with the principle 15. We cannot stop in our progress with organizations and systems, either orthodox or metaphysical, for they are sectional, sectarian, and teach a doctrine that is more or less involved with the idea of separations. They are only steps in the process of man's discovery of himself. We cannot stop at any point without becoming orthodox. That prevents further progress until we break away. 16. That is where so many people become mixed in affirmations and denials. Of course, many modern thought organizations become mixed up in that very thing when they begin to deny. They fasten to themselves a condition which does not exist, and then, when they feel this false influence of their own mental reaction, they call it malicious animal magnetism. They begin to get into psychic influences again, being held there by their repetitions. 17. One is really not working properly when he denies. Denial separates us from spirit, for we stop to consider something that we designate as not spirit. In spirit there is no separation, and, consequently, it is only man's separation through which he becomes involved in the psychic or phenomenal. Moses classified anything and everything in phenomena as a separation from spirit. The Orthodox churches evidently get into trouble because they allow a separation. They have built up a great image in the heavens, calling it God. There is a psychic determination there which they see, believing that this image talked to them, instead of which it was their own voice talking to them through psychic influences. The voice of God speaks within man as Jesus taught. It is the Father within. 18. Christ's denial of limitation, Satan, was not a declaration of his non-existence but a simple letting go of the idea which was entirely false. He did not reckon with it at all. 19. Moses, in referring to the dividing of heaven and earth, evidently meant that the earth was the outer. In the Sanskrit there is a word which defines the earth as the outer condition. That condition is to be overcome, and that overcoming is in thought only. Moses meant to convey that heaven and earth should be complete and one always. He let go of earth completely, and then the one attitude of principle stood forth. He knew fully that the form was a complete embodiment of spirit as life. 20. That is what Job was trying to bring out when he said, "Yet in my flesh shall I see God." It even is expressed that way in the Upanishads. In everything bring forth the Christ self and see reality in place of the differentiated physical body. The body is radiant and pure spiritual substance, and it will show forth this condition when the thought of its materiality is withdrawn and gives place to the truth that flesh in its true state is the radiant light of God, through which and in which God is manifest in his spiritual perfection. 21 Flesh does not need to be spiritualized. It is already spirit in manifestation. Just as water is oxygen and hydrogen in manifest form, the water is one in and with its source and is identical in nature with its source. To separate oxygen and hydrogen from water would be to disintegrate the water itself. Your body is the temple of the living God in exactly the same manner, and, when reunited with its source, the body becomes pure and perfect as radiant light, the light that was in the beginning and out of which all things were formed. That which makes the body appear to be something else is a clouded mentality that has imposed itself between the flesh and its true source. The body, temple of the living God, has become a den of thieves, robbing the body of its true sustaining principle. 22. In the Lord's Prayer, Our Father which art in heaven was not intended to convey the idea that heaven was elsewhere. Jesus meant what the original Sanskrit intended to convey, the everywhere present inner peace and harmony, that is heaven in its true meaning. The kingdom of heaven is among you. There is an inner meaning in the Lord's Prayer which cannot be given out except privately and orally. If man understood this inner meaning, he would be in the kingdom of heaven. This involves completely surrendering what we have called the self and accepting the self that is the only reality, which is the spiritual self, for there is no other self. Those who have attained follow this path and enter into that which exalts the whole into spirit. Such an one knows himself as God. 23. This is difficult for men to understand, for they think of themselves only in terms of their conscious thought. All such thoughts must be discarded. The realization includes the conscious mind when the Christ mind has become the complete consciousness of the individual, for the conscious mind is then included in complete consciousness. All thoughts that we have embraced within our consciousness that are at variance with the truth must be given up. That is what Christ meant when he said to deny thyself. Give up your own estimate of yourself and accept yourself as you are in complete relationship to the whole. It is forsaking all conditions which appear outwardly in favor of the architectural design back of it all. The Christ mind is the God mind always. 24. When any individual attains to true knowledge of God, his works will be completed instantly. If he would stand completely one with God, it would be finished instantly. Jesus said, "It is finished," and from then on went right on to other accomplishments. If we ourselves recognize perfection, we become that perfection itself. We need no other recognition. It is all God if we wish to put it that way. 25. That was the only thing which the people 2000 years ago had against Christ. They thought it blasphemy that he should consider himself as God, for their state of hypnosis could not fathom the mystery of his position, which is the true position of all men. But that was the only thing they had against him. When we make that same statement before unillumined people, though steeped in ignorance regarding the true state of all creation, they accuse us of blasphemy today just as they did Christ 2000 years ago. But why should we care? So long as we care what people think, just so long will we keep ourselves in subjection to the hypnotic spell of the earth. But one who is awakened never goes about making such outward statements to the profane world. One meaning of I am God as I am silent. 26. The attempt to make God a trinity came through the idea of differentiation of the one. The reduction of all elements to the one element, or emanating energy, leads to the three in one or unity, and directly to the true trinity or triad as one attribute of being. This is the Holy Spirit, the whole I, the creative spirit as complete action. The moment we project our thought to the Holy Ghost, we are projecting our being to the complete creative spirit in action. It is the movement of the whole as a unit. When the Holy Spirit comes upon you, you are conscious that all action within and without is but the complete action of the principle in its entirety without the slightest sense of separation or deviation. It is one action. 27. There can be no actual sin against the Holy Ghost. In the original text we find nothing about the expiation of sin. Man alone commits what he himself calls sin, and man alone forgives sin. The Son of Man on earth has power to forgive sin. There could be no sin against the Holy Ghost, for it is impossible for man to divide the indivisible or to actually separate the uni-action of the one. He only seems to do so. That is where the divine right of kings comes from. If the king is in his divine right, he can make no mistakes, and man, as the king, could make no mistakes. This did not refer only to a certain king or family ruling over a nation, but to man ruling over himself. When he rules over himself, he becomes a king. Every man is a king when he knows himself as God and exercises his God authority to completely subject every phase of himself to the one idea. 28. The interpretation of God speaking to individuals or groups of people as designating only that particular person or group is false. What God speaks to one man or one nation, he speaks to all men and all nations. For he created of one blood all nations of men, and he is no respecter of persons. But, from this false interpretation, man has built up separate groups into nations. The Orthodox churches, according to Dr. Lyman Abbott, have done more toward the retrogression of civilizations than any other influence because of their hatreds. The first intention in the presentation of God was that you look immediately to the light which emanates from your own being and from the being of every individual as being one and the same light, and that God equally manifests himself to and through all beings in exactly the same sense without partiality or distinction. The moment you can project your vision to that light, you are at once conscious completely, namely, in the divine consciousness, and there can be no separation there. With no sense of separation, there can be no separation in creed or race or nation, and hence, no strife or war. 29. Referring to the incident mentioned in the life and teaching of the masters of the Far East, where Amiel separated the jackals that were fighting over the carcass of an animal, Amiel said, "It is not the self that you see, but only the God self that does the work." He meant to convey that when you get away from the fear of the animal and project the God self, there is peace and harmony. And they came together and ate their meal in perfect harmony instead of fighting. 30. This is the theory back of our experience in walking through fire. The masters told us afterward that we had raised our vibration to such an extent that there was no conflict between us and the fire. There was perfect harmony and oneness. We clearly saw the fire raging all around us, but we felt no heat or discomfort. Our clothes were not even scorched. This experience has quite recently been duplicated in London by a young Hindu yogi under the severest scientific test conditions. Pictures of this incident were shown in America on one of the newsreels, and Edwin C. Hill, famous news commentator, wrote at some length upon the subject. Copies of this comment were mailed to 100 teachers conducting classes on these lessons. 31. The life of the masters is simply the God life. They always put it, life is light. The moment we express light, life emanates. If you live the life, then you will know, and that knowing is complete. It is not a life of asceticism or apartness. It is a life and light in unity, in wholeness. 32. Anyone may break his seeming bondage to a condition that is not godly by simply letting go of the bondage completely. That was our training from boyhood on. If a discordant condition came into our surroundings, we let go of it completely. The masters sometimes go for hundreds of days without eating. They are not bound in any way, but when they do not eat outwardly, they do feed upon the prana or spiritual substance that is all about them. They take in pranic substance and it is assimilated for the direct and complete sustenance of the body. Plants feed upon prana, and when man uses the vegetables for food, he takes in prana also. He can take it directly even more readily than the plants and vegetables do, if he will. 33. It would not be the part of wisdom for the Western world to discard the Bible in favor of the Bhagavad Gita. Our Bible is of greater importance to the Western world, for we do not understand the Bhagavad Gita. The later is best. However, for the East, the West could with profit read the Bhagavad Gita, as it would obviate the necessity of wading through the folklore and mistranslations of the Bible. The Bhagavad Gita has taken all that out. The Vedanta philosophy in most instances is the best exposition of the teachings of the masters. Many people get a more simplified thought and can assimilate these thoughts through the Vedas. Then they can go on to the Vedantic teachings. 34. The reason those of the West have difficulty in understanding spiritual things is that the Western consciousness has always been an evasion of principle, for the reason that they did not know what principle meant. They even misled themselves, largely by the acceptance of their philosophers' teaching that principle is an unknown quantity. The mastermind knows what principle is, but so can we accept principle and know what it means. We must accept the goal toward which we are working, or we do not work at all. 35. You cannot go into India with a spirit of egotism, selfishness and design and get anything out of India any more than you can in these states get anything from these lessons, from the Bible, or any other source of truth. There is nothing in truth compatible with these attitudes. You get out of India whatever you take to India. It is not a matter of going into India at all. It is an ever-present state as you can receive it. 36. It is not a matter of going to India, studying the Bible, or the Bhagavad Gita. It is letting go of all these confusions that infest the mind and the upset conditions resulting therefrom. Then one may get a great spiritual uplift from the Bible or any other source. We are beginning to see that we take from the Bible what we take to the Bible. The very determination to get the very meaning out of the book will open its secrets to us to some extent. If we read the Bhagavad Gita or any other book, we must take the same attitude toward it. There is, of course, nothing in the Bible that is not interpreted in the Bhagavad Gita, the Mahabharata, and the Vedas. That is where all the knowledge that is contained in the Bible came from. For the teacher, paragraphs 1 and 2. Perhaps the hardest thing for the average individual is to realize that God is the great universal scheme of creation, and the point should be emphasized by the teacher and practiced by the student until this very fundamental fact in life has become a matter of individual realization. Personality is an individual identity, while God is the universal identity. The universe is a single conscious identity, the sum of all consciousness, power, love, life, and substance. Paragraph 3. Man cannot escape the ultimate unity that exists between himself and the universal system, for he is a part of that system. If a product of the universal system, he must contain the potentialities of the universe, and, by whatever name he designates the universe, he must also bear that name as well as its nature. One ray of light is just as true a light as a dozen of them, a million, a billion, or all of them. Paragraphs 4 and 5. It is not what man studies but how he studies that is the secret of illumination. Not what we know about a thing but what we know of it that makes the difference. As well try to classify and describe the size, shape, color, and density of seeds in an attempt to know nature as to merely read the descriptions of God in the hope of knowing God. To know nature is to know it in its fullness, to see its growth on every hand, and to sense in some degree the force which produces it. Man must be still and know God in the same way. Cease from descriptions and come to feel after him, if he would know the nearness, the power, the wisdom and substance that is ever moving within his own nature. This is the inner or secret doctrine. Paragraphs 6 and 7. The same as paragraphs 4 and 5. Paragraphs 8, 9 and 10. If God is all and man is created in his image and likeness, in what manner can man grow except in the enlargement of his consciousness to comprehend the greatness of his created state? He truly does not attain to anything but only in the discovery of that which already is. The point is whether he shall discover himself a little at a time or whether he shall discover the ultimate fact from the beginning. The wise of all ages have declared that the latter is the true way. Know ye not that ye are gods and sons of the Most High, is calling man back to his beginning, which is his perfection in and with God. Paragraphs 11 and 12. If man is in a certain state of consciousness, he automatically does not express that which is its opposite. On the other hand, the elimination of certain modes of conduct does not produce an opposite state of consciousness. Action, and not inaction, is productive of results. It may be well, in a state of ignorance of the truth, to refrain from error states of procedure, but it is not this practice that leads to illumination. If you are not happy, you do not become so by merely refusing to act unhappy. If you are happy, on the other hand, you do not act nor look as one who is unhappy. This may be illustrated in many ways. Paragraphs 13 and 14. Soundness is a matter of being complete, a complete unit. Soundness is without separation. A sound building or bridge is a structure that is made up of many units all bound together in a single unit. You would not think of a building made of many parts all separated as being a sound building. Soundness and wholeness are synonymous. The sound voice in this instance, like the sound mind in a previous lesson, refers to the unified consciousness in action. No man is sound when he thinks of himself as a departmental being, nor is his mind sound when it functions partially, nor does he speak soundly when he voices but half the truth. Truth is that which is true of God, for God is all, and God is one. Paragraph 15. Wherever one group or race or nation segregate themselves as a chosen people, a distinct people, in some sense more directly related to or favored of God, they are not a sound people and their doctrines are never sound. God is no respecter of persons and his creation is all manifestation and they are all included impartially within himself. It cannot be that some people are not the chosen of God and others are the chosen of God. He created all men and therefore all people are the chosen of God. All people are God in manifestation, just as all forms of plant life are the manifestations of nature. Equality is in the fact, and outward equality is dependent upon the degree to which we have embodied through realization the universal fact. Paragraphs 16, 17, 18 and 19. Progress is made, not through denial, but through the practice of habitually unifying all things with the source. Unified with the source, all things begin to manifest their likeness to the source, and all appearance to the contrary disappears like ignorance in the presence of knowledge or shadows in the presence of light. To deal with fact is to dispel fancy. To work with fancy is to work with nothing and to accomplish nothing. To achieve something one must work with something. Something can never be made out of nothing. Paragraphs 20 and 21. Whether your face is radiant with joy or clouded with sorrow, it is the same face but appears differently under different influences. The flesh is just as much manifest spiritual substance whether diseased or whole. Only the influence back of it needs to be changed. When the consciousness is expanded to its true state of knowing the allness and oneness of God, the flesh automatically manifests its condition. It then is the return of the flesh to its true state as radiant substance of the Word of God. Paragraphs 22 and 23. The kingdom of reality is all about us, and the only transition we need to make is to discard our notion that it is a remote place. All that God does is within, through, and around all men, and man himself is included in that allness of God. There is nothing he can do about it but accept it, and, in accepting it, living in harmony with it, he becomes aware of it. Paragraphs 24 and 25. Cause and effect are one, and to know the truth is to be instantly free. To know God as health is to be instantly well. To know God as supply is to be instantly supplied, for the one presupposes or includes the other. There can be no separation. Paragraph 26. We must come to the realization that we are on the way back to the Father's house and not moving out away from it. We are progressing toward unity and not diversity. Behold, our God as one is the song of the returning soul. Paragraph 27. The close of the lesson should be self-explanatory but may be illustrated and enlarged upon as the leader is inclined or inspired. The whole point of the entire lesson is to get away from the formed opinions of man which have led him into the sense of separation, and to bring him into the consciousness of his oneness with the universal whole, his likeness to the whole, and his access to all that there is in infinite space. Chapter VI Man 1. As in the preceding lesson it was impossible to study the nature of God without including man, so in this lesson it will be impossible to consider man without a further study of God. The one presupposes the other and they are inseparable. It is impossible to have a king without a kingdom, and it is impossible to have a kingdom without a king. It is inconceivable to imagine a creator without his creation, and certainly there could be no creation without a creator. They are but the two aspects of a single thing, and without the one there could not be the other. Man is therefore an indispensable part of the universal whole too. The master's thought of man is that he is in his true estate, always active, and is that through which principle works or comes into manifestation. As they often put it, man projecting God, man becoming God, the very ideal of all perfection. God selective but completely universal. Selection evidently came about through man's thought entirely. The master's thought is always that man must make the selection, but in that he can never carry that selection of the whole or out of complete principle or spirit. And that means, of course, that man never does get away from his true being or true origin. Every man is his own determining factor, and that factor is always absolutely one with principle, never separated and never dependent upon anything but principle. 3. Man as man can never be a completely independent organism, for he is inseparably united with the whole. How could he remove himself out of infinity? He only imagines his isolation, and that imagination is the sole source of his limitation. It is purely imaginary. The extent of his free will, or right of selection, cannot be carried beyond his imagination, for, in fact, he is always united in and with his source. He only needs to rid himself of his vain imaginings and accept the inevitable, and he is at once in his rightful place with the universal system. He is king only in the sense that he has the privilege of carrying out the laws of the kingdom, and any king who disregards the laws of his kingdom does not remain king for long. Kingship is subject to the laws of the kingdom just as are the subjects, and they are all units in a single system with the law superseding at all times. Only through the binding influences of the law does the kingdom remain an harmonious unit, for man is triune, but that trinity is never separated. It is always one. You understand all the attributes of man if you understand man. The Greeks knew this and expressed it in their statement, "Man, know thyself." It is very evident that we have not begun to know ourselves, our importance, our divinity meaning, of course, that man is a part of the whole and, as such, does know all and is the all in manifestation. 5. There can be no triangle unless the three lines which form its sides are joined together in unity. Unless they are joined, there are only three lines and not a trinity at all. The Trinity is dependent upon unity and their unity is the Trinity. Man's business is not to dissect himself until he understands his Trinity, which would only be diversity. Man is progressing back to his Father's house, and his progress in this direction is to discover himself as a unit, the undifferentiated position which he occupies in the universal scheme. 6. It is always possible for man to improve his consciousness to the point where he becomes godlike. That was the first thought in the divine right of kings. It was not for the king to put himself up as the only divine ruler. All mankind should be divine rulers and rule as kings, but always with that expression of love which is service. Man stands one with his own divinity and he is then of service always. He never exalts himself above another. If he is an egotist, he destroys himself. He cannot be an egotist for long. Man's kingship arises from his sense of oneness with the whole, and egotism arises from the sense that he is a separate ego within and of himself. Therefore, egotism is the greatest violation of the natural law of his being and produces the most disastrous results. 7. The translation of the Bible is in error where it says that man was created in the image of God. The "in" should be left out so that it reads, man is the image of God. The word "in" does not appear in the original, and right here we find illustrated the major trouble with the orthodox conception. They all try to make God in the image of man, and, in taking this attitude, they have created something that man cannot understand. Man can understand himself, and, if he thinks of God as another personality like himself, only in larger proportions, he can never understand the true relationship that exists between himself and his source. But, if he understands that he is the universal individualized, or that he is as an individual what God is universally, he has something which he can comprehend. If we leave out the "in," then man is the image of God. I am God is the great statement. It belongs to man wholly. The image or likeness means the exactness in the old Sanskrit. The name and nature of cause and effect are always interchangeable, for the one is essentially the counterpart of the other. The activity of cause is the life and form of the effect. 8. Some people quite naturally ask that, if this be true, why did Jesus always say that I am the Son of God, but never I am God? But this is only one of his statements. He said, I and my Father are one. Then the translators, failing to understand the next sentence, you are God as you present God, therefore I present God to you, left that completely out. Yet he said, he that hath seen me hath seen the Father, God. 9. It should be remembered also that the name I am God was the unspeakable name to the ancients. The theory was that it was never to be made as an audible statement. Its utterances were in the silence of their own souls, and the only way it was ever to be voiced was in the natural radiation of authority, perfection, and power that emanated from this inner secret acknowledgement. The Father who seeth in secret shall reward thee openly is the thought. It is the silent name of the silent being of God, the inner and universal fact of all creation. In a previous talk we noted that another meaning to the statement, I am God, is, I am silent. The I am God is the silent witness within the nature of man to the universal fact. It is the name hidden within the name Jesus Christ, and the secret name of every man that hath breath, and that name is the breath. 10. It was considered blasphemous to make this audible statement, and the people of Christ's time construed his statements as inferring that the unutterable name was applied to himself. They condemned him by their own inference regarding his statements, but he was true to the law of the mystics, and, though many of his statements inferred the fact, he did not utter it. Thou hast said, I am. He that hath seen me hath seen the Father. All infer this same fact, but, whatever he may have said in his heart, he is never credited with voicing the fact outwardly that, I am God. The theory is that man is the Word himself, and his own presence in the universe is the spoken evidence and needs no further utterance. In the beginning was the Word. The Word became flesh, and when man appears in creation he is that Word unspeakable in sounds or syllables, for he is the completed Word as he stands. If I am anything, the living embodiment of it, it is self-apparent and needs no further projection. Everything spoken from this consciousness is the authority of the universe speaking with all power in heaven and in earth. 11. This was included in his statement that, before Abraham was, I am, for man, as the formed aspect of God universal, always was and always will be God in evidence. He referred right back to the old Sanskrit law of Abraham. Abram, light, a God. Then came David the light bearer, and one who bore the light to all mankind, and Mary, the preceptor of creative principle. You can bring it all down to the Abraham, which means a Christ child, the union of all forces to present the Christ ideal. Man is God. To the world 12 there should be no distinction made between universal man and individual man. No more can such a distinction be made than you can make a distinction between the circumference and the center of a sphere. There is where most of the trouble has arisen. You cannot divide man. Man is one with God. I and my Father are one, was Jesus' true statement, and he carried it still further when he said, when you pray, pray to the Christ of God. Include yourself as the Christ. 13 The masters do not talk of God and man. They are always one in their consideration. There is no separation whatever. There is no priest and a separate congregation. It is the congregation and the priest, all one. 14 Huxley and Darwin and their kind brought forth much evidence regarding mortal man and tried to establish his human or animal origin, hoping thereby to overthrow the creation theory. The master's attitude is that of the divinity of man, that he is of divine origin, never separated from his divinity in any way. Darwin and Huxley and the others built up their evidence so that there was no head whatever, and that is the reason for their failure. They failed completely to carry it through to principle. The very last statement of Darwin was, beyond this which we have built up still remains principle, which is a mystery to us. There is no effect without a cause, and it is impossible to understand the effect without consideration of the cause. 15 That is why Emil says, you can do these things just as easily as I do them, with true child-like simplicity. That was the reason for Jesus' great accomplishments, leaving out all egotism. These and greater things shall ye do. 16 Man as a separate identity can do nothing. I of myself can do nothing, said Jesus. In his isolated sense, man is like a streetcar with a trolley off the wire. He has lost contact with all motivating power, which is the great underlying cause of all manifestation. The activity that is cause not only is the motivating power which produces, but also is the effect itself, and the only way man can keep going is to keep contact with that which projected him in the first place. It is the Father within me, he doeth the works. Cause must always be the motivating force within the effect, for the effect could not propel itself. 17 On this trip to date we have seen many races very different in appearance and custom from each other. The masters see it all in the light of one consciousness. If we think of them as differing phases of consciousness, we are apt to establish for ourselves a separation from that one. The only differences in the other four all are motivated by the same inner ideal, which is the Christ, or the I am God of each one. We must evaluate all men from this point if we would escape the differences that appear outwardly. When this inner becomes the without, then there can be no outward difference, hence no strife, no greed, no war. There are many seeds and bulbs, but when each has fulfilled itself in outward form, it is all one harmonious nature. 18. It is from this point of view that the masters look upon reincarnation. They say it is not necessary, it is a human hypothesis only. They say that if there is a light placed in the center of the room, the best way to reach that light is to go straight to it. Why circle around it time after time? If you go directly to that light and pick it up and incorporate it, you are through with all reincarnation and karma completely. It is only man's failure to go direct to the central point or fact of life that keeps him in the wheel of incessant grind. If he will accept that central fact, which is the light that lighteth every man that cometh into the world, he will have arrived, and all his going round and round will have ceased. It will have come to an end. 19 All of these great problems that afflict the minds of man are completely overcome when he lives the life of the masters, or the life of his own mastery, the true inner self. Jesus' firm statement was that the truth makes you free. Man gets rid of the idea that he is not God by refusing to accept the negative statements. The statement, I am God, held habitually as the secret fact within his own nature, frees him from the negative statement that he is not God. It is always better to state the truth than the untruth. 20. Even your ability to analyze the I am is a direct spiritual evidence of divinity. If it were not there to analyze, you could not analyze it, nor would it occur to you to even attempt an analysis. It is only necessary to accept that divinity with no negative thoughts or statements regarding it, to be one with it. Analysis and all efforts to confine it to formalities keep you from it. Even in mechanics we produce a thing and then account for it afterwards. All attempts to analyze it first only indicate its impossibility. This is true of every progressive step, even in our material advancement. How much more should this same procedure apply with things entirely beyond our present system of human reason? The airplane was never accepted as a possibility by the world until it actually flew. A first analysis said it could not fly. Now we have an infinite amount of explanation as to how and why it is so. Facts must always come first and they may be accounted for later. 21 If one is overly cautious and is not fully awake to himself, this may seem like laying hold of your divinity by means of blind faith, but that is not necessary. But, if you take it wholly on blind faith, you have made a separation again and would never get to the goal. It is far better to say I can and then go right on to I am. I can is a potential fact, but I am is its fulfillment in your consciousness. Jesus said, I am the way, the truth and the life. You can never be that which you are not, nor can you be anything but what you are. If you can become anything, as you put it, you are that. It is really not a matter of becoming, it is a matter of being. Because you accept the I can't attitude in any condition or circumstance, you have accepted a division. Jesus said you could not compromise with sin. You cannot deviate from the fact and express at fact. 22. When Jesus considered the suggestion that he turn the stones into bread, he realized that the stones were already in existence and in manifestation, and he did not need to change the stones into bread, as he could stretch forth his hand and the bread was there. What ought to be is the teaching of the masters. If he needed bread, he did not need to concern himself with the stones. He knew that if there was a need for bread, it was already in existence and all he needed to do was to give thanks for it. 23. It would be impossible for man to need anything if it were not already in existence. Could you need air if there were no such thing in existence? The need indicates the fact, and all one needs to do is to let go the sense of need and accept the fact implied in the need, that it is already in existence. That which ought to be is. This is true of what we refer to as the limitation of the physical body. This is an hypnotic influence of the mind wholly. It has no basis in fact at all. Man brought the sense of material into existence and not the body. The mortal body is the hypnotic body, and when man wakes from this state of hypnosis, all this experience will be to him just a nightmare. He wakes to dream no more. If he feels the need of a radiant spiritual body, void of limitation and expressing the glorious light body that is his perpetual dream, this is the foreshadowing in his consciousness of his fully awakened state. The thought, the need, the desire is the evidence of the fact that such a state already exists for him, and his only achievement is in accepting its existence. This ideal state is the true state of man. 24. This body does not need to be spiritualized. It is already spiritual, but man's false beliefs about it have shut his mind to its radiance and limitlessness. Spirit is always spirit. Man creates the materiality. There is but one body, and that body is spiritual. It is the temple of the living God, and God is in the temple. Let all the earth rejoice before God. If you call the body material, it is denying God and profaning the temple. If you call the body or any true condition material, you are denying God. You are worshipping a material condition more than you are worshipping God. That is how you get into hypnosis. The moment that you deny God, you are in a hypnotic influence, and the moment you see the body as material, you are in a hypnotic influence wherein you deny God. 25. The body is an instrument through which to express God. It is the greatest known instrument to express spirit. It is brought here definitely for you to present God every moment, not to present materiality, or hypnosis, or psychism, not to present phenomena, but to present spirit. We are God. We cannot make a separation, and if we refuse completely all separation, we would be out of all material conditions and all psychic phenomena. This is how man comes to know and understand the one presence and one power. It is all one power, one reality, and everything works and operates under that one power and one presence according to its own law. It is not adulterated with any other notion, but moves as itself in its own complete field. 26. You cannot make any differentiation between the individual soul and the universal soul or the oversoul. That is, you cannot draw apart, as Jesus said, that is putting asunder God's principle. There is a generalization under which every human being works, but that is an assembly of universal units. There is individual identity, but you are one in an assembly of universal units. So is every human being. All are one and the same, operating under the same harmonious conditions, always in harmony, not differentiating from harmony but assembling in harmony. 27. A God-man is a genius. Christ standing forth, man expressing God without reserve or restraint. The reason children are often found to express what we call unusual genius is only that they have not yet been hypnotized with the idea of limitation possessed by those about them. If they continue to escape this hypnotic spell, they remain geniuses, or the divine self, throughout the earth experience. They do not experience the earth. They experience their universality in the Christ self always. 28. To be the master, the self, is our great work always. The masters of the East never say anything less than that America contains 130 million masters. That means that everyone is a master. That is, of course, true of the whole world. It is worldwide to them. Every individual is a master. Even man's limitation is proof to them of his mastership, for only a master could make himself to appear that which he is not. 29. The greatest presentation of principle is what the world commonly calls the appearance of an avatar or savior. The acclamation, "Behold the King," means that man lives closely to principle, not that a great personage is coming, but one who lives closely to principle. Others acclaim him the avatar or genius. He is but one man standing forth in the character that is potentially the kingship of every man. Only he had the courage and conviction to take himself for what he is. The king can do no wrong, for the moment any wrongdoing enters in, the moment a man accepts himself as less than the king, less than his divinity, he has thereby become less than his own kingship. The king is the master, the genius, expressing himself in his true nature, and therein is his kingship. He rules himself, for he is in his own kingdom. The kingdom of heaven is within. This kingship which he is also his message to all men. Not that he is king, but that every man is a king within his own kingdom, a master over himself and his own environment, for he lives in reality. He lives as he is and in a realm of things as they really are. This is the path which he shows to others, or the life he lives becomes the path of life for all mankind. 30. His appearance or reappearance upon the earth is not dependent upon any condition of spiritual unfoldment, for he is that thing in its fullness. He steps right through all unfoldment and lives one with spirit always. The idea of unfoldment belongs to man and his own theories. The master has only accepted the state in which he was created from the beginning, the image and likeness of God, the embodied nature of infinity or divinity. 31. These illumined souls or masters or avatars do not write books because of the utter simplicity of their teachings. There is nothing to be said or written about IAM, for it is complete within itself. The life they live is its own revelation. It is the book of life revealed, opened as a scroll, and needs no testimony but itself. When you reach the top, you pull the stairs up with you. Therefore, there is no teaching to give. There is but the fact of life, the truth of life revealed as itself, as it always has been and always will be. Steps as man would teach and write about are but degrees to which he lets go of falsity. He had better let it all go at once, for to think yourself there is to be there, as the masters say. For the teacher, paragraphs 1 and 2 bring us back to the eternal unity of all things and the inseparable relationship which exists between God and man. This point cannot be stressed too strongly, for the illumined have always taught that there is not God and man. There is only God. Man is a unit in and with the infinite and, as such, contains within himself all the potentialities of infinity, and all of infinity is accessible to him. Man is one in and with the universe. Paragraph 3, 4 and 5. Man cannot be an independent organism in the universe, for his whole being is dependent upon the source from which he came, and his mastership is wholly dependent upon taking his place in the universe. This is the prodigal returning to his father's house, that point where he dwells and lives in relationship with his source. He can be nothing of himself. Paragraph 6. The divine right of kings, the divinity of man, lies in exercising the power that his position in the universe presents, not in controlling others but ruling within his own kingdom, himself, under the law that governs all things. Greater is he that ruleth his own spirit than he that taketh a city. Inward rulership is the mastery of the masters. The master does not break his mastership. Christ did not attempt to reveal his own divinity but to acquaint all men with their own divinity. Paragraph 7. Man is the personification of the divine principle or the individuality of the universe. Man is the personal God or the embodiment of the universal and impersonal. Paragraphs 8, 9 and 10. The I am God does not belong to the sense which man has of himself but the projected and ideal man of the oversoul. For this reason the wise never have proclaimed to the world that I am God. They knew it within themselves, acknowledged it before God, but before the world they became the expressed fact and let it stand for itself. This is the Ark of the Covenant. the silent acceptance of the secret relationship which exists between creator and created. Paragraphs 11, 12 and 13. Brahm was one name for God, and Abram means a god. Before I was God individual, I was God universal, for the one is dependent upon the other. They are one and the same thing, always have been so and always will be so. I am with you always. Paragraph 14. There can be no material accounting for man, for matter does not produce intelligence, nor intelligence attain to spirit. Spirit is cause, and, as cause, it endows its creation with the power of thought and being or expression. There is no determination for anything except as the expression of spirit or cause. Paragraphs 15 and 16. The habit of attributing certain powers to others and denying them for oneself is the practice that forever keeps man from arrival at his own mastery. The thought should always be that if he has achieved, I also may achieve, for what is potential with one is potential within all. Man's arrival at the height of achievement is only the revelation of myself. He has attained or manifested that which I am should always be the thought. Paragraph 17. To see all men as the embodiment of the same potential character, to see all men as the Christ, is to instantly dissolve all differences, for things equal to the same thing are always equal to each other. This is the secret of the new order of things, where peace and goodwill will be established in the earth. Only in the sense of difference can greed and strife develop. Paragraphs 18 and 19. Can we not see once and for all that this running to and fro in the earth is entirely beside the point, and that it is all due to the fact that we avoid the main issue? To accept the central fact of life is to become entirely free from all those ideas and processes which are less than the fact. If one arrives, he is free from the processes of arriving, and man must learn to begin his life at the beginning, which is God. Paragraph 20. What man can conceive he can achieve, is an old adage, but it has a meaning even above that. For what he can conceive, he is. It is as impossible to conceive a thing that is not already a fact as it would be to breathe if there were no air. The function within the nature of man is indication of that fact with which the function deals. It would be impossible for the cry to originate in the nature of man if there were not already the supply, the completed fact in the nature of God. And the fact precedes the desire in man, for the desire is the recognition of the fact and its existence. Paragraph 21. Caution is the retardant. Boldness is not presumptuous when dealing with facts. It is merely accepting that which has already been proved in the lives of others as equally true of yourself. Paragraph 22. It is not necessary to convert one form into another, for the other is already there just as truly. It is training the mind to know this, to work in the realm of reality, and not always to be trying to make something over into another form of reality. 2 plus 2 equals 4, and 3 plus 3 equals 6, and it is not necessary to try to make one over into the other. They are both manifest facts already. Paragraph 23. A continuation of the same truth. Paragraph 24. You are not making your body over or changing your world. You are only recognizing reality and discarding all false notions about everything. Paragraph 25. The body is already the temple of the living God. It needs to be freed of the money changers, dealers in comparative values, the ideas of individual profit. The Lord of hosts and King of kings must be admitted into the consciousness so it may express through the body what it is. Paragraph 26 is obvious. Paragraph 27. The master, the genius, the God-man are all one and the same thing, and this is but man, being himself, void of the opinions of race experience. Paragraph 28. There is no work for man but being the self, for when the self appears he enters the realm of completion. He is forever busy, however, for he has only then begun to work. Paragraph 29. The divine self of each man is the avatar, the savior of his own being, but he must accept his savior, be that self. Paragraph 30 is a continuation of paragraph 29. Paragraph 31. Man arriving at his divine estate is the book of life opened before all men as a scroll. The seals of the book are broken and man as he is appears. Chapter IX Life 1. The life of the masters is life the way they live it. They live life as it is. Their attitude toward life is that it is the action of the one principle, never divided or separated from its source. They live life true to that principle, and thus, they show the way for all to live true to that principle of life. To them life is not a theory of existence, it is an actual fact, a fact with no beginning and no ending. The individual must come to this one attitude of living which comes through the one attitude of thought toward it. They say that it is God expressing through the human individual, the highest and most select channel through which life manifests. Thus life can manifest in a more select activity or complete form through the human individual too. They see the one life emanating in and through all things. In fact, everything that has being is of the very essence of this one life. The human being only postulates life as beginning when this form came into existence through which life could manifest, when in reality life existed prior to the form and even produced the form. That was only the beginning of form and not the beginning of life. Life has always existed and it will always exist. If we select life, or measure it in some specific manner, we may manifest it in that select form. It of itself flows freely and universally without cessation or limitation. Consequently, we may select and use that life force, as we would say, in a degenerate way where we do not allow it to manifest in its greatest degree or potency. The human being can use it in that way, but it is only the fault of the individual or the group and is not in any way the fault of life itself. Life, if we will allow it to be so, is the all-knowing, all-seeing and all-being activity of principle. If we allow it to flow through us in its highest attributes, we cannot help but live by expressing these very conditions which are in its nature 3. When we accept life as it is, the body becomes a living, breathing unit, expressing life to its fullest degree. The reason that it does not express to its fullest degree is because of the limitation which the human unit puts upon life. We turn it in many ways whereas, in reality there is but one way and that is life in its fullest expression. 4. The Hindu thought of the 70 years of man's allotted time is that this should be the time of man's greatest accomplishment. At 70, man should reach his majority or his greatest realization of life. Then, they say that man should live 5 times as long as it takes him to reach his majority. The Western world has completely missed this meaning. 5. Man should not be limited even to that space of time. They do not limit man at all. If you accomplish 70 years and 10, you should accomplish all life and all conditions of life. That is not putting a limitation upon it. 5 times is not a limit because you can make it 5,000 times if you wish. Man does, usually, after he has reached 70, begin to think more along spiritual lines. This tendency begins to develop after 46, when Jesus said, "In the midst of life ye are in death." He was not warning the people that they are always face to face with death. He expressed astonishment at the condition of death among men when they lived in the midst of life continually. Man only needs to live life as it is, accept it as it is, and not measure it by years and material standards. You are eternal life right here and now if you would only recognize it. But life is not something that is to come, it is here at this very moment in which you live. People separate themselves from the life which is by tying to live in the past or the future. But the past is dead and the future is only born in the eternal now. All the life of infinite space moves at this very moment and whosoever will may drink of that life freely. You do not even need to try to live eternally for, if you are alive at all, you are in eternal life and all you need to do is to so live it. Forget the past. Do not try to project yourself into the future for now is the only acceptable time. You are in eternity now. 7. It is held as a theory that the masters often receive their enlightenment in the springtime of their 37th year, but there is no limitation except that put on it by the individual. 37 in the Sanskrit means eternity because you can repeat the 37 or the 7 as many times as you wish, since it completes the octave. It does not necessarily refer to years at all but to the extension of the individual consciousness into the life universal or into its true spiritual expression. 8. Instead of the awakening which comes to man being a matter of years, it simply means that he becomes mature in himself and many of the ideas given him by the race are nullified in this maturity of soul. False ideas are crowded out of consciousness as the swelling bud pushes back the leaves that enfold it and then the inner character stands forth. It is not intended as a second childhood when the old man becomes childish but he becomes the child capable of entering the kingdom. He loses the sense of importance in respect to the material world and its many problems and begins to live in the realization of life as it is unfolding in him. 9. Our scientists are telling us that there is not a human body in existence over 7 years old. That is, the cells are completely renewed every 7 years. That is not putting a limitation on life, because life moves in cycles and not years and you cannot limit a cycle. It has no real beginning and it does not come to an end. It is the eternal process of fulfilling itself and the eternal renewing process going on within the instrument through which it expresses. Life does not end at 7, nor does life ever end. Life is eternal. There is not a thing in existence that does not have life. All planets are alive. Everything has life. The rock has life. 10. When we express life in its true and unlimited natural expression, we can and will be our own books and teachers. Also, if you can appreciate the fact that all of the cells of the body are renewed every 7 years, you will begin to realize the possibilities of life. If you will keep your mind continually renewed as the processes of life unfold, you will begin to see that life might just as well go on cycle after cycle, or continuously. The buds on a tree are just as young whether that tree be old or young, and the bud has the completed tree within itself. That tree does not grow old except through the limitation of years that man puts upon it. Nothing grows old except through the concept that man places upon it. The scriptures teach that he was given dominion over all things. Life cannot be measured by years and we should cease to attempt it. Life can be measured only by itself and life is eternal, ever-present, and limitless. It is the vital action of the entire system called the universe or God. Man places the limitation on time by delineating time for his own convenience, and that delineation does not restrict life or time by any means, except so far as his manifest possibilities are concerned. 11. This is, in all probability, the only plane and the only condition where death is recognized. Christ said, "Let the dead bury their dead." The true man places no limitation on time. The mortal man alone does this. We get into the mortal or physical only by the placement of time or the designation of time for man's convenience. We have gone on and built up a great world of supposition, a great barrier of supposition between ourselves and the true condition. We have been led to see that barrier as insurmountable. Consequently, many of our philosophers have said that life is unknowable and could not be solved. Of course it cannot be solved when you put up barriers against it. 12. The life of the masters is not passed in what the world would call gainful occupations. They have passed that. Their life is of service always, many of them going about from place to place assisting in what we would look upon as material ways, with material things. We have never seen them accepting anything from anyone for themselves. We have seen them give out food and clothing and supplies of all descriptions. A master is a servant. If he is a master, he is above the world and the world can give him nothing. He must reverse the process and he in turn gives to the world. 13. In this service they do not seem to seek out people, nor do people necessarily seek them out. The masters come across those in need in their everyday life as they go about among the people. They also assist in a universal attitude as well through thought and the projection of thought. They also project conditions of perfection into the whole world. Of course, where an individual does appeal to them for help, there is always the assistance ready. We have seen them not only assisting the individual but great groups of individuals. But, even while they are going on with that work, they are evidently sending out emanations to the whole world which in time will cure the condition they are working on locally. They say it is necessary to work locally to assist people to a better understanding, and, in many cases, a better understanding comes through the furnishing of food and clothing or a better condition in which to live. 14. The masters do go out among the people and the people do appeal to them for help very often, and the condition which they are under is corrected almost immediately. The help given is only to show a better way to accomplish than that which they are using at the time. They do not go out and preach and proselyte at all. They walk among the people and the people who recognize them may ask for assistance in any way they wish, for healing, food, raiment, or shelter, and they receive it, but they are shown that they, themselves, do it and not the masters. It is not what the masters have that they receive, but the people themselves have built up that which is brought to them through their own attitude of thought, not what someone else has but what they have and what belongs to them. It does not necessarily follow, however, that you must appeal in order to get assistance. 15. The statement that the servant is worthy of his hire does not mean that one may commercialize healing. That means that the individual who thus serves is worthy of a higher life, worthy to become a master and not a servant. Of course the master is the greatest servant, for his entire life is spent in service, for that is the field in which he works and expresses his mastership. 16. In the matter of food, the masters consume far less than we do. We have known them to eat no more than 3 grains of rice a day, but they take in enough pranic substance to support their bodies for long periods if necessary. They masticate their food thoroughly. They can chew these 3 grains of rice all day, and, by the time they have finished, they have taken enough prana to last their bodies at least 24 hours. They have no set time for eating, for they do not work with time as men measure it. They eat whenever they feel like it. We have never known them to recognize meal hours as we recognize them. They can go without food completely for hundreds of days. 17 As far as we know, they take very little sleep, not in excess of 2 hours a day, and they are conscious during these 2 hours. It is a well-known fact that you can get along without sleep, if you know how to live without wasting your energies or contracting your consciousness through separating yourself from the universal energies. The Western world and the way they live causes sleep to become more or less a condition brought about by, as we say it, a toxic state of the body. The toxic condition overcomes to a great extent the rebuilding process of the body, and thousands of people are in that toxic state instead of being in a true condition of sleep. When Jesus said, "Awake thou that sleepest," he meant to arise from that comatose condition, and then you are out of the influence to which you have become subject. 18. The Western world consumes at least 10 times as much food as the body needs, and then consumes energy to digest that food. That energy which is used to handle this 9/10 of the surplus food that we take unnecessarily could be used much more effectively to build up the body. It is a well-known fact that today the Western world eats at least 10 times as much food as is healthful. If we would take life direct or energy direct from the others, we would be adding energy to our bodies all of the time instead of giving it out to assimilate food. It would go directly to every organ of the body and rebuild and renew it. 19. It is not necessary that one be with a master or contact a master in any sense to understand life and its possibilities. Life is perfectly understandable at every corner of the earth. It is omnipresent, and anyone may contact it if he will turn his attention in that direction and get away from the mere forms which life uses and through which life expresses. 20. If you will take the simple attitude that all the life that you can live is life and begin to exalt life, you will then be doing what you would do if you were living with them. There is nothing phenomenal regarding their life at all. Usually people going to them look only for phenomena. If we live life, we cannot help but understand life. Life is a process of inward force working itself out into outward form. It is the vital principle of the universe animating all space and all form. 21. So many people have the notion that the masters lay down certain rules for your daily practice, a certain daily regime of mental and physical exercises, but this is not so. There are many who led out with this sort of teaching, of course, to the point where the student recognizes that he himself is a master. Then the way is open to meet the actual master. The moment that man gets into his mind that there is any life to live other than the one life, he is out of harmony completely. The difficulty is with his mental application always. Man did not fall and die spiritually. He simply got himself out of harmony with life, and this resulted in all his difficulty. The moment life becomes hard, it is not life. That individual is out of life just to the degree that any inner money develops, and this state should be a warning for him to get back into life as it is. 22. Children are happy because they live life abundantly. They put no limitations upon life whatever. The moment we put limitation upon life, we cease to live abundantly. There is not a limiting condition in life. Life could not limit itself. It could not be kept away except through your own attitude of thought toward it. No two individuals have the same vision of life. It is quite often illustrated in this way. It is said that only children and sages are happy because the child has not developed a material sense of value, and the sage knows that the material has no value. To them form is not the point of consideration but living life. 23. One man may look at life through a very narrow opening in a wall. That person says, "I see all of life." The view may face a hill where there is nothing but rocks. The next may see trees. The next one sees animated forms moving about. If we look through but one small opening, we soon hypnotize ourselves into believing that there is no other life within the great expanse of the universe of life. If we would take this attitude alone, see the universe as embodying and expressing the one infinite life, then we would expand our vision to take in all of life, and there would be no limitation whatever for us. 24. The masters never take conscious life. It is not necessary to take conscious life because man can assimilate into his consciousness all of the life elements, bring them into existence in himself, live them, and be always one with them. Consequently, it is not necessary to take conscious life at all. 25. Many people ask the question why it is that the people of India are afraid of the lower forms of life. Not all people in India are masters, even though they have been taught that there is but one life. They do not see all they have been taught any more than Americans see or live all they have been taught. There are only a few of the lower classes who are bound in this way because they have been taught to worship these conditions. It is thus that they fear them. 26. And why do the masters not raise the people out of that condition? How could they raise you out of a condition if you would not accept that raising? They cannot inject their own minds into you. They can only show you the path which they have traveled. If you will not see that path, you must make your own until you are ready for a better way. All of the higher castes, even the great Maharajas, work for the better condition in India, but they cannot do the overcoming for the masses nor transform them into higher beings. That is the work of the individual always. 27. It is a misconception to think that the masters live an ascetic life. We have never found them so living. You will find them in a loincloth or in the highest walks of life. You will not find them isolating themselves at all. There are a very few compared to the whole, living in seclusion in order to give out more fully to the whole world certain conditions for betterment. But they are only groups who come together for that specific purpose. They do not live an ascetic life at all. 28. You may see a yogi living an ascetic life for a certain time for a certain purpose only, but then they never allow asceticism to become hypnotic. Yogi means living for a great experiment. Many of the so-called holy men of India live a complete ascetic life, but usually they are beggars and not masters. A great many of them are as dirty and as filthy as anything you can imagine. They are leeches on humanity and nothing else. But they are not the masters. Just because a man goes about saying mantrams, or sitting in samadhi, he is not thereby a master. 29. We have never known of one of these who has reached a high accomplishment begging of anyone, but they are giving all of their time to the betterment of humanity. They do not beg anything to give away even. They have, as they put it, all that they want and to spare always. They do not go around and beg for others to give. They do not organize charitable institutions. They go out and assist all of the time, separating themselves by their accomplishments. There are thousands of people in India who are giving out continually, and yet we have never known any of them to take a penny from anyone. The beggars who call themselves holy men are such only by their own designation. They have nothing to do with the masters. 30. Life is always a matter of giving. To draw on the universal life that flows freely throughout infinite space is the privilege of anyone, and his way of living life should be to receive from this source and then give it out to all who are around him, inspiring them to seek life where he has found it. This is not only the work of the masters, but it is the work all men should be doing. This is living life as it should be lived and is really the only life there is. To merely receive from those about you is not life at all, but a constantly contracting existence. To seek life from the material world is to lose it. For the teacher, paragraph 1. It should become evident to the mass of humanity that life as revealed by the illumined has always been portrayed in its universal and eternal aspect. That life which is manifest in form is only the outcropping of the vital essence that fills infinite space. Life is not confined to a period of expression through form, but is and forever remains the movement of the creative force that produced form in the first place, and that form was produced for the sole purpose of affording it expression. No one lives truly until he knows that life is moving in and through him and eternally seeking a fuller, freer, richer expression always. Paragraphs 2 and 3. Life being universal, it is universally expressed in every form, and when the sense of separateness disappears from the mind of man, he may enter more fully into its activity and align himself more completely with its purpose. Only in the human consciousness do complications seem to develop, and life and consciousness are so inseparably united that before man can realize life in its fullness, he must expand his consciousness to see and live life as it is. Only his mental reactions to the appearance keep him from this fuller life. Paragraphs 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. The text of these paragraphs shows clearly that it is the period during life when man's outward thought, his thought developed through his material contacts, so greatly interferes not only with his life but with his capabilities generally. It is this period of false estimates of life, his world, and himself that impedes his entire existence, and it is only prior to this state and occasionally following it that man seems to enter into the real joy of living. The genius is one who seems to a degree to escape this period of thought oppression, one who has the courage or fortitude to go his own appointed course and not let the world thought of limitation hinder him. The reason man, in his later years, seems to live a more spiritual life is that the false run down like an 8-day clock, and then his true nature asserts itself. Had this consciousness been preserved through the years of oppression, his body would not have been sapped of its vital forces and his greatest years of usefulness would have been extended indefinitely. Paragraph 9. The age of the body is not designated by the span of years which we call life. The body is forever renewing itself and the cells and tissues which form the body are constantly being replaced through a perfectly natural process. It is the pattern under which the Spalding process is forced to operate that gives the body its condition of age. We should be continually renewing our minds in accordance with the truth of life, and then the pattern for the renewing processes of the body would be such that a more perfect and vital body would be the result. Paragraph 10. Man is the book of life, the law of God. The governing principle of life is written in his inward parts, and this period of existence should be a process of self-discovery and self-expression. In the unfoldment of man's own nature he learns the secrets of his own being. Study yourself at first hand, the deepest longings of your own inner nature. Watch them unfold and you will understand. Paragraph 11. Sin, according to the scriptures, is the cause of death. Sin is every thought and feeling that is out of harmony with the purposes of life. These thoughts and feelings make up the opposition to life as it would express itself through the flesh. To remove the obstruction would be the remedy, of course. Instead of perpetuating a consciousness that deprives the body of its sustaining power, thereby separating the body from consciousness in death, one should die to the false consciousness, forgetting the things which are behind, pressing forward. Paragraphs 12, 13, 14 and 15. Life is a matter of progress and not profit as we construe it. Profit is contingent upon our progress and our progress is determined by the kind and quality of our expression. Expression should not be the constant projection of our own limited opinions, but living true to the deepest impulses are always true. Only when we descend to the plane of what we call necessity or expediency do we begin to violate our inward sense of what is right. Paragraphs 16, 17 and 18. Man shall not live by bread alone. Only enough food is required to supply material for the natural reconstruction of man's body. What is more than this is but giving the functions of the body an excess of labor. One should feed more and more upon the substance that moves in the creative principle of his being, and then he would find real nourishment. As food is supplying material for bodybuilding, sleep is consuming energies that have been wasted during our periods of false living. Paragraphs 19, 20, 21. We must learn to contact our good at its source. What we are seeking does not come from another, and it will do no good to contact master or teacher unless we thereby are inspired to seek that in ourselves which he represents to us. Not everyone that saith unto me, Lord, Lord, shall enter in, but he that doeth the will of my Father. Paragraph 22. The values of life are to be found in the soul, the real self, the inner master, and not in the world. The world has only the value imparted to it by the awakening of true consciousness. Paragraphs 23, 24 and 25. Seek to find life as it is in its great universal movements which are revealed in your nature through your own highest ideals and deepest longings. Only when we measure life in our own limited ideas does it become limited in its manifestation through us. Depend upon the life universal for supply. Paragraph 26. Man's individual right to expression cannot be violated in the true processes of life. It is by our own effort that we rise and not by the efforts of others. Vicarious living without effort upon our part is destructive to our own character and well-being. Paragraphs 27 to 30. Life is action, self-expression, giving. It is as necessary to give in order to live as it is necessary to exhale in the processes of breathing. One should receive from his source and then give of that source in his highest expressions. One first receives from any principle by taking it into his consciousness, and then he expresses it in outward performance. This is equally true in the processes of life. To receive without giving or to give without receiving is to make life static through surfeit or exhaustion. To receive from your source and express what you have received in manifesting your greater capabilities is the way of life. Chapter X. The Universe 1. The universe is the sum total of all things visible and invisible that fill infinite space. The universe is the great whole, composed of all its parts. It might be said that the universe is another name for God, for he identified himself as I am that I am, and beside me there is no other. It is the sum of all life, all substance, all intelligence, all power. In it is contained all knowledge, for it is omniscience. It is the sum of all power, for it is omnipotence. It is the sum of all substance, for out of it are all visible things formed. It is all love, for it is bound together in a single system and operates as a single unit. Love is the integrity principle or the binding principle which maintains the universe as a unity and keeps all its operations moving in perfect harmony and regularity too. The masters think of the universe as the universality of all things, with every condition and circumstance a portion of that universe or universality. A person may become separate, or he may separate himself in thought from that universe. Then he becomes a unit which in thought only is separate or apart, but instead of being apart he is still a part of the great universe. One may become so separated in thought from that great universality that he surrounds himself with apartness or the sense of limitation. He may withdraw so far from that universality in thought that he falls or descends in his capacities, and, thus, he is in a measure separated from that universality in which he really belongs. 3. Of course it is impossible to separate oneself or completely exclude oneself from that universality, for that would be to reduce himself completely to a state of non-existence. But, when he returns to that universality of principle and consciousness, he is one with it and is lifted up into a higher state of capability. That is illustrated in the parable of the prodigal son. He wandered in many lands and spent his substance, but there was a welcome in the father's house upon his return. Even the brother who had stayed at home was jealous of the reception, but the father knew that the reception was always there. It is an allegorical picture of how one can extensively separate himself from universality by thought and recognize that he is feeding on the husks, and yet when he decides to return to the father's house there is everything there for him. In fact, the father was not even conscious of the separation. It did not matter how far away the son had wandered, for all sense of apartness, isolation, limitation is only fictitious, for it is impossible for separation to be an actual fact. If it were possible, the universe could not be a whole. David illustrated this fact in his realization that it was impossible to get out of the universal system when he said, "Whither shall I flee from thy spirit?" And whether he went to the uttermost bounds of the earth, ascended into heaven, or made his bed in hell, that same universal relationship awaited him. You cannot divide the indivisible. 5. It is the same when death occurs. Many feel that there is a separation there, but in reality, there is no such thing. We can be just as close to those that we feel have departed as we were in what we think of as this life. It is only the separation in our conscious thought. In what we call the superconscious there is no separation whatever. If we would let go of that thought of separation, there would be no evidence of separation, for it exists only in consciousness. It might be more true to state it that separation exists only in unconsciousness when one is unconscious of the true state of being. 6. Separation is only an appearance, for in reality there could be no such thing. If the universe is a single unit and all things within it are eternally united into a single system, how and where could any separation exist? In fact, it could be only an imagined state. Ignorance of the facts is the only kind of separation that can exist, and illumination would completely eliminate that. Behold, our God is one, say the scriptures, and if God is the great one, all things and all people are included within him, and, being included within him, they are one in and with him. 7. Our being is a complete universe in itself, and it acts in perfect harmony if we let go of every thought of inharmony or separation. The thought of harmony returns us to the unity of principle. We can think of ourselves so far out of harmony that sickness and disease and discordant conditions come about, but they are only that which is out of harmony. If we would keep in complete universal harmony in thought, there could be no inharmonious condition come into our lives, not one, because whenever we vibrate in harmonious relation with the universal principle, no inharmony can manifest. It is perfectly possible for it to be so. 8. We make it possible ourselves for inharmony to manifest by the reduction of the vibration of our bodies, and in no other way. We allow what should be the impossible to take place. When we look upon complete accord as an impossibility, we worship discord instead of worshipping harmony. That was the very teaching that Jesus gave out when he said that you of yourself are always harmonious. He referred directly to that harmony of principle which in reality we always manifest, and which we could not help but manifest if we would let go of that personal, egotistical desire for direct service from our neighbor instead of giving service always. Our expectancy should be from above, and our attitude toward the world as giving. 9. One of the easiest ways to isolate ourselves from harmony is to demand service from another instead of giving of our service all of the time. It does not matter if we direct it to one individual or a million individuals. When demanding service from others we are always in that separation, but when in service to all we are completely immersed in universality. When we give of ourselves we come nearer and nearer to that universality where we belong. 10. It takes no energy from our bodies to give out service, love, and harmony, but it does take energy from our bodies to give out inharmony or discordant conditions, or to give out negative thoughts or words. All positive words or words of accord that energy to our bodies every instant that we are giving them out. Not only that, but we create an influence that returns and surrounds us with emanating energy. 11. One does not need instructions from a master, nor does he need to learn from a book what is true to the processes of the universal life in him. One knows when he violates the law of life just as easily as one knows when he violates the law of life just as easily as one knows when the principles of music have been violated. Instantly a discord is recognized by anyone, whether he has studied music or not. The moment any discord or unpleasantness arises in the nature of man, that instant he should know that he is violating the law of his being. It is not only a violation of the law of his being, but it produces inharmonious results in his body. All discordant emotional and mental states are sins against man's true nature. Everything that produces an harmonious effect in man's nature, that which gives him a sense of peace, freedom, power, and harmony, is in direct harmony with life, and only harmonious results prevail. 12. Man is exactly the same as a test tube in a chemical laboratory. If we add harmonious solutions we get harmonious results. Otherwise we set up an inharmonious condition wherein we get either inharmonious results or no results at all. We might see great turbulence in a test tube, but that is not inharmony if the correct chemicals are placed in that test tube. It is the same in our bodies. We never set up inharmony if we induce or give out only harmonious thoughts and feelings. It is absolutely impossible for us to set up inharmony if we give out harmony, because we surround ourselves with an influence that is completely harmonious. And, if it is all harmony, no inharmony can manifest through that influence. It is all controlled through consciousness, and we become perfectly conscious of harmony, far more so than we can become conscious of inharmony, because harmony is our natural state. That is done by refusing to project our vision to inharmony. 13. If people think that they cannot properly discriminate in the matter of consciousness, they can give out love to the best of their ability and refuse to give out anything else but love. That will bring them accurately to harmonious conclusions. Jesus placed love before everything else. There is a little book written by Henry Drummond entitled Love, the Greatest Thing in the World, which gives a complete key to the harmonious solution of every condition that comes up. It is the simplest little book ever written and has a wide circulation. It takes only about 10 minutes to read it, but it takes a lifetime to live it. In the living of it there is perfect harmony and perfect freedom. 14. If one should take a negative stand and deny the spiritual, that does not change the spiritual at all. It could not change spirit, for spirit is eternally unchangeable. But your wrong ideas would slow up your own progress. We should not concern ourselves with what the other person does or what we think he should do, because we cannot tell when his actions or creations will bring him into direct harmony again. Jesus said, "Loose him and let him go." He thus gave him the privilege of incorporating the Christ consciousness. He saw everyone as the Christ. That very statement, "I see the Christ in every face, in every form," is indicative of his attitude. 15. Do not let the world tell you what it is like, for it cannot do so. It is not what it appears to be. It appears to be limited, but it is not. For it is formed out of the universe, and science tells us that each cell is a replica of the universe. You must learn to find out what the world is like by knowing what the universe is like, and then you will be able to tell the world what it is. Only in this manner can you be free, for you are expressing only what your own consciousness is. Look through the surface until you see the inner reality, and you will find that nothing in this world is single. All things by a law divine with one another's being mingled, and there is perfect harmony and perfect freedom for yourself and for the world. 16. When the first man was born, your Christ was born, is the true Christ message. Before Abraham was I am. The glory which I had with thee in the beginning before the world was. Add love to all statements and they move in harmony with the Christ as he taught. We can so surround one with love that that very influence floods in upon him, and it may in an instant change his whole life, his whole thought. We are not dominating him when we surround him with love, for that is his native environment. We are only placing an influence that he may accept, thus changing the whole course of our own lives and thoughts. We are but seeing him as he really is, seeing him as God sees him. This does not hinder or influence him, but it frees him from hindrance and influence, because we are surrounding him with that influence in which he was created, that state in which all men live in reality. 17 It is far better to love your enemies and pray for them who persecute you, because you merely exalt yourself and at the same time help to free them from those characteristics which cause them to act as your enemies. You are doing a double service both to yourself and to them. The gift is to the giver and comes back most to him. Then, too, sometimes our so-called enemies bring our thoughts out into the clear light of day more so than our friends do. 18. Should you have a supposed friend that does you a great wrong, a harm, the consciousness of perfect love can absolutely change the whole aspect of the situation. That is man's privilege, not his duty, and a privilege is the greatest motive for all of our service. It is a real privilege to love your enemies and exalt them because you are thereby exalting yourself. It is the greatest exaltation in the world to exalt your enemy and see him standing higher even than you stand. 19 This practice is the greatest sincerity, for to be sincere is to be without blemish. It is to be whole. The moment that you cut that individual out of your consciousness, you have allowed that individual greater privileges than you have allowed yourself. You must exalt him and then you have finished with the matter. If you lose him and let him go before the exaltation, it is not finished, for you still have your own consciousness to mend. It is like this: you never knew that man before he came into your consciousness. Now you are perfectly conscious of him because there was some situation with which you or he needed assistance. The moment you have gained that which was needed and have finished with that person through exaltation, you can loose him and let him go back just as he was before he came into your life. Then, when your duty is finished and the exaltation is complete, you are both free, both can go your separate ways the same as you did before. Unless this is done, the blemish is still in your own consciousness. 20. You see, all imperfection exists in consciousness only. There is to you no imperfection in those whom you have not contacted. The moment you recognize any imperfect state through contact with anyone, that imperfection is thereby brought into consciousness. Before perfect harmony in your nature can be re-established, that state must be erased, and love is the only attitude that will erase it. For love is the universal solvent. It restores everything to its native state in the universal scheme. Only in this way are you free, and only thus can you free the other person. 21 It is impossible to loose them and let them go without the element of love. Pity, either for the other person or for yourself, is not the way of release. Pity always binds you closer to the imperfection. You can pity yourself to the extent that you will tie yourself up with them faster and faster. You can also pity them until you do exactly the same thing. Pity reduces everything to the lowest state of the condition involved, while love exalts the same elements into their rightful place in the universal. Love is the highest thought you can have. Jesus exalted himself and everyone around him through love. Love is the very essence of the universe, and, in perfect love, all things are untied into the universal whole. 22. To the individual the universe may be large or small, just as his consciousness dictates. It may be a single atom, it may be a complete body, or it may be the one entire universality of God, completely universal. When we say universal, if we do not limit our thought to any separate division, we are speaking truly. The thought then is all embracing, just as light surrounds and fills all space. There is a very good saying regarding that in the Mahabharata: when I see light, I see all universality. That is because light is the vehicle that carries universality into complete existence. The moment we exalt a word, it becomes light. The universe is unlimited. There is no limitation outside of the human concept. The animal never limits itself. It is only man that limits himself. 23. The theory of the expanding universe is not accurate except in that it expands in our thoughts, or rather we expand our conception of the universe. We are always discovering that it is larger than we imagined. The universe is constantly expanding and contracting according to your own concept, but not within itself, for the universe is the sum of infinity. Many people think of the universe as referring to a single solar system, but a solar system is only one cell or atom in a universe of innumerable solar systems. 24. There is one law governing the universe, for the universe is one. We need not obey a single law that is less than the one law. There is but one law, and that is the only thing that we need to obey. A human being does not need to obey even the manifestation of law, which is gravitation. You need not obey even the conscious manifestation of law. You need obey only the law that controls these manifestations. The moment you become unconscious of the manifestation of law, you are perfectly conscious of the law that is all, the allness or the universality of principle. Every manifestation of law then obeys us. We are in complete authority, complete dominion over every manifestation of law. 25. The thought that there are lesser laws, such as the law of matter, brought the idea of materiality or mortality into effect. It was not Adam, it was the man who followed Adam. Matter is but one attitude of consciousness, the same as thought is but one attitude of consciousness. In other words, matter is only a fixed mental habit. Thought and matter are in reality only avenues of expression, and neither should be limited in the considerations of men. Adam, of course, did express consciousness, but not the mortal consciousness or mortality of consciousness that was attached to his name long after the advent of Adam. 26. To the master there is no material universe. The visible universe to him is the manifestation of spirit and is, therefore, spiritual in essence and governed by the law of spirit. It is this knowledge which gives him power, and therein is the secret of all individual power. To know the law of spirit and to live in harmony with that law is always power of unlimited degree, and that law of the spirit is the law of love. It is love that governs infinite space and all forms that are projected in space. That is why the scriptures say that if you are in love, you are in God and God is in you. Love is harmony and therefore keeps all things in harmony, not only with itself but with each other. When man is in the consciousness of love, or a consciousness of perfect unity with all things, he is in a state of perfect harmony with all things and with all people. Love is, as it might be said, cohesion, or a binding force that keeps all things in relationship to their source. Working in harmony with their source, they work in harmony with all projections of that same source. But love will dissolve that which is not in harmony with the universal order, for it demands of everything its complete adherence to the principle of its own nature, which is spirit. For that reason love destroys hate, greed, selfishness, and self-seeking and the ego that comes from those states of consciousness. 27. Man is a replica of the complete universe, and he is a complete universe within himself when he includes himself in that whole. If he would let go of every thought of creed and dogma, he would be completely out of superstition. He would be completely unlimited. The moment that we unlimit ourselves, it can be shown through photographic evidence today that light emanates from every cell of our body. Light, in the same way, emanates from every cell of the universe. The source of this light and energy, which invigorates and fills the expanse of the universe and the universe of our body, is the great central Sunday. Cosmic means great. It is the whole of which man is a part. For the teacher, paragraphs 1 and 2. This lesson, like the ones just preceding, deals with the universality of all things and shows that all manifest forms are contained within the whole and are an inseparable part of the whole. It also deals with the fact that each individual organism is in miniature what the universe is in all its infinity. The point in these first 2 paragraphs is to help the student to the realization that all the immeasurable power and force that moves throughout infinite space moves also within him, and that his attainment in life is determined by the degree to which he becomes conscious of and works in harmony with these forces. Paragraphs 3 and 4. Man is only isolating himself by ignorance and by perpetuating his own notions of separation. There is nothing in the attitude of God which separates man or relegates him to obscurity and weakness. God is intent always upon fulfilling himself, and, instead of moving to exclude man from the blessings that are rightfully his, is seeking always to manifest himself through man. Man needs but to eliminate his obstructions to the divine purpose. Paragraph 5. There is no death. What seems to be death is only that state where man has crowded the divine fact of his being so completely out that it cannot longer sustain the body. The life of the body is the spirit that created it, and when through ignorance the body is completely dominated by false concepts about life, the body has lost all its true sustaining power and, therefore, can no longer function. This is what is called death. The spiritual man, the man that God created and the only man that God knows, lives as eternally as God is eternal. Your ideas live on when the forms through which you have expressed them are destroyed, and God's idea of man lives on when it is crowded from the vehicle designed for its expression. They remain one in and with the Father principle, and, whether in the flesh or out of the flesh, all men may be conscious of the eternal unity that exists if the ignorance which causes the sense of separation is dropped out of consciousness. Paragraphs 6 and 7. Ignorance is the only enemy of man. Knowledge of the facts brings him into harmony with the forces of infinite space. all of which are friendly and move constructively for his good. In principle there can be no opposition to itself. Therefore, all that there is in the universe is moving in the very nature of man, and his position is the direct point or vehicle in and through which infinite power and possibility is manifest. Paragraphs 8, 9 and 10. It is impossible for anyone to find peace and harmony so long as they are expecting everything and everybody to do for them what they alone can do for themselves. No one can give us that which we already possess and cannot awaken in us that which we ourselves refuse to express. It is not the world or the people of the world that can give us what we need or serve us in accordance with our need. Every good gift and every perfect gift comes from above. The law of the universe moves from principle, God, through the individual manifestation and then gives of itself, its true nature, to the world in service. If we reverse the process, expect the world and its people to give to us so that we in turn may become happy and harmonious, thereby attaining our divinity, we can but meet disappointment. God is the beginning and is the great servant of mankind. To receive his spirit is to become the sons of God, and then our attitude toward the world is to bestow our great gifts upon all around us, a gracious and generous service. Paragraph 11. Man's own nature is the book of life, and, if he will study the eternal trends of his inner nature, allow the deepest side of his nature to expand and grow, then he will understand himself, the universe, and the law of the universe. He will not need any man to instruct him. Paragraph 12. This should be obvious to anyone who has known turmoil and peace within his own nature. Only when false elements are induced into his nature does this upheaval come, and only when he receives into his nature that which is harmonious is he in harmony. Man is the chemist, and he mixes within himself that which produces his pains and his pleasures. Paragraphs 13, 14 and 15. It is as easy for anyone to tell what is in harmony with his nature and the purposes of God moving through him as it is easy to tell the difference between harmony and discord in music. This is as evident to the one who has never studied music as to one who is a finished musician. It is just as easy for the most ignorant to recognize discord and inharmony as it is for a master to do so. We must learn to discriminate and refuse to let ourselves indulge in any mental or emotional reaction that dulls our sense of perfection. Paragraph 16. It was not Adam but ignorance that caused man to forget his divinity, and it is ignorance that keeps us in bondage when in reality there is no bondage. Infinity fills all time and space, and our mission is to awaken to the fact that our love infinity moves through us and our capacities are measured only by this fact. Paragraphs 17 to 21. The greatest doctrine of Christ was love, for love is not only the fulfillment of all law but is the solution for every problem that arises in life. Love is the law of the universe, and when it becomes the ruling passion of the individual, then he is in harmony with all the forces of infinite space. He that is in love is in God. Love is first to be developed in the individual as an inseparable union with the infinite. Being one with the infinite, you are one with all the manifestations of the infinite. This does not mean that you are to love the imperfections in the world, in your neighbor, or in yourself. Drop these out of consciousness and make your union with the divine that is back of this outward mask in which you cannot see or know God. Paragraphs 22 and 23. Your universe is the one you see. The land thou sayest, that will I give unto thee as an inheritance. Back of all things is light, for in the beginning was light. The light became the life of man. Even our material scientists say that light is the foundation of all manifest form. Therefore, man's real body is not a body of material flesh but a body of light which includes the flesh, for light sustains the flesh in exactly the same sense that oxygen and hydrogen sustain water. When ignorance is withdrawn from consciousness we will see and manifest the light. Paragraphs 24 and 25. If one obeys the Constitution of the United States and gives everyone the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, will he not automatically obey every other law in the country? Obedience to the highest law automatically involves the fulfillment of every obligation to every other law. The law of the universe is love, and if one moves in love, conscious union, and oneness with God and man, he will not do anything that would violate any lesser law, but in this sense he would move in an infinitely free and uncircumscribed manner, and there would be no sense of bondage by these lesser manifestations of laws. Paragraphs 26 and 27. The universe and all that is contained within it is one single system, and our mission is to associate. Not that it matters to the universe so much, but it makes all the difference to the individual. His release comes in his knowledge of things as they are. Chapter 11 Yourself 1. When Jesus the Christ taught, unless you become as a little child, you can in no wise enter into the kingdom of heaven, he gave one of the most profound truths. A child has not yet been hypnotized by the world idea of limitation and lives naturally in harmony with its source. That is why most grown people love to be with children. They radiate the natural harmony of the universe, and that is the natural environment of man. If we would only drop all the ideas that have related us to the world, we would find ourselves in that determination which comes from the universal movement, and we would perform the works that are always seeking to manifest themselves through our nature. Wherever thou findest self, drop that self, wrote the ancient Hindus, and that is still the central teaching of the masters. Only when habits to the contrary are dropped from the primal nature of man can he hope to live the life which is the only life. Most of our attempts at living are so completely adverse to the purpose and natural trend of life that it only leads to the dissolution of the flesh. There is a way that seemeth right unto man, but the end thereof is death, said Jesus too. Know this, there is nothing that really limits man and keeps him in a state of uncertainty and inefficiency but his own thought. When these thoughts are removed, he may enter into the life of the universe with ease, and then his life begins to give evidence of its natural possibilities. In that day when ye think not the Son of Man cometh, with the wise instruction of the great Master, all thought that comes into man's consciousness from the world is but a reflex of the impression so received, and man is not a reflector. Man is the projection of the divine, and only as he allows the deepest impulses of his own nature to express, is he in life as it is free. The divine purpose of the law of life is to perfect and refine the nature of man until it is a complete and perfect expression of itself. When life is lived in this way, without the reserve and restraint caused by the hypnotic spell of induced thought, the nature of man is continually refined. This requires the constant control of the individual until all his nature is a unit in expressing the one single purpose. The determination of this force is then perfect outwardly as it is already a fact in the universal. Only in this way can man fulfill his destiny and receive the full support of the universal forces. Many people wonder why God does not manifest through their own ideas and give them what they imagine they want. God no more acts through the ideas of man than the law of nature acts through infertile seeds, except to disintegrate them. God or spirit is about his own business, fulfilling his own ideal and purpose, and man must come into harmony with this universal purpose. Then, and only then, will he attain that state of complete childlikeness where he lives life naturally. Natural life is perfect and produces perfect results. Our ideas are either altogether imperfect or incomplete. They have not the nature or purpose of the universal trend in them. Therefore they are only to be discarded and put aside in order that the higher influences may become the determining factors in our entire being. For you say you have been taught that the first law of nature is self-preservation, and so it is. But that does not mean that one protects his own life at the expense of another. The law of life moves to preserve and promote life. The life of Master is one that promotes and preserves life, for he lives in harmony with the only life which is. In him there is no revenge, and his whole motive is to protect life from every intrusion. That is the secret of mastery. Until one has mastered that in his own nature which would destroy his life, he is out of life. But when he is free from that which would destroy life, he is completely in life. Even Jesus did not condemn those who crucified him, but released them from the karma of their own ignorance through the law of forgiveness. 5. The fact is, to hold another in blame or to attempt to place blame upon another, is only to involve yourself in that ignorance. Protect life wherever it is manifest. Guard your own life and the lives of others from all ignorant intrusion. Protect yourself and others from any thought or act which would involve them in anything but the fuller and more harmonious expression of life. To do otherwise is suicidal. Constantly refine your own life by protecting the life all around you. But, to protect others is not only to protect them from bodily violence, but to protect them from their own ignorance and the ignorance of others. Free yourself and others from the hypnotism of human thought and see yourself and them as free sons of the highest. Only in this way can you enter into life, and to enter into life is to become the master yourself. If someone does you an injury, free him instantly in your own mind and free him from the possibility of criticism or condemnation from others. Always hold him freely in the universal life. 6. Many people never stop to think why artists paint a halo of light around the saints and masters. It is because they are illumined, and illumination is always there when the veil of ignorance, the cloud of hypnotism, is removed. You even see in some degree this same light around children, and it is the emanation of this light that makes you feel peaceful and calm when in the presence of very small children. They are perfectly free vehicles of the universal life. This is the influence one feels and the light one sees around a master. He has become as a little child. He is freed from all world ideas that dim the light. Light is life, and when one is completely in life, he is in light. He is that light. One who is completely in light lifts everyone into that same light to the degree that they are willing to let themselves respond to its influence. It is nothing supernatural that people should see light emanating from a master. It is perfectly natural, for that is life in its natural state. You have all potentialities within yourself, and you are able to recognize life as it is in those about you if you will just let yourself see. The only thing that prevents it is your unwillingness to drop what you have come to believe is your state or condition. Drop the veil and behold, there is a light. 7. To advance, you must come to see yourself as a master. You must conduct yourself as a master. There is no one who can teach you mastery, nor is there anyone who can give you mastership, for they are already yours. Practice is required. You must live as a master lives. Think as a master thinks. Act like a master acts. Before you would know a master if you were to meet one. 8. Just how do you think a master would meet the situations you have to face every day? Try meeting your problems in the same way. How would a master speak to those about him? Try speaking in the same way. What would a master's attitude be toward those about him? Try expressing the same attitude. Could you imagine a master worrying about business? Would a master gossip and hate and become jealous or angry? Would he flinch at some particular task? Well, there is a pattern for you. For your own idea of how a master would face life is exactly the way you should be facing it. If you will so face life, conscious that this is the determination moving in the universe with which you are one, you will find the seeds of your own mastership sprouting and growing into their full stature. 9. Can you not certainly see that what they have always taught is true? That it is not necessary for you to sit long hours in samadhi or go through mystical rites and religious forms to come into illumination? They have prepared the way. They have proved that when you work outside the mind with its thoughts and just enter into life as it is, you are then in the state of mastership, and, by so continuing until it is your own attitude as you face life, that you are then a master. Drop that self which you seem to be and begin to live your life as you inherently feel you should live it, and you will find that to be truly your life. 10. Nor is it at all necessary for you to journey to India to find your master or teacher, as many students believe. Your teacher and your master is your own self. The masters and Jesus do not journey in the world for their knowledge and power. They look within themselves to that self which is the God within, and that is why they are masters. So long as you seek outside of yourself that which is to be found only within yourself, you will not find it. It is in this way that you will always be able to know the teachings of a real master. The unillumined tell you that you must find some teacher outside yourself, but a master tells you that you must find the teacher within. This is the main point which Christ tried to make clear to the world. Lo, here and lo, there is the Antichrist teaching. The Father within is the true Christ teaching. 11. It is now seen what you find moving in yourself, that deepest side of your own nature, you must be doing outwardly. Practice makes perfect, and it is by practicing your own mastership or living life as it should be lived, doing as you instinctively feel a master would be doing, that you will find that all you have been seeking is already here, completely manifest. All that was necessary was that you completely step out of character as you have been living and into the new character, living as life should be lived. 12. When one learns to live from the soul, the self, and not from the mind, everything in life is clear and understandable. You know what you should do, where you should go, and life becomes simple and harmonious. That is life as it is intended, life as it is, life as we must ultimately live it. Children only live in the realm of thought when we have taught them to do so. They live naturally in the beginning, and we should become like them and not make them over like ourselves. That does not mean we shall live unintelligent lives and that we will have no thoughts. It means that we will truly live intelligently and that our thoughts will be the outcome of properly expressing the inner self. 13. It is true. To make this complete change from what we appear to be to what we really are, to enter into life as it is, will require some determination. Whatever the Hindu's belief is, he gives his all for it. He will walk hundreds of miles to fulfill what he believes to be his spiritual duty. When we are equally intent upon being what we instinctively feel we should be, we shall arrive without difficulty. We must quit hoping and wishing and set about doing and being. The correspondent writes note. Because of the interest and helpful suggestions which the following letter from Mrs. Grace G. Hon will hold for the students, we are making it a part of the lesson at this time. Mrs. Hon was a member of the party with Mr. Spalding in India. I will try to recount some of the experiences since writing you last. Mr. M.M. Ghose, a friend of Mr. Spalding's, invited us to be his guests on a riverboat trip to Dhaka, the ashram of Swami Paramananda. It would be very difficult to describe the jungle through which we passed. At places the river was so narrow that it was impossible for two boats to pass. Then again the river was 1/2 mile in width. All was going well as we proceeded on our journey. On the evening of the third day at 8:15, most of us were asleep in our bunks when we felt a terrific impact and heard loud screaming close by. We soon realized we had collided with another steamer. Suffice it to say that confusion and terror reigned for some little time, and we were informed that the barge of the other steamer sank in a few moments. We were damaged but no lives were lost. It was impractical to proceed, so we anchored for the night. The lights were gone and the boats were leaking badly. The small son of our host calmly entered the circle of excitement on deck and said, "God has saved us all. Baba father, now can I go to bed?" There was a hush for a few moments. Then we all realized the lesson which this blessed Hindu boy had given us. We quietly went to our beds with the assurance that all was well. Here was a potential master, quieting a whole boatload of people by his calm assurance and simple childlike faith. The next morning we proceeded slowly to the next town and took the train back to Calcutta. We are meeting some very wonderful Hindu men. A Mr. Sarkar presented his book to Mr. Spalding, and may I quote a single paragraph from the book which appealed to me? Complete truth and life in its finest flowering cannot be enjoyed unless all the forces, natural and spiritual, can be controlled and applied to the unfolding of life in its increasing fineness. We have spent many hours with him and feel greatly enriched thereby. A story told us at the Calcutta University one afternoon is well worth mentioning for the lesson it carries. The incident occurred 600 BC. Even in those days there were disagreements in the teachings, so part of the adherents separated from the main group and tried to persuade the teacher to change his viewpoint. After a period of time, the leader of the withdrawing faction saw that it was useless and decided to take the law into his own hands. He laid an ambush, and when the teacher passed him he drew his sword. As the wounded teacher fell, he called the assailant to him and asked him to sit by his side for a moment, as he wished with his last gasping breath to speak to him. Very kindly and lovingly he told him to go straight ahead, and then no one would know what had happened, and thus many people be saved from avenging his death, because in reality he was going on to a greater realization, but that if he returned the way he came he would cause many others to suffer for his deed. He alone would suffer for the crime which was his. The great master gave this lesson to the man who thought he could harm him. We left Calcutta last Monday and arrived at the ashram of Swami Omkar. Such a wonderful restful place in the country 30 miles from the railroad. After a couple of days of rest, each one of us was called individually to interview the Swami. As I sat listening to him talk in his quiet, calm voice, I saw the light glow all around him and back of him. I was spellbound for a few moments and was afraid it would disappear, but it remained as long as I did. The room was aglow just as Mr. Spalding has told us many times. It was my first actual experience and one that I shall always cherish and remember. Last evening I was again privileged to spend 2 hours with the Swami. He explained in detail the meaning of masters, or mastership. Masters become masters of themselves first. Mastery over anger, jealousy, greed, egotism, possessions, the wife possessing the husband and the husband possessing the wife, selfishness, and 1,000 other things which we have taken upon ourselves. We came thousands of miles to see a master, one who has accomplished that which we could and must do in our own homes and environment. Just like the cow that wants the grass on the other side of the fence even though there is abundance all around. Swami gives one word as the foundation upon which we start upon the path, and that is practice. Practice daily that which you already know. Practice mastery over anger. Practice the mastery of love toward everything in the universe. A very large order I grant you, but by eternal practice hourly and daily we will soon see the results and thus be ready for another lesson in the school of life. These silent men know the value of the law of mastery over the self, and thus they do not mingle with those that have not yet learned to be silent for at least some part of each day. How can we ever hope to contact them in our Western chaotic state of mind? Argument shuts the door. An open mind and intuition alone throw the portals wide open. This much I have so far learned in India. I thought I knew it before, but when you come into the presence of one of these holy men, you very soon realize it was theoretical only. It requires the actual practice and the soul's sincere desire to master the self and really become that which they have become. There is a wonderful Hindu boy here, 12 years of age. He is a little master in the making. He anticipates every want or desire before we are able to express it. The eyes are the windows of the soul. Therefore one must see the radiance of that youngster's smile as he silently stands before you wanting to serve you. He stood at my door last night and seemed reluctant to depart, not yet accustomed to the Hindu custom. I waited for him to make his wants known, and, as he advanced toward me with that wonderful smile, he looked me straight in the eye and said, "I love you so." Then he turned and was gone like a flash. During the meditation class he sits immovable for an hour in the silence. Some of the older ones go to sleep, but not this child. We spent one happy week with the Swami, then wended our way southward to Madras. Mr. Spalding went ahead to Tiruvannamalai and met Paul Brunton, the author of The Secret Search of India. Mr. Spalding wired us to come, and after a night's journey we were met by Mr. Spalding and Mr. Brunton. We were taken to the ashram of one of the greatest living saints in India, Sri Ramana Maharishi. A great many people sit on the floor cross-legged for many hours just to be in the presence of this great man. He is one of the holy men who gives his time to the students. He never speaks unless a question is asked, and before the answer is given he remains silent until the answer comes from within. This contact alone is worth the whole trip. From Tiruvannamalai we went to Pondicherry. A great man lives here but only appears in public 3 times a year. The next time will be on the 24th of February. The ashram is one to be long remembered. Many men students living there, and one is greatly attracted to them. Their faces radiate the life they live, and there is absolutely no doubt about it. From here we learned that a Mela, or pilgrimage, would take place in Allahabad on the 13th of January. We went to Calcutta and then on to Allahabad. Never will I forget the sight which we saw at this Mela. Pilgrims from all over India, coming to bathe in the sacred waters of the Ganges, were there. The confluence of these 2 rivers, Ganges and Jumna, occurs here. The water is icy cold, yet they plunge in. They have come long distances under terrible hardships to join in this religious rite. 1 million people with but one thought, namely to bathe in the Ganges on this particular day. There were so many incongruous get-ups, some naked, others bordering on savagery, some on elephants and camels, others in ox carts, all headed for the Ganges. I was greatly impressed by the religious zeal evidenced beyond question of doubt. What was it that would impel 1 million people to come to the Ganges? It was beyond my comprehension, and the question seemed to revolve in my mind over and over. What am I seeking for in this place? After I returned to the hotel the answer seemed to come, and it was this: you are seeking the primal cause of brotherhood. How can you be one with all mankind if you see only the exterior? If you think they are psychopathic patients, if you say that black is black and white is white, do you not observe the same love throbbing in the heart of the mother as she fondles her babe whose tiny body is filthy, diseased, and crippled, wallowing in the dirt, poverty-stricken, homeless, and actually starving, walking miles under tremendous hardships merely to bathe in the sacred waters of the Ganges? What but the inborn spark of divinity could possibly urge them on to lay it all at the feet of their conception of God? We worship God in luxury. They have nothing. Their feet are weary and footsore. Their energy is their all, yet they give it to come once a year and every 6, 12 and 24 years to meet on common ground and bathe and worship in their way. Just think of it. 1 million people on a small area of ground, peaceable, happy, singing and joyous. No sign of confusion or interference, each one regarding the rights of his brother to worship as he pleases. To me the real brotherhood is expressed here under inconceivable conditions. Thousands of conditions which we never thought could exist, and yet, from the hearts of these pilgrims love is expressed and the eyes reveal an unfathomable depth which we might well envy. All worshipping God, God, God. Many different languages, the rich and the poor, the halt, the lame and the blind. A smile will always bring forth a smile. In fact, they seem surprised that we will deign to smile or greet them in their own fashion. I sincerely wonder if we would smile under the same environment. Could we, or would we, on hands and knees crawl to the Ganges, worshipping God with every breath, scarcely able to keep soul and body together? Could we, I ask you, could we? We saw Sadhus with matted hair, their bodies covered with ashes, naked with the exception of a G-string, and I asked the question, why should anyone treat the body in such a fashion? The answer was that they have relinquished pride and are no longer concerned with the world. That is their conception of it, and, after all is said and done, we all act and think as our conscience dictates, and as our individual evolution has progressed, we take pride in dolling up the body, while they go to the other extreme and spend their entire lives in caves and in the Himalayan mountains in the contemplation of God. They must first realize these attributes in themselves before they can go into the world and teach their inner experiences to others. We have many isms, creeds, and dogmas, very often theoretical and intellectual only. Thousands of these pilgrims coming in from all over India for this great meal are actually living the God life as they understand it. Of course there are many professional beggars, and one soon learns to differentiate. The intuition is the best guide. Beggars are beggars whether they are in India or in America. Here we see them in the raw, and there we often meet them in the best of society. We witnessed a man returning from the Ganges walking with a cane, his servant just behind him carrying his crutches. You may draw your own conclusions. Another great day is just ahead. On Friday the 24th the Mela of the 6th year occurs, so we will remain for that. I will continue this letter after that occasion. Mr. Spalding has taken 2 of our party to the Ganges today. I have remained at home to get this letter off to you. Grace G. Hon for the teacher in presenting this chapter. The letter from Mrs. Hon should be read to the class, as it completely illustrates the lesson. Incident by incident which the tour party experienced is explained in the lesson, and the teacher can readily check from the lesson to the illustrations in the letter. Paragraph 1. The age-old illustration of the child is not that we become feeble-minded or that we lack intelligence. It means that we live life as it moves out from our interior nature. That is why it is difficult for children to understand adults. They have not had their minds filled with thoughts, and they only live what they inwardly feel. When these inner feelings are completely dulled by having our thoughts drilled into them, children become dull and inefficient like the older people. Thought is not the leading factor in successful living, but is the outcome of successful living. Every step in human progress came from someone's inner conviction, and thought was evolved to describe that which has been achieved. Paragraph 2. Man is really not limited at all, for he is a replica of infinity. He only allows himself to be limited by his thought. Live life as it unfolds from within, and you will find life as it is, and the key to your own mastership. Thought, word, and act are the outlets or vehicles through which life is expressed, and not the standard from which it is lived. Paragraphs 3 and 4. The purpose of the universe is to perpetuate and perfect life in all its completeness. It supports in man only that which is in harmony with life. It destroys out of man's nature that which operates against life. It is said that evil bears the seed of its own destruction, and that is true. But the seed of destruction and evil is the inherent good, and when good manifests it destroys evil, leaving nothing but the good, and life is the good that is always present and always moving to fulfill itself. Paragraph 5. It is not an intelligent thing to place blame upon yourself or upon others. The only true intelligent thing to do is to protect yourself and others from anything that is less than the universal divinity. When we become as intent upon preserving the potential nature of ourselves and others as we are intent upon preserving our earthly possessions, the world will be filled with real masters. Paragraph 6. Look at yourself in the mirror. Is there any light in your face when you are sad? When you are radiant with joy? Is there a light there? Imagine the light which would emanate from you if you were living that kind of life which you idealize, and which is your life as you are capable of living it and as you should live it. Paragraphs 7, 8 and 9. If you want to know God, act as though God were. If you want to know what the life of a master is like, live that life yourself. Only in this way can we really know. No man knows the things of God except the Spirit of God which is in him shall reveal them. Paragraphs 10 and 11. The distinct difference between the teachings of the illumined and the unillumined is that the illumined teach you to go within yourself for knowledge. All the rest go and teach others to seek outside themselves. You are not likely to find outside of yourself what you have failed to find within yourself. The world gives back to you what you give into the world. Paragraph 12. One should study the difference between the state of his mind and the state of his soul. The mind says thus and so, and that only this and that are possible. The soul knows itself to be immortal, to be the master, and it never changes in its activity. Your deepest desire is identical with the manner in which any master would act. Paragraph 13. Complete devotion to an ideal is the secret of its attainment. It is not wishing and hoping for things to break right, but persistently working toward the goal of perfection. Chapter Zi Prana 1. It is a well-known fact today that the cosmic life force surrounds and interpenetrates every condition and every atom, and that the life force can be drawn within our bodies with the breath we breathe. Every act can be according to that life force. Every thought we think can be in harmony with it too. Note that it is said that this life force may be drawn in with the breath we breathe. It is not the mere act of breathing that draws into the body of man this cosmic life force. Unless definite attention to it accompanies our physical breathing, it is not definitely appropriated. It is a life force which is so much finer than our physical air that it is not affected by mere physical processes any more than one might draw electricity into his being by the mere act of physical breathing. Of course, there is a certain amount of electricity, or what we call electricity, that is taken into the system by every act, and, likewise, with the cosmic life force which is sometimes called prana. If you will notice, everything toward which your attention is directed registers an impression on the mind. In turn, this impression is developed into an idea, and the idea expressed in words. This is a sort of mental breathing, is it not? Well, there is an inner attention, a deep longing you call it, to be perfect in every department of your being. When the outer attention is linked with this inner attention, or when it looks always toward the perfection of the universe, as does what Seneca called the eye of the soul, then there is drawn into man's being the elements of the cosmic forces around and about us. The mystics have always taught that attention is the secret of success in dealing with the cosmic forces. Deep, sincere, abiding attention to the surrounding spiritual ethers, a completely relaxed body, and an all-absorbing interest and complete openness of mind are the necessary attitudes in order that one may realize this inner breath, as it is called. This is soul breathing, or letting the self expand into its native ethers, the interpenetrating life force or spiritual ethers, as Steinmetz called it, until through the act of attention it is drawn within the whole being of man. 3. This life force, being cosmic, must interpenetrate all elements. This is, in reality, the force that stimulates all cellular growth, allows it to expand and become the growth of the body as well as the growth of plants. In fact, it is incorporated with all growth of every description and is the sustaining element of life. It becomes that which imbibes life as well, for, like every other force, it is both positive and negative, and acts and reacts within itself, just as whirling currents of air act and react within themselves. One might say that the air breathes, or moves, and, at the same time, is acting within itself and upon itself, for the method of consciously appropriating the universal cosmic life force, or prana, is commonly called pranayama. One might call it prana breathing, or the practice of consciously breathing the cosmic life force. The exact procedure is difficult to define, and it would take too much time and space to give the entire technique of the pranic breath. The technique for starting the operation is proper breathing. Then one may with care and sincerity find his own method for the balance of the process. As we have said above, attention is the one fundamentally important practice in the process. Attention to the highest source of energy existing, that all surrounding presence that you call God. The mind must be without strain, and whatever method best relieves the mind of strain would be the next step in right procedure. In fact, the prana or spiritual substance is so fine and sensitive that it is deflected by the least force. Did you ever try to catch a piece of lint or down floating in the air? Every tense or quick movement to grasp it only drove it away, but a quietness that was like letting it come between your fingers of its own volition was the proper technique for grasping it. That is as nearly an illustration as one could give. It is also like trying to remember something you have forgotten. If you make strong mental effort, you do not remember, but if you let the mind rest, become quietly reflective, then the idea comes quickly within the mind. So with the prana, it is breathed into the nature through quietness and confidence. Every phase of the mind must be free and the body completely relaxed. One must have a sense of complete freedom and complete expansion, as if the cells of the body were actually moving out from each other until they almost stood apart. This practice may be continued until one forgets the sense of physical limitation altogether. Then one is in the most perfect state mentally and physically to receive this universal substance into his whole being. It then has access to every cell of his being. It becomes the sustaining and invigorating element of life, and especially of the human body. This method of control causes the body to keep young and vibrant. 5. It is a sustaining and invigorating practice that allows the cells and tissues of the body to expand. thereby giving greater oxidation to the body. It is a complete spiritual airing of every cell of the body to the original others from which it came. Just as in a ray of light you find the various colors, so in prana do you find all the elements of life. That is the real essence of all the lesser forces. Prana is not oxygen but is that which gives life to the oxygen, the actual life within the oxygen. It is that which gives force to electricity, consciousness to mind. In other words, it is the reality existing within and standing back of the sustaining all lesser forces. It is called the Spirit of God in the scriptures. Pranayama, spiritual breathing, allows the proper expansion of all the elements taken into the body for the body's growth, and because of this expansion, all the elements are oxidized or aired, as we say when we expose things to the air or sun to become freshened. Just so when the body is relaxed, when the mind and spirit are freed, when the whole nature expands to consciously allow the prana to interpenetrate throughout the entire being, the whole nature is freshened, revived, refreshed, fed. This is pranayama, or the art of spiritual breathing. But, attention is the fundamental secret of the practice. You even have to give attention to the sun in order to gain the greatest benefit from a sun bath. 6. It is through this practice that certain yogi are able to suspend animation for certain periods of time. This rests the whole system and renews it for the contact with its origin or source. It is restored and the original life elements are again contacted by the flesh itself. In the same way and with the same results, they suspend respiration. It is like coming up out of the water into fresh air after one has been submerged for a period. To try to suspend animation and respiration would only be to drown yourself literally, but to expand yourself and so relax yourself that you begin to consciously sense the life-giving ethers, makes one so much alive, so vitally filled with life, so refreshed and fed that one has no need of the outer breath or the outer activities of the body. He becomes alive from within. 7. Just as this practice vitalizes the body, so it enlivens the mind. The reason men do not think well is because the mind is too tense, too compressed, so to speak, so that it does not function freely. Under the practice of pranayama the whole nature is expanded and functions more freely and completely. It is like loosening bearings that are too tight on a machine and letting the oil penetrate through it. It then moves more freely. Memory, in this case, comes in from 1,000 different sources and one remembers what he was in the beginning. It comes without any effort at all and anything he wants to know comes instantly and easily into his mind. Inasmuch as prana interpenetrates all, there must be a close relationship between prana and that function of the mind. Prana allows no division in function, for it unites all the functions of the individual with the universal. It is, of course, universal and opens the way for all activities. Thousands and thousands of activities at the time. Prana is an emanating energy underlying all substance. Of course, substance in its original state is energy and energy is substance. What we know as energy and substance are but two aspects of a single primal energy, and this primal energy is prana, or spirit. 8. We may more truly say that prana is one of the elements of spirit, for spirit is not only energy but intelligence and substance. It is more subtle than ether. The Western world is defining ether as prana, though there is a difference in the subtlety and the activity of prana and ether. The latter is nascent while prana is always active. Ether is prana becoming or coming out toward manifestation. All of the finer forces of nature such as electricity and the other moving elements of creation are divisions and mediums in which and through which prana works. 9. When the human body or any material form disintegrates, it goes back into prana, first into the various forms of energy and thence back into universal and primal force. If prana were constantly received into the whole being of man, the flesh would be eternally quickened, or it would become more and more animated, more and more alive, and the last enemy would be overcome. There are those who overcome old age and death with or through an understanding of prana right along. They rebuild the body with the pranic influence. This happens in a slight degree every time one goes to sleep or rests, but when one adds conscious attention to the pranic presence, completely relaxes in mind and body, the attention breathes the ever-present prana into and through his whole being. Therefore, the greatest degree of renewal of mind and body is attained. 10. You see, intelligence is the primal attribute of being and the activity of consciousness is prana, or vital force of creation, and substance is the form through which both act. Intelligence, life, and substance are the trinity of elements in the first cause as defined by the Western world. Intelligence is its knowing aspect, life is its quickening or vital aspect, Substance is the aspect which has the capacity of form. Prana is usually used as embracing both the substance and life elements, and they are the vehicles or mediums through which intelligence moves to direct and determine the created forms. 11. This primal intelligence, life, and substance are just God Almighty in action, but it must become a conscious fact in every individual. It becomes selective to the individual and is of conscious use to the individual as the individual selects it. 12. The cosmic ray of which Millikan speaks is a pranic wave. They will find 9 divisions of the cosmic ray which are all definitely pranic in origin. They can be of great benefit if properly used. These 9 rays are the emanations of pranic energy, just as the 7 colors are emanations of a ray of pure white light. Creation is only the splitting up and recombining of influences or energies, as we call them, emanating from the pranic ethers. 13. When we go back to the center of anything, it is pure light, and this is the inner light of which Jesus spoke. It is the light of illumination. The greater man's spiritual awakening, the greater the light. Have you not noticed that one awakened in joy has a radiance about his countenance? When one is spiritually awake, the light is correspondingly bright. That is why artists paint Jesus with a halo of light about him. Light is life. This is the light that lighteth every man that cometh into the world, and it is the fire through which the initiates of the occult schools had to walk in order to be eligible to illumination. This light is all about us and is an emanation of the pranic ethers. It is the light which is the beginning and the end of creation. When you can live in the light, as you now live in your sense of body, you will be immortal, for the light never dies. I was noticing a report of some kind of light shining in Transjordan, although archaeologists were perfectly sure that there was nothing there of an old civilization. Those following the light found and broke into archaeological remains very quickly. That has happened in Persia as well. We have not yet seen it in the Gobi. There is a history, however, that the light always showed in that country. We have a complete history, in fact, that light showed over the first Tower of Babel, a tower that was built of actual stone in the form of a step pyramid. However, this light is seen only through the single eye. Such devoted attention that all the senses and faculties of man are pointed in one direction, and that direction must be toward what the scriptures call the light of his countenance. 14. This is the light of the New Jerusalem spoken of by John in Revelations. John knew well how to use the pranic light. He extended his vision to take in all of it. It is, of course, much beyond what we know as clairvoyance, though clairvoyance is a phase of it and is really a step backward in evolution. It is like living in the borrowed light from another, when the true light, the light that lighteth every man, is within him. 15. We must go forward to that light, and the lower senses which hold us back or away from our birthright will let go. The limited activities direct us away from the unfoldment and use of the pranic light by the higher sense. The psychic faculties will fall into line and become valuable instruments when the pranic light is unfolded. The pranic light vibrates way beyond the psychic forces. Furthermore, mediumship and so-called psychic development are not steps toward the unfoldment of the direct pranic light. 16. Pranic light can always be called upon to overcome any degrading forces that oppose it. Just as light can be brought into play to dispel darkness, it can be the I am center. The statement, I am the force of that pranic light and I project it and put it forth as all-powerful, will break that condition of the conflicting forces or voices every time. But it must be the voice of the Christ self, which is the real I am within each individual. This I am is not above you or outside of you, but at the very center of your being. That was Jesus' thought when he said, I have nothing except that which comes in the name and through the power of the Christ. It involves the highest embodiment of prana. 17. The transfiguration of Christ was when the consciousness of Jesus was merged into the realization that intelligence, life, and substance were in the last analysis one, and that one was what he called the Father, or primal cause, like all the various colors of the spectrum returning to a pure ray of white light. 18. There is but one consciousness, one principle, one sense. It is only complicated when we deal too much with differentiations or apparently differing functions and attributes. To deal with the mind as functioning in many faculties is only to further dissipate yourself and draw you further and further away from your source. Behold, our God is one, with that one thought, or attitude, of pranic forces always being in operation within as well as about us. We become unified, or one with the whole. John said that that which is without is really within. He carried it right to that great pranic force which always exists and is always active, and this action is the one action throughout all creation and all space. For the teacher, the foregoing lesson received from Mr. Spalding by the India tour party deals with a subject most vital to every student. It reveals the close relationship which exists in the minds of the Hindu scientists of Calcutta University and other Eastern scientists and the religion of the Orient. We are fast approaching the time when walls of difference are to be entirely dissolved and the ultimate union of religion and science will be generally recognized as one and the same thing, though they may often approach a single fact from opposite directions. Paragraph 1. In the matter of successful living, it should be clearly understood that man is not sustained by what he has commonly considered essential. His real supply must necessarily be contained within the movement of forces which operated to create him in the beginning. Within these forces are all the elements out of which the visible creation is formed, and it is only through a conscious contact with these original forces that man may hope to successfully live life to its fullest possibilities. Paragraph 2. The cosmic breath is not a matter of physical breathing, but it is a matter of conscious contact with the life forces that move in the spiritual ethers about us. Breathing is receiving into your nature the elements within the air, and then exhaling what the body does not assimilate. Spiritual breathing is receiving into the consciousness of man that which is within the spiritual ethers, and that is brought about through the quiet and deep attention of the mind. People often relate it to physical breathing, but it should not be confused with this process. Whatever you look upon, you receive impressions concerning it into the consciousness, and everything you do is an expression of what thus impresses you. By attention to the spiritual ethers, you draw their elements into your being, and your whole life's expression is quickened and increased because of the very nature of that which occupies your attention. Paragraph 3. One should contemplate the permeating presence of all the forces of being until he becomes as conscious of these forces as he is now conscious of form. This is the secret of developing unlimited power or mastery. Paragraph 4. Pranic breath is not something mystical or difficult and does not require a lot of instruction. One easily and readily absorbs the sunshine, for it is the nature of sunlight to penetrate all objects upon which it shines. More penetrating is the vital energies of the spiritual ethers. Relaxed, quiet attention is the secret. Paragraph 5. Physical tension is a contraction of the flesh caused by mental contractions. Mental contractions are caused by studying the apparent limitations of form and environment. A wider view of life frees the mind, which in turn frees the body. Give your whole being a good pranic airing every day and watch the increase in every capacity of your being. Paragraph 6. Suspended animation is not a matter of merely stopping the processes of bodily functions. It is identifying oneself with a superior action that meets all the requirements of the physical being. Then the so-called normal functions are not necessary. The greater always supersedes the lesser and fulfills the needs of the lesser. Do not try to stop eating or breathing or cause the heart to stop. Apply yourself to the divine presence until you find it quickening your entire being. Paragraph 7. Vitality or living energy is not the result of food or breath. It is the activity of the life force of the universe reanimating the being of man. Paragraph 8. Spirit is the activity of the entire creative machinery of the universe. It is God in action. This action involves all the elements within the nature of God and, therefore, contains all the elements involved in creation. Paragraph 9. Death and decay is only a lack of animation from the source of one's being, as is failure and poverty. Paragraphs 10 and 11. The universal cause knows what it is doing, and it knows what you should be doing to fulfill its purposes. Constant attentiveness to all the activities of the spirit is to know and to have the power to do. Paragraphs 12 and 13. Light is life, but there are higher forms of light just as there are higher forms of ether and energy. Only the individual who practices the presence of God can know exactly what that light is like, but one who is given to deep meditation often catches a glimpse of it. Paragraph 14. True clairvoyance, clear vision, is not seeing shapes and forms, but is that awareness of mind that sees and knows the pure action of spirit. Paragraph 15. Do not wait to do what you call overcoming before you feel worthy to enter the path that leads to illumination. Go into the light and let it burn away that which is false. Drop your faults, diseases, undesirable conditions. Face the light, and these conditions are not. Paragraph 16 and 17. Pranic light, or spiritual light, is not something difficult to obtain any more than is physical light. It is always moving toward you and works as quickly through your highest ideals or least needs with infinite swiftness, just as physical light flashes instantly through any opening, large or small. Paragraph 18. Reducing everything to oneness simplifies the entire matter of living and spiritual progress. Chapters i.e. The Quantum Theory 1. Principles of physics are involved in a study of the quantum theory. It is the theory of distribution of energy throughout nature. It was developed in the Berlin University as an outcome of investigation into radiation from black objects. This research resulted in the conclusion that all forms radiate a definite energy and that there is nothing in the world of form that is an inert mass. Every form has within itself some degree of energy, and this energy is a distinct emanation of the energy that fills infinite space. The amount of energy that each particular form radiates is in direct proportion to the relationship which it has with the universal energy too. Just as a pendulum swings in a long or short arc according to the amount of force exerted to start it swinging, just so all forms retain the amount of active energy required in sending it forth. This energy is retained by the form just to the degree that it retains its relation to the energy which sent it forth. If the pendulum stops, it is because the impelling force has ceased to exert influence upon it. Matter becomes less and less active as it loses some of its contact with the original impelling force which started it into motion. When this energy ceases to act within the form disintegrates. 3. Metaphysically, this has much of vital importance to those of the Western world. The movement in the United States came under the Depression, and all that means is that there was no foundation in fact. That is, it was founded on only a half-truth. There is fact as a basis for our metaphysics, but that fact was overlooked and misunderstood by most of its exponents in the United States. This will all be discussed in our consideration of the quantum theory. 4. The Eastern world, those of higher thought, have known the facts propounded in the quantum theory. They deal, in brief, with but one fact, that of the universality of all things, and, consequently, in dealing with that one fact they have a definite basis for both science and metaphysics. The psychology of the Western world is mere child's play. It is based to a great extent upon theory. Whenever you deal with divisions of mental, material, and physical, you are bound to base at least 75% of your calculations on theory. Division is not unity, and unity is not division, and the basis of all creations is that it is a unit. I am that I am, and beside me there is no other, is the eternal declaration of fact, which is the unity of all things. The direct violation of this fundamental unity is in considering the mind as having phases or faculties, when, in reality, mind is a single unit, not only as within the individual but as existing in and of the universe. Material form is not something isolated from and independent of the universe, but is one in and with the universal substance. The physical body is not an isolated phase of the creative scheme, but is in and one with the universal energy. To violate this fundamental unity is to isolate yourself in a hypnotic state where you seem to be a separate being, and, therefore, you cut yourself off, devitalize yourself, and ultimately destroy your ability to further manifest in this plane. To deny the relationship of the visible with the invisible is to push yourself right out of your body and into the invisible. 5. The Eastern philosophy is not based upon theory at all. It is based upon a definite scientific fact or principle. That is the same idea that Einstein is bringing out in the quantum theory. He has brought it out in greater evidence than has any other scientist in the Western world. Many are saying that it is the gap between science or physics and true religious thought. 6. The Easterner does not approach the matter of religious thought as theory at all. In fact, he proves that it is not theory. Thereby, he accomplishes that very fact and the possibilities involved in that fact. You do not see the Eastern philosophers pass out a theory of anything. Their basis is always in fact. It, of course, is not fact simply because they pronounce it so, but because it has a scientific basis in fact. That fact was clearly revealed by Christ when he said, "I and my Father are one," preserving the unity of himself with the whole. That is the basis from which all successful living must evolve, and it is only to the degree that this oneness is maintained by the individual that he begins to radiate the energy that sent him into being. This is the basis of the quantum theory as applied from the viewpoint of pure religion or pure metaphysics, and that is why the Eastern philosophers gave so much attention to the quantum theory. They see the scientists of the world returning to the basis of their own religious thought held for thousands of years. 7. Einstein did not come right out and say that it is all spirit. Consequently, it was urged that the physical or material was not a fact, but he showed that it is based upon one joint determination. He put it as one general principle, correlating all physics, as he said, under one head. That is exactly what those of higher Eastern thought had determined long ago. that there is but one principle, one scientific basis, and that basis one of being innate. Now the Western world does not go back and reason from that principle, they work through to that principle from the external. Consequently it is not necessarily a true form of reasoning, that is, their form of reason is not truly scientific reason. All true reason works out from principle to its manifestation and not from the manifestation back to principle. Imagine trying to work a problem by reasoning back or attempting to reason back to principle by studying the size, shape, form and general construction of an accumulation of figures. The people of the Western world, in their attempt to solve the riddle of life, are doing that very thing. By this process they become highly mental or, as we put it, intellectual, and as we already know, their intellectual knowledge is always subject to revision, for it does not prove itself. That is why one of our modern scientists has said that all written works on science prior to the last 10 years should be burned. The Eastern world is carried beyond the intellectual or the ordinary intellectual. Of course, true principle and reason from the basis of the one fact is the highest form of intellect, but the hypothesis that the Eastern world takes puts it wholly on a true intellectual basis in carrying it to a clear conception. 9. The intellect of the Western world covers a wide range but comes to no absolute conclusion in its hypotheses or theories. All of the science of the Western world has been based upon that hypothesis or theory. The people of the Western world have progressed to the point where they know the existence of certain determining factors, but they never go directly to the simple denominator of one principle when handling fact. The Eastern philosophers have always based their premises upon one natural fact. And there you have the basis of the quantum theory, one universal fact from which all form emanates and operates as the animating force of the created form, the universal distribution of energy. 10. The difference between the Hindu conception and the theory of monism is that the latter eliminated all but the blind force of nature or creation. The Hindu always considered it an active, intelligent force that knew what it was doing, an energetic force, and a force that did accomplish an intelligent creation that moved toward an intelligent purpose, and that anyone who would work with the intelligence of that force could accomplish all things through it. 11. The crux of the whole matter is therefore right knowledge. What we have called knowledge is past. The true knowledge is outside of the senses. The true basis of knowledge is to know the motivating force and the ends toward which it moves, as it is this motivating sense or the inward sense of the trend of the motivating force of the universe that brought all things into existence in the beginning and will bring all things into being through that individual who senses and works in harmony with its purpose. 12. The true knowledge comes through samadhi or silence. It comes through an inner feeling or an intuitive knowing. This is rightly what we call understanding. With all your getting, get understanding. When we obey what we inwardly feel, the accomplishment is achieved, and then we have correct knowledge, for it is based on the outworking of principle. This is the manner in which all true knowledge comes, not only in things spiritual, but in relation to the principles which we use every day. We discover certain principles, apply those principles, results are forthcoming, and from these results we formulate our knowledge. 13. When you take that knowledge completely out of the realm of hypnosis, you get down to the fundamental fact or truth. Knowledge does not necessarily exist in the fundamental fact. That fact exists prior to and is greater than knowledge. Knowledge, as the Hindu puts it, comes directly from the expression of the fundamental fact. 14. When the Bible says that the flesh profiteth nothing, it does not say that the flesh is nothing. It has no reality except that which is of the spirit which produced it. The flesh is not a producer. It does not produce anything, for it is the thing produced. It is the spirit which produces. Flesh is spirit in form, as they put it. They do not make any distinction between flesh and spirit or material and spiritual. Consequently, it is all one and the same to them, and that is where they accomplish. The word made flesh is the true spiritual form. 15. When the spirit works in manifest form, it obeys a manifestation of law. If you can know that law, you can know spirit definitely. As Paul says, faith is spirit substance. It means that faith, made knowing, is all substance. You know instead of having faith. There is where the Sanskrit never deviates. That evidence of spirit, which is first faith and then knowing, creates. Through that evidence men create always, not through the senses or the sense of the material or physical, but through all substance or spirit. 16. Faith is the active principle of the mind. The mind acting upon inner knowing or understanding ripens into knowledge or becomes absolute knowledge. Spiritual intuition is direct knowing. It is tapping the infinite consciousness directly at its source. This power of direct knowing is born in every individual. Some manifest it earlier in life, chiefly because they are less hypnotized. That is, the less one is subjected to the supposed knowledge of the race, which is really ignorance, the more readily does that one follow what he instinctively knows and feels to be true. It is within the individual always and must be brought out. 17 Jesus said, "I have nothing save that which comes in the name and through the power of Christ," putting himself in direct receptivity to spiritual intuition at all times. What Jesus did was really a lesson in how each man should proceed in every phase of life, that you might be one with the Father even as he was one with the Father, and his contact was always through the Christ, the Word of God. That is the inner fact of all men. Christ is all and in all, and Christ is the inner reality of each individual. 18. There is only one kind of intuition, just as there is only one kind of physical sight. You can, through your eyes, look toward and discover anything you wish. You may look for beauty and ugliness and you use the same sight. One is desirable and the other is undesirable. You may train your intuition to search out the determining principle and its operations. You can train it into psychic planes and find out what is going on there, or you can train it on your neighbor and discover his secret thought and motives. But, intuition turned in any other direction than to discover the operations of the principle itself is perversion of this sense back of all senses, and hypnosis is the result, for it clouds the clear perception of the individual. The only way to escape any degree of hypnosis is to train the intuition into the channels of direct knowing. This is the path of light, and any perversion of the intuitive sense is the path of darkness. 19. The old theory of occultism that the senses must be destroyed or killed or reversed is not in accordance with the teachings of the pure Hindu philosophy. They say that all is spirit, that the senses are spirit but must be so used and their true spiritual significance preserved. They become avenues of expression of that which the intuition learns as coming from the spirit. This direct knowing is also direct manifestation. If we would accept the fact which is revealed in principle, that fact would become immediately manifest to us. It is just that easy. The Westerner has simply submerged it in complexities. 20. When you rightly understand the nature of what you call matter as pure spirit substance, then you can see just why this is true. The Hindu says, compress the cube and you have a different substance. Expand it and you have a different substance. You do not define this as material or physical substance. As in the compression or expansion you do not change its nature, but only the relative position of the atoms. Water or ice is just as much H2O, regardless of its form, and this power of expansion and contraction is the fourth dimension of it. Likewise, the power of extending anything from one magnitude to another by the simple rearrangement of the atoms is its fourth dimension and does not change its inherent character. If all things are made of spiritual substance, there is no dividing line between what we have called spirit and its manifestation. Only when man is under a state of hypnosis does he imagine that there is something besides the unity of all things and the oneness of all things. Through his state of hypnosis he imposes false influences into form, and these distortions are the fabrications of his own ignorance. For the teacher, paragraphs 1 and 2. The lesson to be found in this explanation of the quantum theory offers unusual opportunity to impress upon the mind of the individual the fact that all of his lack is due to separating himself from the original first cause. Just as a motor stops when it is disconnected from an electrical current or a light goes out when the switch is turned off, so does man cease to function in just that degree that he separates himself from the Spirit of God. Paragraph 3. When it comes to a matter of merely manipulating the world with thought, trying to demonstrate by the use of affirmation, man sooner or later exhausts the ability to achieve, only through deep meditation upon the oneness of all things, man's unity with God, is his power revived so that he again returns to the position of power that is rightfully his. Man of himself can do nothing. It is the spirit that quickens, and, when his mind and nature are reanimated with the spirit, his words and acts become alive, and then only does he move with power. Paragraphs 4, 5, 6 and 7. It makes a vast difference to man whether he proceeds from a true or from an assumed or false hypothesis. The conclusions at which he arrives in his calculations depend upon the foundational principle from which he moves. If that foundation is false, the conclusion must be false. As creation began in the great universal whole, man can find no substantial starting point for his own activities except from that same basis. One cannot adapt a principle to his own thought, but he must adapt himself to the movement of principle, and his thoughts must be evolved from that principle. In turn, his action must conform to that same principle, and then, only, can he hope to have results forthcoming that are consistent with his fundamental nature. Paragraphs 8 and 9. These paragraphs involve the difference between true and false reason, between intelligent logic and false logic. We get our minds completely reversed when we work from the external, or when we work merely for external results that we imagine will suit our own idea of things. There is an established order in the universe, and only through aligning ourselves with that natural order of things can we hope for satisfactory results. Paragraph 10. The force which designed and created the universe could not be considered an unintelligent force or blind force moving without conscious direction. Electricity must be governed by intelligence in our everyday affairs, else we could not have light, heat, and power resulting from it. Electricity by itself is a blind force, but, subjected to the control of intelligence, it produces constructive results. So all creative force of the universe must be subjected to the direction of intelligence, else there never could have been an orderly creation. Paragraphs 11, 12 and 13. Right knowledge comes through becoming so still that one feels within himself the movement of universal forces, the Spirit of God. Its activity not only becomes a vitalizing influence, but it awakens an understanding in the mind of man. The inspiration of the Almighty giveth understanding, just as you must first understand the operation of the principle of mathematics through quiet submission to the rule, so must you contemplate the action of divine principle until you understand its operations. Knowledge is the accumulation of ideas, and true knowledge would be the result of seeing the Spirit of God made manifest. Knowledge comes in the completion of a process. Understanding discerns the way toward results. Paragraph 14. Neither mind nor matter have any power to create or to produce. The power to produce is in mind or spirit. It is the spirit that quickens. Holding thoughts and driving the body only deplete the man. Life is renewed. Power awakened through communion with spirit. Paragraphs 15 and 16. Faith is the means through which principle is discerned and applied. First, faith is resting the mind of its own activities to gain new impetus. Secondly, it is relying upon that impetus until it produces results. Faith is a sort of mental transformer whereby unaccomplished things or unmanifest powers are brought to manifestation. Paragraph 17. The secret of Jesus' power was in his complete reliance upon what he felt moving in his deepest nature, and which he called the Father within. The law of God is written in your inward parts, and to outwardly obey what is moving within is to bring the inner capacity into outer manifestation. That which moves in the deepest side of man's nature is the inward action of the universal principle. Paragraph 18. Intuition is only another avenue through which consciousness may be increased. Through intuition one gains the inner facts of life. Trained to the omniscience of God or the all-enfolding intelligence, man can understand anything or any situation from the viewpoint of absolute knowing. Paragraph 19. The outer senses are outlets or avenues through which we express inward knowledge to the outward world. The outer senses should not be condemned or destroyed. In so doing you would destroy your outlets into the world. See to it that the function of your whole being lines up with the innermost tendencies of your nature until you express what you are in the sight of God. Paragraph 20. To know the true nature of all things, not as separated or isolated divisions, but as one and the same thing in different stages of progression, is to be possessed of the power and dominion that belongs to you as a product of one first cause. Chapters of resume. On our present tour, we have endeavored to give the student more of the actual teachings and practices of the masters, rather than to recite the phenomena performed by them. We have not laid much stress upon our actual contacts in India, but enough has been given of our travels and contacts to satisfy the minds of those persons who have wished to know something of the trip itself. Should we relate all the incidents and experiences thus far encountered, there would be no time nor space left in which to give that vital instruction that would help the student to live in his own experiences that which the masters live and prove. The average student is more interested in the philosophy and science which the masters employ. It is only through such knowledge that the individual may know how to proceed in attaining his own mastership. Furthermore, the miraculous feats and the manner in which the master's life has doubtless been sufficiently covered in the 3 volumes of Life and Teaching of the Masters of the Far East. This trip has yielded us much of practical knowledge, and it is our purpose at this time to review the main points in order that they may stand out in the mind of the student. Thus he may have a clearly defined working basis from which to proceed in recasting his life in accordance with those motives through which the illumined have attained to mastership. Mastership is everyone's possibility, but this state is not achieved through reading, study, or theorizing, but by actually living the life which the masters live. It has been clearly stated that life lived by the average individual is hypnotic. That is, the majority of men and women are not living life as it was intended at all. Not one in a million feels the freedom to live what he inwardly feels he would love. He has come under the world opinion of himself, and this opinion is what he obeys, rather than the law of his own being. In this respect and to this degree he is living under an hypnotic spell. He lives under the delusion that he is a mere human being, living in a merely material world, and only hopes to escape it when he dies and goes to what he calls heaven. This is not the determination intended in the plan and purpose of life. Obedience to one's inner nature, the expression of life as he instinctively feels it ought to be expressed, is the very foundation of the life which the masters reveal as the only true mode of living. Now, the difference between the teachings and practices of the masters and those of fakirs is that the fakir only intensifies the hypnotic condition of the mind. Further, false and material pictures are so impressed upon the sensitive minds of people that they are thrown into further states of hypnosis. The masters say, that which seems external exists not at all, by which they mean that it is not what appears that is the reality of life. The reality of life is that which moves out from the very center of one's being. They seek in every way to clarify their minds of world impressions and sit in long periods of samadhi, silence, in order that they may see clearly that innermost trend of their nature. Then their next attempt is to live in thought, word, and act that movement which they have discerned within themselves. True mastery is living the instruction of the inner teacher, the inner self, and not seeking the opinions of the world. Nor does the method of the fakirs differ in any large measure from much of the teaching and practice of the metaphysical world of the West. The gathering of thoughts from teachers and books, building them into the conscious nature of one's being, is to establish a false determination which is largely hypnotic. The mere making of one's consciousness over according to thoughts evolved by others' minds is to impose a false condition upon that individual, to manipulate the body, the affairs, or to concentrate within the body to awaken its centers or functions is only to throw the individual further out of the true determination of life, and the last state of that man is worse than the first. Instruction received from the without must be taken into the mentality and assimilated, analyzed, checked with the deepest facts of one's own inner nature in order to determine if it be true to the self. One best consult the self first and gain his outer knowledge thus at first hand. The first method is slow and retarding to one's progress, while the latter is swift and freeing. Notice the difference when you act according to someone's instruction and when you obey what you instinctively feel to be the right thing to do. This of itself should teach us that the way of life is from within out. The forces of life are silent, and that is the main reason for the silent nature of the masters. That is the way they keep in harmony with life itself. Even our scriptures teach in substance that a multitude of words is not without sin. Only when we speak in harmony with what we inwardly feel do we let ourselves out into complete harmony with the true determination of life. Have you not noticed that when you speak what you feel, just as when you do what you feel is right, that you are free? Also when you speak that which does not meet with the sanction of your innermost feelings, you feel you have limited or bound yourself. This is the philosophy of non-resistance propounded by Gandhi and which is prevalent in Hindu teachings. Christ emphasized this teaching. When you speak or act in a manner that is out of harmony with yourself, you create resistance, and that resistance is the influence of hypnotic practices. It contracts the nature of man and keeps him from expressing what he truly is. Not only does this resistance occur in his own nature, but, when brought to the notice of others, they further add to this resistance, and by this practice the whole world is kept in darkness. The Father who sees in secret rewards thee openly. No one resents the radiations of pure joy, even though they may be exceedingly sad, but try to talk them into joy and they resent it. Tell a poor man that he does not need to be poor and he is likely to resent it and will offer all sorts of excuses in defense of his poverty, but bring him under the silent influence of abundance and his very soul expands. Try to separate two men who are fighting and they are likely to attack you, but radiate a sense of peace from your own inner nature and they are more than likely to catch your sense of peace and cease fighting. The doctrine of non-resistance is not passive but is a dynamic radiation of the inner self. Social reorganization and economic reform must emanate from the awakening consciousness of man. One cannot legislate or lay down rules that will govern man when under a spell of hypnosis. You cannot organize men's thoughts and motives until they conform to each other. It is in this realm that all differences arise. One man is selfish, another is unselfish. One is successful and another is a failure. One has unusual strength and ability, while another is weak and incapable. One thinks only of his material welfare and another thinks only of his spiritual welfare as entirely divorced from his outer nature. How can such diverging thoughts and feelings be organized into an harmonious mass? Only in man's innermost nature is he identical with his neighbor in thought and motive, and only through bringing out what is within can there be peace and harmony in the earth. It is that which moves in man's innermost nature that is identical with the great universal mind or God. The law of God is written in your inward parts. Mastership is bringing to the surface what is buried within. This is brought about only through deep meditation and consulting with the self, which is the only master one can ever find that will lead him to the goal of life. Overcoming is all a matter of learning to drop all seeming conditions of mind, body, and affairs and to begin life over again at its beginning. Start with the idea that you are that self which you inwardly long to be, and so devote yourself to being that self that everything else is forgotten. Once you have found yourself and have become that self, you are a master and a world helper. Many such working together in silence will spread an influence over the world more powerful than any movements that originate in the machinery of organized industry, war, or social reform. The effectiveness of one's life is not so much in what he does but in how he does it, and how he does it is determined by the degree of himself he has discovered. Merely speaking words and relying upon the power within them or the vibratory effect of the word never helps man to become a master. Words contain only that degree of power that is limited into them through the consciousness of the individual using them. The power is the depth of realization or the degree of consciousness back of them. It is not words that produce consciousness, nor is it words that heal the body or change the affairs. It is a matter of awakened realization that produces words and impels outer action, and the word or act is powerful only to the extent of this inner awakening. The result of speaking or acting from outer motives not only produces an hypnotic condition of mind but gives rise to the notion that there are two opposing minds and, carried on, seems to divide the mind into many separate actions. Mind is a unit and moves as a unit, and what seems to be dual-mindedness is only a dual set of ideas. One set evolved from outer impressions and one set originating in the natural state of mind as it originally moves. The mind is completely unified and harmonized by denial or rejection of every thought and impulse that does not spring from one's innermost nature. This clears up the entire stream of consciousness and leaves the individual free to think and act as he should in perfect harmony with the universal mind. This is the very essence of mastery. Speaking and living in this oneness without sense of division is the greatest gift of man, for he was given a sound mind, according to the scriptures. In other words, he was started out into being in perfect oneness with his source. He was sound, whole, and Jesus said he must return to this state of sound-mindedness. Tarry at Jerusalem until the Holy, whole, Spirit comes upon you, or until you return to that sense of oneness with the universal mind. Spirit is cause, and when man returns to cause, his source, he becomes whole and sound. He is not only sound in mind but sound in body, and his affairs become sound, for his entire being is united into that great unity which is the essential nature of all things. It is the soundness or oneness of all things in and with source. Soundness or unity cannot mean anything less than the whole. It cannot refer to any individual or part of the whole. It must refer to the oneness of the whole. Everything is a center of unity, or a center where the oneness of all things must be preserved and manifest. To localize or segregate any fact is to take it completely out of its nature and to lose its meaning altogether. When Christ spoke, "These and greater things shall ye do," or when Emil said, "You can do these things just as easily as I can do them," they were speaking from this consciousness of the only true unity, the soundness of the individual in his relationship to and with the whole. This life of oneness is the life of the masters, and anyone may live that life if he will drop his alliances with institutions and religions and races and nations and accept his alliance with the universe. This is the Ark of the Covenant which enabled the children of Israel to succeed, but, when it was lost, they failed to gain their liberty from opposition. All separation is purely a matter of individual hypothesis. One cannot really be separated from the whole, for he is created within it. is a part of it, and is like unto it. Love is the great unifier in the consciousness of man, and to keep oneself always in an attitude of love is to progress toward oneness. It is the only preserver of life and health and ability. One need not try to love everybody, but he must eternally seek to keep his nature whole through the increase of love. When one's nature expands in love, he will sooner or later find himself in a loving attitude toward all men, and, in this attitude, he not only lifts himself but all those around him into that same oneness. There are no divisions in an awakened sense of love. One does not gain mastery or illumination by going to India and sitting at the feet of Master. One gains mastery by listening to the deepest facts of his own nature and by obeying what he there learns. There is no help that is needed that is not available instantly if one but turns in this direction and proceeds from this fact. All the power of the universe is back of every high motive, every true impulse that stirs in man's inner nature. It is like the germ of life within the seed, and all the forces of nature move to bring it forth into its full expression of all its potentialities. This is the manner of the masters, and their instruction is always that you must be true to the self, live the life of the self, express what is inherently true until you are outwardly what you inwardly long to be. When man returns to this motive of life, all that there is in the universe begins to move in upon him, to manifest itself through him. Not only must man have the intelligence to direct him and the power to do that which is to be done, but also the substance that nourishes and supports him in the doing. There is no lack, except in the realm of hypnotic ideas that have clouded his mind from reality. Back in his native oneness, where he consciously receives what the universe is pouring out upon him, there can be no lack in any phase of his being nor in his affairs. The quantum theory is the approach of science to this basic fact of life, and there can be no true science, religion, social structure, or successful living outside the undefeatable and indissoluble oneness of all things. This is the road to mastery, the life of the masters, and the only true life there is. It is to be found just where you are, in the secret places of your own inner nature. The masters teach that liberation is to be found in this and in no other way. Christ, speaking in the man Jesus, said the same thing when he said, "No man cometh unto the Father but by me." The same Christ in you speaks the same message to you. Your only contact with a master is through the mastery of yourself. O say that I may hear the glad music. My keynote is harmony, and the theme of my song is God, and God seals my song as truth. Behold, I am born anew. A Christ is here, I am free with the great light of your spirit. God my Father, your seal is placed upon my forehead. I accept, I hold your light high. God my Father, again, I accept. As Jesus ceased speaking, a dazzling ray of pure white light shot out from the center of the solar part of his body. This beam of light extended down the canyon some distance to where the gorge made an abrupt left turn, just ahead of the place where the advance group of horsemen were riding. At the point where this light beam terminated, a great barrier like a stone wall seemed to rise instantly, and great darts that appeared like flaming arrows shot out from this barrier. The advancing horses stopped so suddenly in their mad forward dash that they unseated a number of their riders. Many of them paused for a moment with their heads and forefeet in the air, then turned and bolted down the canyon completely out of control. When they reached the advance ranks of the main band, those riders that had not been unseated attempted to control their horses, but to no avail. These, as well as the riderless horses, plunged on and into the front ranks of the moving band. Here the movements of the front ranks were checked, while the ranks in the rear, not realizing their danger, came on and surged over those in advance, until the canyon below us was a seething mass of men and horses. For an instant all was a dead calm save for the wild screams of frightened men and mad horses, where the wild stampede of the advance riders had clashed with the forward columns of the main band. There, a terrific scene was taking place. The riderless horses, entirely free from restraining hands, had plunged headlong into and over the advanced ranks, unseating many more men, and they with their ungoverned mounts, added to the confusion. The horses began rearing, plunging and screaming, as only dumb animals can, in a moment of uncontrolled and violent fright. This mad melee was communicated through the massed horde in the canyon below us. Suddenly we saw men draw their short swords and slash wildly in every direction. Others drew their firearms and began shooting at men and horses in an attempt to clear the way for an escape. It soon developed into a battle of the survival of the fit. It ended in a mad dash for liberty by those who were fortunate enough to escape the shambles, leaving the gorge cluttered with great heaps of dead and wounded men and horses. We hurried down to give what aid we could to the wounded. All of the inhabitants and our friends joined us. Messengers were sent out far and wide for assistance. We worked feverishly through the night until after sunup the next morning. As rapidly as we were able to extricate the wounded ones from the terrible debris, Jesus and our friends would take them in hand. When the last man was cared for, we returned to the lodge for breakfast. Much to our surprise, as we entered, we found the black bandit talking to Emil. It was the first time that any of us were conscious that Emil had been present. He saw our look of wonderment and said, "That will keep until later." After the meal was finished, we walked outside with the chief and he told us that Emil and himself had come upon the man seriously wounded and unable to move, as he was held down by his fallen horse. They had freed him and carried him to the temporary shelter where he was made as comfortable as possible. Then they had called our hostess and turned him over to her care. After his wounds were dressed, he asked if she would ask her God to show him what to do to be like her. He also asked her to teach him how to pray. She asked him if he wished to be whole and well and he replied, "Yes, wholly like you." She answered, "Now that you have asked for wholeness, your prayer is answered. You are completely whole now." The man lapsed into a deep slumber. At midnight when our chief made his rounds, he found that the wounds had completely closed and there was not a scar left. The man arose, dressed and volunteered to assist in the rescue work. We also saw a great number that we thought were just slipping into the great shadow, restored completely. Some would cringe in terror at the approach of our friends, so much so, that it became necessary to separate them from the others. After the rescue work was finished, the Black One, as we called him, went about among his wounded associates, doing all he could to alleviate their fears. Many seemed like animals caught in a trap, fearing that a terrible death by torture awaited them, as that was the sentence meted out to them through the law of that land, should a bandit be captured. So definitely had this belief become fixed in their minds that they never responded to the kindness bestowed upon them. They feared they were being nurtured back to health so that the torture would be of greater duration. All were finally healed of their wounds, although a few lingered for months, evidently thinking they were delaying the day of torture. The Black One later organized all of the wounded who would join him into a protective unit against further raids and also induced many of the inhabitants to join this unit. From that time on, we were later informed, the bandit groups never again attempted to raid that district. Later two of our expeditions passed through that territory on their way to the Gobi. This man with his followers conducted them safely through his own district and the adjoining district, a distance of over 400 miles, and neither he nor his followers would accept any compensation for that service. We have been told many times that he has become a great power for good throughout the district, giving his entire life freely to the people without remuneration. Chapter V. By noon of the second day, the wounded had all been cared for and we made a last survey to make sure that there were no more wounded alive among the debris. On our way to the lodge for lunch and much needed rest, one of the party voiced the thought which had been uppermost for hours in all our minds. Why this terrible holocaust, this destruction of life? We were tired to the very marrow of our bones and were completely floored by the shock. The brunt of the rescue work, especially in the early hours, had fallen to our lot, as the inhabitants had stood in such mortal terror of these bandits that it was very difficult to persuade them to lend assistance even after we had freed many from the entangled horses. The villagers could see no reason why they should assist in saving the lives of those who were attempting to take their lives. Many of them have a deep aversion to touching any dead thing. Had it not been for our friends, the inhabitants would have left the scene immediately, never to have returned. As it was, we were weary and heartsick, having undergone the most terrible experience of our whole lives. We arrived at the lodge, refreshed ourselves and sat down at the table completely unnerved. Shortly the food began to appear. We were all alone, our chief having accompanied one or two of our friends and Linchu, the Black One, on a trip down the valley. After the meal we retired to our rooms to rest and none of the party awoke till late the next afternoon. While we were dressing, it was suggested that we go directly to our sanctuary, as we called the upper room of the temple. We left the lodge and started to walk to the temple as had been the custom on previous occasions. We had proceeded to the ladder that led to the entrance of the tunnel, when the one who was in advance stopped. with one foot on the first rung, and said, "What has come over us? Just a day or two ago we were in the seventh heaven of delight, going from place to place at will and accomplishing things in 3 months that we had expected would take years to finish. Our food appears on the table, and all of this without the least exertion on our part. Now, suddenly, we have slumped back into our old habits. I want to know why this sudden slump. I can see only one thing. Every one of us has taken upon himself the condition of the experience through which we have passed. This is what is now hampering us, and I for one am through with that thing. It is no part of me whatsoever. It is not mine only as I worship it and hold to it and do not let it go. I step forth out of this condition into a higher and better condition and let go. I am entirely through with it." As we stood and stared at him, we realized he was gone. He had disappeared. We were nonplussed for the moment as we saw this man attain. Yet none of us would let go of that which was holding us back, though knowing full well that we were still holding on to a condition that did not concern us in the least. Consequently, we were obliged to climb the ladder, go through the tunnel, then up through the different rooms to reach our objective. When we arrived, we found our associate already there. As we were talking of the accomplishment, Jesus, the other friends, and our chief appeared. They walked into the room through the door that opened onto the ledge. We sat down and Jesus began by saying, "There are so many declaring that they are the sons of God and that they have all that the Father has. They do have all the Father has, but this statement has not been made a fact until they have the courage to take the next step and see themselves as God, one with all that God is. Then they do accomplish. When the one in mortal limited thought sees the Christ stand forth, that finer individuality does radiate light. That one that is projecting the Christ does see with a finer, clearer, and more extended vision. That one sees the higher body of himself vibrating at a higher rate than does his limited body that he also sees. He thinks that these are two bodies. He also thinks that that body is the Christ of another. These which appear to are only in appearance, because he does not believe that he is the Christ. Let this one declare himself the Christ and actually accept it as a fact. That instant, these two merge and that one has brought forth the Christ. Then the Christ stands forth triumphant. Now let him go one step further and declare that the Christ of God stands forth, and that instant he is the Christ of God. Now the Son of God is one with God the Father, and he does go directly to the Father. That one must go one more step. This is the greatest and takes the greatest determination, as every fear of mortal thought and limitation must be erased. He must step forth, go forth direct to God the Source, or the Father, and declare definitely and no positively without fear of precedent or superstition, or man-made belief, that he is God, that he is merged wholly or amalgamated with God, that he is this love, wisdom, understanding, that he is substance, that he is every attribute of God the Father, the Source, the Principle. He must accept this in all humility, such as one does show forth God. Through such a one, every one of the God attributes does flow out to the whole world. To that one, nothing is impossible. It is only through such a one that God can express. When you amalgamate yourself with God, nothing is impossible to you. You not only have all the Father has, but you are all that the Father is. You are the Trinity. You are man Christ, Christ of God, God, all three in one. The Holy Spirit abides with you. The Holy Spirit in creative action abides with you. When you accept this, then you, as well as all others, will sing all hail the power of the Christ name, not the name of Jesus the personal but the Christ. Let angels prostrate fall, bring forth the royal diadem and crown Christ Lord of all. You do not crown the personal Jesus, you crown Christ. The Christ deserves the most magnificent of all royal diadems in the Christly crown. There are no diadems too great or divine for the crown of the triumphant Christ. You see that whosoever will, may come forth and become the triumphant Christ. Whosoever will, let them come. When you say, God, see yourself as God. See God standing forth as you stand forth. God cannot be a bigot or a boaster or an egotist. Neither can the Christ, the God-man, the image and likeness of God, be any of these things. You can be just God, and so is God-man. I am is in the Father and the Father is in me, are true words. I am and my Father are one in all meekness and almighty greatness. God and all mankind united are almighty. The almightiness of God, that which was born in your so-called iniquitous thought, is raised in glory because the thought of iniquity is erased. That which has borne the image of the earthly must and does bear the divine image when you raise up that ideal image. I say to you that now, this instant, is the great opportunity for you to step forth, out of this outer turmoil, into the great peace and blessings of God, and clothe yourself with the light of God, in all meekness. Place the crown of Christ upon your head and, unless you yourself do this, no other can place it there for you. Step up to and be a part of the great white throne, the source. Become one with those that have made the great accomplishment in like manner. Be not only one with God but be God, actually God. Then you can and do present the divine attributes to the whole world. How can God energy get into expression except through man? There is not another organism upon the whole earth that can vibrate at the same rate or frequency, and in consequence, it is so highly organized that it does perceive, then generate and transform this supreme energy, which enables man to express God to the whole world. How can this be done except through the highly organized and perfected body, which are when you are in full control of that body? That control means full and complete mastership, messiahship, discipleship. You are only in control of and in perfect harmony with this body when you stand forth in perfect dominion and mastery in all the attributes of the Holy Trinity, the I Am Man, the Christ of God. Then combining these three with the highest, God, you are God. This is you, the man of today, all humanity, extending your vision and perceiving the truth about yourselves, that there is a higher and better life for you than the round of mundane experiences. This you perceive as you follow the right used, righteous, path, in harmony and true accord, with the highest ideals you can present, or look forward to or set forth in love, reverence, and worship. The first step, you, man, become the Christ man, the only begotten Son of God. The next step, you become the Christ of God by seeing the Christ man, the Christ of God. You have joined the Christ man to the Christ of God. Then, in order to go direct to the source, you must take these one, God the Father. You have now brought together the I Am man into the Christ man. Then you have transformed this Christ man into the Christ of God, or the Lord God. Then, through your next step, you have transformed the Christ of God into the ever-living God. These which seem to have become one God, God, the Father of all. There is not one thing that will be impossible to you if you do not deviate from this path of righteousness. In this you must be absolutely fearless and true, regardless of what the whole world may think. In standing forth and acknowledging your dominion and at one ment, you are at one with the Father, the outpouring and ever-present supreme principle of all things. With this light does not your Bible present a great allegorical depiction of man's spiritual development and attainment when rightly understood or righteously used? The shaft of light that is pictured as coming to me from heaven, is projected outwardly from my body. It is true that this light is from heaven, as heaven is all about us and is light vibration. The actual focal center or starting point of heaven must be right within my body. Therefore, this heavenly light must come forth from me. The I Am of me must allow this light essence to come in. Then I must generate and transform this light energy so that it can be sent out with any density that God, the I Am, desires. When this is done, nothing can resist the power of this pure light. These are the beams or rays of light that you see emanating from my body when the artist portrayed me at Gethsemane. The beams of light went out from my body instead of coming out of heaven to me. Just so can you transform God power and send it out with such force that it is irresistible. It is the God power, which is recognized all about you, allowed to come in, be generated and transformed within your body, then sent out through the reflector. These things are readily accomplished by all when they stand forth as God, their divine heritage, the Christ of God, all one. This is the divine and definite motto for all humanity. The closer humanity draws to this great healing ray, the earlier will discord and inharmony be erased. If you lie freely in this light vibration which is the light of the whole world, and all draw near to it, the closer you will draw to man's true abiding place. Thus you find that I Am is the light of the whole world. Behold God, the table is spread. Lift up this mighty one of God, this I Am. Lift this body to God and you and all are crowned Lord of all. You do place the crown upon your own head. None can do this for you. Chapter VI. My only apology for dwelling in detail upon the experiences of these few days in regard to the bandits is to portray as conclusively as possible the power of one man clothed completely in his divine right of dominion and mastery. to turn the energy and zeal exerted and sent out by a great lawless horde to the complete protection of himself and the whole district. This protection was not only afforded, but the energy and zeal released by the horde was so great that when it was magnified, energized, and returned, it caused those that were destroyed to turn upon and destroy themselves. It also afforded complete protection to the whole countryside for many miles around, although the inhabitants were outnumbered by the bandits at least 3 to 1 and they had no visible weapons of defense. As soon as the excitement and the shock of the previous days had abated, we return. Not take long years of study, nor need you go through training or hardships or deprivation. Know and accept that this vibration does exist, then let it flow through you. You are one with great creative mind substance. Thus, you know that all things do exist, if you will but see that divine principle, great principle, good principle, God principle is all there is, that it fills all space, is all, then you are that principle, and, as you stand forth in your Christ dominion and give out this principle, you, by your very thought, word, and act give this principle greater activity. Thus, one more has found his dominion and is using God power and sending it out. As you give out this power, it flows to you. As you give, more is pressed upon you to give and you will find you cannot deplete the supply. This does not mean going into a closet and hiding yourself. This is getting quiet right where you are, even in the busy so-called turmoil of life, under the most trying circumstances. Then life is not turmoil, it is quiet, contemplative, and compulsive. The outer activity is as nothing compared with the greater activity that you now realize and are one with. This is getting quiet right where you are, seeing God standing forth from you, closer than breathing, nearer than hands and feet, with your whole thought action centered on God. Who is God? Where is the God that your whole thought action is centered or focused upon? God is not a great being outside of you, that you are going to bring within and then present to the world. God is that power which is generated and exhilarated by your own thought action. It is true that this power is within and all about you, but it is inactive until you think of it and know that it does exist. Then you see it flowing forth from you in limitless measure. You present it to the world and the world is benefited by your presentation. You, yourself, must present the accomplishment by putting forth the driving force of all good, God your Father, the power to accomplish, behind every thought and act. Now you are God fulfilling or filling for the accomplishment. This is God, the true and only God, standing forth from you. You are then God the Father, the husbandman, the amplifier and the projector, the definite and positive accomplisher. It is then that legions fly to do your bidding, the moment you say wholeheartedly, with reverence and deep meaning, that God is in his holy temple and know that this temple is your pure body, just as you present it and as you truly stand today, that you, the true Christ, live one with God right within this temple, and that your exalted body is a holy abiding place, a whole and all-inclusive abode. You are an energizer, an all-including and outpouring vessel for this true and divine principle to flow through. Then you pour out more and more of the God which you are and which you love. You worship, you praise, and with your ever-expanding love, you pour out to all mankind that they may see the Christ, the God-man standing forth triumphant. Now you say with the keenest joy, whosoever will, let him come and drink deeply of the waters of pure life. Those who do this will never thirst again. This power you are using and sending forth is God. The Son accomplishes readily what the Father accomplishes. This is also being humble to and bowing before this great power. This is true humility, stepping forth in humble mien, one with your own driving force and power, by constantly contemplating, praising, blessing and giving thanks to this power you increase its flow and, as you do this, it becomes potent and more readily accessible to you. Thus, I say, pray without ceasing. Your daily life is true prayer, by first knowing that this power does exist, then using it with absolute confidence. You soon become wholly conscious of it. You soon know that it is all inclusive in and through you. If you will but let it flow, it will rush to you in every instance. It flows to you as you let it flow from you. Stand forth as God and give it out. This is God your Father in you and your Father are one. Not servants but sons. Sons of first primal cause. All that I am has, is yours, for you are I am. It is not I who do the work, it is I am in the Father and the Father in me brings forth the great accomplishment. As you know that you work, one with the Father, there are no limitations, no boundaries, you know it is your divine right to accomplish all things. Then follow me only as I follow the Christ, the true Son, the only begotten of the Father, and, as I bring forth and present God, I do bring forth God from within. Then will it be said, all are God. The greatest sermon ever given is Behold God. This means seeing God standing forth in all glory right within and from you and from all others also. When you behold God and nothing else but God, you love and worship God and God alone. You truly behold God. You are the Lord, the lawgiver, the dispenser of the law. When you pray, enter your closet, the secret chamber of your own soul. There, pray to your Father within, and your Father, who hears, does reward you openly. Pray and give thanks that you are able to give forth more of God to the whole world. Does this not give you a higher and more lofty outlook, a broader perspective, a nobler ideal? Here the talk ended. We all arose from the table and our friends bade us good night and departed. We stayed on for a time and talked over the experiences, then decided to return to our lodgings in the village. As we arose, the thought immediately presented itself. How are we to proceed without a light? And all except the chief voiced this thought. Then he said, you can see how definitely habit fixes itself upon us and how desperately we cling to old ideas. Here we are, completely immersed in light. It has not dimmed because of the absence of those we have grown to love so dearly. Is this not an occasion where we can step forth and show our own self-reliance, our own ability to be and to accomplish the things that we have experienced? Let us at least extend this to ourselves and have the courage to take the step toward the accomplishment. We are leaning so hard upon our wonderful friends that it actually hurts to have them leave us for a moment. I can see, as they already know, that if we do not become self-reliant in these small things, we will never accomplish the larger things, and I do not doubt for an instant that they have left in order to give us the opportunity of proving the accomplishment. Let us rise to the emergency and be above it. As we started, one of the party suggested that we meditate on the method of procedure. But the chief in a firm voice said, no, if we go now. After what we have seen and experienced, we must act and make these acts definite or we do not deserve any consideration. Whereupon we proceeded down the stairs, through the different rooms, through the tunnel, and down the ladder to the village. As we walked along, our way was completely lighted, our bodies seemed without weight and we moved with the utmost ease. We arrived at our lodgings overjoyed by the accomplishment. From that time on until we left the village we traveled where we pleased without artificial light. Our lodgings lighted up as we entered the rooms and the warmth and beauty surpassed any power of description. We retired almost immediately. Needless to say we did not awake until late the next morning. Chapter 2. The next morning we had our breakfast at the lodge, then went directly to the upper room of the temple. There was no visible concept of the confines of the room, nor any evidence of limitation, and so we moved freely with no thought of exertion. When we were ready to go below to the room of the records, we were there. As we had accomplished this without the presence of our friends, we realized the reason for their withdrawal and were very much elated over our attainment. The 1st of April was fast approaching. We had finished the records in the temple rooms and had taken up the work of making measured drawings of the numerous characters and many carvings cut in the rocks outside. This work was going along very nicely because of our all-absorbing interest. One afternoon a messenger came to the village. We met our hostess and were informed that the messenger had brought the information that a party of bandits was at large in the valley below. This caused considerable uneasiness among the inhabitants, as this village had been the focal point of attempted raids for many years. The report had gone far and wide that the Tau Cross Temple was the hiding place for vast treasure. The many attempts to rob the village had failed. The bands had in a great measure attributed former failures to the resistance of the people who lived in the valley below. A number of the bands had now concentrated their combined forces and a band of about 4,000 well-mounted and armed men were preying upon and devastating the valley. In order to discourage the resistance of the inhabitants in closer proximity to the little village of the Tau Cross, they hoped by this method that the raid would be more successful. The messenger also appealed for protection for the remaining inhabitants, as a great many had already been destroyed and they had reached the limit of their resistance. He was told that there was no one in the village who could be sent, but our hostess assured him that he could return to his home and that no harm would come to his people. We went on with our work, noting the uneasiness of the villagers, and that uneasiness was communicated to us. The next morning we again resumed our work as we were very anxious to complete the references for our records. We were certain they would give a complete and accurate history and, Also, references as to where other records could be found. Thus we could trace the history of this older and extremely enlightened civilization that occupied this vast and now most remote portion of the world. We were disturbed by the possibility of losing this collection by reason of the bandit raids. As the results of our work, this collection was all assembled in the rooms of the records, where they had hitherto withstood a number of similar raids from the same source. That evening we talked to our hostess about the possibility of the formulation of some plan to aid the villagers and voiced our surprise and wonder at the absence of our friends. We were told that, as an appeal for aid had been made by the messenger, the bandits would be obliged to stop their raids or they would destroy themselves. We retired that evening fully assured that we had been over-solicitous of our own safety. We arose early and were preparing to resume work, when the same messenger appeared with the news that the raids had ceased upon the inhabitants and that the band had concentrated their entire force about 20 miles down the valley for an apparent concerted last drive on our little village. As our hostess and little party stood talking to the messenger, who was surrounded by a group of the villagers, a horseman rode into the village and came toward us. In coming toward us, as he passed smaller groups of congregated people, he was apparently recognized. They immediately dispersed and fled in terror. As he neared our group, the messenger called out the horseman's name and then, the messenger as well as the others took refuge in flight, evidently fearing that the horseman was being followed by the band. Our hostess and ourselves were the only ones left as we awaited the nearer approach of the horseman. He reined in his horse and with much gusto addressing our chief, began to speak, saying that the bandits were fully aware we were strangers and that they were acquainted with our mission. He spoke in a tongue that none of us understood. He saw our bewilderment and asked if there were not someone that could interpret. Our hostess turned and faced the man as he sat upon his horse and asked if she could be of service. At first he looked as though he had received a severe electric shock. He, however, sufficiently recovered his composure to fairly spring from his horse. He rushed toward her with outstretched hand, exclaiming, "You hear in the language that we understood." Then he placed his hands to his forehead and prostrated himself before her, begging her pardon. Our hostess directed him to arise and deliver his message. We could see her form stiffen and, for a moment, her features almost blazed with anger. So intense was her display of emotion that, for an instant, we, as well as the man himself, were absolutely startled out of our composure. "The works, coward, murderer, step forth and deliver your message," almost leapt from her lips. The man again went to his knees. Again the words blazed forth. "Stand up. Are you so debased that you dare not stand?" We did not wonder at the man's abject terror, for we, as well as he, were absolutely rooted to the spot, unable to move. I am certain had it been humanly possible for the man to have done so, he would have fled from the scene. For the moment he, as well as ourselves, had lost all power of speech and action. He crumpled to the ground, limp and apparently lifeless, his eyes staring and his mouth agape. This was the first and only time in our experience with these people of superior powers that we had seen one of them give expression in any way to violent emotion. We were as terrified as the bandit. The vibrations hit us just as distinctly as the force of a tremendous explosion, accompanied by an electric shock that not only paralyzed speech but our muscles as well. That is the only way I can describe the sensation, coming from that slight and unassuming fragile form. Do you wonder that these vibrations paralyzed us into inaction? Although this situation lasted only a moment, it seemed hours before the tension relaxed. We were as transfixed as statues. Yet there flooded over us in that instant a great pity for the bandit and we found ourselves longing to go to his assistance. This was the reaction of all, yet we only stood and stared at our hostess. Almost at once the condition changed. At first a startled look came over her face, then it changed to the same kindly expression that we were accustomed to, and there swept over us such a wave of compassion that we rushed to the prostrate form on the ground. Our hostess was bending over him, her hand clasping his. Again we were mystified and could only say, "Will wonders never cease?" The man soon regained consciousness, was helped to his feet, and was made as comfortable as possible on a bench nearby. He absolutely refused to enter any of the houses. Our hostess then apologized for the vehemence which she had expressed, noting the effect it had upon us. Our flesh was quivering and it required some time for us to regain our composure. She explained that this man was the leader of one of the most notorious bands that infested that portion of the Gobi. His name, if mentioned at all, was spoken with awe, as he was the most fearless and ruthless of characters. His familiar title literally translated meant, consummate black devil released from hell. His features portrayed in mask were kept in many villages and worn by those participating in the ritual of driving the evil spirit from the village and its inhabitants. Our hostess had contacted this man on 2 former occasions when attempted raids had failed, and each time he had evidenced the deepest hatred for her and our friends in general, going out of his way to harass them and sending violent messages from time to time, which they ignored completely. His sudden appearance alone had brought the past indignities so forcibly before her that she, for the time being, had lost control of her emotions. Having fully regained her composure, she walked over to the man. At her approach, he made a futile attempt to rise, but was only able to draw himself together and sit more erect. The picture of abject fear, hatred was delineated in every movement of his body, which was trembling as though stricken with palsy. Our hostess, now cool and collected, with no trace of fear or emotion, her face, features, and body as wonderfully cut as the most delicate cameo, presented an amazing contrast. We wanted to remove the man at once, and, although this thought was not expressed, our hostess raised her hand commanding silence. Our chief realized that she was in charge of the situation and that anything we would attempt to do would only place us in a ludicrous position. We withdrew out of hearing while our hostess talked in low and quiet tones for quite some time before the man answered a word. As he spoke, the lady motioned us to approach. We sat on the ground before them, glad to make any move that would relieve the tension of suspense. The bandit explained that he had prevailed upon his superior leaders to allow him to come as a peace emissary to treat with the people for the surrender of the supposed treasure that was concealed in the Tau Cross Temple. If the inhabitants would surrender the treasure, the bandits would agree not to molest them further, would agree to release all their prisoners, of which they claimed there were over 3,000, and would immediately leave the country and never again molest the inhabitants of the valley. Our hostess told him there was no treasure that would be of any value to them. A thorough explanation of the fact was gone into, with an offer to conduct him through all the rooms of the temple or any place he wished to go. He flatly refused this proposition, saying that he feared they would hold him as hostage, and no assurance upon our part could break down this fear. Our hostess reassured him of our sincerity, and he suddenly became convinced that we were honest in our statements. Then a situation difficult and alarming for him arose. He told us that he was the instigator of this plot and had fired the imaginations of the other bandits with the zeal for possessing the treasure, and that he had painted a lurid picture of the fabulous wealth that would be theirs should he succeed. In fact, he and his father had held their band together with promises of the possession of this treasure. He was the chief of the band that had consolidated with 5 other bands to carry out this raid. The crux of this situation was that if he should return to his band with the information that there was no treasure, he would immediately be branded as a traitor and, as such, would be dealt with accordingly. He could not deter the band from the contemplated attack, as they would not believe him on account of his zeal in pressing the situation up to this point. It was decidedly Life and Teaching of the Masters of the Far East by Baird T. Spalding, Volume 3, published 1935. Forward. Dear reader, you are not only a reader but a friend whom I have met face to face and conversed with. Just as you have met and conversed with each of the characters in this book, I am certain they surround you with the full glory of the divine light of life, love, and wisdom, and by surrounding you thus, they aid you in your understanding. They enfold you in the ever-present divine light of life, love and wisdom, which is theirs to send out and to give. They see you always enfolded in this omnipresent divine presence. They see you seated on your own throne as a true king or queen, ruling through and by this divine presence. They envisage you knowing and accomplishing your divine mission, always alive, always peaceful and happy, always the divine you. They see not only you but the whole human family, divine and pure, and every created thing or form as divine, created in the image and likeness of the divine, not one nor one sect nor one creed but all, and that all inclusive. None can appreciate these great people save those who have been admitted to the quiet of their sacred places and thoughts, their live truth, which is a part of the universe itself. Life is real, traceable back into the misty past, which bears to us the accomplishments of hundreds of thousands of past centuries. To us, life is bound about by every limitation and convention. To them, life is boundless, ceaseless, unending bliss and happiness. The longer the span of life, the greater the joy and the more worthwhile the living. None that understand and love these people can doubt their teachings, neither can he doubt their true sincerity when he has partaken of their hospitality. The Western world looks to the outer, thereby touching the hem of the garment. The Eastern puts on the robe but not as a garment that may be laid aside. The West polish the vessel of the lamp. The East fan the flame that it may give forth a more intense light. The West look to the outer with longing eyes, back of which is the glow of spiritual vision, the seeking of true knowledge. The East know that flesh must be illumined by the light of the flame that is first kindled from within, then allowed to shine forth to the without as the full blaze of the noonday sun. The West name themselves material. The East live truly in the outness of spirit. They behold each and every one living by compelling, impelling, sustaining spirit. It matters not what the location, be it in the great snows of Alti Himalaya, the busy modern city, or the most secluded monastery. That which to the Western world seems miraculous and unbelievable is to the poised Hindu thought the natural outcome of the acceptance and the bringing forth of spirit. That which is set forth as God in manifest form. They that are fully alive know full well that there is far more than that which comes under their personal recognizance. In fact, there is much more than ever has been dreamed of in any philosophy. Therefore, there are no apologies offered for this book or for those which have preceded it. When you look longingly with a clear vision toward an accomplishment, it is your divine heritage to command that you place yourself in such a receptive attitude that the ability is already yours to bring forth your ideal. God speaks through the God-man today just as God has spoken down the long ages. The knowledge which the people in this book convey is by no means new, although the presentation brings a new light to the Western world. The main object of their lives is to give knowledge and enlightenment to humanity through pure knowledge, aflame with love. Their great mission is to pave the way toward peace and harmony through man's great power to accomplish. They are the greatest friends of true science, religion, and philosophy, and they proclaim these as well as all men, brothers, as truth is one. Thus science becomes the golden thread upon which the pearls are strung. The day is here in which a large portion of humanity has already outgrown the old concept of divinity. They have lost their faith in teachings based upon faith alone. They have learned that to be good in order to gain a heavenly reward after death is a fallacy, a very low ideal. This idea of being good for the reward's sake and the special privilege of playing harps and singing psalms forever. They have realized that this is an expression of self-interest only and completely foreign to the teachings of the Christ of God, the God-man fully alive. The idea of death is foreign to, in fact, it is a direct contradiction of the divine purpose and is not in accord with the law of the cosmos or its vibrant radiations. Neither is it in accord with the teachings of Jesus. The church and the graveyard are often in the same field. This alone is a direct acknowledgement that Christian teachings have not been even comprehended. The Christ man has spoken and the listening ear has heard. If a man believes in me, he shall never die. The God man knows that the one who is in sin or lives with sinful vibrations surrounding him dies, and unto him the wages of sin is death. But the gift of God to the God man and the kingdom of God here on earth, the human body perfect in the flesh, when man lives true to the God vibration and wholly in that vibratory thought. The people in this book have taken God out of the realm of the supernatural and of superstition and have placed him wholly in vibratory frequency, knowing that as they keep their bodies in the divine vibration, they never grow old and never die. When the vibrations of their bodies are lowered or allowed to slow down, death ensues. In fact, these people know that when the mistake of death is accomplished, the body is vibrating at such a low rate that the emanating life vibrations are actually crowded out of the body temple and that those vibrating life emanations still hold together and maintain the same form which the body had when they were crowded out. Those emanations have intelligence and still revolve around a central nuclear source on which attracts and holds them together. These emanating particles are surrounded by an intelligent emanation that assists them to keep their form and from which they again draw substance to erect another temple. This is in direct accord and works in complete harmony with the intelligence that has been built around the body during their life cycle. If that intelligence vibrates at a low frequency or, in other words, is weak, it loses contact with the emanations of life and energy that have been forced out of the body or form of clay after the life emanations have left it, and the emanations finally disperse and return to the source. Then complete death is accomplished. But, if the intelligence is strong, vibrant, and active, it takes full charge immediately and a new body is instantly assembled. A resurrection has taken place, and through that resurrection man is perfected in the flesh. Not all can hear or accept such a revelation. He that hath ears to hear, let him hear. Mark 4:9. He whose understanding is developed sufficiently, is able to comprehend. Thus, large portions of humanity are developing a science through which they are again discovering that God has always lived in man and with humanity, yet they for a time have not known God. They have only lost sight of the God-man. To those of whom I have written I dedicate this book, as well as the books that have been published. At the feet of these near and dear ones I lay my deepest respect and gratitude, and in no way do I feel that I am conferring upon them the honor due them. We went doubting. We left with the greatest regrets, loving them everyone, feeling that we had gained a truer and deeper insight into the science of life and true living. Signed Baird T. Spalding. Chapter I. After those assembled had departed, my associates and I stayed on, loath to leave the place where we had witnessed such a transformation. No words can describe our feelings and the tremendous uplift of those last hours. The words, all for one, and one for all, blazed forth as vividly as when they first appeared. We did not talk, we could not say a word, although we were in the same general position until daylight. We had no sense of being confined in a room. Our bodies seemed to emit a brilliant light, and wherever we walked we had no sense of limiting walls. Although just previous to the experience we were in a room hewed from solid rock, there did not seem to be a floor under our feet, yet we moved freely in any direction. Words absolutely fail to describe our thoughts and sensations. We even walked beyond the confines of the room and the cliff, yet we had no feeling of being hampered. Our garments and everything about us seemed to radiate a pure white light. Even after sunrise this light seemed brighter than that of the sun. We seemed to be in a great sphere of light, and we could look through this crystal ray and see the sun as it appeared far away, shrouded in a haze. It actually seemed cold and uninviting compared with the place where we stood. Although the thermometer registered 45 degrees below zero and the country was covered with snow that sparkled in the morning sunlight, in the place where we were there was a consciousness of warmth, peace, and beauty that surpasses expression. It was one occasion in which thoughts could not be put into words. Here we stayed for 3 more days and nights with no thought of rest or refreshment. There was not a sign of fatigue or weariness, and, as we looked back upon the time, it seemed as if it passed in an instant. Yet we were conscious of each other's presence and of the passing of the hours. There was no sunrise or sunset, just a continuous glorious day, not a vague dream but every moment an actual reality. And what a vista of the future opened before us. The horizon seemed to be pushed back into eternity, or, as our chief expressed it, it seemed to be expanding into a boundless and eternal sea of throbbing, pulsating life, and the great beauty of it all was that it was for all to see and know, not for just a few, but for all. On the 4th day, our chief suggested that we go below to the room of the records in order to again take up our work of translation. Upon making the move to proceed, we found ourselves standing all together in the room. I can but let the reader picture our astonishment and joy. We had moved 2 stories down and accomplished 2 flights of stairs without the least physical exertion on our part and without the least knowledge of the accomplishment. Yet there we were in the room among the records where we had been working. It was all aglow with light. The place was warm and cheerful, and we could move anywhere we wished without the least effort. When we took up one of the tablets and placed it in a convenient place for study, its context and meaning were translated to us perfectly. When we began writing these translated conclusions, suddenly a whole page of manuscript would be filled with the text in our own handwriting. All we need do was to place the pages together in manuscript form. In this way we finished manuscript after manuscript of these translations. By 2 o'clock that afternoon we had finished and filed 12 manuscripts of over 400 pages each, and we experienced not the least fatigue from this pleasant occupation. We were so engrossed that we were unconscious of the presence of others in the room until our chief stepped forward with a greeting. We all looked up to see Jesus, Emil, our hostess, and Chanda Sen, the man of the records, whom we had at first called the old man of the records but whom we now knew as the young man. There were also Bagat Ireland and a stranger to whom we were introduced as Ramchandra. We later learnt his familiar name to be Bhadra. The table was cleared and prepared for a meal. We sat down, and after a few moments of silence, Jesus spoke, Almighty and all-pervading Father Principle, which shines forth ever triumphant from within us out to all the world and is the light, love, and beauty which we are experiencing this day and which we always experience if we only will. We bow before this altar on which burns the undying fire of perfect love, harmony, true wisdom, unending devotion and pure humility. This sacred light shines steadily on, undimmed, from within the souls of those who are now gathered at this, the altar of true fatherhood, sonship, and devoted brotherhood. This divine light does shine forth from these near and dear ones, out and out to the most remote places of all the world, that all may see its great light and may experience its undimmed and unquenchable love. The rays of this all-pervading light, beauty, and purity shine through the receptive souls and hearts of those who are gathered at this, your altar. We are now conscious of these all-consuming and embracing rays of love, and we send them forth and they transmute, blend, and harmonize all mankind. It is the true and the pure Christ of God, standing forth from each and all, that we salute and stand face to face with, equal to, one with God. Again we salute God, our Father, right within and standing forth. After Jesus ceased speaking, we all arose upon the suggestion that we return to the room where our former experience had taken place. As we started toward the door, we realized that we are already there. This time we were conscious of moving but not conscious of the cause of locomotion. As soon as we expressed the desire, we were actually in the upper room. Although the shadows of evening were well advanced, our way was perfectly lighted and we found all aglow with the rich beauty and effulgence that had been there when we departed. The reader will recall it was in the room we had just left that Chendersen returned to us after being brought back from what we looked upon as death. To us that room was a shrine, and it seemed aglow with all possibilities, a sanctified place where we ourselves had been able to step forth to a greater accomplishment than, as mortals, we had previously known. From that time until the 15th of April, the day of our departure, not a day or night passed that we did not all meet together for at least 1 hour. During this time the room never again assumed the appearance of solid rock. It seemed as though we could always see through those walls into infinite space. It was in that room that the bonds limiting consciousness were removed. It was there that a great vista of the future opened to us. We all sat down at the table and Jesus resumed the conversation. It takes a true motivating thought, focused on a central absorbing point or ideal to bring forth or accomplish, and you, as well as all mankind, can become that motivating center. Not one thing comes forth unless man first expresses the ideal. At one time man was fully conscious that he was this motivating center and lived fully conscious of his inheritance and dominion. He lived consciously in a condition that you term heaven. All but a few have let go of this divine gift, and today the great majority are absolutely unconscious of this divine quality which is mankind's true inheritance. What man has done once, he can accomplish again. This is the principle back of the endless array of life and manifestation that you see all around you, and includes your own life, together with that of every existing thing, as every existing thing has life. Ere long science will give you ample grounds for saying that things are not material, as science will soon see that all things can be reduced to one primal element containing innumerable particles universally distributed, responding to vibratory influences, and all in perfect and absolute equilibrium or balance. Hence, it follows on mathematical grounds alone that it took some definite movement, some initial action, to draw together the infinite particles of this all-pervading universal natural substance, in order to bring them into form as selective objects. This power did not originate wholly within a particle, but is a power greater, yet at one with the particle, and you, through your thought and definite action, cooperating with the vibration, give selectivity to these particles. Thus will physical science be compelled to understand through necessary deductions, so that scientists will recognize the presence of a power, which, at this time, is not understood because it is inactive, and which is inactive only because it is not recognized, but, when recognized and communed with by man and brought into actual expression, it is fully capable of separating certain specific areas for the specific display of this universal cosmic energy. Then there is built up what you look upon as a material universe, with all its different manifestations, by an orderly process of evolution. If orderly, then each stage must lay the foundation perfectly for the greater development of the stage that is to follow. If you can accomplish progress in perfect order and harmony of thought and action, you are in actual accord with power, and this power brings forth, on an unlimited scale, the faculty of selecting the means to an end. You distribute life and energy under a recognized order of cosmic progression. Then there is built up what you look upon as a material universe, with all its different manifestations, by an orderly process of evolution. If orderly, then each stage must lay the foundation perfectly for the greater development of the stage that is to follow. If you can accomplish progress in perfect order and harmony of thought and action, you are in actual accord with power, and this power brings forth, on an unlimited scale, the faculty of selecting the means to an end. You distribute life and energy under a recognized order of cosmic progression. This, then, is not a material universe as you have thought. That is only your definition of it. It came forth from spirit and it is spiritual, if you will define it as such. This is orderly, true, basic. If orderly, it is scientific. If scientific, it is intelligent. It is life united with intelligent life. Life coupled to and guided by intelligence, becomes volition, and, through volition, it becomes vocation. Spirit is the primary, vibrating, originating power, and you may enter into spirit and use its power by the simple acceptance or knowing that it does exist. Then let it come forth, and the whole of spirit is at your command. To you it becomes an ever-potent spring of perpetual and original life right within yourself. This doesn't our work with renewed interest. The Easter season was fast approaching and we wished to complete our work in this locality in order to return to India. From this time on our work drew rapidly to a close. The last details preparatory to the return were completed the day before Easter. We looked forward to Easter Sunday as a day of complete rest and relaxation. On our way to the temple, long before dawn, we found Chanda Sen seated in the garden. He arose to accompany us, saying that our chief would meet us in the sanctuary. He suggested that we return to India by way of Lhasa, thence to Muktinath through the Trans-Himalaya Pass to Kandarnath, thence to Darjeeling. As we reached the foot of the ladder which led to the temple entrance, we halted for a moment to view the approaching dawn. Chanda Sen placed one hand upon the ladder and stood as though about to ascend to the tunnel entrance. In this attitude he began talking. Light does not comprehend darkness, as it shines through darkness. When Jesus saw that he was to be betrayed by Judas, he said, "Now is the Son of Man glorified, and God is glorified in him." The mastermind did not say, "Judas betrayed me." He did not refer to Judas at all. He understood and held only to the allness of the glorified Christ of God flowing through himself. Thus we see that perfect mutual action works out all in harmony in its own way. Now you can say, Christ, stand forth more and more definitely, so definite that you are myself. In fact, now are we one body, one mind, one spirit, one whole, complete principle. You are I am. Together we are God. The moment he ceased speaking we were in our sanctuary, the center room of the Tau Cross Temple. We had scarcely composed ourselves when Jesus and a number of others, including our chief, entered the door that communicated with the ledge. As they entered, a great burst of light filled the room. Greetings were exchanged and we were introduced to the stranger who entered with them. He appeared to be an elderly man, yet very vital. We were told that he was one of the munis who had charge of the caves near Hastinapur. He was returning to that district and would accompany us. He had known the great Rishi Vegas and also had met Rishi Agastya, whose hermitage is located in that most lovely yet secluded spot. We were overjoyed at our good fortune. We formed a circle and, placing both hands, palms down, upon the table, stood in deep silence for a few moments. Although there was not a word uttered, the room was completely filled with a strange, pulsing, vibrating emanation. It was an entirely different sensation from anything we had ever experienced and at first seemed to overwhelm us. The rocks pulsated and vibrated with a resonant musical tone. This lasted only a few moments. When the stillness was broken we were told that this morning we would see the creation of the universe in pictures. These pictures would be a representation of that which happened when our universe came into existence. We stepped through the door, out upon the ledge, and walked to the edge. It was still an hour before sunrise. The dead calm of the absolute silence enshrouded us. The time was propitious for the unfolding of another birth. We were looking out and out into infinite space, our souls eager and expectant. The Muni began by saying, "There are but two events in the world. That which was in existence before consciousness began to assert itself, is now, and ever shall be, and the things that humanity has thought and will think about. That which was before consciousness began, is eternal. That which humanity thinks is changeable and inconstant. That which was, before consciousness began, is truth. That which humanity thinks is truth to them. When the law of truth comes to consciousness, it will erase all that humanity has ever thought erroneously. As the centuries roll on and push back the material veil by the process of evolution, thoughts come through the mind of humanity that revert back to truth, or, as we call it, the original cosmic fact. And these thoughts that fill the memory of the past, faced with the facts of the present and overshadowed by prophecies of the future, stand out definitely upon the path of the whole evolving race consciousness. Thus the race is called back again and again to the original existing principle. By this return and repetition, humanity has shown that creation is eternal. The same with all mankind. But mankind's creatures are always changing, and they are under a manifestation of law called action and reaction. When human beings have gone far enough in their creation of creatures, the great absolute law of truth takes a hand in bringing them face to face with the original plan. Thus we see that cosmic law never allows life to run too far in a tangent. This law is always polarized in equalization, balance, and harmony. In spite of idols or creeds, it will crowd mankind on into complete union with absolute realities. All things that are not in perfect accord and union with actual, existing cosmic fact, must erase themselves when the absolute law of truth holds sway in the human consciousness. The thoughts of humanity are always so formed as to release their imperfect creations, that are only born of half-truths. When truth arrives, cosmic absolute law must be fully satisfied. Thinking, speaking, or acting the law of reality is bound eventually to lead humanity into law or reality itself. The ancients tell us that every tree that the Heavenly Father has not planted within you will be uprooted. Let them alone. Blind leaders of the blind. If the blind always led the blind, shall they not fall into the same ditch? The cycle is fast closing, in which the blind of the whole race have led the blind into a welter of ignorance, superstition, and delusion created by those who believe as human beings think, rather than that which is true and real. The civilization that has risen on the delusions and superstitions of the closing centuries is submerging itself in the welter. Through the pain and tragedy of their misappropriated creations, a new race consciousness has been conceived and is fast evolving. In fact, the door is opening wide for its new birth. There is no other course than to go on from one plane of consciousness to a higher and more advanced step in the actual cosmic path. The only condition forbidden in the vibration of the great cosmos is that quality of thought which allows the human race to become so solidly fixed in what it believes that, if it clings desperately to its old delusions and will not let go, it can in no way come into the greater expanse of universal thought. Those thus absorbed in personal consciousness must go on through natural exhaustion of beliefs and experiences until they fail to go forward. Then, of its own accord, absolute law wields a progressive hand through disease, pain, and loss, until the human is satisfied and turns to find the curse of a false idea within the idea itself. If a race or nation refuses to let go of things created by a portion of human thought instead of that which really exists, the law takes a hand in its progress by allowing the accumulated vibrations sent out by such a condition to reflect back upon itself through the light ray. Then with war, strife, discord, and death on every hand, that race or nation is wiped out, in order that it may be placed again in a new uplift of creation. Thus it can begin over again in a new contact with that which was before the beginning of human consciousness. Civilization today is fast approaching a great reconstructive moment. All things that seem so stable and well-founded now will soon be immersed in a state of inversion. Every tree that has not been planted by truth will be uprooted. There is approaching a complete cosmic overthrow of the present social, political, financial, and religious institutions that will make room for the placing of the new era in order that humanity may come in closer touch with that which is and was established before the present human consciousness submerged and set it aside. Truth waits on with attentive, loving, and radiant beneficence until man will see that he can embrace and become the consciousness of that which has always existed. Humanity is taking a forward step from the cradle stories of the former generation, and their creations are no longer of any avail to the arisen individuality and spiritual discernment of the consciousness of the generation that is fast approaching. Delusions, traditions, and superstitions are nearing the end. It is also true of the civilization which they established. The old idols are good enough for the infantile consciousness that is nearing an impasse. Their delusion has caused their undoing, as they are proved to be only cradle stories woven by a mastercraft of priesthood and preceptor to lull into false sleep the crying infants of an evolving race. Those who saw further afield did not cry and thus were not lulled to sleep. Most of them saw that the cradle stories were not true, and many stepped boldly forth to erase the untruth, as they saw directly through to the absolute, that which has always existed and which has always been seen and known, the contacted directly by a portion of mankind. From this portion there will arise a new and more vitalizing consciousness, fully awake and ready to erase the idols that man has set up for his fellow man to follow and make room for the new ideals which are as old as creation's dawn. These will demand of those who teach, lead, or inspire the race consciousness, that they shall do it from a plane of actual living contact, so high that there can be no mistake or contradiction, and on a plane of interpretation that is so simple that it cannot be misunderstood. The awakening tiger of higher intelligence and spirituality will refuse to sleep again, as it is already ravaged with the fragments of the past and disappointed with the torture of misplaced confidence. It will demand a stronger and more vital thought with instruction based upon truth itself. The multitudes are now listening, over the heads of past centuries with their creed-bound traditions, to the old message that to the newly born is working its unfoldment into the hearts and lives of mankind. This new old message is the clarion call that is heard above the changing voices of creed-bound priesthood. It is louder than the voice of battle. It is louder and clearer than the muffled contradictions of financial, industrial, political, and religious lies. In spite of the creed-bound thoughts of a portion of humanity, their traditional and idolized ideas of God, of Christ and man, of self, of life and death, all must go, and in the absolute freedom from these preconceived ideas there must pass and thus be erased all that was built upon them. There is looming upon the horizon of this new approach a redemption that has an entirely new meaning. This new multitude, coming out of this clearer vision and more definite perception, is redeemed through deeper revelation emanating out of all races and all people. That emanation is the one life that is in all and through all. In spite of the delusion-bound multitude, their clinging hands and cringing attitude, a greater and more noble vista of the expanding horizon of God, the Christ of man, the Christ of God, of self, and death itself, is looming, and another cycle of spirit is dawning for the whole world. Another age of the crystal race is coming up out of the maelstrom. Whenever a people or nation think of God as absolute, that people or nation is God, for God is established unto them, as they love, worship, and reverence that ideal, they do become God. In the fullness of time they have reached their heritage, that which was first and is established in spirit. Whenever an individual thinks of God, he is God. God is established unto him. Breathe life into humanity. It means the same. God. In this greater understanding of cosmic revelation, men find God the same as God was before human consciousness began to manifest, the same yesterday, today, and forever. There is slowly rising from the ashes of orthodoxy the actual temple not made by hands, eternal in heaven, in man. A great new race of thinkers is coming to the fore with Herculean strides. Soon the tides will surge over the earth to sweep away the debris of delusion which has been strewn over the paths of those who are struggling along under the load of evolution. The work is already accomplished. Hundreds of millions are re-released with their heart, soul, body, and instinct free. They are the throbbing pulse of an unborn race that is again heir to the ages. I see them stepping across the ages, walking hand in hand with God. Great waves of wisdom flood toward them from the eternal shores of the infinite. They dare to step forth and declare themselves a part of eternal God, eternal Christ, God and man one eternally with eternal life. They dare to step forth and declare to heaven that much that is written by man is a lie and in terrible blindness wrought. This new pulse consciousness is the crest of the wave that rests on the new race consciousness. This new race sees man, himself, the highest expression on this planet, and one with God through the medium of his life, and it sees that his whole supply flows through that life itself. This race knows that man can live consciously in a perfect universe with perfect people and in perfect accord with perfect situations and conditions, with absolute assurance that there is not an error in the great spiritual plan of the cosmos. Man sees God as cosmic spirit pervading everything. Then, with the subtleties of mind through his thought, he does not hesitate to review the fundamentals that have placed him where he is and made him that which he is. Thus he is again one with his sources, He knows that this source is the ever-silent side of his God mind linked consciously in thought and amalgamated with infinite mind. This new race understands that, through sun and shadow, without the bitterness, the soul's true quest for love and true peace is the truth of God and man. This race does not hesitate to strip the swaddling clothes of delusion from the whole human race. The gaunt spectre which for ages has bound the feet of the weak and doubting ego man, through his own ignorance, will be completely erased. He finds he has erased his ever limitation through his true selfhood, completely arisen. He has raised himself from man, to God. Chapter B. After a short period of rest, as the first rays of the sun came over the distant horizon, the Muni stood up and said, "With me are those who have learned many things which the Father sees for humanity. They see with the comprehension of that which penetrates spirit. Thus the whole wide world comes under their vision. They see that which humanity feels. Thus they are able to assist humanity in fulfilling its desires. They also hear thousands of sounds usually inaudible, like the song of the hummingbird, the sounds made by the newly hatched robin, the notes of the field cricket, some of which sing at 15,000 vibrations a second, and many other musical sounds far above the range of the human ear. They are also able to feel, control, and send out inaudible sounds that are capable of producing types of emotional feelings such as love, peace, harmony, and perfection that benefit the whole world. The vibrations of the feelings of abundance and great joy can also be amplified and sent out by them so that they surround and interpenetrate all humanity to such an extent that, if he will, each unit of the human family may have them. When this condition is acknowledged to exist, each human unit cooperates by amplifying and sending out these vibrations. Then, the very thing that humanity is in need of is crystallized into form around or among its units, or people. Their desires are accomplished. When the necessary vibrations are set into activity, the units of humanity cannot escape the actual presence of these. In this way, all of humanity's perfect desires are crystallized into actual form. The vast sea of God's creative, unlimited, moving space is crystal clear, yet it is completely full of vibrating, emanating energy, and that emanating energy is known as aqueous substance, in which all substance or elements are in soluble form or suspended in harmonious relation, ready to respond to the call of the vibratory rate that will allow them to coalesce into form. When the proper vibratory influence is set up through the thoughts of the human unit, cooperating with the whole, the elements, having no other course, rush in and fill the mold set by the desire. This is absolute law and none can stay its true course. Listen, an organ is playing in very low bass notes. Now let us first lower these notes so that they are no longer audible to us. The feeling or emotion of the sound we have experienced still lingers, does it not? The vibration is going on just the same, although it is inaudible. Now let us carry these notes up and up through the scale until they are so high that they are again inaudible. The feeling or emotion still lingers. The high vibration is going on just the same. We know that neither of the influences ever ceases, although out of range of our physical ear. This is what we designate as spirit. When the physical loses control, spirit takes control, and that control is much more definite, as it has a much wider range of vibration than the mere physical and is much more susceptible to the control of thought influences or vibrations. Since thought is much closer allied to and coordinated with spirit, the physical is limited to the body and does not extend from or away from it. The physical is limited, too, entirely to the actions of the body but not to its reactions. When it comes to body reactions, we are spirit, if we define it as spirit. Thus you can see how the physical body is limited. Spirit not only penetrates every atom of the so-called physical, it also interpenetrates the minutest part of all substance, whether it be solid or gaseous. In fact, it is the force in which the mold is wrought that substance takes its various patterns from. In no other way can substance take an embarrassing position for him. To our great surprise, our hostess offered to accompany him to the camp. Our protests were quietly overruled and she prepared to leave immediately. She assured us that she was in no danger but that if we went along, our presence would instill suspicion in the minds of the bandits, so that all would incur great danger. We meekly submitted. There was nothing else we could do. The man mounted his horse and we assisted her to mount to the seat that was prepared behind him. As they rode from the village, they presented a never-to-be-forgotten picture. one that will live in our memories for all eternity. The bandit with doubt written all over his features and our hostess smiling back at us with the warm assurance that she would return by nightfall. We lost all interest in our work for the rest of the day and wandered aimlessly about the village until sunset. We returned to the lodge to await the return of our hostess and, upon entering, we found the table loaded with good things to eat. You can imagine our astonishment to see her seated at the head of the table and greeting us with that radiant smile of hers. We were speechless. Words failed us entirely. She assumed an air of mock hauteur and tried to say sternly, "Gentlemen, a greeting is an order," whereupon we bowed and extended our salutations. Then she continued, "I failed utterly to convince them, but they did agree to give me an answer within the next 3 days. I know that the answer will be an attempted attack, but I did save the life of that poor creature for the time being. At least, we shall be obliged to prepare ourselves to withstand the siege. Nothing will deter them from making the attempt. I think that nearly all of us saw our fondest dreams and the results go a-glimmering, as the familiar saying has it." Our hostess read our inmost thoughts and repeated this poem. "When you come to the Red Sea place in your life, when, in spite of all you can do, there is no way round, there is no way back, there is no other way but through, then know God with the soul serene, and the dark and the storm are gone. God stills the wind, God stills the waves. God says to your soul, go on, go on, go on, go on." Chapter 3. After the meal was finished, we arose from the table, our hostess leading us into the garden. To our great surprise we found Jesus, Emil, Just and Budra seated. We joined the group and sat down. We could sense the inaudible sigh of relief and realized how much we had grown to rely upon these people. It was as though we had fastened ourselves to them with bands of steel. Somehow I saw that this we must not do. It was necessary for us to play our definite part in this great scheme of life. In order that we might not become mere puppets, we must stand wholly upon our own feet and rely wholly upon ourselves, or they would be obliged to sever the bands entirely. Our chief talked freely upon this subject later. The evening was still young and the soft glow of the fading sunset colors suffused everything with a luxuriance and beauty that one must see to appreciate it. There was not a breath of air stirring, not even a sound to disturb the tranquility that seemed to engulf us. The bandit situation that we believed had weighed so heavily upon us but a moment before, had disappeared entirely. It was calm and peaceful. There was that beautiful feeling of complete relaxation which again must be experienced to be understood. It was that beautiful feeling of complete relaxation which again must be experienced to be understood. It was as though we were in a great stream of slowly moving light. We became suddenly aware that we heard the voice of Jesus but not in words. My only explanation is that it was a pure rhythmic, flowing, vibratory influence that came to us in thought instead of words. The effect was much more pronounced than that of words. The rhythm and cadence were beyond description. Thoughts seemed to flood in and lodge. This was an entirely new experience. As these thoughts or ideas came, we translated them into stenographic characters, then transposed them into words and sentences, later submitting them to these people for approval. When I say, "Behold, the Christ of God is here," I behold the God-man standing forth. I see this body as the true temple of God, the perfect instrument or channel through which the great creative principle flows and comes forth freely. Then this creation is unadulterated in image, form, and likeness. I am God. In this attitude I stand forth the master of every situation, the Christ of God triumphant. It is this ideal that I worship and that which I worship, I bring forth. I can in no way bring forth God if I does not present God to all humanity. In this attitude man stands forth the master of every situation. The Christ is triumphant, conquering. God and man are walking hand in hand. 1. There is but one principle, one man. One of our party thought for a moment and then asked, "How can we bring forth this light and make practical use of it?" The answer came, "Let your body become a generator through which this great creative radiating principle flows. See this principle as the emanation of all power. Know that it is the principle of all power. Then, like an electric generator, your body will collect and magnify this energy until you send it out as a stream of pure white light that nothing can resist and anything directed toward you cannot harm you. You can also send such intense impulses of electrical energy over these light beams that the body of the one attempting to harm you will be destroyed. Any resistance to this energy immediately magnifies its volume and therefore its velocity. The ones setting up resistance against it or attempting to set up their personal will only harm themselves. If they do not set up any resistance to this light, it will pour its healing balm through them as well as it does through you. It is a pure God beam and power, which blends with that of another at all times if there is no resistance to its free flow. It vibrates with the highest vibration. Consequently, all are vibrating in perfect harmony and accord, and no harm can possibly come to them, as they are in unison with the God vibration. There is absolutely nothing that can harm another unless that one resists the God vibration. Vibration is life. Do you not see how you stand one with God at all times? In this attitude, would there be a possibility of separation? The only separation is the resistance that causes the inharmony. Nothing can come near you when you stand in the holy mount, one with God. This is not a special privilege for a few. This is for all. I am the great absolute cause or source in which every child stands one with God. Thus all live under the law, the highest vibratory thought action. There is not an inharmonious vibration that can enter this sphere, this throne, where all belong and are at home. This is your divine kingdom. You can also use this power to return false and harmful thoughts or desires that are directed toward you. You can, if you so desire, step up this white God light beam, endow it with God power, magnify and transform the energy the sender has given the thing or condition that was intended for you. Then place it into your reflector and send it back to the sender with the velocity of light. When you return it in this way, it is a beam of pure white light, instead of merely lowered vibrations, as it was sent out to you. When it reaches the sender, the impulses are so potent that it can destroy the body of the one who first put in motion the lower vibration. It matters not whether you know the sender or the location from which it came. The vibration will return to its source unerringly. The judgment or day of retribution has arrived. As you give, so you receive good measure, God measure, pressed down and running over. You can transform God power and send it out with such force that it is irresistible. These are the beams or rays of light that you see emanating from my body. These rays are emanating from your body, although they are not yet as potent. But as you go on and use this power, allied with law and principle, you will add potency to the light and can consciously direct it to accomplish any good desire. When the artist portrayed me at Gethsemane, the rays of light went out from my body instead of coming out from heaven to me. The light is the God power generated from within my body, then sent out by the reflector. These beams go out from every body when that person stands forth as God in his divine heritage, the Christ of God all one. This is and can be made the definite motto of all humanity. Can there be discord between brothers if they become this all-absorbing one? Now, step up this white beam, which is the God beam upon which you send out God power. Endow it with God power transformed 10,000 or 10 million times greater than that which has been sent out to you and which you are returning. This is as you decree. Then let it flow back upon the same path that the vibrations of the thing traveled to you. When the person receives this ray and accepts it as coming from God, the attempted harm is all erased, forgiven, forgotten, and no harm can come to you or the sender of that harmful thought. You are both eye to eye, one with God. Instead of inharmony, there is perfect harmony. You are again one. If the sender of the harmful thought does not accept the white ray which you have sent out in all its potency, his body will be destroyed. This pure white ray will completely erase every vibration of harm or discord if allowed to complete its perfect work. If resisted, there is nothing but a perfect erasure for the one who holds determinedly to the resistance. His resistance draws to him the whole creative principle. Adversely, as to the square of the resistance set up, the square means multiplying the resistance 4 times. Thus you see that, as you send out good or evil, it will return to you fourfold. You are standing forth as the Lord or giving forth good or God for evil, but, even in this attitude, be truly humble, judge not, place every bit of love you possess upon this pure white ray and see well to it that it is the pure love of God that you are generating and sending forth. As you accomplish this, legions are at your command. You are still meek and humble, willing to follow on with the light. It is the pure light of God that you follow, and that light is life, love, purity and beauty, eternal and profound. There are 7 centers in your body that can be used as reflectors. You can cause these central points to glow with a radiance far greater than any artificial light, and, when you wish to send out this light, It glows with a greater potency and will reach farther than any electrical beam that can be projected. By setting all these centers aglow at the same time, you are completely surrounded by an armor that nothing can penetrate. You can send out the pure white ray of God, so energized that your body actually glows with a brilliancy far greater than that of the noonday sun. You stand forth Lord of creation, the Lord of hosts. You stand forth true and triumphant yet peaceful, loving, God enthroned in your body, and that body beautiful, spiritual, and divine. As these vibrations came to us, the light emanating from the bodies of Jesus and his group was most difficult to behold, yet there was that vibrant brilliancy shining through, which resembled liquid gold. To our vision there seemed to be an indefiniteness, while to all of the other senses there was the solidity of rock. Again the vibrations came. In this way you can make your body completely invisible to mortal sight by focusing your entire thought fully and definitely upon the pure white God ray and letting it go forth from the 7 centers as reflectors, in unison. Then, again you can step right out on either of these rays and present any picture that you wish to those that would do you harm. You can follow on this beam with the exact speed of light, and go where you will, instantly. Your body is invisible to those who do not see through and beyond the mortal. They are aware that there is something they do not understand. Thus, they are susceptible to any picture you wish to present to them. That which they do not understand is mysterious or supernatural, and the faculty which is developed through suspicion or superstition is easily misled. Thus you send out love to those that would do you harm, and the energy they release reflects back to them. The picture of harm they have sent out depicts the lower man of each one fighting that which they believe to be their enemy, when in reality they are fighting the picture of their own lower selves. These pictures change the closest friends into enemies and array brother against brother. Should this band still persist in their threat and attack and raid, they will destroy each other. They now have the opportunity of leaving the district and its inhabitants unmolested, or they will turn and destroy themselves. Man cannot attempt to destroy his brother without meeting the same fate for himself. We send only the pure white ray of God love to them, and if they resist that love with hate, malice, or revenge, they, of their own free will, turn that ray into a flame that will consume them. You need have no fear. We offer only love and have no power to compel them to accept. If the bandits come with love, there will be no conflict. Our cause is already won. At this juncture a call came that there was a messenger approaching the village. We went out to meet him. He told us that the bandits had discontinued their raids and were peacefully encamped about 20 miles from the Tau cross and had not harmed any of the inhabitants or their possessions since the appeal for help, but that they were holding the prisoners as hostages against further resistance. He also said there was a persistent rumor that the band would attack our village within the next day or two if the treasure was not delivered the following day. The messenger brought greetings from the captive people. Every man had offered his life for the protection of the village. The messenger was told that this sacrifice would not be necessary and that he could return with the thanks and deepest appreciation of the villagers for the prophet's service. Chapter IV. We resumed our work next morning with renewed zest, having banished all fear from our thoughts. On the morning of the second day we were working on some of the figures carved in the rock of the canyon wall. Suddenly our attention was drawn to the village sentry, whose position was across the canyon at a greater elevation, affording a much wider outlook. Through our field glasses we saw him signal the village. Soon the villagers were hurrying to and fro, evidently seeking protection in the great gorges deeper in the mountain fastness. All the inhabitants were deeply agitated. As we listened we could hear the low thundering roar of the advancing horde. One of our party climbed to a higher position which gave a broader view of the situation. He called back, stating that he could see the cloud of dust raised by the horsemen as they advanced toward the entrance of the canyon. We secreted our equipment in a nearby crevasse, joined our associate and found shelter in the surrounding crags and rocks where we could observe the movements of the band. As they entered the canyon, the band halted. 50 horsemen rode forward as an advance guard. Then the whole band moved up the canyon, spurring and lashing their horses into a wild gallop. The clatter and roar of the hoofs over the rocky floor, coupled with shouts of defiance, caused an indescribable din. Had it not been so tragic at the time, it would have been awe-inspiring to witness this great body of horsemen sweeping forward. Our position was very advantageous, as the canyon walls were nearly precipitous so that we could look directly down upon the bandit horde as they swept on with the seemingly irresistible force of a great tidal wave. The advance band of intruders had swept past our position and those in the lead of the main band were fast approaching. We had turned our field glasses on the little village for the moment and observed that it was panic-stricken. One member of our party working on the ledge stopped work and was watching the advancing band. We saw him turn and look through the door leading to the entrance of the center room of the temple. Our field glasses were all centered upon the figure of Jesus as he advanced through the door and stepped upon the ledge, walking directly to the brink and standing for a moment with body magnificently poised. This ledge was about 800 feet above where we were concealed and nearly 3 miles distant. Instantly we realized that he was speaking, and, in another moment, the words came to us clear and distinct. Our associate on the ledge sat down and began taking notes in shorthand, which I did also. Later comparison showed that we heard his words distinctly above the din of the advancing hordes. We were told that he did not raise his voice above his natural well-modulated tones. As Jesus began speaking, a perfect calm came over the entire village and its inhabitants. These are his words, translated into English by Jesus himself. My most fervent prayer will always be that I shall never forget them, though I live to be 10,000 years, the light as I stand alone in your great silence. God my Father, in the midst of me there blazes a pure light and it fills every atom of my whole being with its great radiance, life, love, strength, purity, beauty, perfection, stand forth in all dominion within me. As I gaze into the very heart of this light, I see another light, liquid, soft, golden white and radiantly luminous, absorbing, mothering and giving forth the caressing fire of the greater light. Now I know that I am God and one with God's whole universe. I whisper to God my Father and I am undisturbed, still in the silence, yet in this complete silence there exists God's greatest activity. Again, I am undisturbed and complete silence is all about me. Now the radiance of this light spreads to God's vast universe and everywhere I know there is God's conscious life. Again, I say fearlessly, I am God. I am silent and unafraid. I lift the Christ high within me and sing God's praise. In the tones of my music inspiration hums. Louder and louder within me the great mother sings of new life. Louder and clearer with each new day. Inspiration is lifting my conscious thought until it is attuned to God's rhythm. Again, I lift the Christ high and give close